Chapter 41. It doesn't matter. I will take action. The next day. Early morning. It was another day when the Adventers arrived. All members of the Huang City Security Bureau were on high alert, waiting for the Adventers. Since the establishment of the Security Bureau and joining the Security Bureau, they understood what their responsibilities were. The Adventers who came to Huang City with friendly goodwill were naturally warmly received, just like friends from afar. But if they wanted to cause damage, they had to see if the guns in their hands were sharp enough. The staff of the Security Bureau stared at the screen intently. A male with unrecognizable face appeared at the intersection of Chengwangnyo Street. He was slightly fat, wearing a blue shirt, white pants, and black casual shoes. Appeared near KFC in Zenjiku. An unrecognizable male walked into the Maosheng Bath Center on Yangang Road. His physical characteristics. At this moment, all the staff began to get busy. They sent photos and information to the mobile phones of the members of the action team. Chinpeng stood with his hands behind his back, staring at the screen. This was the first battle he had seriously fought against the Adventers after all the equipment was installed. He didn't know how effective it would be, so he was very nervous. His personal ability was limited. He couldn't manage so many places. He could only manage his own small piece of land. Sunshine Community. Lin Fan and his friends stayed at home to eat breakfast. Hollow bought breakfast at the porridge shop downstairs. Gargamel held the bowl, turned it, and supped a lot of it. Lin Fan pursed his lips and acted a little like an ignorant person. After all, in his cognition, an orangutan drinking porridge was very interesting. Noticing Lin Fan's gaze, Gargamel looked up, grinned, showing his white teeth, and grinned. Ha. Lin Fan smiled back, then looked at Hollow. Today's guild mission is very good. After completing the mission, you will be rewarded with a wooden treasure chest. Clang. Gargamel, who was happily drinking porridge, put down the bowl directly when he heard Hollow reward a wooden treasure chest. Do you know what will happen when you hear that Hollow has another wooden treasure chest? How much impact will this have on Gargamel? It is 1,000 times more cruel than being beaten by two big bastards. Gargamel looked at the reward of a little strength for the guild mission and fell into deep thought. What did I do wrong? Or was I really a person abandoned by heaven? And I had to suffer such a sin? Heaven. Earth. Can't you be kinder to me? What about you? Gargamel looked at He Mingxian. A little speed? Pretty good. Gargamel held the bowl and continued to drink the porridge, which was a little psychological comfort. Damn it. He Mingxian cursed silently in his heart, but didn't dare to say it out loud, because he knew that Gargamel really dared to beat him. At this time, Lin Fan had received the task prompt. Task: the Spinach Star Hunting Order Gang has arrived. Mission description: your actions have made some creatures on Spinach Star very dissatisfied. They have paid out of their own pockets to issue a killing order on Spinach Star. Any creature on Spinach Star can accept the mission. After they complete the mission, they will receive a generous reward. They came with the idea of killing you, so there is no need for you to hold back. Task reward: Strength plus 10, Stamina plus 5, Speed plus 5, Lightning Thunder Fist. When he saw the content of the reward, he knew that the difficulty of this task might be very high. Not as easy as he imagined. You guys go to the zoo after eating. I'll leave first. Lin Fan stood up and didn't clean up the dishes. He just left them to Hollow. It must be said that Hollow is very talented in housework. If she has a talent, it must be housework max. Hollow said, Brother Fan, do you need our help? She knew that the creatures of Spinach Star had come again, and Brother Fan must have to teach those unfriendly guys a lesson. She felt that her three-dimensional attributes were so high now, and there would be no problem beating those guys. No. You just stay in the zoo. Lin Fan touched Hollow's head. Although Hollow had his feedback and her attributes were improved a lot, she had no combat skills, and her attributes had not reached the limit of the F-level copy. If she met a guy who was stuck outside, she would be very likely to be hacked to death. Leave home. Arriving downstairs. Checking the map, there are many moving light spots. More than what he had encountered before. Lin Fan pinched his eyebrows. If the situation continues to develop like this, he will definitely become the biggest enemy in the hearts of many creatures on Spinach Star. But it doesn't matter. He will take action to solve it. He wants to leave a deep impression in the hearts of these Spinach Star creatures. Let them remember forever that when you look at the data on the whiteboard, you will remember that there is a truly terrifying existence on the blue star, which you call the F-level copy. And now His Majesty has not spread out in the hearts of the creatures on Spinach Star. He may just be a more dangerous guy, Not a taboo that cannot be offended. The hunting order is very interesting. So I'm coming to find you. It was scattered more widely. So Lin Fan drove directly to look for it. In a warehouse in the city, a man was waiting anxiously. And there were several strangers standing beside him. Looking carefully, it can be seen that they are not adventurers, but ordinary citizens of Huang City. As a member of the Savior, being able to come to the rally privately is enough to show that they are serious. At this time, they are looking forward to it. Looking at the warehouse door covered by sunlight. Suddenly, a figure appears. Here it comes. As they saw the figure, they all showed extraordinary excitement. Some rubbing their hands, and some swallowing saliva to relieve their nervousness. They have been collecting various information about the adventures. Although they know some, they have never really understood it, let alone seeing or contacting it with their own eyes. Lord Adventure, you are here. The leading Huangshe citizen Li Pinggui spoke excitedly, and then waved his hand to the people around him. What are you still doing? The great adventure has come. Welcome him quickly. Hearing Li Pinggui's words, the people around him also cheered enthusiastically. Welcome Lord Adventure to Huangshe. Welcome Lord Adventure to Huangshe. Li Pinggui was secretly proud in his heart, thinking that his arrangement was really good and would definitely leave a deep impression on Lord Adventure. He didn't live well in Huangshe, and was an unemployed vagrant. Fortunately, his parents had a pension, which was enough to cover his daily expenses. The most annoying thing was that his parents at home insisted on urging him to work. In his opinion, what was the point of working with a monthly salary of 2,000 or 3,000? After working so hard for a month, it was like earning nothing. He was very dissatisfied when he thought about how those people could earn tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands a day. He felt that this world was too unfair. He wanted to change. He wanted to overthrow. And he wanted to make his life better. Now that the adventures had come, he felt that this was the beginning of a new world. If he could get the attention of the adventures, he would definitely have a better life. Gradually, the adventures came to them. Li Pinggui could feel the beating of his heart, and the rhythm was getting faster and faster. He was a die-hard fan in the Savior Forum. Later, he was pulled into a group by a big guy with the ID in Chaoying. Hard outside to help him make connections. Ask him if he is willing to contact the great adventures, and if he is willing to overthrow this unfair world. Faced with such an inquiry, he agreed immediately without thinking. Are you Li Pinggui? Jim, the descender, looked at the natives in front of him. He didn't expect that they were respected by the local natives. This was something he had never expected. Yes, I am Li Pinggui. We are all looking forward to meeting you. As he spoke, Li Pinggui began to stutter. He was so excited that he didn't know what to say. Then he hugged Jim's thigh and cried, Lord Descender, you are finally here. We are like lambs lost in the way, waiting for your guidance. As he spoke, he couldn't help crying. His face was full of tears and snot. Jim looked at him with displeasure. Damn. He really wanted to kick the native away, but he held back. The natives here are worth using, based on the experience of the previous guys who descended. This copy world is not simple, and the natives living here are worth using. Jim suppressed his nausea and said softly, Everything is fine, because we are here, and our spinach star will lead you to a better future. Li Pinggui looked up and said, Lord Adventure, is life on Spinach Star good? Very good. Do you need to work? Faced with such an inquiry, Jim was a little confused. What do you want if you don't work? But he still said calmly, There is no work. Everyone is equal on our Spinach Star. Everything is free. We enjoy a good life every day, because we have extraordinary power. Work is of no use to us. Yes. 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 Li Pinggui was excited and his blood was boiling. This is life. The citizens around looked at each other, unable to hide the joy on their faces, thinking that they came to the right place this time. Jim didn't want to waste time talking to them, so he said directly, We need your help now. There is a guy in your Huang City who has been blocking us. I need you to find his information and tell me where he is. Li Pinggui immediately said, What kind of guy is so ungrateful? Lord Adventure, don't worry. We will find him for you. Jim was very satisfied and took out Lin Fan's photo. His name is Lin Fan, and he lives in Huang City. Li Pinggui asked everyone to come over, look at the photo, and then take out their phones. Some matched their faces to find people who looked similar to the photo. Some opened the short video and searched for Huangshe Lin Fan. Found it, someone exclaimed. The short video contains information about this guy, a firefighting hero, the owner of Xinfeng Zoo in Huangshe. Li Pinggui handed the video to the adventure. That's him. He's the owner of Xinfeng Zoo. Then, he opened the mobile phone map, the coordinates of the zoo, and then zoomed in and out of the map. And a series of winding routes appeared. Mr. Adventure, follow this route to reach the zoo. Jim nodded with satisfaction and patted Li Pinggui on the shoulder. Not bad. You did a good job. And all the credit will be remembered by you. Now I'll give you a task. If you can complete it, you will get a very generous reward. Hearing that there was a generous reward, the light flashing in Li Pinggui's eyes was very dazzling. Please tell us. We will definitely complete the task. Give me the information of Blue Star. All? Yes. All. Can you do it? We are the most loyal friends of Spinach Star. Jim saw a hint of hesitation in the other party's eyes. He raised him to the position of the most loyal friend of Spinach Star. He must be excited. Sure enough. Loyal friend. Such a precious title. Completely excitedly Pinggui and others. No problem. Very good. Someone will come here in 3 days. After saying that, Jim turned and left. In his heart, this group of Blue Star natives who came to greet him were really stupid. They actually chose to join them. The Spinach Star people. This was something they had never encountered in many copies. At the entrance of the zoo, the new daily task has begun. Shall he? Has the boss's favorability towards you increased? Gargamel, who did not use disguise, revealed his true identity in order to attract customers. There was no way. Today's task was this thing. No. Hee. I got a little improvement this morning. This shows that my importance in the gang leader's heart has gradually increased. Do you understand? He Mingxian rolled his eyes at Gargamel. You are really a cat cake. When passers-by pass by the zoo, they can't help but take a few more glances. This is the first time I see an orangutan actively soliciting customers. If I wasn't in a hurry to go to work, I would have come to see it. At this moment. Hollow. Gargamel. And he Mingxian looked into the distance suddenly, where a figure was walking towards this side. There are so many people on the road. Why should they pay attention to this guy? The reason is simple. That is the descender from their Spinach Star. They know that Lin Fan's reputation on Spinach Star is not good. And he has offended too many descenders. I don't know how many descenders want to kill him. At the beginning, they saw many guys being killed by Lin Fan in the yellow market of Blue Star. And they were wondering, is it really that fierce? But as more and more descenders were killed, and the data was blown up, they are absolutely sure that it is really fierce. When they noticed the descender who came over also noticed Gargamel and the others. At the same time, in a high-rise building near the zoo, Jim was paying attention to the situation at the zoo. He had done a lot of homework. Although he did not take the F-level copy seriously, he also knew what the native Lin Fan did. It seems very dangerous. So he wanted to observe first, and let other guys charge first. If he could really kill Lin Fan and make sure it was safe, he would rush out to grab a thigh, which would also be considered completing the mission of the hunting order. What should we do? He seems to be coming towards us? He Mingxian said softly. Hollow said, I'm going to talk to him and ask him to go somewhere else. If the task is simple, we can help him. Don't move. Gargamel stopped him immediately. He is the sadist Tang Lai. Sadist? He Mingxian was very confused when he heard the nickname. Who is it? How can there be a guy that I... He Mingxian. Don't know? We are all in low-level dungeons. It's impossible not to know. Gargamel said solemnly. Of course you don't know. You haven't been to a sea-level dungeon. He died in a dungeon before. Dead. Yes. That's right. He killed the son of an indigenous character in a sea-level dungeon. Although he completed the task, he couldn't leave the dungeon due to time limit. The enraged indigenous people became very crazy in order to avenge their son. And he died in that dungeon. Gargamel had dealt with the sadist Tang Lai. And he could only say that this was a real pervert. So perverted that even he didn't want to have too much contact with him. He Mingxian. At this time, a childish voice came from afar. Uncle Gorilla. My friends and I are here to see you. A group of children came together. They all lived nearby, and would come to the zoo to play with Uncle Gorilla whenever they had time. At the beginning, the parents of these children were still very worried. After all, gorillas are animals. Will they suddenly get angry and hurt the children? But later they found that this gorilla was different from other gorillas. And the parents were relieved. The group of children ran and rushed past the torturer, who looked at the group of native children with a playful look and a sneer on his lips. Such a sneer was noticed by Gargamel. Not good. Gargamel's face changed drastically. He knew the preferences of the torturer. Damn. Damn. What should I do? What should I do? Now he dared not fight with the torturer. His three-dimensional attributes were not as high as the other party. And he would definitely be killed. Uncle Gorilla, one of the fat guys, with snot, waved his hands vigorously. Gargamel knew this brat. Basically, whenever he worked, this little fat boy would be by his side. From morning to night. Just like being in a zoo. Hearing others call the little fat boy. It seems to be Sijia. At this time, he saw the killer Tang lie holding a dagger with a faint light in his hand. And quickly coming towards the little fat boy. Heck, I'll die. After thinking it through, Gargamel suddenly exerted force with his legs and rushed towards the little fat boy quickly. Although his three-dimensional attributes were not high, they were still much higher than ordinary people on Blue Star. So his speed was very fast. Passers-by looked at him in shock. Damn! Why did the gorilla run away when he said it? What is he doing? Seeing the killer getting closer and closer to the little fat boy, Gargamel couldn't help it, and no longer hid what he could say, and roared, Killer Tang Lai. The child is innocent. Let him go. Shocked. Confused. All the pedestrians on the road stood there stupidly, staring, rubbing their ears, looking at the running gorilla. The one who just spoke was the gorilla. Then, the pedestrians looked at the killer, and saw the dagger in his hand at first sight. Ah! He has a knife. He has a knife in his hand. Run, kid. Run. The killer held the dagger high. His face was extremely ferocious. And he wanted to kill the child in front of him with one knife. Puff! Everyone didn't dare to look, thinking that the child was dead in front of them. When they opened their eyes, they saw that the gorilla actually protected the child behind him. And his palm was pierced by the dagger. And the blood instantly dyed the black hair red. Gargamel endured the pain and turned back to urge, run. The children were already scared silly. But the fat boy was well informed. He had seen many cartoons about heroes fighting monsters, and knew that when the hero appeared, ordinary people had to stay away. Otherwise it would affect the hero's performance. Everyone run. The fat boy pulled his friends and ran away quickly. Seeing the little fat boy running away with his friends, Gargamel sighed in his heart. He was worthy of being a child that Gargamel valued. Bang! The torturer kicked Gargamel away. Gargamel, you are so fragile now. Tang Lai naturally recognized Gargamel. Gargamel, who was kicked to the ground, climbed up, and the little fat boys behind him shouted, Uncle Gorilla, beat him, beat him. In this regard, Gargamel just wanted to say, you guys should get out of here quickly. I can save your little fat boy. But you are not grateful. And you want me to die. Is there anything so excessive as you? Hollow and He Mingxian hurried to Gargamel's side. Are you okay? He Mingxian asked. Are you blind? Can't you see that I am bleeding? Gargamel rolled his eyes. Being injured is a common thing. But it really hurts to be injured with this fragile body now. I'm concerned about you. But you start to rant. Forget it. Forget it. It's better to let you die in pain. Hollow used his healing skills. And under the cover of green light, Gargamel's palm gradually healed. Which shocked them. So powerful? They looked at Hollow with shock. What kind of perverted skills did this woman get from the wooden treasure chest? Seeing that Gargamel's palm had recovered, Hollow patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that it's healed. Hollow is still pretty powerful. At this time, the people around had already taken out their mobile phones and recorded the scene in front of them. Hack. I thought the gorillas in Xinfeng Zoo were more humane. But it turns out they can really talk. I filmed it. The gorilla bravely fought against the knife-wielding gangster and saved a group of little fat guys. This plot was filmed by Eagle Sauce. The gorilla was a blonde beauty. What kind of racial discrimination are you doing here? What blonde beauty? That's a dreadlock beauty. The current killer Tang Lai turned his head and didn't take Gargamel seriously. You three guys came to the Blue Star dungeon. Not only did you not help your own people, but you actually turned against your own people. Forget it. I'll send you back. The three-dimensional attributes of the killer are much higher than theirs. Not to mention the richer skill bar. Suddenly, the killer Tang Lai suddenly felt a little cold on his back. A chill enveloped his back. He was once able to enter the advanced dungeon, so he naturally had a subconscious awareness of the coming crisis. He did not foolishly look back, but held the dagger, turned around instantly, and stabbed behind him. Clang. What? The dagger in his hand was grabbed by the opponent with bare hands. Before he could react, a big hand came over, grabbed his face, and slammed the back of his head to the ground. Puff! A dull breaking sound came. That was the sound of the back of the head breaking. A pool of blood overflowed from the back of the head, staining the ground red. Strength +3. Speed +1. Directly killed in one move. He really didn't expect the adventure to rush to the zoo. Did he investigate his identity and background? And now on the map. The light spots are moving. The direction of the target is here. Lin Fan looked at Gargamel. He didn't expect this guy to be so brave. No matter what. Gargamel, as a creature of Spinach Star, really saved the child of Yellow City on Blue Star. Gargamel smiled at Lin Fan. Boss favorability +1. Boss favorability +1. Favorability keeps increasing. Gargamel's pupil shrank, and a kind of joy that was difficult to conceal emerged directly. The body of Tang Lai on the ground disappeared. The citizens around saw this scene, and they opened their mouths one by one, descending the adventures. They have all been exposed to the news of the adventures, and the country reports it every day. The adventures come from other planets, and come to our territory to complete the mission. And they also know that when the adventures die, their bodies will disappear. Lin Fan did not hide it from the citizens, but said in a careless manner, everyone. The ones just now were adventures, and they have been eliminated now. There will be another group of adventures coming later. I hope you will leave here quickly, otherwise it will be dangerous. The citizen said, why can this gorilla speak? Is he also an adventure? Lin Fan said, yes. His name is Gargamel, and he is an adventure from Spinach Star. But he is kind-hearted, innocent, friendly, and has always liked our life on Blue Star very much. So he is now working at Xinfeng Zoo. If you are curious about him, come to the zoo when you have time. Fighting is fighting. Destroying the enemy is destroying the enemy. Business still needs to be done. There is no contradiction between the two. Gargamel was proud of being praised like this. Uncle Orangutan. It turns out that you are really an alien. The fat boy Xiejia ran to Gargamel, with admiration flashing in his clear eyes. Gargamel raised his head, and his pride could not be buried. Yes, I am the strongest green-haired gorilla Gargamel. While the fat boy exclaimed, the same is true for the friends around him. Lin Fan looked at the map again. Let's go. The adventures are coming, and their target is me. I will make them understand that Huangshe is not something they can destroy whenever they want, and they must be sent back to their hometown. Simple words, but they made the citizens around them excited. We want to fight alongside you. Yes, I'll get the kitchen knife. Hack. These aliens are too arrogant. I've seen all the news. They're actually destroying our country. Can I tolerate it? To be honest, I've been to Shaolin Temple before, and I think I have some strength. So it seems that dealing with one or two adventures is not a problem. Lin Fan blinked his eyes. He was really helpless about the thoughts of this group of citizens. Brothers and sisters, stop making trouble. You may really not know how brave the adventures are. Everyone, please disperse first. Crowd, no. We want to fight side by side with you. Lin Fan, I understand your intentions, but they have guns in their hands. Crowd, this. The gun is still quite terrifying in the hearts of the masses. They are not afraid of death, but thinking of their beautiful wives and lovely children at home, they can only leave unwillingly in the end. Seeing the crowd disperse, he looked at a building in the distance. There was a descender peeking there. Chapter 42, I will quietly chop you all to pieces. At the entrance of the zoo, Lin Fan sat leisurely on a chair to rest, waiting for the arrival of the adventures. It's really interesting. Now the adventures will take the initiative to find him. This is a good thing, which can save him a lot of trouble. He looked at the windows of the floors of the surrounding buildings. Helpless. Sure enough, no matter what happens, eating melons is always more important than one's own safety. At the fourth floor window of a building, family members. Live broadcast of the battle between the owner of the Huangshe Zoo and the adventures. Passionate. The host hates the most in this life that the home is destroyed by aliens. I wanted to fight the invaders, but the boss told me, little brother, you have a more important task. You need to spread the scene. So the host can only obey. The young man raised his mobile phone, pointed it at the street, and talked to his arm at the same time, looking at the barrage of live screens taking off. The host was very satisfied. I felt that I seemed to have taken off. In other places, there were also citizens watching and recording the upcoming big scene. At this time, Lin Fan's phone rang. Answered. Director Chen. What's wrong? Lin Fan calmly called. Although he asked like this, he knew that the department's sky eye must have noticed the situation here. There are many adventures heading towards you. Yeah. I know. It's okay. Let them go somewhere else to maintain stability. Just leave this to me. Are you sure? Very sure. Put your mind at ease. Hang up the phone. Continue to wait for the arrival of the adventures. Blue Star is called an F-level dungeon. The three-dimensional attribute points are stuck. And only those who can come to the Blue Star dungeon are like that. Now the citizens who are hiding are waiting impatiently. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the distance of the street. And the hiding citizens looked at it in unison. The normal way of walking of the Blue Star people is very casual. And you can tell it at first glance. But the posture of the adventures appearing on Blue Star is very obvious. There is a feeling of contempt for everything. The overall feeling is crazy and cool. And you can tell there is a problem at a glance. It has appeared. The adventures have appeared. My family? That must be the adventures. Look at the way he walks. Oh my god. Look. There are more adventures. And there are quite a few of them. The young man who turned on the live broadcast on his mobile phone exclaimed in a low voice. He didn't dare to shout loudly. Although he seemed to be fearless. He was still very afraid of the adventures. He had seen videos from other cities and other countries. And some of the adventures were really cruel. At the entrance of the zoo, Hollow and the others were a little nervous. And the number of adventures gradually increased. Brother Fan Lin Fan smiled and turned around. It's okay. Don't be nervous. Just watch. Oh. Hollow felt really bad. She felt that she really couldn't help at all. Although she had been working hard to improve her strength. But her current strength really couldn't help. Gargamel and He Mingxian looked at each other. There was a deep shock in their eyes. Although they had known Lin Fan until now, they didn't know much about Lin Fan's strength. They knew he was very powerful. But they didn't know how powerful he was. They looked at the descenders coming from both sides of the street in the distance. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't count them anymore. The number of people is increasing. Really increasing. They all came to surround and kill Lin Fan because of the hunting order. They even chose to give up their own mission. Obviously, the reward of the hunting order made them feel that it was much more precious than the mission. The mighty descenders saw Lin Fan sitting at the door. Their expressions were different. But the only thing they had in common was their eyes, which were hungry for prey. Lin Fan, a native of the F-level copy, was the prey in their eyes. Maybe he was very capable. But it didn't matter. There were a lot of them, swarming up. And who could stop them in a low-level copy? Soon, they blocked the road to the zoo. 20 or 30 descenders. The momentum gathered together was really mighty and domineering. Some held swords in their hands. Some held spears in their hands. Some wore metal Western night suits, etc. There were all kinds of them. A complete hodgepodge. Hey, are you only this many people? Lin Fan looked up at them and felt that the number was a little small. Not meeting his expectations. How many people do you want? The guy who spoke was a man wearing a Western night suit. The armor covered his whole body, with only his face exposed. The armor was silver white, with patterns branded on the chest. Under the sunlight, it shimmered faintly. Obviously not a common item. I thought there would be 1,800 people, Lin Fan said. The man raised his mouth corners, revealing a disdainful smile. You think too highly of yourself. For us adventures, killing a copy of you is as easy as killing a chicken. When the number of people is large enough, they will ignore Lin Fan's strength, and thus have 100% confidence, thinking that it is easy to get rid of the other party. Lin Fan picked his ears and didn't listen to the other party's nagging. If there were really 1,800 people, he would definitely hold the Gatling gun directly under their shocked eyes, without saying a word, and shoot at them. As for knocking out the plunderer, and then waking up and knocking out the plunderer, this nesting doll method is no longer needed. Plundering is endless, and killing is endless. This is the benefit of being an enemy of Spinach Star. Besides, he is now a native of the F-level copy, and his influence has not expanded to that extent. If he really wants to make his influence known to the entire Spinach Star, that situation would be very overbearing. The arrival of the Advent Day, it must be from early morning to late evening, and it would be difficult to blink. At this time, Lin Fan stood up, patted his clothes, and then walked towards the armored descender step by step. The armored descender wanted to take a step back, but thinking of so many people here, if I retreat, doesn't it mean that I am afraid? And if I am afraid, won't I lose face? Thinking of this, The armored descender straightened his back, staring at Lin Fan, showing no fear at all. Lin Fan walked up to him and said with a smile, "Do you really think I'm a loser?" The armored descender took a deep breath and said very firmly, "Yes." Bang! Just when the other party said yes, Lin Fan punched out fiercely. In an instant, the armored descender felt as if all the bones in his body were broken. The armor on his chest broke with a click. His fist hit his chest, and his flesh and blood sank. The bones that were hit by such an impact could not support it, and broke directly. Boom! The armored descender flew backwards. The faces of the surrounding descenders changed in shock, and they reacted instantly and roared, "Kill him!" The citizens of Huang City hiding in the building exclaimed, "Fighting? Really fighting? For ordinary citizens, when have they ever seen such a scene?" Even if they did not participate in it personally, they felt their blood boiling, as if they had already participated in it. At this time, Lin Fan dealt with it calmly. A descender using a spear, performing gun skills, constantly attacked Lin Fan. This descender was very confident in his gun skills. This was the reward for completing the second stage of the chain task in the E-level copy, although the third stage failed. But in his opinion, killing this guy was enough. Thinking of the generous reward of the hunting order, his heart could not help but tremble. Suddenly, he found that something was wrong. When he fired the gun, the tip of the gun flashing with a sharp edge could tear everything, even the iron plate. But the natives of this copy actually resisted with their fists. Stupid. Looking for death. Crack! The fist collided with the tip of his gun, and the image of blood splattering on the spot that appeared in his mind did not appear. Instead, his gun head was broken. Then, a force was transmitted from the gun barrel to his hands. His hands trembled, and he let go, unable to hold the gun barrel. Lin Fan changed his fist to a palm, pushed the end of the gun horizontally, and with a puff, the tail of the gun pierced the opponent's chest like a bullet, giving him a chill. The task prompt said it all. These adventurers who came here received the hunting order, and they all came to kill him with the idea of killing him. So there was no need to show mercy to them. The pierced descender stared with eyes wide open, lowered his head in disbelief, looked at his pierced chest, and knelt on the ground with a plop, blood flowing down the gun barrel to the ground. "I'm going to die?" he muttered to himself. The light in his pupils gradually dimmed. No. No. I can't die. I really can't die. Who can save me? Who can save me? Death is a result that all descenders fear. It means that all efforts have been wasted. Unfortunately, it's too late to repent. Bang! 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 The fierce fighting sound and screams reached his ears, which seemed so low. He closed his eyes slightly. His head drooped, and everything he had would have nothing to do with him. Gradually, his body gradually dissipated, like the wind and sand that dissipated without a trace. How is it possible? How can he be so terrible? The descenders who came to surround and kill wailed. When they came, they were full of confidence, thinking that they could rely on enough people to kill Lin Fan. But as they started, they found the problem. Invulnerable to swords and spears. Infinite strength. Not even a hint of fatigue. Could it be that he was made of iron? Come on. Keep going. Is this all you adventurers are capable of? Lin Fan stepped down and crushed the arm of an adventurer lying under him. The intense pain made the other party scream heartbreakingly. Return? I want to return. The descender whose arm was stepped on shouted in his heart. But it was useless. He had come to the Blue Star dungeon, and the task he had to complete was very simple. But he didn't expect that there would be a time limit all of a sudden. He couldn't go back. This made him spit out a mouthful of old blood. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please let me go. I promise not to come to the Blue Star dungeon again. The descender was about to cry. Before the fight, he thought that Lin Fan, who was in this low-level dungeon, could be killed by just a little trick. But it was not until the fight that he realized how stupid he was. Sorry. It's too late. Lin Fan lowered his head and smiled. The opponent had already come to kill him. If he let him go, he would have to have a brain problem. Raised his foot. He stepped on the opponent's chest with one foot. Click. The chest was sunken, and the bones pierced out. This kind of injury that takes time to die is simply a torture for the spirit. I don't want to play anymore. I want to go back. I really don't want to play anymore. One descender retreated with fear on his face. He had been mentally broken by Lin Fan. That was an unbeatable opponent. It was too scary. It was really too scary. This is not an F-level copy. This is not an F-level copy. After saying that, he turned and ran. If his mind failed to return, he just wanted to run to a safe place and wait quietly for the countdown to return. I want to run. Lin Fan waved his arm forward, and a flying knife broke through the air. With a swoosh, it hit the opponent's back neck. With a scream, the opponent fell to the ground. But the opponent did not die. He still pulled his hands and crawled forward. The opponent was a little far away, and he didn't want to use a flying knife. Without thinking, he took out a pistol and shot a few shots at the descender crawling in the distance. When he saw the splashing blood, he knew he had hit it. It's true that shooting skills need constant practice. My current shooting skills are still pretty good. Lin Fan was quite satisfied with his shooting skills. Then he smiled at the dazed and terrified descender and asked, "What do you think of my shooting skills?" "I don't know." Bang! He raised his hand and fired a shot, hitting the opponent's chest and knocking him to the ground instantly. He walked in front of the opponent and looked down at him. "I live well on Blue Star. Why do you have to trouble me? I understand that you descended to Blue Star to do a mission. As long as you are friendly, everyone can discuss it. Right? But you should never have bad thoughts. It's okay now. You've fallen. And I have a very bad impression of you guys from Spinach Star." The descender who fell to the ground after being shot looked at Lin Fan in panic. "Don't kill me. I was forced." Bang! Shooting at close range, hitting the target every time. A peanut was delivered to the opponent's head. "It's useless. I'll send you back." Ignoring the body that was about to disappear, he looked at the remaining 3 adventures. One is missing. Suddenly, he saw a panel quietly approaching him. He took a look at the opponent's data. It turned out that one of the opponent's skills was exactly the same as Carl's. Lurking, basic. I remember there were 3 of you. Where did the other one go? Did he run away? It's really too much to abandon you. Lin Fan shook his head, expressing deep regret. The remaining 2 descenders breathed rapidly, without saying a word, and silently stared at Lin Fan, praying in their hearts that they must succeed. Must succeed? I'm asking you questions. He didn't really run away, did he? Lin Fan asked. He ran away. Yes, he ran away. The onlookers, Hollow, hurriedly shouted, "Brother Fan." He disappeared suddenly. He must still be around. You be careful. The descender looked at Hollow angrily. Bastard. I didn't expect that the creatures of the same Spinach Star would stand on the side of the copy natives, and even remind the copy natives to be careful. Damn it. Damn it. At this moment, the descender who lurked beside Lin Fan appeared, holding a dagger, and stabbed Lin Fan in the back. Go to HL. This descender has a backstab skill, and a surprise attack from behind can cause critical damage. This is a skill that comes with it, and is an uncontrollable effect. Success. The remaining 2 adventures were overjoyed and excited. The fear in their minds disappeared, replaced by the reward for completing the hunting order mission. Clang. How could it be? The lurking adventure's expression froze. His pupils bulged, and he looked at it in disbelief. How could it be possible? How could this be the case? I said that you have been fighting with me until now, and you haven't found that my physical strength is actually quite high? Lin Fan turned around and didn't know what to say for a while. I know. Critical hit. Why can't critical hit kill you? The adventure roared. His eyes were full of bloodshot. This was his desperate killing move. He knew that this guy's body was very hard, but he pinned his chance of breaking the other's body on critical hits. Oh, it's such a pity. I really thought you were gone, but I didn't expect you to appear behind me. Why did you appear instead of leaving directly? Then you would be fine. Lin Fan killed someone and cut his heart. When the other party returned to Spinach Star and looked at the poor whiteboard data, he would definitely fall into deep regret and self-blame. He would definitely think, why didn't I leave? Why did I have to backstab him? If I left, wouldn't it be okay? In an instant, Lin Fan's 2 fingers were as fast as lightning, piercing the other party's throat. The other party covered his throat and made a humming sound, and blood flowed down. He wanted to breathe, but couldn't breathe. Bang! The descender knelt on the ground, desperately holding his throat. His face gradually turned blue, and after a moment, with a bang, he fell to the ground, without breath. You are the only ones left. Lin Fan walked towards the 2 descenders, who were standing there stupidly. Don't come over. The 2 descenders were breathing rapidly, and their panicked expressions could not be hidden. To them, Lin Fan in front of them was like the devil in the copy, causing them great pressure. Lin Fan opened his hands, holding 2 flying knives in his hands, and his steps became faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the 2 people, using the flying knives as knives and slashing at them. Silver light flashed, leaving wounds on their bodies one after another. Plop! The only 2 descenders knelt on the ground, and finally couldn't hold on and fell headfirst. It's over. Lin Fan shook off the blood on the flying knives. A flying knife costs 15 yuan. And it doesn't mean it can't be used if it is stained with blood. It should be saved. And it should not be wasted. At the entrance of the zoo, Gargamel was horrified. Is he really a native of the Blue Star Dungeon? This is impossible. He watched Lin Fan killing everyone. There are masters among the adventures who came. Brother Fan is great. Okay? Nothing is impossible, Hollow said excitedly. Gargamel did not respond to Hollow's words. He thought about what he had just seen. Blue Star was indeed an F-level dungeon. The values were fixed. Even if Lin Fan was really strong, he could not be so strong, just based on the strength he just showed, let alone the 3-dimensional value of more than 30. Even if the 3-dimensional value was 70 or 80, it would not be so fierce. He Mingxian touched Gargamel's arm. I said, is there something wrong with this dungeon? Gargamel glanced at him. Nonsense. Anyway, no matter how others explained the situation of Blue Star to him, he had only one idea. That there was definitely something wrong with the situation of this dungeon. Such awesome natives should not exist in this dungeon. At this time, Jim, who had been peeping at the situation here from the high-rise building, sat down on the ground, panting heavily in panic, with fear in his eyes. How is this possible? There are no rookies who receive the hunting order. Thinking of this, Jim ran away quickly. The citizens of Huangshe who were hiding in various places were stunned. The man who was broadcasting live with his mobile phone was still chatting with the audience in the live broadcast room at first. Later, he was completely silent. He couldn't say a word. The barrage of comments floated densely. Hack! Hack! Are you sure this is not a movie? This is too fierce. The blood is flowing like a river. So cruel. These people are really the Adventers. Aren't they said to be very powerful? Nonsense. It must be the Adventers. Didn't you see the bodies disappear out of thin air? What's the use of being powerful? Didn't you see our brother shoot a few shots and make them scream? Awesome. It's really awesome. We should show these Adventers how powerful we are. Otherwise it seems that we are easy to bully. Such a shocking scene happened in front of them. Although the news has been reporting about the Adventers, many citizens have never seen them with their own eyes. They have some knowledge of them, but this knowledge is definitely not strong. Now that they have seen it with their own eyes, the impact is extremely fierce. Lin Fan walked up to Hollow and the others. I'll leave this to you. Wash the ground. There's a lot of blood. Also, go to the zoo first. I'll ask Xiaozhu to watch the gate. No one can get in without a ticket. It's already this time. He was still thinking about selling tickets in his mind. Hollow. Gargamel. He Mingxian. Then, he drove away from the zoo, thinking that there were still 2 vacancies for the gang members. And he had to recruit some people to come in. In the car, the mission rewards have been issued. He looked at the data. Name, Lin Fan. Race, human. Strength, 115. Stamina, 107. Speed, 98. 3-dimensional data is like this. It improves very quickly, getting stronger every day. For example, the feedback of the guild function. When they complete the task, the attribute rewards will also be fed back to him. Raise your hand. Sizzle, there is a flash of dazzling lightning moving between your 5 fingers. So strong. The lightning thunder fist is extremely strong and masculine, and the evil spirits are afraid of it. After receiving the reward, he also knew the origin of the lightning thunder fist. The Maoshan Thunder Department Kung Fu, which is a combination of magic and martial arts, and uses martial arts to enter the Tao. It can only be said that this reward is really fierce. Several levels stronger than the Vajra Indestructible Divine Kung Fu he got. And there is even no comparison between the two. There are also some other skills for plunder, but they don't seem to be very good. For example, proficiency in gun skills, not getting drunk after 1,000 cups, etc. Except for proficiency in gun skills, the others are really ordinary. At this time, the operatives of the Huang City Security Bureau are already in action. Street. Wu Hao, wearing a knight's robe and carrying a long Huan sword, looked at a man standing at the street entrance in front of him. The man opened his arms and placed a cardboard beside him, which read, "Can you give me a hug, only for women?" Street challenges like this are generally not difficult. But the strange thing is that the other party's appearance is really ugly. How to say it? It's ugly enough to make people a little difficult to start. Wu Hao observed for a moment. During this process, there were a few people who wanted to give each other a hug. When they walked towards each other, they hesitated halfway, pretended to be passing by, and hurried away. Hey, if you change to a more normal appearance, it won't be like this. Wu Hao shook his head and walked towards the other party. Kes was very upset now. He was a waste of three-dimensional attributes and could not complete the task. It was not that he didn't want to complete it, but the task seemed to be staring at his appearance, and made a fuss about his appearance, which made him almost collapse. Of course, he could go to the E-level copy, but the natives of the E-level copy were too unfriendly. When they saw his appearance, the best ones were disgusted, and if they were not very friendly, they would really use a knife to chop him. A long time ago, he was chopped to death in the E-level copy. He didn't offend the other party, but he was inexplicably chopped. It would be unbearable for anyone. Just when he was thinking about these things, hello. Wu Hao appeared in front of the other party with a smile. Kes pointed to the cardboard. Only for women. Wu Hao took out a flyer and handed it to the other party. Take a look at this. We'll talk later. Kes took the flyer with doubts. At first, he looked at it casually, but gradually, his expression suddenly became serious. He looked at Wu Hao from time to time. After a while, he finished reading the flyer. Wu Hao smiled and said, "You are an adventurer, right?" "Yes." Kes thought about it and said without denying it, "Your mission is to be hugged by women. So is there a limit on the number of people?" "Yes. Be hugged by 10 women. I remember that all of you adventurers have aesthetically pleasing skin. Why don't you use it?" "I used it." Wu Hao pursed his lips, speechless, and patted Kes's shoulder. "We in Huang City will never discriminate against friendly adventurers. We will only help them. Watch carefully. I will complete the mission for you." Then Wu Hao cleared his throat and shouted to the pedestrians on the street, "Stop! Look! Embrace the challenge. Give love. And warm others' hearts. My friend is ugly, but kind-hearted. He wants to know whether the women in Huang City are kind, and whether they can ignore a man's appearance. So now I'm going to organize an event. Anyone who can hug my friend will be rewarded with 500 yuan." At the beginning, the citizens on the road were curiously looking at him. The first half of the words were all nonsense. But the most important thing was the second half. 500 yuan? This is the point. As soon as he finished speaking, a fat woman came over. "I am a kind little girl. I am willing to hug him." "Okay. Thank you." The fat girl hugged Kes and patted his back. Kes almost couldn't breathe because of her fat palm. The hug ended. The girl took out her mobile phone skillfully, opened the payment code, handed it to Wu Hao, and waited expectantly. Wu Hao said to scan it. Ding. 500 yuan was scanned. Watching the balance decrease, Wu Hao's heart was bleeding. No matter what, he must ask the security bureau to reimburse him. As a worker, he is very poor. As Wu Hao paid with blood spitting out, the girls who were watching thought that they could earn 500 yuan by hugging him. So they rushed forward and even scrambled for the quota. Seeing this scene, Kes was a little confused. Is this possible? After a long time, the crowd dispersed. The mission was completed. Wu Hao stretched out his hand. "My name is Wu Hao, a member of the Huangshe Security Bureau's action team, responsible for handling the incidents of the adventurers. Are you willing to be a good friend of Huangshe? In the future, as long as any mission is not illegal, our security bureau will do its best to help you complete it. This is currently the best way to deal with humans and adventurers. To win over, cooperate, and maintain order in Huangshe. You help me complete the task?" "Yes, that's right. We know that there are many races on Spinach Star, and there are classes. You come to other people's worlds just to complete the task, get rewards, and become stronger. We all understand this. So as long as you don't come to Huang City to do evil, we are willing to help." Kurz didn't say anything, but was shocked by such information. He saw at a glance that the guy in front of him was on the side of the authority in the copy. With the help of the authority in this copy, it seems that the task will indeed be very simple. Anyone with a normal mind will agree without thinking. "I am willing to be a friend of Huang City." Kes shook Wu Hao's hand. Wu Hao wished that there was a reporter around him now to film this scene. The title has been thought of. The Huang City Security Bureau and the Spinach Star descendants have reached a further close cooperation. This is a meeting of epic-making significance. Wu Hao took out a stack of leaflets from his arms again. You can send the flyers to those who have the same idea and promote us. The next time you come to Huangshe, our security bureau will definitely give priority to completing the task for you. Wu Hao painted a big pie for the other party. Of course, this is not a big pie. The task will definitely be completed. But the other party must be given some sense of superiority or a little VIP service. Okay. No problem. I know a lot of people. Their situation is the same as mine. They are all excluded and not received. If you are really willing to help complete the task, I think they will be happy to cooperate with you. Kes took the flyer and patted his chest to guarantee. If the task can be completed in this way, it is completely a very good cooperation in Kes's view. It's solved. How are you guys doing? Did you encounter any problems? Lin Fan was driving while talking on the phone with Qiao Yu. No. Everything is fine. The adventures we met didn't show any hostility. After learning about our origins, they were very cooperative. Cooperation is very good for most adventures. Qiao Yu and her team have already contacted many adventures, and the effect is very good. They only need to spend some time talking when they first meet. After the purpose is made clear, basically no adventure refuses. The adventures who can survive in F-level copies are also miserable on Spinach Star. They have no connections and no big bosses to lead the team. Everything can only rely on themselves. That's good. At this moment, he saw a figure on the side of the road while driving, and hurriedly hung up the phone, and then parked the car. Panda tribe? That's right. The figure he saw was an adventure, and it was a panda tribe. It is also a national treasure animal on Blue Star. I think his zoo business is already very good. But if a panda that can walk upright and is about the same height as a human appears, it will take off on the spot. His gang function never thought about letting experts join. From the beginning to the end, he just wanted to find these strange and weird people to join the zoo and become a part of the zoo. He walked towards the panda tribe descender and blocked his way. The bear brain tribe descender raised his head, and his eyes with dark circles looked confused at the natives blocking him. Suddenly, a prompt appeared in his mind. Do you agree to join the cool and awesome gang? Agree/disagree. Panda tribe I tilted his head. Very confused. Why did this prompt appear? Agree. The moment he agreed, I found that something was wrong. The head of the native in front of him actually appeared with a flashing golden font. Cool and awesome gang leader, Lin Fan. I raised his furry paws, rubbed his eyes, and stared at Lin Fan carefully, in case he saw it wrong. But no matter how he looked, the other party had this title on his head. Helper. Yes, I am your boss. Helper favorability +1. What's going on? Lin Fan said, you can take a look at the guild function, and you will understand after you read it. The confused eye looked at the guild panel carefully, and his mouth opened wide. Ah! Its emotion suddenly became excited. He saw it clearly. Really saw it clearly. The so-called benefits on the guild panel shocked him so much that he could hardly speak. Ah! My task has changed. A difficult task has become so simple. How come the task has become to report to Xinfeng Zoo? Where is Xinfeng Zoo? I want to go. I want to go. I danced with excitement. Lin Fan felt that the panda tribe in front of him seemed to be very generous and accepted it quickly, which made him feel that the panda tribeite in front of him was definitely a panda who could do great things. Come on. I'll take you there. I'm the owner of Xinfeng Zoo. I think you'll like it. Lin Fan smiled and lured Ed to the car just like the big bad wolf who tricked Little Red Riding Hood. He stepped on the accelerator and drove towards the zoo in a hurry. We already have a dog-headed girl, an orangutan, and now a panda has joined. Why worry about making the zoo bigger and stronger and creating more glory? There is only one quota left. The gang points are almost enough. And then the number of quotas can be increased. The gang continues to grow, which he thinks is very domineering. At night, Sunshine Community. Hollow. Gargamel. And he Mingxian looked at the two new members. Panda Tribe ATT. Fishhead Tribe Yachty. Hee. Panda Tribe ATT smiled foolishly. Fishhead Tribe Yachty looked silly. With a green face. Round eyes. Round nostrils. Yellow banana lips. And he kept pinching his nose from time to time, which made a creaking sound. He looked silly. He Mingxian muttered. Hack. The Fishhead Tribe generally has a low IQ. What is he thinking? Why would he pull the other party into the gang? Although he muttered, his words still reached the ears of the Fishhead Tribe Yachty. Hello. My IQ is not low. Yachty said. He Mingxian. 1 + 1 = what? Yachty was thinking expressionlessly. In a picture that others could not see. His brain was running at high speed. From the Big Bang to the formation of life. From the Pythagorean theorem to various methods of calculation. His brain was constantly smoking. 3 equals 3. Yachty said firmly. He Mingxian sucked in a breath of cold air with a hissing sound. Under normal circumstances, the fish head tribe, who could not even know what 1 plus 1 equals to what. Then the IQ was at the bottom of the fish head tribe. In Spinach Star, the fish head tribe usually did the work of picking up garbage. They could not do serious work. It was easy to get into trouble. 1 plus 2 equals to what? He Mingxian asked. Yachty was silent again. His brain was still running fast. 5 equals 5. Yachty was very confident in his answer. He Mingxian did not continue to ask, but lowered his head and continued to eat. There are quite a few fish-headed people on Spinach Star. But even with such a large number, it seems that none of the fish-headed people have a three-dimensional attribute of more than 20. Oh, yes, I missed one. Madden, who belongs to the alternative fish-headed people. That's right. There is no one. Hollow said. Yachty, how many times have you come to the Blue Star copy? Yachty said, several times. Have you completed the task? No. Not once? No. Not once. Gargamel looked at Hollow, as if to say, can you stop asking? Didn't you see that he seemed very proud when he said that he had never done it once? In the room, Lin Fan was video chatting with his colleagues. Brother Fan, you are too fierce. The video has been circulated on the internet, and the picture is too domineering. Wu Hao saw the scene of Lin Fan fighting dozens of descenders alone. It was really too domineering. It was exciting to watch. He also wanted to be so awesome. So he couldn't wait to continue practicing. Lin Fan said calmly, there is no way. I am being watched by the Adventers. And they have already regarded me as a must-kill target. Chow Yu said, so this is why you apply for a Gatling gun. Right? Yes. I am not safe without a Gatling gun. Then why is it useless? They are not qualified. So it is useless. After Lin Fan finished speaking, Chow Yu and the others fell silent. Anyone who saw that scene would be stunned. It was really too fierce. Chen Peng said, Lin Fan, I got some news. Some people said that your behavior was a bit too much, which could easily lead to a more intense conflict between Blue Star and Spinach Star. Lin Fan smiled and said, who said that? Let him come to me, and I'll have a good chat with him. Chen Peng held his forehead. The mouth is on him. Let him say it. Anyway, the situation in our Huang City has nothing to do with them. But the impact of this video is really fierce. I think if you go to the zoo tomorrow, you will be annoyed. Reporters are here. Right? Isn't this just a free promotion for my zoo? This is a rare opportunity. Lin Fan is still looking forward to it. Fishhead Tribe. Panda Tribe, this will definitely become a hit. In his opinion, this is the main purpose of the gang function. Tie pants. Chapter 43. I entered the dungeon and started to beat them randomly. Netizens were very active at night. The video spread quickly on the software. It caused an uproar. The incident of Huangshe killing the Adventers completely became a hot search. And Lin Fan's underwear was also stripped clean. Xinfeng Zhu was completely popular. Of course, Gargamel was also very popular. The video of this guy bravely saving a child was also spread and received unanimous praise. At the same time, this also triggered a series of opinions. There are bad Adventers. And naturally there are good ones. Of course, Lin Fan didn't care about these. He just watched a few videos and didn't pay attention to them. However, the technical level of the photographer was still good, and he filmed his temperament in the battle against the Adventers. However, some comments made him very dissatisfied. What is called unethical? Pulling out a gun and banging a few times is not a very normal situation. If you have a gun, but don't use it, you are stupid. If this group of Adventers were not too weak, he would have released the Gatling gun and fired at them. The scene would have been absolutely terrifying. I'm afraid there would not be a complete corpse, all of which were torn into mud by the Gatling gun's bullets. I have enough points, and I can increase the number of places. The gang function is still good. He has thought about the future. When the number of gang members increases to a certain level, even if he does not go to Spinach Star, his members will also be a huge force, thus launching a fierce attack on the radical elements of Spinach Star. Consume 10 points. Gang member quota +1. Good. Keep working hard. Now there are 5 members. As long as they complete 2 waves of daily tasks, the quota limit can be increased again. The function of being able to modify the content of the task at will is the most powerful. The higher the favorability, the fixed impression it creates on them is that the task is simpler. In order to make the task simpler, the members will definitely be crazy about brushing the favorability of him as the gang leader. Transform into a loyal licking dog, licking him as the gang leader. At the same time, the welfare exemption that makes members reluctant to be kicked out of the gang is the real killer move. You can enter Blue Star at will. Do one task a day. And enter if your three-dimensional attributes are over 39. You can tell how attractive this is at a glance. It's really explosive. Okay. If you stick to the bug and brush the attributes for a year, you will take off from the spot and become a top person on Spinach Star. Check the inventory. And there is a wooden treasure chest lying quietly. Take it out. Hollow's task rewards a treasure chest. And feedback gives me a treasure chest. I really don't know what kind of good things can be opened. Opening a treasure chest is like opening a blind box. There must be something inside. And it is guaranteed that there will be no empty door. But what good things can be opened depends entirely on fate. Don't open my pants. The lowest grade wooden treasure chest generally has no good things. Unless it is really a European emperor. Even on Spinach Star, some people complete the task and get a wooden treasure chest. Most of them sell the treasure chest in the mall. Isn't it sweet to make money? Lin Fan rubbed his hands. Treasure chest. Treasure chest. Give me a chance. Open something decent. Okay? After saying that, he stretched out his sinful little hand. Open. His eyes were full of anticipation. Hollow said that if something good came out, it would glow brightly, symbolizing the arrival of good luck. Lin Fan frowned slightly, feeling that things were not going well. The treasure chest was opened. Not to mention the dazzling brilliance. There was not even light. Mosquito brand mosquito coils. Lit mosquito coils. Mosquitoes will run away when they smell them. A must-have for home and travel. Worth having. Damn it. Lin Fan took a deep breath and threw the mosquito coils directly into the corner. Trash is trash. Don't come out to tease people. Open the guild function and check the data of member Hollow. Crisis perception, primary. Looking at the extra skill in Hollow's skill bar, he fell into deep thought. This is not scientific. Forget it. You have to have a good mentality. Otherwise, opening the treasure chest and looking at Hollow, taking turns a few times, can make him angry. Hollow's three-dimensional attributes, strength and stamina have reached more than 30, and only the speed is still in the 20s. This is a rapid improvement, and he is already the strongest among the guild members. Hollow's future is worth looking forward to. He felt that this feeling was like a kind of cultivation. If Hollow could be cultivated into the strongest person in the world of Spinach Star, then the picture would be very beautiful. Check the copy column. A new E-level copy name appeared. 5 Demons in Chaos. Looking at the name of this copy, he felt that the situation of this E-level copy seemed to have a little problem. And there was a countdown behind the name. It seemed that only after the countdown was over could he enter the copy. The next day, early in the morning, when Lin Fan led Hollow and others to the zoo, he saw many reporters surrounding the zoo entrance at a glance. Let's go. Let's get off. Lin Fan's eyes lit up when he saw the reporters, and he led them to walk towards the zoo in a swagger. Here they come. The sharp-eyed reporter saw Lin Fan at a glance, and as soon as the voice fell, many reporters swarmed in, surrounding Lin Fan and others. Don't push. Don't push. I know why you're here. Let's go to a more spacious place. It's easy to cause traffic jams if we squeeze here. Lin Fan was very calm. He was used to big scenes. In his eyes, this was just a small scene. The onlookers were looking forward to it. They had seen the video. It was really fierce. He had become a hero in many people's hearts. The reporters listened to Lin Fan's words, made way, and came to the entrance of the zoo. Lin Fan pointed to the ticket office and said, "That's where you buy tickets. Everyone, buy a ticket. Let's talk slowly inside." Xiao Zhu. Boss, I'm here. Take all the journalist friends to buy tickets over there to enter the park. The ticket price is half off for the journalist friends. 100 yuan per ticket is enough. Lin Fan patted Xiao Zhu's shoulder. Xiao Zhu had been with Lin Fan for a while. Naturally, he was very experienced. He understood everything at once and greeted him warmly and hospitably. Reporters, come here. This is the ticket office. The reporters were stunned when they heard this. They thought that when they went to interview, they were treated well. Now this incident caught them off guard. Good fellow. We are here to interview you. And you want to fleece us. But in order to get first-hand information, Just buy tickets. The reporters are buying tickets. Lin Fan is watching with 8 and Yachty in the zoo. You will work here in the future. Look. Your mission is here. 8. As a panda, you don't need to be thick-skinned. It's okay to show your true face. Of course, he couldn't build a panda park for 8. Let alone bamboo. He couldn't enjoy himself. He had to show the spirit of our national treasure panda decades ago. Love to fight. Love to perform. And do all kinds of martial arts. Yachty. As for you, just follow the task first. It happens to be cleaning. Just sweep the floor with a broom later. Lin Fan was going to contact the local factory to put a large transparent water tank in the zoo and let Yachty act as a merman. Although Yachty's shape is a bit strange and has nothing to do with the so-called mermaid or merman. The main focus of Xinfeng Zoo is curiosity. If it's not curious, dogs won't even look. The reporters who bought tickets rushed in hurriedly. Hack! 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 The reporters saw the species standing next to Lin Fan and exclaimed one by one. Reporters are all educated. But now, they don't use any high-end words to describe the shock in their hearts, but use hack to express the shock in their hearts. Just 2 words. The meaning contained is rich. They stopped and didn't dare to approach. Lin Fan knew that this would have such an effect, and smiled. Don't be nervous. My journalist friends, I will introduce you solemnly. This is Hollow, the shining star of our zoo. Then he looked behind. Are Hollow's fans here? As soon as he finished speaking, deafening shouts broke out. Hollow. Hollow. Love for life. Ah, so cute. Hollow. My sweetheart. You are my only hope for life. The fans are enthusiastic, high-spirited, and crazy. The reporters recorded the crazy scenes of this group of old idiots in front of them, and even saw the old men sitting in wheelchairs, which made the reporters have an illusion that if they said bad things about Hollow, they would probably be beaten to death. Thank you all for your love for Hollow. Hollow loves you too. Hollow bent down to thank. This made the old idiots hug each other and cry bitterly. This is their favorite Hollow. The reporters exclaimed in their hearts. Damn. They are all crazy. Lin Fan said, as you can see, Hollow is from Spinach Star. But she likes Blue Star very much. She is a good friend of all of us and a staff member of the zoo. The next one is our friendly green-haired gorilla Gargamel. He is also from Spinach Star and is also very friendly. The protagonist you saw fighting against the evil adventures and saving the children is him. Say H, low to everyone. Facing the camera, Gargamel proudly straightened his back. He felt that the glorious peak moment was completed on Blue Star. For him, he had the urge to cry. Hello everyone. I am Gargamel. Gargamel raised his arm. Bennett, showing his bursting muscles, and the mighty breath completely burst out, making the reporters feel a deep sense of oppression. Brother Orangutan. Come on. The rescued little fat man waved his hand. Even if his snot flowed to his mouth, he would not wipe it. Gargamel gave the little fat man a thumbs up. And this seemingly ordinary thumbs up behavior made the little fat man full of strength. He Mingxian on the side took a deep breath and said, It will be my turn soon. What should I say? How should I perform? It's my first time on camera. I'm really nervous. Just as he was thinking about these situations, the introduction came. This is He Mingxian. Lin Fan patted his shoulder. Just when He Mingxian was about to step forward and give a self-speech, Lin Fan pushed him back without giving him any chance to introduce himself. Instead, he began to introduce Yachty. This is Yachty. As you can see, he is from the Spinach Starfish Head tribe. He is very friendly, but a little taciturn. In a while, he will be a merman in our zoo. Everyone can come and see him if they have the chance. Everyone looked at Yachty's silly face and fell into a kind of contemplation. To be honest, such a curious look would definitely attract exclamations. But who would have thought that watching them would make them want to laugh? Yachty. Say H, low to everyone. Lin Fan said. Yachty looked at the people in front of him, without saying a word, just pinching his nose by himself. And there was a creaking sound. Lin Fan gently patted Yachty's shoulder. Okay. No more. Finally, Lin Fan came to Ite's side. Everyone. Here comes the point. This is Ite from the Panda tribe. He will be the rising star that our Xinfeng Zoo is about to launch. The crowd looked at him with their mouths slightly opened. Hack. It's not that they haven't seen pandas before, but they haven't seen such tall pandas. This is simply a very strong impact on their cognition. He Mingxian looked at Lin Fan aggrievedly. Do you have any opinion about me? Spinach Star. The forum completely exploded. Lin Fan. the strongest boss in the F-level Blue Star copy. It's a very simple description. But the number of views has reached millions. And the number of comments has reached hundreds of thousands. This is a very scary data. And this data is still increasing. The lowest level copy of F-level. In the eyes of all of us spinach stars, this copy is for rookies to play. But everyone is wrong. The danger level of this copy is beyond everyone's imagination. How could such a copy have such a terrifying native? This is unscientific. Very unscientific. Even if the descender who posted this post didn't see his real person. But he could vaguely feel that his emotions fluctuated greatly. It was as if he had received some kind of fatal blow. Obviously, the guy who posted the message must have received an extremely terrible blow in Blue Star. There were many comments. It's so funny. How useless are you now? You were so badly damaged in the F-level copy. If my three-dimensional attributes were not over the limit, I would have had a good time in this copy anyway. Don't pretend to be cool above. The Red Department of Mandala suffered heavy losses. And the guys who received the killing order were even more blank. They all died in the Blue Star copy. If you lower your attributes to that level, I think you will die without knowing how you died. Lin Fan, a native of the Blue Star copy, is very dangerous. His strength is definitely not something that can be possessed by the F level. Even those important natives in the E level copy can't compare to him. Haha. Haha. Why didn't I sneak away? I regret it so much. I really regret it. You guys killed yourself. Who can you blame? I like the Blue Star copy very much. The people there are very easy to talk to and very friendly. I have completed several missions. Compared with other copies, I think the Blue Star copy is the eternal god. I think so too. It feels pretty good. The Blue Star dungeon is the dawn of our ordinary spinach star people. Detailed description of the safe area of the Blue Star dungeon. 18 elements of how to quickly complete the task in the Blue Star dungeon. There are more and more posts related to Blue Star in the forum. With the arrival of several waves, for those spinach star people who only want to complete the task and don't want to make trouble in the dungeon world, they find that the order of Blue Star is much more stable than the order of the dungeons they have experienced. It's a very simple truth. As long as you don't make trouble in the dungeon, it's basically easy to complete the task. As for the main reason why the previous task could not be completed, it was that the civilization of that dungeon was not understood, which led to some misunderstandings. For ordinary spinach star creatures, the feeling of the Blue Star dungeon is still good. Of course, for some guys, the Blue Star dungeon is still very hateful. Spinach star. A manor. Master Dill. This is the situation. I went to the salt market you mentioned and looked for the native Chen and Hui you mentioned. But who would have thought that as soon as I said who to look for, a group of people blocked me. I ran, and they shot, and killed me back with a few bangs. A man who was killed back from Blue Star cried. His face looked like constipation. Very ugly. After all, a life that becomes a blank slate is very tragic. Halton Dill frowned. His face was quite unhappy. The layout of the Blue Star salt market seemed to have been broken. He knew that the Blue Star copy was a high-tech civilized society with absolute dominance. It must be that the chess piece was exposed too obviously, and was finally dealt with. He also had chess pieces in the E-level copy. Fortunately, it was an ancient society, and the powerful people were scrambling to live forever. As long as the other party had such an idea, everything would be easy. It can provide him with a lot of convenience in the copy. There are many people in the Halton family, and they all need to go through the copy. If the copy is too dangerous, it is easy to die and come back. This is a great loss for the Halton family. Therefore, as an important member of the Halton family, he must pave the way for family members. Only in this way can he gain greater authority in the Spinach Star. What's the situation with Lin Fan in the Yellow City of Blue Star? Has the Mandragora organization not been able to kill him yet? Dill asked. He knew this native very early. At the beginning, he also heard that several members of the Mandragora Red Department died in the hands of the other party. He wanted to laugh when he heard this. No. This time Mandragora did not send members over. Instead, someone issued a hunting order and attracted a group of people to go in. But they were all killed back. I think this copy is very dangerous. This guy is definitely the most important character in the Blue Star copy. Dill pondered, his eyes rolling, as if he had some ideas. At night, Lin Fan lay on the bed and looked at the Savior Forum. Most of the chats were about him. The only thing that remained unchanged was the guy who was in Chao's camp, but his heart was outside. He was still spraying him in the forum. And he also sprayed him in the zoo. I have to say, It feels great to be remembered by others. The 2 posts he posted before were still browsed by people. Checking the background. There was still a lot of income. Withdraw? Although this forum is run by our family. Who knows if they will run away? It is a very wise choice to withdraw the money as soon as there is money. After reading the content in the forum, check the copy column. The countdown for the E-level copy 5 Demons in Chaos has ended. Enter the copy. The scene in front of him changed. The sky gradually darkened. The sun set, and he was in the mountains and forests. He didn't know where exactly he was, but it didn't matter. The task in the copy was coming soon. E-level copy 5 Demons in Chaos. Introduction. In the late Qing dynasty and early Republic of China, the White Lotus sect worshipped 5 demons. The demons were cruel by nature and were good at transforming pregnant women and babies into demons, endangering the world. Once the demons were cultivated and formed, they would break the fetus and be lawless. A high monk felt that the demons were cruel, so he sealed the 5 demons, suppressed them with golden Buddhas, and buried them in the wild mountains. World mainline task: I destroy the 5 demons. Note: the 5 demons have broken the seal and are hiding in the fetus of a pregnant woman. They are located in Fengyang City. Task reward: Strength +5. Speed +2. Demon Slayer Knife. This mission is not very good. Lin Fan can only say that the reward is average. There is nothing attractive. But it doesn't matter. When he came to the dungeon world, completing the mission was secondary. The main thing was to experience the exotic customs and see what the different worlds were like. In the late Qing dynasty and early Republic of China, the historical situation seemed to be the same as that of Blue Star, but he knew that it was not a world, but a parallel world. He looked around and walked towards the distance. Soon, he saw fireworks rising in the distance. He didn't need to think about it. He knew it was the breath of the village. He quickened his pace. Not long after, he arrived at the village after the sky gradually darkened and only a faint yellow remained. Looking at the village doorplate, Qianquan Village. There were no people in the village at this time, and every household closed their doors. Is there anyone? Lin Fan asked. Faintly, he could see a figure moving in the house. It was obvious that there was someone there, and he could hear his voice, but he didn't come out. I have no ill intentions. I just passed by here and wanted to ask something, Lin Fan said. Creak. This way. Come in quickly. The door of a house opened, and an old man looked outside nervously and waved to Lin Fan quickly. Lin Fan hurried forward and bowed. Uncle. I. Before he finished speaking, the old man pulled Lin Fan into the house and hurriedly closed the door. The old man said, Young man, you are risking your life. It's very dangerous outside when it's dark, especially near our Qianquan village where there are zombies. Zombies? Yes. It's been a while, and livestock in every household have been killed. When they were found, they had no blood in their bodies. This is the work of zombies. Hearing about zombies, he couldn't help but want to take action. In the end, which is stronger, the zombies or my lightning thunder fist? I really want to fight the zombies. Uncle, how do I get to Fengyang City? Lin Fan asked. The old man said, Fengyang City is not far from here. It's only a few dozen miles away. It's Marshal Su's territory. What are you going there for? Joining the army is not a good idea. There's chaos outside now. Warlords are fighting. And joining the army is like going to die. Lin Fan smiled and said, Old man, you misunderstood. I'm not going to join the army. I'm going to exorcise demons. Fengyang City is full of demonic energy and demons are causing trouble. As a heavenly master, I can't just ignore it. Ah? The old man stared. You are still a Taoist priest? Heavenly master. Oh. How can a Taoist priest be the same as a heavenly master? It doesn't sound right. Lin Fan didn't rush to leave, but wanted to see what kind of stuff this zombie is, and help the village to clear the potential threat. Look, this is the correct way for the Adventers to communicate. Although they are not in the same world, they are all living humans. Friendly communication is very necessary. The night gradually deepened. The moon in the sky was very bright, and occasionally dark clouds floated by, making the bright moonlight look a little dim. Lin Fan, who has extremely high three-dimensional attributes, seemed to be able to feel the panic of the villagers around him. No one slept. Maybe they were curled up in the quilt, shivering. Suddenly, Lin Fan suddenly opened his eyes. There was a noise outside. He stood up suddenly, broke through the door, and growled, You daring monster! I am the heavenly master here. And you dare to do evil. The sudden outburst completely woke up the half-asleep old man. When he opened his eyes, he saw that the door was open. He jumped up instantly, and was covered in cold sweat. He hurried to the door, and saw two figures standing in the village at a glance. One of them was the young man who claimed to be the Heavenly Master. The other was the zombie that people were terrified of. The other villagers hiding at home heard the noise outside, and they hurriedly got up, carefully stuck to the window, and quietly looked outside. This was the first time Lin Fan saw a zombie with his own eyes. He had to say that it was really scary. It had a green face and fangs, was hideous and terrible, and exuded a pungent odor. The zombie was wearing the official clothes of the Qing dynasty, and its sharp nails were shining with a dark glow. The zombie let out a low roar from its throat, and its eyes, glowing with dim light, stared at Lin Fan. The zombie's desire for blood made it unable to resist the impulse in its heart. Without thinking, it jumped up and rushed towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan roared and kicked the zombie more than 10 meters away. The ordinary fist and kick power did not cause much damage to the zombie. The kicked zombie stood up straight and became more irritable and ferocious. It was obviously a little angry because of the kick. Looking for death, Lin Fan took a deep breath and clenched his fists. Suddenly, he saw thunder wandering on his body and condensing on his fists. The zombie who wanted to pounce seemed to feel the danger and was afraid to approach. This Heavenly Master is here. How can I let you be so presumptuous? Lightning Thunder Fist. As soon as the voice fell, Lin Fan appeared in front of the zombie and punched out. Covered with thunder, the zombie was full of thunder light. With a bang, it exploded and turned into blue ash and dissipated between heaven and earth. I haven't used my full strength yet, and you've already exploded. You're not much of a zombie. The Lightning Thunder Fist sounds a bit rustic just by the name, but when it is used, it can have a thunder effect, which is not easy. The strongest and most masculine thunder naturally restrains evil spirits, not to mention zombies. Even evil spirits will be completely destroyed. It's dawn. Master, you are leaving. The old man led the villagers to see him off. The eyes they looked at Lin Fan were as if they saw a god. Respectful, awe-inspiring, and grateful. They really saw the thunder and lightning. Only Lei Gong and Dian Mu can control thunder and lightning. Yes, the devil is a disaster to the people. This Heavenly Master must eliminate the devil and defend the way, and restore the world to peace and order. Lin Fan has already brought himself into the profession of Heavenly Master, and the tone of his speech is already standing at the highest point of morality. For example, bold monster, I can see at a glance that you are not a human. I will destroy you. Heavenly Master, please accept these money. Thank you for helping us to eliminate the zombies in Qianquan village. Otherwise we don't know what to do. The old man handed over the money bag. Faced with this situation, Lin Fan himself was penniless and had to go to the city to complete the task. It's not possible that he couldn't even enter the city gate because he had no money. Thank you. Lin Fan took the money bag and left with a fist. The old man looked at Lin Fan's back and sighed. You can't judge a person by his appearance. He is a Heavenly Master at such a young age, and he controls thunder. He is really a god in the world. Yes. Yes. The villagers echoed. After a long time, a middle-aged man with a mustache walked into Qianquan village. As soon as he entered the village, he sniffed and felt that there was a smell of corpse in the air that had not completely dissipated. Who are you looking for? There were only so many villagers, and the stranger recognized him at a glance. I am Qinghai, traveling around. I learned that there are zombies here, so I came to see it. Qinghai was wearing cloth clothes, thinking that he could get rewards from the villagers by solving the zombies here. Not only could he kill demons and monsters, but he could also earn some money. It was a sure-win business. Oh, gone. The zombies were killed by the passing Tianshi. Tianshi? Qinghai was shocked. In the current Dharma ending age, it is impossible for a Tianshi-level existence to appear. Yes, a Tianshi who controls thunder. That ability is very powerful. Just like a fairy figure. With one punch, the zombie exploded directly. The villagers recalled what they saw last night, and they are still amazed until now. Thunder Qinghai was so shocked that he couldn't speak, thinking that it was a bit beyond his cognition. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm busy now. Fortunately, you came late. If you came earlier and encountered zombies, you would be in danger. Seeing Qinghai so shocked, the villagers thought he might be a charlatan. The fate of a charlatan who encounters a real zombie is very miserable. Qinghai could see the villagers' suspicion of him. He did not argue. but just shook his head, and then took out the compass. The direction pointed by the compass was Fengyang City. It is rumored that Marshal Su of Fengyang City does not fight for territory, but likes to dig graves and steal money from the dead. I'm afraid he is something extraordinary. Qinghai put away the compass and quickly rushed towards Fengyang City. In this turbulent era, it is not easy to be a Taoist priest. You can only read feng shui for people, deliver corpses, and earn a little money to barely make a living. Inside the city, Lin Fan walked on the street, looking at the pedestrians around him. They were all pale and thin, obviously eating one meal and starving the next. In such a turbulent era, it was good to have a place to live. As for whether you can eat enough, it depends on your luck. Soon, he saw the people hurriedly heading in one direction, listening with ears erect. Hurry, hurry. Marshal Su is holding a banquet. If you go late, there will be no food. Oh, Marshal Su is really a man among men. All 5 concubines are pregnant. This fighting power is too strong. Don't worry about being strong or not. Just have food to eat. Lin Fan went with the people. At the same time, he muttered in his heart. 5 demons. Pregnant women. Fetuses? All 5 concubines of Su Dashwai are pregnant. Is this a coincidence? Never mind. Just pretend to have a meal first, and then take a good look at the situation. Soon, he arrived at the place where Su Dashwai was holding a banquet, and found a seat to sit down. Not long after, the noise around him stopped. Our Su Dashwai has something to say. Keep quiet. A voice came. Lin Fan looked at the door of Su's house and saw Su Dashwai, wearing a marshal's uniform, and his deputy in a yellow officer's uniform standing beside him. Marshal Su shouted, I'm happy today, so I'll set up an assembly line to let you eat your fill. All 5 of my wives are pregnant. I have to say that my gun is very accurate. Don't you think so? The people echoed and praised the marshal for being awesome. The marshal was awesome. It was obvious that the marshal was not the kind of boss who needed others to do things for him. Lin Fan looked up at the sky above the mansion, but he was just looking at it in vain. He was not a Taoist priest, so how could he see the demonic energy at a glance? Are the 5 demons here? Lin Fan touched his chin and thought. Night. He continued to squat here, and suddenly he heard footsteps coming. He looked up and saw a man in cloth and a mustache coming. What are you doing here? Hurry up and leave. The demonic energy here is soaring. Demons are causing trouble. If you don't want to die, leave quickly. Qinghai saw a young man sitting outside Marshal Su's mansion and reminded him. You said there is a demon in Marshal Su's mansion? Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Well, the demonic energy is overwhelming, covering the sky and the sun. It's not a simple demon. I have traveled around Qinghai, slaying demons and eliminating demons, but I have never seen such a demon. Whether I can see the sun tomorrow is still unknown. Qinghai sighed. Hey, where are you going? He hoped that the guy would leave, but who would have thought that the guy would go straight to the marshal's mansion? This shocked him a little confused. Just look at it. This is what I'm looking for. In the mansion, the second concubine was sitting in the room. There were all kinds of fish and meat on the table in front of her, but she was wolfing it down, constantly putting the fish on the table into her mouth with both hands, swallowing it frantically. The maid serving the second concubine looked nervously. The second concubine became so weird. They had never seen such behavior before. The fish on the table was gone, and the second concubine's face was glowing green. Her originally flat belly was slightly bulging, and there was no sign of stopping. Second concubine, your bellier maid discovered the second concubine's situation and pointed in horror. The second concubine stood up, with a sinister and evil smile on her face, and made a weird sound of hee-hee, which scared the maids who served her and wanted to run away. But the door slammed shut, and no matter how hard the maids tried, they couldn't open the door. Puff! Puff! A breaking sound came. The maids looked back in fear. The second concubine's belly broke her clothes. The skin on her belly cracked, and the sticky blood flowed wildly. Suddenly, her abdomen opened like a mouth, full of sharp teeth, and at the same time, a strange cry of a baby came from inside. Looking closely, there was a baby's head inside. In an instant, scarlet flesh tentacles suddenly swept out of the second concubine's abdomen, tied up one of the maids, pulled her to the front of her abdomen, and stuffed her into her abdomen. Grunt! Grunt! The sound of biting. Blood splattered everywhere. Another maid collapsed on the ground in fear, holding her head and shouting. The second concubine showed an expression of enjoyment. Blood food is a tonic. And at this moment, there was a bang. The door was kicked open. And the maid who was sitting at the door was directly knocked away by the kicked open door panel. And hit the pillar of the house heavily and fainted. So it's really here. Lin Fan saw the second concubine with a split stomach at a glance. And his stomach was a little churning. It was so disgusting. The other party's abdomen had obviously just eaten someone. And half of the calf was exposed. Lin Fan started to work without saying a word. Thunder and lightning condensed on the fist. The second concubine felt the power of thunder and was shocked. This feeling was even more terrible than being suppressed by the golden Buddha. But before she could think more, Lin Fan had already punched out. With a bang, the second concubine exploded instantly. And even the demon fetus in her belly was not spared. That's it? That's it? Lin Fan snorted and continued to go out to look for other demons. The marshal's mansion was in chaos now. The demons were making trouble and began to devour flesh and blood. The death of the second concubine also alarmed the other 4 demons. They roared in anger and gathered towards Lin Fan. In the courtyard, Lin Fan heard the screams and walked towards that side. And the Qinghai Taoist appeared beside Lin Fan. Boy, you are looking for death. Why don't you leave with me quickly and come back when you are fully prepared? You can't leave. A gloomy voice came. The eldest concubine came with a green face. In her cracked abdomen, a fetus's head twisted and kept devouring the flesh and blood she had just eaten. How dare you? Qinghai roared, took off the Taoist beads on his neck, clapped his hands, and hit the eldest concubine's body. Crackling. A burst of sparks. The eldest concubine fell to the ground with a bang. And there was no movement. So weak. Lin Fan said. Qinghai said, the demon fetus has not yet been born. Once the demon fetus is born, it will be invincible in the world. These things will be useless to them. Seeing this situation, Qinghai obviously thought of what he was facing. The 5 demon heads of the White Lotus sect. The demon heads formed by the 5-way divine and demonic energy. With this cultivation, it is naturally no problem to deal with a demon fetus that has not yet been born. But once it is born, even he can't resist it. Ah! Don't come over. A man holding a golden Buddha shouted while retreating. The man saw Qinghai and ran over in a hurry. Master, what should we do? The man was the chef of the marshal's mansion, Chulu, who had escaped here thanks to the golden Buddha. Before Qinghai could speak, the 3rd and 4th concubines appeared. The golden Buddha still had a deterrent effect on them. Give me the golden Buddha, Qinghai said hurriedly. Oh! Chulu handed the golden Buddha to Taoist Qinghai. Qinghai held the golden Buddha, chanting some spells, and suddenly pushed the golden Buddha forward, and saw a golden light emerge from the golden Buddha, instantly covering the 2 demons. Ah! A shrill scream was heard. Bang! Bang! The 2 demons covered by the Buddha's light exploded instantly. It's safe. Chulu patted his chest. No. There are more. Qinghai knew that there were 5 demons, and now only 3 have been eliminated. And there are still 2. There is 1 more. Lin Fan said. No, there are 2 more. Qinghai didn't know that the second concubine had been beaten by Lin Fan. At this moment, the moonlight in the sky was covered, and the strange dark clouds seemed to represent an ominous sign. The gloomy wind in the courtyard blew, making it impossible to open one's eyes. No. The demon fetus is born. It's too late. Qinghai's face was ashen. Chapter 44. This is too explosive. Ha ha ha. Creepy laughter came from all directions. A woman in red stood in the distance like a ghost, holding a newborn baby in her arms. The baby was shrouded in green magic and was one with the woman. Xiaoyer, Chulu said to himself in grief. Are you familiar? Lin Fan heard a hint of gossip from the other party's emotional expression. It seemed to be a critical moment, but the flames of gossip were not extinguished, but burned more and more. Xiaoyer and I are childhood sweethearts, and the child is mine. Chulu's heart was broken as if it was torn apart, and he looked at Xiaoyer with loving eyes. Xiaoyer, are you still you? In just a short sentence, there are too many human relationships, and the emotions in the dungeon world are too complicated. She is no longer your little fish. The demon fetus is born, and the mother and child are in the same body. It is extremely difficult. Qinghai pulled Chulu behind him, held up the golden Buddha, and chanted a spell. A ray of Buddha light covered the demon head. If it were any evil spirit, it would be seriously injured even if it was not annihilated by the Buddha light. The demon head in front of him was bathed in the Buddha light, safe and sound, and there was nothing unusual. Has this demon reached such a level? Xinghai was horrified. He had never encountered such a terrible demon. The golden Buddha in his hand had been consecrated in the Buddha's temple, and it was chanted and blessed day and night. It had long been an extremely powerful magic weapon. Even if an ordinary person held the golden Buddha and walked in the ghost den, the evil ghosts would have to retreat 3 steps. Suddenly, a suction came, and the golden Buddha in his hand was sucked over by the demon head. And he took it in his hand and played with it casually. What? Xinghai was horrified. His eyes were about to pop out. It was really too fierce. He had practiced Taoism for decades. He had seen all kinds of monsters and demons. This time it was really eye-opening. Maybe this was the last demon he would deal with in his life. Hee. The demon gave a sinister smile and threw the golden Buddha aside. The golden Buddha that had been able to suppress them was no longer useful. Chulu and you kid. Hurry up and leave. I will stop you. This demon has taken shape and cannot be eliminated. The world's disaster has begun. You can live one more day. Xinghai said in a deep voice. Lin Fan said, do you have any tricks? He didn't want to disturb Xinghai's performance. The task didn't specify who to kill, as long as he eliminated him. Since Xinghai took the first move, he naturally wouldn't stop him. He would only take action when the other party had no other choice. Yes, there is a trick. Xinghai was reminded by Lin Fan and remembered it instantly. He hurriedly took out a scripture. Demon-breaking scripture. It's up to you. Xinghai spat a mouthful of blood on the demon-breaking scripture, pinched the seal, and threw the demon-breaking scripture into the air. The nailed demon-breaking scripture instantly dispersed and turned into pages of scriptures that fell towards the demon. In an instant, the pages of the scripture appeared golden light and enveloped the demon. This golden light was indeed useful to the demon, making the demon show a painful look. Seeing this, Xinghai was secretly happy in his heart, as if he could already see the scene of the demon being destroyed. The joy did not last long. The demon roared, and the sharp demon sound instantly collided with the scripture pages. Bang bang bang, the roaring sound exploded, and all the scripture pages were destroyed. It's gone. Xinghai was desperate and had given up resistance. Snap! Lin Fan patted his shoulder. It's not over yet. Xinghai looked at Lin Fan. You and Chulu. If you don't run now, it will be too late. Lin Fan said, no. It's the demon who has no time to run. You have used up your tricks, and I haven't started yet. Watch quietly. Watch quietly. Don't be anxious. And don't blink. The excitement has just begun. What are you talking about? Xinghai didn't say the last word crazy, and was shocked by the scene in front of him and shouted, you are the heavenly master. At this time, Lin Fan raised his hands and spread his palms. Thunder condensed at his palms, and the most yang and strong power spread out. Thunder wandered on the ground, but did not destroy anything. It was enough to show how freely he controlled the lightning thunder fist. The demon, who had already taken shape, felt the power emanating from Lin Fan that made it throb, and showed a trace of timidity. Thunder has a strong restraint on any demons and monsters. Demon, you are a disaster to the world, causing all the people in the world to suffer. Today, this heavenly master will kill you here. Lin Fan roared. Just in case, the perfect Vajra indestructible divine art was activated, and in an instant, the whole body was golden, and yellow light overflowed from the body. Xinghai was shocked and said, Buddhist golden body? This situation is easy to cause misunderstandings. After all, when the body turns golden, anyone will think of the magical powers of Buddhism at the first time. Even Xinghai is no exception. At this time, Lin Fan's thunder and lightning intertwined, and there was a dark thunder falling, which suddenly covered the courtyard into a minefield. Crack, crack, thunder struck in the courtyard. Now Lin Fan's eyes are bright. There are flashes of thunder and lightning, and his footsteps move, and they are gone in a blink of an eye. A muffled thunder sounded, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the demon. Lightning thunder fist. A punch was thrown, covered with thunder, and the demon's arrogance was instantly suppressed and shattered. Ah! A shrill scream came. The demon was covered with thunder and howled. The extremely masculine and strong power had made it unable to move, and even the demonic energy in its body gradually dissipated. Chulu Chulu. Save me. Save the child. The demon's voice turned into Xiaoyu's voice, hoping to seduce Chulu and help him escape. Xiaoyu. Chulu looked reluctant and wanted to help. Xinghai, who was standing by, grabbed Chulu and slapped him twice. Wake up. It's already a demon, not your Xiaoyu. If you let it go, the world will be devastated. Lin Fan's momentum suddenly surged, and he punched out again. With a bang, the demon exploded, shattered into pieces, and turned into blue ash and disappeared without a trace. Mission completed. Rewards distributed. The demon was destroyed. Lin Fan restrained his momentum, and the thunder disappeared into his body. Everything returned to calm, and even the dark clouds covering the moon in the sky gradually dissipated. Qinghai came to Lin Fan and said respectfully, "Qinghai greets the Heavenly Master." Qinghai was blind before, and didn't know the Heavenly Master was here. "Please forgive me." Qinghai felt so embarrassed when he thought of the previous situation. He thought the Heavenly Master was just an ordinary person who knew nothing. How could he have thought that the Heavenly Master was restrained and returned to his original nature? With his little Taoism. How could he see it? It doesn't matter. This Heavenly Master has not made a move yet. I just want to see the strength of you. A junior. Lin Fan was addicted to pretending to be a master. His status changed instantly. And Qinghai became a junior. My disciple is not good at learning. And I am sorry to make the Heavenly Master laugh at him. Qinghai felt that he was really lucky to meet a Heavenly Master in this era. Even some Buddhist and Taoist sects nowadays do not have such a Heavenly Master. Even the leaders of those sects are at most similar to him. At this time, there was a panic cry. "Help! Help! Who can save this Marshal?" Marshal Su ran out with his head bare, and blood all over his body. It was obvious that he had been attacked by the horror scene. Even if he had fought in wars and seen blood, he was still shocked by the devil. Qinghai grabbed Marshal Su, who was running around. "Marshal, it's okay. The devil has been eliminated." "Eliminated? My 5 concubines are gone." Marshal Su was most proud of digging graves and making a fortune. And one shot 5 shots. Every shot must hit. But wait. He remembered that the 5th concubine had just entered the house and held his hand. And he hadn't even explored the cave. How could she be pregnant? But now is not the time to think about these things. It's good that nothing happened. It's good that nothing happened. Lin Fan ignored this, and saw the golden Buddha on the ground. Although the function of this golden Buddha is not very good. It is made of pure gold, and is worth a lot of money. Buddhism is really rich. Pick it up, and put it in the inventory. It's also good to take it back as a work of art. Where is the mission? There is really no mission. It seems that the mission at this stage ends here. For example, the mission in the copy world of Jianghu Emperor Power is obviously followed up. Obviously, the time has not come yet. And the second stage of the mission is still buffering. Qinghai gave advice to Marshal Su. "Marshal, digging graves and robbing tombs is immoral and evil. These 5 demons are among the treasures you dug out. Don't do it in the future." "No. No. I promise not to dig graves and rob tombs." Marshal Su waved his hands repeatedly. He was almost killed by this wave. How dare he? At least not now. Just when Qinghai wanted to say something, he saw the Heavenly Master walking outside, which made Qinghai hurriedly chase him, leaving only a sentence for Marshal Su to take care of himself. "Master, where are you going?" Qinghai asked. Lin Fan said, "The times are turbulent. Demons are rampant. And as a master, I must travel around and exorcise demons." "Master, can you let me go with you?" Qinghai felt that it was a great blessing to meet the master. And following the master would definitely be a great merit. Even after death, he could more or less serve in the underworld. Isn't this much happier than being in the world? Why are the Buddhists and Taoists working so hard to exorcise demons? Saving the people is one reason. And more importantly, they want to accumulate good deeds so that they can have a good treatment after death. You have your mission. I have mine. If you follow me, your road will be cut off, Lin Fan said, not quite understanding. And this is the effect he wanted. Did Qinghai understand? He understood. The master's meaning was very clear. I have my own good fortune, which seems to be pretty good. If I follow the master, my good fortune will be cut off. Qinghai was secretly happy. It seemed that he had good fortune. He himself could not see it. But the heavenly master was so skilled that he must have seen through it. Ah! Lin Fan sighed. Why did the heavenly master sigh? Qinghai asked. Lin Fan said, I, the heavenly master, saw your sincerity and wanted to teach you the thunder method. Unfortunately, this thunder method has extremely high requirements for cultivation. You are not qualified enough. If you practice rashly, you will be wiped out. What a pity. What a pity. Ah! Qinghai's heart ached. He felt that he had lost a great opportunity. He regretted it very much. Why couldn't he have enough qualifications? He was really angry. Let's go! Lin Fan patted Qinghai's shoulder, turned and walked away. Return. With a whoosh, the person disappeared without a trace. Qinghai rubbed his eyes and stared at the disappearing figure of the heavenly master in amazement, shrinking the earth into an inch and traveling 1,000 miles a day. This is the heavenly master's method. The brief contact made Qinghai's cognition change dramatically. Heavenly master equals immortal. That's right. Absolutely right. Just when Qinghai was confused, Chulu ran out in a hurry. Master, the golden Buddha is gone. Blue star. This is the demon-slaying knife. Lin Fan took out the demon-slaying knife that was rewarded for the mission. And he liked it more and more. Demon-slaying knife, it can cut demons, ghosts, demons, people, and everything. It is extremely sharp and domineering. The pale description reveals the domineering nature of this knife. His current means of dealing with enemies is to use a lightning and thunder fist. If he can't kill them, he will change his tactics. He will use Gatling to save all living beings. If they are still alive, he can chop them with a knife. There is always one method that suits the opponent. Early morning, he came to the zoo, and the factory installers were working overtime to rush the work. The fish tank must be large, sturdy, and have an interior view. It must be completed within 2 days. This is a huge project. But for the factory owner, as long as the money is in place, everything is easy to say. The business of the zoo is extremely hot, and the journalist friends have made great contributions. After the publicity, there is a constant flow of people here, and it has become a popular check-in place. Boss. Xiao Zhu looked at Lin Fan with admiration. She didn't expect that the boss was actually a hero who could deal with the adventures. She always thought that the boss was stingy and only knew how to make big promises. Now it seems that she is really lucky to be able to work in the zoo. What's wrong? Xiao Zhu. Boss, our business is so good now. Do you want to raise the ticket price? The discounted price of our tickets on the short video software is still 20 yuan. Hey, Xiao Zhu. Your idea is very bad. How can you raise the price casually? What you need to do in business is principle and fairness. Xiao Zhu felt deeply guilty for her behavior. The business is so good because everyone is supporting it. How can you raise the price when the business is good? It's really wrong. Damn it, could it be that I also have the attributes of a capitalist? Lin Fan changed the subject. But what you said makes sense. Now our zoo has a large expenditure. The ticket price is raised to 100 yuan per ticket for adults. And the children are still 20 yuan. But there is a height limit for children. 1.2 meters no. Let's set it below 1.4 meters. Xiao Zhu looked at the boss, blinked slightly, and silently retracted the idea of self-blame just now. Understood, boss. Lin Fan casually strolled around the zoo and was very satisfied with the current situation. Hollow dancing and singing. Gargamel doing somersaults. Panda ATT is riding a bicycle. Yadi is sweeping the ground with a broom. He Mingxian is still standing at the door, offering free punches. There is a reason why the zoo is so popular. Let's not talk about anything else. Among this group of high-quality employees, who else is normal except He Mingxian? It is because of this that the zoo is so popular. Humming a little tune, turning the car key with his fingertips, he walked towards his beloved car. The car should be replaced, but he thinks it can still be driven. When the car is really crashed and scrapped one day, he can pick up a nice luxury car. He feels very boring in the days without the adventures. He picked up his mobile phone and saw the record of the account. If it was before, he would be quite happy. But he saw it too much and became a little irritated. He didn't even have the leisure to pick up the phone. Security Bureau. Lin Fan made a cup of coffee, lay on the leather chair, and put his legs on the desk. The speakers played elegant music, and he shook his head to the rhythm of the music. Dong dong. Come in. The door opened. Qiao Yu walked in with a few strangers. One woman and one man I had never seen before. Who are they? Lin Fan asked. Qiao Yu said. Evaluators sent by the headquarters. Evaluators? What do you mean? Lin Fan was shocked. What was the purpose of sending an evaluator? Qiao Yu was also helpless. He didn't know what the headquarters was thinking. They actually sent someone to evaluate Lin Fan's strength. The headquarters already had a complete set of values that could classify the effects into fixed values based on various aspects of performance. Before Qiao Yu spoke, the strange woman said, "We are going to give you a complete physical test to know your own abilities." Lin Fan waved his hand and said, "I'm not interested. I won't do it. I know my own situation and don't want others to know. He refused without even thinking about it. Although he has joined the Security Bureau now, it doesn't mean that he trusts everyone in the Security Bureau. People's hearts are hard to predict. Who knows if they are human or ghost? Protecting your own bottom line is the safest thing. The man who followed him frowned slightly, thinking that Lin Fan was really not cooperating with the leader's arrangement, and said, "Lin Fan, this is a task arranged by the headquarters. I hope you can obey the headquarters orders." Snap! Lin Fan took out a pistol and slapped it on the table. "Don't use your tricks on me. I use this thing to kill the Adventers." The sudden rage shocked the two people, who were a little pale. They were also very afraid of Lin Fan. After all, they had seen the video, but they were originally officials with the system, and the tone of handling things had long been deeply rooted, thinking that there was a verbal order from the big leader. That is, holding the imperial edict. You have to be high profile and tough wherever you go. Chow Yu said, "You too should be careful with your words. Understand?" As Lin Fan's colleague, Chow Yu naturally stood on Lin Fan's side, and naturally could not be a middleman. It would be too stupid to say that if it doesn't work, just cooperate a little, etc. The two lowered their heads, had something to say, but hesitated. Lin Fan stood up and put away his gun. "Follow me." Without saying any more nonsense, he walked out the door. The two people who were sent were delighted and secretly proud. It seemed that the other party still had concerns, and would test them after all. Practice room. Da-da-da-da. The roar of gunfire and the pungent smell of gunpowder covered the entire practice room. The target in front had long been torn to pieces, and the special metal wall was even more tattered. Lin Fan stepped on the horse stance, 1 foot forward and 1 foot backward, and the Gatling gun in his hand spun wildly. It turned out that the Gatling gun was not emitting blue light, but emitting fire. After firing a box of ammunition, Lin Fan put the heavy Gatling gun on the ground and looked at the two people expressionlessly. "See clearly? This is how I fight the enemy." The two looked at them in amazement, swallowing their saliva slowly, and their hearts were trembling. The weight and reminder of this Gatling gun were so heavy that even two people could not move it. And now in the hands of the other party, it was like holding a toy. "Look! See clearly," the two said in unison. Lin Fan raised his hands and patted the two on the shoulders. "Go back and write well. Don't bother me if you have nothing to do. I know you are also errand runners. But errand runners should also have the self-awareness of errand runners. Don't put on that set to everyone. Do you know?" "I know. I know. Chow Yu. They have only been here for a short time. They haven't had breakfast yet. You take them to have breakfast. It's more uncomfortable to be hungry," Lin Fan said. "Okay. No problem." Chow Yu smiled and took the two away. Lin Fan put the Gatling gun into the inventory and refilled the ammunition box. He really couldn't figure out who was idle in the headquarters, and he had to investigate him so clearly. He really had nothing to do. Back to the office. When passing by Wu Hao's office area, he suddenly saw him sitting cross-legged and practicing. After getting the supporting equipment of the medicinal bath, there was no problem in practicing the Vajra indestructible divine art, and even the progress would be much faster. His eyesight was very good, and he vaguely saw that Wu Hao seemed to have a faint golden light on his body. This is the effect of the first level. Lin Fan was very surprised. He didn't expect Wu Hao to practice so fast. It was really beyond his imagination. Sure enough, no matter where you are, there are martial arts geniuses. Come on. The extraordinary road of Blue Star humans is slowly opening up. After he threw out the Vajra indestructible divine art, he had already anticipated the future development. He didn't ask everyone to practice to the highest level, but the human physique would definitely undergo earth-shaking changes. I just don't know whether the people above will promote the skills to ordinary people. According to his idea, even if it is promoted, at most the first 3 levels will be promoted, and the rest must be controlled in his hands. It has been like this for many years. What is shown is never the latest, and there must be a hidden hand. This is a custom passed down from ancient times to the present by our ancestors. At noon, in the cafeteria. Are they gone? Lin Fan and Chow Yu were eating in the cafeteria. They left. You scared them so much that their faces turned pale. Chow Yu couldn't help laughing when she thought of their faces. Lin Fan said, "How is your cultivation going?" Chow Yu, "I can feel the qi, but not as much as Xiao Wu." Xiao Wu, who was eating, laughed. "I was lucky. Just lucky," Wang Kai said. "I also felt a little, but not much," Lin Fan said. "Take your time. Don't rush. Most of the adventers who come to Huang City now are still easy to talk to. And those who are not easy to talk to usually come to me. And I can deal with them. They were quite familiar with Lin Fan's situation. And nodded. They felt safer with such a colleague around. A few days later, at the entrance of the security bureau, a well-dressed man appeared at the guardhouse with a wicked smile. Hello. Is Lin Fan here? Old Qin looked at the young man and was shocked. Damn. Such a handsome man. Even more handsome than when he was young. Which made Old Qin feel that there are still many handsome men in the world. What do you want to see him for? My name is Halton Dill, the adventurer of Spinach Star. I want to find him and have a good chat with him. Hearing that it was the adventurer, Old Qin's expression became serious. Without thinking too much, he hurriedly called to inform. In the office, Lin Fan looked at the man in front of him in surprise. He really didn't expect that the other party would take the initiative to come to his door. Today is the day when the adventurer arrives. What he didn't expect was that there were no adventurers with flashing spots in Huang City, which made him feel a little regretful. So he came to the security bureau. When I sat down at the security bureau, before I could even warm my butt, I found a red light flashing on the map. And the task prompt also came. Task. Dill of the Halton family came and broke him down. Task reward. Strength plus 5. Stamina plus 5. Speed plus 5. Plunder LV4. Very similar task rewards. Just as I was about to get up and look for the other party, I found that the other party was also coming to the security bureau. Before I could wait for long, I received a call saying that the other party was looking for me. This made Lin Fan a little confused. Hello. Lin Fan. My name is Dill. Dill sat there elegantly, crossed his legs, and stared at Lin Fan with a smile on his face. Lin Fan looked at the other party. You are the guy who turned Chen He and Chen Hui into vampires. Let's get straight to the point. What do you want to talk to me about? Dill applauded. Great. Now I understand why those guys from Mandragora can't kill you. Your situation is really beyond my imagination. I came here to discuss cooperation with you this time. Cooperation? Lin Fan smiled. What kind of cooperation can we discuss between you and me? No. Anything can be discussed. Introduce myself. I am one of the future heirs of Halton. Our family has a very high status in Spinach Star. Just like those in power in your Blue Star. Dill came to Blue Star in person to send a signal to the other party that our Halton family attaches great importance to this cooperation. Well, tell me, Lin Fan said. Dill said, I hope that our Halton family can reach a strategic partnership with you. You help Halton members complete various difficult tasks on Blue Star, and Halton can give you absolute stability, which can ensure that our Halton family members will not wantonly disrupt the order of your Blue Star. Lin Fan smiled and said, It's a very good suggestion. If you are really friendly to your Halton members, even if they don't cooperate, it won't be difficult for them to complete the task. No, you misunderstood. Their tasks are a bit difficult, such as killing, destruction, etc. I hope you can cooperate. But you can rest assured that the people killed are definitely not important people on your Blue Star, but just some civilians. Dill felt that the other party would definitely agree. Civilians were the least of concern. There were too many civilians to be found. On his way here, he found that there were not a few civilians on Blue Star. Hearing what the other party said, Lin Fan was really amused by him. Are you sure you are not kidding me? Dill said seriously. Do you think I am kidding? I think you are kidding me. Dill's face was very solemn. And then he stood up gracefully. It seems that we can't cooperate. But I think if you don't cooperate with us, there will be others who will cooperate with us. Because Blue Star is not your decision. Return. Suddenly, Dill's face changed. Is it impossible to return? Lin Fan saw Dill's expression in his eyes. Sure enough, as he thought, he had a strong aura that could intimidate the other party and make him have nowhere to escape. What did you do to me? Dill blamed Lin Fan for the situation of not being able to return. Lin Fan stood up and walked towards Dill, and Dill's face turned cold. He immediately attacked, wanting to kill Lin Fan and leave here. But his hand was caught by Lin Fan, and he applied a little force and made a click. Ah! Dill screamed in pain, and the bones in his palms seemed to be crushed. And he was in great pain. I have never seen anyone like you. You actually ran to my territory openly. I wonder if you really take me seriously. Lin Fan was helpless. At this time, Dill couldn't believe it. His attributes were all stuck at the peak value. In other words, he was almost invincible on Blue Star. Bang! A punch was thrown, Dill covered his abdomen, knelt on the ground. His eyeballs were about to burst out. This force was something he could not resist, as if his whole body was about to explode. Lin Fan stared at Dill. When a rare species appeared, if it could not be used well, it would be a waste. Thinking of this, Lin Fan carried Dill out of the office, and colleagues passing by looked at him in confusion. It was strange that this guy was fine when he came in, but he was so embarrassed when he left. "Let me go! You let me go!" Dill roared, and the eyes around him made him feel very embarrassed. As one of the future heirs of the Halton family, he felt that this situation was a humiliation to him. Zoo. When Gargamel saw the guy Lin Fan brought back, he was shocked. If he was not mistaken, this seemed to be Dill from the Halton family, who had a very high status in the family. Damn! He was taken to the zoo. The citizens who came to the zoo to play were also very confused. Lin Fan said, "Dear guests, our zoo has temporarily added a new species, the spinach star descender vampire. You usually only see it in movies, but our zoo's main attraction is a curiosity. You came today. It's a prophet." The citizens were shocked. Vampire? Real or fake? They were very skeptical about this. "Let's show you the ability of vampires," Lin Fan said. "Let me go! You damn fellow! Let me go!" Dill roared. As a core member of the Halton family, he had never suffered such humiliation. "Paw!" Lin Fan gave Dill 2 big slaps. "If you don't want to die, show it." Hearing what Lin Fan said, Dill was frightened and shocked. He felt an indescribable fear. He knew that the other party would definitely dare to kill him. He didn't care about his own attributes, because without the attributes, he could let the family members take him to continue to brush. But the importance of skills cannot be measured by ordinary things. Thinking of this, Dill opened his mouth and exposed the teeth of a vampire. "Oh! Damn!" the onlookers exclaimed. But the shock was not strong enough. "Boss, is there anything else?" Lin Fan looked at Dill, and before he said anything, Dill had already understood the meaning, and saw his eyes suddenly red. The eyes are red. His eyes are red. Is this really a vampire? I think it must be a vampire. "Boss, are there any more?" Faced with the citizens' inquiries, as the owner of the zoo, he had to meet their requirements, and then ask someone to fetch a chicken, which was alive and kicking, and had been raised for 2.5 years. He is also an old actor in the zoo. Vampires can suck their targets into mummies in an instant. And now I'll let him perform. Lin Fan handed the chicken to Dill. As if sensing the impending danger, the chicken struggled and wanted to flap its wings to escape. Dill looked at Lin Fan angrily. "You actually want me to suck the blood of the chicken? Hurry up. Everyone is waiting," Lin Fan urged. "Unfriendly adventures have no human rights on Blue Star." "Impossible. Forget it. I'll send you on your way." "You?" Dill gave in, and finally grabbed the chicken leg, pulled it apart, and then bit it. The citizens stared at him. Under their gaze, the originally plump chicken was shrinking at a very fast speed. In a moment, Dill threw the mummified chicken to the ground. "My God, this is really a vampire. The chicken's blood is gone. Not even a drop left. It's terrible. It's really terrible. Boss, can you perform again?" Some citizens thought it was really exciting and wanted to continue watching. Lin Fan said, "Everyone, it's not that I don't want to perform, but now the prices of all aspects are too high. And the cost of the zoo is also high. The chicken is left in the zoo and used for soup. Boss, I'll pay 200 yuan. Okay. Well, since everyone is asking for it, what else can I say? I can only agree to you. When the price is agreed, everything is not a problem." Dill looked at Lin Fan angrily, as if he wanted to tear him apart completely. Only in the crowd, there was a descender staring at the scene in front of him in amazement. How could he not know Dill? He was one of the heirs of the Halton family. He often showed off in the forum, which made everyone envious. But who would have thought that Dill would be treated so badly in the Blue Star copy? His mission to come to Blue Star was to make friends with a native of Blue Star. For this reason, he thought about it and found a native who seemed to be easier to communicate with. He said to him directly, "I am a descender from Spinach Star. I want to make friends with you. Are you willing?" He waited for the result with a nervous heart. Unexpectedly, the other party was very excited. He grabbed his hand and said, "Yes, very much." Then he took him to play everywhere, and even took him to the Xinfeng Zoo, a local internet celebrity check-in place, and told him that this zoo was opened by Lin Fan. With a nervous heart, He walked into the zoo and saw Dill's miserable experience at a glance. He silently took out the mobile phone of Spinach Star. Although there was no signal, there was no problem in shooting videos. If this was returned to Spinach Star and posted on the forum, it would definitely be earth-shattering news. Eat chicken. Eat chicken. Eat chicken. Dill has gradually collapsed. As a noble primate, he was treated as a monkey. This was a heavy blow to him. He even suffered from the other party's big cunt from time to time. It would be unbearable for anyone. There are more and more visitors to the zoo. They are all notified by friends that there is a vampire show in Xinfeng Zoo. Come and see it quickly. Otherwise it will be gone. Even reporters were attracted to it. Buy a ticket and come in to record the vampires in all aspects. Gargamel. And Audie looked at the situation in front of them. Will this be too tragic? Gargamel. This is no longer a matter of tragedy, but it is a matter of rubbing the face of the Halton family on the ground. After this incident, I am afraid that something big will happen. It will be terrible. Right? Gargamel. I don't know if it is terrible, but it will definitely be explosive. Did you see that there are also adventures in the crowd of onlookers? They are already taking pictures with their mobile phones. Do you think this matter can be concealed? Ad nodded. What he said made sense. Audie pinched his nose and looked expressionlessly. It's amazing. Gargamel and Ed looked at Audie. Good guy. We have said so much. And you actually reacted just now. It is really terrible. Night. The zoo is closed. Thank you. Because of you. My business at the zoo is booming today. Lin Fan glanced at the receipt record, and the smile on his face was very bright. Dill didn't say anything. His spirit had collapsed. There is no such torture. This is a double torture of the spirit and the body. Clang. Lin Fan took out the Demon Slayer knife. Under the moonlight, the Demon Slayer knife flashed with dazzling brilliance, and one could even feel the chill transmitted by the blade. Feeling the chill, Dill looked up suddenly. You said you wouldn't kill me. Puff. Lin Fan swung the knife directly, and a cold light flashed. Dill's head rolled on the ground, staring at Lin Fan with his eyes wide open. And the hatred still did not dissipate. Lin Fan looked at him indifferently. Blue Star is not something you can make trouble on if you want to. If you make trouble, you will have to pay the price. Lin Fan would not have any mercy on these descenders. Plundering skills, immune to all poisons, intermediate. For Lin Fan, the plundering things are no longer as exciting as before. He acted very calmly. For three-dimensional data and skills, he relied more on the tasks in the dungeon and the feedback from the guild members. Plundering is very common. Just do it when you have it, instead of wasting time tying up the opponent and slowly consuming them. That process is too boring. Spinach Star. After returning to the manor, Dill stood there in a daze. Am I dead? He looked down at his raised hands. The dull light in his eyes was very obvious. Check his own data. Name, Halton Dill. Race, primate. Strength, 10. Stamina, 10. Speed, 10. Skills, none. Items, none. His current self panel is like this. Clean enough to wipe his face, without a trace of dust. No. No. Dill muttered to himself. And suddenly, holding his head. Impossible. How could this happen? At this time, the butler hurried in. Master. For him. Just after entering, before he finished speaking, he saw the master kneeling on the ground, pounding the ground with his fists, roaring angrily. Chapter 45. Single-handedly challenged the final mission boss of the dungeon. Forum? What forum? Dill is very sensitive and fragile, and can't stand any blow. Master, take a look for yourself. The housekeeper didn't dare to say that the master's condition was very wrong, especially in terms of the spiritual level. It felt like he could collapse and go crazy at any time. Dill didn't even think about it, and quickly took out his mobile phone and opened the forum. In the forum, shocking revelation. Halton Dill was fooled in the Blue Star dungeon that day. Reading volume, 20 million plus. Comments, 10 million plus. Hack. Can you watch this for free? My idol. My idol. I told you that Dill is too arrogant in our forum. He will be screwed one day. Obviously. The day is today. It's so funny. Dill sucked wild chickens. He must have sucked at least a dozen. I counted them. There are 20 chickens in total. It's really miserable. He sucked a mouthful of chicken feathers. I can smell the smell of chicken shit in Dill's mouth through the screen. It's miserable. It's really miserable. The young Master Dill who doesn't take anyone seriously was beaten up in Blue Star. I hope he can learn a lesson. He should learn a lesson. He is completely useless. The Halton family has invested so many resources in him. He has no skills. What else can we say? Not necessarily. The Halton family has a strong foundation. The future heir of Halton is not just Dill. He is already so useless. What else can we invest in? I really don't understand what he is thinking. The Blue Star dungeon is really good. At least the natives I met are very friendly. I am there. I also met a few friends there. And we had a good exchange. You are a Blue Elite. Right? We are Spinach Stars. How dare you say that the Blue Star copy is good? I think it's good too. I'm ugly. And my mission to Blue Star is to be hugged by the opposite sex. I stayed there for a long time, and no one paid attention to me. But the Blue Star Security Bureau helped me complete the mission, and said that I would cooperate more in the future. As long as it is a normal mission. They will actively help me. I think it's great. Anyway, we are all for completing the mission and becoming stronger. So why not cooperate? The little traitor has exposed his black feet. Haha. Believe it or not. Anyway, don't make trouble. It's very safe. The dead guys are all looking for trouble. And there should be no sense of superiority. Don't quarrel. Let's talk about Deer. Do you think he is reading the forum now? Deer, don't read it. We have all seen your performance. You are completely socially dead. It's terrible. At this time, Deer roared and cursed. And the content in the forum deeply hurt his fragile heart. Block this post. I want you to block this post now. Dill yelled at the housekeeper. The housekeeper sighed. The young master was completely ruined. This forum was a platform jointly managed by the forces of Spinach Star. Who are you? Delete it as you say. This is obviously impossible. He also watched the young master's video. After this incident, the young master was completely ruined and could not become the heir of the Halton family. At this moment, the housekeeper's mobile phone rang. After hearing the content, his face changed slightly. Young master, your situation may improve. What do you mean? Dill asked hurriedly. The housekeeper said, just now I got the news that the fish-headed tribe member Madden who entered the B-level copy was killed in the B-level copy. This matter has been exposed in the forum, which diverted your attention. This routine is very effective. Cover up another matter with another matter. But Dill's identity is very sensitive. What can be covered up? Now it has finally come. Madden is the light of hope of the fish-headed tribe, and the hero in the hearts of all the fish-headed tribe. Now that Madden is in trouble, it is simply a bolt from the blue for the fish-headed tribe. Dill hurriedly opened the forum. Sure enough, the number of comments on his post decreased. And the latest post instantly attracted the attention of most people. Shock! 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 The light of hope of the fish-headed tribe. Madden died tragically in the B-level copy. Ha ha ha, Dill laughed. God help me. God help me. He died well. Really died well. Click on the post. Look at the comments. No. 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 I can't believe this is true. Madden's death is an unbearable blow to the Fishhead clan. Although I am not a member of the Fishhead clan, I admire Madden very much. When I learned that a strong man appeared in the Fishhead clan, I deliberately collected his life information and found that he was really not easy. He was born in an extremely poor family, but he always had a spirit of struggle, hoping to make the Fishhead clan's social status higher. Until the appearance of the copy, he kept venturing into the copy world. In order to complete the task, he acted very humble and was often ridiculed. Slowly, he struggled to enter the B-level copy, making steady progress all the way and earning money. All the wealth he got was used to improve the lives of the fish-headed people. He really supported an entire race by himself. Yes, Madden is indeed worthy of admiration. And he is very stable. Even if he went to a B-level copy, he would not choose a too dangerous one. I think there must be a conspiracy behind his death. What conspiracy or not? It seems very mysterious. The primates did it. In recent years, in addition to the primates, many strong people from other races have died. Don't talk nonsense. You need to be responsible for making rumors without evidence. I'm talking nonsense? It's a joke. An open secret. But no one dares to take it seriously. The comment area was arguing fiercely. Everyone was discussing Madden's situation. As for Dill's matter, it was no longer a big deal. It was meaningless after eating the melon. The most interesting thing was this topic involving conspiracy theories. Great. Dill smiled and felt much more relaxed. But the pain still did not disappear. The phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, his face turned pale instantly. Blue Star. Sunshine Community. Lin Fan lay in the room, continuing to study the functions of the guild. In the past few days, the points have been enough again. Increase the number of members. Guild members, May 8th. Most of the daily tasks of the 5 members are 1 attribute, which is equivalent to him doing nothing every day and increasing his attributes by 5 points every day. Especially Hollow is an exception. And there will be surprises from time to time. He will not pull the Adventers into the guild casually. This must be approved by him. After completing the gang promotion, he came to the living room. Gargamel and the others looked at Lin Fan, their eyes flashing with awesomeness. Boss, do you need a shoulder massage? Gargamel asked humbly with a smile on his face. Are you good at it? Yes, I am. Boss favorability +1. The feeling of happiness comes as soon as he speaks. Gargamel felt that he had stood up now. He Mingxian took the initiative to step forward. Boss, let me massage your legs. Yes. Lin Fan nodded, and manipulated the favorability to add a point to He Mingxian. Life is like this. In the peaceful process, they will be convinced and willing to dedicate themselves to themselves. Panda had looked at Dill, but Dill was still pinching his nose. At took the initiative to take charge of Lin Fan's other leg. During this time, he knew the good function of the gang, which was to let rookies like them take off on the spot. Not to mention how sour and refreshing it was. The difficulty of the task depends on whether the gang leader is happy with you. If he is happy with you, it is very simple. If he is not happy with you, it is very difficult. Brother Fan, eat some grapes. Hollow brought the washed grapes over. Okay. Lin Fan smiled. At this time, the TV was broadcasting news. The content was related to the Adventers, mainly about the people of the Security Bureau helping the Adventers complete the task, and then getting the gratitude of the Adventers, etc. Still to eliminate the fear of the people towards the Adventers. Of course, the screen turned and played the screen of the Security Bureau action team holding weapons to fight against the Adventers. The sniper was in place. After a few minutes of confrontation, the sniper decisively fired and killed the troublemaker. This conveyed a sense of security to the people. The Adventers were not invincible, and could still be killed by our weapons. Gargamel said. Blue Star's weapons are so powerful. Lin Fan said. That's nothing. There are more powerful ones. Gargamel. I know. It's nuclear weapons. I've seen the video. The power is really powerful. I think even the Adventers who enter the B-level copy can't stop it. Nonsense. Once nuclear weapons are released, all beings are equal. No matter if you are a strong man or not. The result is the same. The road is still long, and there are still many attributes to be improved. According to his estimation, the physical fitness to resist AK. Taking the greedy monk as an example, the Vidra indestructible divine art has been cultivated to the 7th level. When practicing, it can resist, but it will bleed. So if he is allowed to upgrade to the 8th level, it should not be a big problem. As for other weapons, it's hard to say. I haven't tried it. Who knows? 2 days later. Spinach Star. Yachty is back. He is very happy in the Blue Star Zoo. Especially when he swims in the pool. There will be many people watching. Don't look at his calm face. But he is actually very excited inside. Because he has never been so popular. But after returning to Spinach Star and learning about Uncle Madden's situation, he was in a bad mood. Came to where Uncle Madden lived. It was not the mansion he imagined, but just an ordinary residential building. A strong copyist like Madden could obviously live in a villa, become an upper-class person, and enjoy a wealthy life. But Madden did not do so, but used all the wealth he could earn to improve the quality of life of his compatriots. At this time, many fish-headed people were standing on the street, looking up at the window with curtains drawn. They were in a low mood, very sad, and some were crying, the light of hope in their hearts. The hero had fallen. This was an unbearable blow to them. Mom, what happened to Uncle Madden? A child of the fish-headed people held her mother's hand and asked curiously. It's okay. Uncle Madden is okay. The child looked at her mother with doubts, and her mother's tears flowed down her eyes. Madden, come on. Don't despair. We are always with you. Madden, Madden, Madden. Everyone shouted. Hope Madden will come out of despair. They knew that Madden had done too many things for them. In the hearts of any fish-headed people, Madden was a hero. Like a light, Yachty walked through the crowd, walked into the building, climbed the stairs, and reached the 5th floor. The door was ajar. There was no light, and the room was dark. Yachty pushed open the door and walked in. A pungent smell of alcohol hit him. He turned on the switch, and the dim room was bright. What caught his eye was the messy living room. Yachty pinched his nose, didn't say anything, cleaned up the messy living room, and put all the dirty things in the trash can. The way of thinking seems to be a little different. Uncle Madden, Yachty shouted. It was quiet, and there was no echo. Yachty walked towards the bedroom, pushed open the door, and saw Uncle Madden sitting on the bed, with his head down, his hands holding his head, and a lost and desperate atmosphere enveloped the room. He walked in front of Madden, squatted down, and looked up. When he looked into Uncle Madden's eyes, Yachty's heart couldn't help beating. It was a bloodshot and desperate look. Yachty knew that the eyes of the Fishhead tribe looked dull, but Uncle Madden's eyes were different at this time. There was no dullness, but the emotion of unwillingness and anger condensed in his eyes. Uncle Madden, Yachty called softly. Madden ignored him and remained the same. Yachty knew how big and heavy the blow this incident was to Uncle Madden. He knew that Uncle Madden had too much responsibility on his shoulders. Uncle Madden would not allow such a thing to happen. But it was irreversible because it had already happened. Yachty was very grateful to Uncle Madden. He was not smart, and was always laughed at by other compatriots. It was Uncle Madden who helped him, put his arm around his shoulders, and told them that Yachty was my nephew, and they could not bully him. Later, Uncle Madden knew that his conditions were not good, and had always helped him. Yachty kept all this in mind. Snap! Madden grabbed Yachty's shoulders. Yachty, it's gone. Everything is gone. I'm sorry for our Fishhead tribe. Everyone placed their hopes on me, but I let them down. Yachty felt Uncle Madden's emotions, which were a kind of self-blame and regret. No, Uncle Madden, no one blames you. No matter what the situation is, you will always be a hero in our hearts, Yachty said firmly. Uncle Madden, open the window and look downstairs. Everyone is supporting you and hopes you can be strong. You told me that no matter what difficulties we encounter, we should not bow our heads, because nothing can defeat us. This is what you told me. Why can't you do it? Madden looked at Yachty in front of him. Yachty, you are right. But Uncle is useless. No, you are useful. We can start over, Yachty said. Start over. These are 4 simple words. But how difficult it is to do it. Madden shook his head and did not answer. When things really happened to him, he realized how difficult it was to do what he had said. Suddenly, Yachty said, Uncle Madden, let's go to Blue Star. I will take you to Blue Star. Madden grabbed Yachty's hand. Yachty, Uncle has no hope. For so many years, Uncle has been working diligently and carefully completing tasks in the dungeon, consuming too much energy. Now my fighting spirit has been broken. There is no hope. Uncle is a coward and can't start over. No, Uncle, listen to me. Do you know the gang? Yachty said. Madden shook his head and had never heard of it. Do you know about daily tasks? I don't know. Then do you know that favorability can affect the difficulty of tasks? I don't know. Uncle, I know that today is the day to enter the dungeon. Can you come with me to the Blue Star dungeon? Madden looked at Yachty. He knew that the child wanted to help him cheer up again, but he himself had no confidence. He raised his hand and touched Yachty's head. Okay, Uncle will go with you. He knew that Yachty was stubborn and didn't want the child to be stubborn. Going to the Blue Star dungeon once would be considered to fulfill his wish. Blue Star. Zoo. This attribute is increasing fast enough. Lin Fan looked at his own data panel. It was really different every day. It was all thanks to Hollow and the others who were working hard and struggling. And Hollow had been confused for a long time. Her data was completely out of sync. Even if he racked his brains, he couldn't match it. A single attribute exceeded 40. This was such an unbelievable thing. I have offended the Halton family. And I have also offended Mandragora. What kind of descenders will they send to kill me this time? He was quite looking forward to the arrival of the descenders. However, according to his thoughts, even if Mandragora was dissatisfied, he might not send people to die. Judging from his current performance, his situation might not be what they thought the F-level copy could have. No matter who is sent, the result will be the same. Unless someone uses props to come to the Blue Star copy to kill him. Well, this still needs attention. Open the map and see if there are any attractive light spots. Woncher hasn't yet. He touched his chin and thought, then zoomed in and out the map to check the world map. Hack! Seeing the red dots on the map, he was completely stunned. The red dots on some maps such as Eagle Sauce and island countries are scary. At least I have never seen this situation before. What's going on? Is this a hornet's nest? I can't figure it out. I really can't figure it out. And at this moment, Yachty came in, followed by a fish head tribe. Lin Fan glanced at Might Un. The panel was so clean. He must have been killed before. Yachty. What's wrong? Lin Fan asked. Might Un looked at Lin Fan. He didn't know why Yachty brought him to this native. He had been preparing for the B-level copy before, so he didn't pay much attention to the forum. And naturally he didn't pay attention to the natives in the F-level copy, because this has nothing to do with him. Plop! Yachty knelt in front of Lin Fan. Boss, please pull my uncle into the gang. Okay? My uncle can't fail like this. He is the hero of our fish head tribe. The light of hope of the fish head tribe. I beg the boss to let my uncle join the gang. After saying that, Yachty banged his head to Lin Fan. Yachty. What are you doing? Madden hurriedly wanted to help Yachty up. But Yachty was very stubborn. And with his current three-dimensional attributes, Madden naturally couldn't control him. Lin Fan was stunned by Yachty's behavior and helped Yachty up. Unexpectedly, in this short moment, Yachty broke his head, and blood reflected on his head. He looked at Yachty and then at Madden. At this time, after the performance, Gargamel came to the lounge, ready to change his clothes and continue the performance, and then saw Yachty and Madden. Madden, the hero of the fish head tribe. Gargamel was very surprised. He obviously didn't expect that Madden would appear here. You could enter the B-level dungeon. So why did you come to the Blue Star dungeon? Oh, I see. You didn't take someone's order and come here directly with a scarce item to kill him. That won't do. You can't do stupid things. He hasn't been back to Spinach Star for a long time. He didn't pay back the loan and ran away. Naturally, he didn't know the situation of Spinach Star, so he thought Madden was here to kill Lin Fan. It's just that this kind of item is too scarce. He even saw a photo of it once on the forum. Madden said. No. I died in the B-level copy. Ah? Dead? Gargamel was shocked, and then patted his shoulder. Brother, we are all experienced people. Adjust our mentality, and there is hope for Rise. Madden smiled bitterly. Rise, how is this possible? What's impossible? Then why are you and Yachty here? Gargamel felt that Madden's character was not very good. When he was killed, he just stayed at home drunk for half a year. And then he cheered up again and started to slack off in the forum. Don't mention how happy he was. Xiao Gu. What's his situation? Lin Fan asked. Gargamel did not hide Madden's situation and told him everything. What light of hope for the fish-headed tribe. The hero of the fish-headed tribe. And everything he did was told. Lin Fan looked at Madden differently after hearing this. He didn't expect that there was such a pioneer who fought for the future of his race, and was eventually killed by a primate strawman in the B-level copy. Lin Fan invited Madden to join the gang. At this moment, Madden suddenly saw the prompt. Don't be nervous. This is our gang. Just agree to it. Cool and awesome. The more I look at it, the more I feel that the name of this gang is really cool. Madden looked at Lin Fan, then looked at Yachty, and it was obvious that he was also shocked by this situation. Uncle Madden. I agree. Hearing this, Madden agreed to join the gang. With his agreement, the gang introduction appeared, and he looked at it carefully. Like them. When he saw the column of welfare exemption, his eyes were deeply shocked. How is this possible? Madden said to himself. Lin Fan said, as you can see, nothing is impossible. Yachty brought you to Blue Star to find me. It seems that you have a high status in his heart. It is not terrible to die and become a blank slate in the advanced copy, because there is still a direction to rise. Do you think this can make you rise again? The gang function is infinitely tempting to any descender. Yes. Madden's original desperate look disappeared, replaced by new hope. One daily task a day. Each daily task can have rewards. What a terrible function. He looked at Lin Fan, wondering what the origin of this Blue Star native was, and why he had such an ability. Then he looked at Yachty and patted his shoulder heavily. Yachty. Uncle will work hard. Uncle Madden. You must work hard. We believe in you. Yeah. Madden nodded heavily. Okay. Everyone is happy. Work hard for the rewards of the task. If you think there are reliable compatriots, you can also bring them to join the gang. Of course, don't bring primates. Heming Xuan's skill is useful, which can increase the income of the zoo, which is a bargain for that guy. As for other tribes, they are really curious. After joining the zoo, there are more species, which can more easily attract the desire of citizens to come to the zoo to play. Perfect. They went out to work. And Lin Fan continued to look at the map. Really not coming? Lin Fan looked at the Huangshe on the map. There was no flashing red light. It seemed that they really weren't coming. It was a bit strange that they didn't have to fight with the adventures every few days. Check the situation in other cities. There are red dots. It's just a little far away. At night. In the room. Lin Fan was watching short videos with a strange expression on his face. Are these adventures crazy? They are killing people in the eagle sauce and the island country? He was really confused. The adventures were all here to complete the mission. Why did so many saboteurs suddenly appear? Of course. The eagle sauce reacted quickly and opened fire directly. The adventures who had the advantage were screaming and screaming when they were shot. As for the island country, well, I won't comment too much. It can only be considered their bad luck. Huh? A prompt appeared in the Jianghu Emperor Power Dungeon in the dungeon column. There is a mission. There has been no movement in this dungeon world for many days. The last time I went in, I just took a walk. Now the mission is here again. This makes Lin Fan feel that he will just go in and beat people up. After all, his three-dimensional attributes have exceeded 100, exceeding the limit of the E-level copy. But he is different. Others cannot enter. But he can enter casually. Enter the copy. The picture in front of him changed. He raised his hand to cover his eyes. The sunlight was a little dazzling. He observed the surrounding environment. He was not in the Vajra temple. According to the previous time ratio, many years may have passed since he left. World Mainline mission, and eliminate King Wu and his important subordinates. Note, this mission is the final mission of the Imperial Power copy. Once completed, it will change the direction of this world. Task reward, Strength plus 10. Stamina plus 5. Speed plus 5. Iron Treasure Box *1. World Promotion Fragment *1. Looking at the task prompt, he frowned slightly. Eliminating King Wu and his important subordinates is not a big problem. Killing them randomly is no problem. But the key is, where is this King Wu? Is he in the palace or wandering out? He thinks that there are few prompts for this task, which is a bit problematic. I looked at the rewards. Very basic rewards. Nothing amazing. Except that the world promotion fragments are a little interesting. As for the treasure chest, don't mention it. Don't say it. That thing is a lie. Go and ask about the situation first. Looking at this wilderness, there is not even a ghost. So I can only go to the city first. Walking on the official road, I heard the sound of wheels from behind. Looking back, an old man was driving a donkey cart with some old furniture piled up behind. Young man, where are you going? Do you want me to give you a ride? Before Lin Fan could speak, the old man took the initiative to ask. Old man, I don't have money. No money. No money. I'll take you along the way. One more person can also relieve boredom on the road. The old man smiled, and the frown on his face was full of his face. This is conservative for many years. Thank you, old man. Lin Fan bowed his hands to thank. It's not bad to save the trouble of running. And I can also ask the old man about the situation, which is better than running around alone. The road is a bit bumpy, and it's a bit hard to sit on. Old man, are you going to migrate? Lin Fan saw these furnitures and knew that the old man was not a rich man. A cart of furniture and a donkey might be all his belongings. Yes, move to live somewhere else. The old man sighed, and his eyebrows showed helplessness. This was about a life. Why? Is there a disaster over there? In Lin Fan's opinion, most of the migrations in ancient times were forced by disasters. Otherwise they would not move. The old man said, it's not a disaster. But it's impossible to live. Bandits are rampant over there. You said that my hard-earned harvest for a year was robbed by bandits before it was warmed up. It's impossible for people to live. Bandits are rampant. Does the government not care? King Wu is in power, and everything needs to be rebuilt. It is inevitable to send troops to suppress bandits. Lin Fan said. Send troops to suppress bandits? If you don't collude with them, you are already an honest official. King Wu is a tyrant. In the 6 years since he took office, there have been complaints from all over the country. Instead of solving the problem, he sent troops to suppress it. The people have no way to survive. The old man became more and more angry, and his face became redder. It's been 6 years. I didn't expect the time interval to be so long. It feels like a lifetime ago. Gee. There was a dense sound of horse hooves behind him. When the old man heard this sound, his face changed slightly, and he hurriedly stopped the donkey cart to the side, not daring to block the road. Soon, he saw a group of knives wearing official uniforms riding horses, and the horse hooves rolled up dust and attacked quickly. Old man, what are these people doing? I don't know, but they are all lackeys of King Wu's court, specializing in those unscrupulous things. The old man spitted and expressed his disdain for this group of people. He had experienced it. He met an honest official and offended people with his words. He was framed. It was these lackeys wearing these clothes who killed the whole family of the honest official that night. And even the newborn baby was not spared. Suddenly, the group of guys driving horses to the front stopped. The old man was shocked by this scene, and his face turned pale. He was obviously speaking very quietly. How could he be heard? The leading man asked the person next to him. Does the escaped prisoner look like this kid? Sir, it's not similar. It's the same person. Well, very good. I didn't expect him to escape here. Kill him. Cut off his head. And take it back to report, the leading man said expressionlessly. Hearing this, Lin Fan instantly understood that this group of guys wanted to kill innocent people to take credit. After a closer look, he found that they were all holding a cloth bag in their hands. The bottom of the cloth bag was oozing blood. Obviously, it was filled with human heads. Yes. As soon as the voice fell, clang, the other party drew his knife and rushed towards Lin Fan. The moment he got close, he raised his knife and slashed. The knife light appeared, and the frightened old man turned pale and sat in the car motionless. Lin Fan looked indifferent. When he raised his hand, he clamped the shining knife with 2 fingers. I have no grudges with you. There would be no intersection. But now it seems that it is not okay. Click. He clamped the blade with 2 fingers, and with a backhand stroke, he tore the other party's throat. Lin Fan jumped off the carriage, pushed away the guy with blood gushing from his throat, stared at the group of knife-wielding people who were still riding horses, shook his hands, and threw flying knives together, hitting their throats in unison. The mastery of flying knives is not just for nothing. The leading man looked at his subordinates in shock. He didn't expect that they were all killed in the blink of an eye. This situation was far beyond his expectations. Lin Fan walked in front of him and pulled him down. Are you a court official? No. Then who are you? I'm the man of the rain supervisor of the Western factory. Where is the King of Wu? In the palace. Crack. Lin Fan crushed the other's throat. It seemed that the King of Wu was really in the palace as he thought. He was in a hurry to complete the task now. He certainly couldn't wait for the King of Wu to leave the palace or assassinate him halfway. There was no need for that. He just did it directly. Old man, I'm leaving. Young man, where are you going? To the palace. You'll get the news in a while. Oh, by the way, if King Wu dies, will someone take over the throne? I don't know, but I heard that the former prince is still alive. Wait, what are you talking about? How could King Wu die? Let's go. Lin Fan led the horse and jumped on it. Although he didn't know how to ride a horse before, he would get familiar with it after riding for a while. The target was the palace, and he hurried on. Kyoto. Fulian. Boss lady, are our buns ready? This inn is very popular, with a one-stop service for accommodation and dining, especially the delicious food here, which attracts many regular customers. Hurry up. Hurry up. The cook should not take his time, the boss lady yelled. But such yelling did not anger the other party, but instead caused a burst of laughter. If Lin Fan came here, he would recognize at a glance that the proprietress was Jin Xiangyu. She did not open the Longmen Inn in the desert, but moved the inn here, and even changed the name. Seeing that the diners were eating by themselves, Jin Xiangyu walked through the kitchen and went to the backyard, where they usually lived. Push open the door. Brother Zhou. Jin Xiangyu and Zhou Huilan got married several years ago, and have been married for a long time. The two are also a couple. I found out that recently this dog emperor has captured a lot of boys and girls, and even killed a lot of good officials. Zhou Huilan's face was very solemn, and so were the other people in the room. A strong man with a full beard said, the rumors are true. This dog emperor practices the unique skills of the blood god cult, which requires the blood of boys and girls. Under such circumstances, I really don't know how many people will die to meet his needs. This master had long retired from the martial arts world, and was not concerned with worldly affairs. Now he was forced out by the tyranny of King Wu and the West Factory. He joined forces with Zhou Huilan and others. thinking of killing King Wu and overthrowing the tyranny. Don't be rash. We only have one chance. Zhou Huan waved his hand. The prince who was escorted out by them a few years ago was safe. He lived with his aunt, who was the queen of the neighboring country. Naturally, there was no need to worry about safety. They could have lived a leisurely and comfortable life in the neighboring country. However, he heard that King Wu's tyranny had made the country and the family in chaos. So he couldn't help wanting to kill King Wu. When this idea appeared in his mind, it could not be shaken off. Other martial arts masters around him also showed anger. It would be great if he was here, Yang Miaozhen said. Yang Miaozhen didn't look old after a few years, but had a kind of charm. Maybe this was the taste of a mature woman. Zhou Huan and Jin Xiangyu knew who she was talking about. It's just that we haven't seen each other for several years since that day. Even in the martial arts world, no one has heard of his deeds. It's as if he has disappeared and doesn't exist. Are you talking about the young Master Lin? Yes. It's him. A few years ago, we were surrounded by Cao Shaoqin of the East Factory at Longmen. If he hadn't killed Cao Shaoqin, we might not be alive now. Zhou Huan also missed Lin Fan. That was a very magical young master. As if he was shrouded in a layer of fog, making it hard to figure out and see clearly, but always giving people a sense of security. Did he give Brother Zhou and Miss Yang the hidden weapon? They knew that Brother Zhou and Miss Yang had a very terrifying hidden weapon. Once used, it would be like a beast roaring, shaking the earth. No matter how skilled they were, they would be exposed under this hidden weapon. It is said that only the Vajra indestructible divine art of the Vajra temple can resist it. And it must be practiced to the 8th level or above. Otherwise the result will be the same, Zhou Huan said. Yes. It's been several years since we parted in the desert. I really don't know where Brother Lin is. I really want to see him again. Over the years, he and Yang Miaozhen have encountered many dangers. In the end, it was the hidden weapons given by Brother Lin that helped them get through the difficulties. Otherwise, they might not have survived until now. At this time, a carrier pigeon landed on the windowsill. Zhou Huan caught the carrier pigeon in his hand, took off the bamboo tied to his ankle, and looked at it solemnly. King Wu has been practicing in the palace. If we want to kill him, we must risk entering the palace. Although the palace is heavily guarded, my brother has arranged for us to disguise ourselves as eunuchs and enter the palace the day after tomorrow. Can he be trusted? I can trust him. He and I have a life and death friendship. Early morning, a figure walked on the streets of Kyoto and soon came to the entrance of the palace. At this entrance, there were many vendors selling breakfast. Lin Fan walked to a vendor and looked at the porridge in the pot. Sir, please take a seat. The porridge and tofu are freshly prepared and taste great. The stall owner was very enthusiastic and quickly arranged for Lin Fan to sit down. Stall owner, I don't have any money, Lin Fan said. The stall owner said, Sir, you are joking. You look like a rich family. How much can I spend on my small business? I really don't have any money. Can you give me a bowl of porridge and spicy tofu? After I finish eating, I will go to the palace alone and kill King Wu, Lin Fan said with a smile. Hush! The stall owner heard what Lin Fan said and hurriedly covered his mouth. Sir, don't talk nonsense. This will be a death sentence. Forget it. It's my bad luck. I'll give you a bowl of porridge and tofu. Eat it and leave quickly. Don't talk nonsense. Otherwise the consequences will be serious. The stall owner hurriedly brought porridge and tofu to Lin Fan, shaking his head. It's really terrible when a tyrant is in power. The young man in front of him is crazy at a young age. Hey, soon, a bowl of porridge and tofu was swept clean by Lin Fan. It was really delicious. Boss, thank you. Lin Fan got up and walked towards the gate of the palace. The boss, who was busy working, looked up and was about to say something, but he saw that the young man was really heading towards the gate of the palace. He was shocked and wanted to say something, but when he thought about being regarded as an accomplice by the court, he would be finished. He could only watch. Young man, you are looking for death. Chapter 46. It turns out that someone has a crush on me too. The palace is a restricted area. No outsiders are allowed to approach. The entrance to the palace was guarded by 2 rows of guards, and the 2 leading guards angrily scolded Lin Fan, who was approaching. The civilians nowadays are really bold. They don't go anywhere else, but have to stroll around the gate of the palace. Are they mentally ill? Get out of the way. We are all trying to make a living. I don't want to embarrass you. Lin Fan waved his hand. How dare you? Clang. The guard drew his sword, and the shining blade exuded a chill. Guarding the gate of the palace is a high-end job, and it is often very safe. Except for special periods of rebellion. There is generally no danger. You'd better leave now, and we'll pretend that nothing happened. The guard scolded. The current king who really makes many people dissatisfied. Even the guards like them are the same. But in today's chaotic world, it is difficult to make a living. So having a job really surpasses 99% of people. Oh, forget it. I won't make things difficult for you. When Lin Fan heard this, he knew that the guards had no other options. So he took action directly. With the sound of pa-pa-pa, he knocked them out in the blink of an eye. The stall owner who was being taken advantage of for free saw the scene in front of him, staring as if he had seen a ghost, and rubbed his eyes, fearing that he was dazzled. He stuttered, unable to believe what he saw. Are you really going to kill King Wu? The people were angry about what King Wu had done, but they dared not speak out, and could only hold it in their hearts. Survival was like this. Very difficult. And now there were knights who wanted to kill King Wu, which was what they wanted. It must succeed. Bang! Lin Fan kicked open the tall palace gate, and the seemingly heavy and solid palace gate was like tofu in Lin Fan's eyes. The violent roar naturally alarmed the inner court guards in the palace. How dare the thief be so presumptuous? Catch him! The leader of the Imperial Guard shouted angrily, especially when he saw Lin Fan alone. His expression was dull, as if he had never seen the world. After all, since he started this business, he had never seen such a fierce one. No, it's not that the other party is fierce, or that he is stupid. Hey, this matter has nothing to do with you. I'm here to kill King Wu. You should be sensible and get out of the way, Lin Fan said. But what he said sounded like nonsense to the Imperial Guards. You are the only one who wants us to get out of the way. If we really let you break in, we will be derelict in our duty. Lin Fan shook his head and performed the Vidra indestructible divine art. His body was shining with golden light. The swords and knives shattered when they cut on his body. He clapped his hands casually. In an instant, screams continued, and the Imperial Guards flew backwards one by one. Although they may be good players in the martial arts world, compared with Lin Fan, the difference in strength between the two sides is too great. It felt like punching the Nanshan kindergarten and kicking the Beihai nursing home. No one could stop him. Swords and knives can't cut through him. His body is so hard, the guards exclaimed. The guy in front of him was like a monster, leaving him helpless and not knowing how to start. The leader of the guards was well informed. When he saw the thief with golden light all over his body, he suddenly thought of the unique Vidra indestructible divine art of the Vidra temple in the martial arts world. This kind of martial arts is shocking. After practicing, the body is invincible, and even the magic weapons cannot break it at all. For years ago, the army of King Wu pressed towards the Vidra temple for the Vidra indestructible divine art. But why did the King Wu, who possessed the ultimate martial arts, ask for the divine art from the Vidra temple? It seems that there was a rumor that someone in the world possessed an ultimate hidden weapon that could kill people in an instant. Since then, the life-loving King Wu would practice the Vidra indestructible divine art to strengthen his physical strength. In a moment, hundreds of guards lay on the ground honestly, and only one leader was left holding a knife to confront Lin Fan. Suddenly, the scene was a little awkward. You are the only one left. Lin Fan pointed at him and smiled. The leader of the guard swallowed his saliva, and his legs couldn't help shaking. King Wu is tyrannical. We are just following orders. Although we can't fight the tyrant with the knights, it is feasible to make way for the knights. I wish the knights to kill the tyrant and restore a bright world to the world. Puff! The leader of the Imperial Guard stabbed himself with a knife, and then fell to the ground and lay dead. It would be unreasonable if he had no injuries. No matter what the result was, he was safe and sound. You are smart. Lin Fan smiled and ignored him. Everyone in this dungeon world has their own ideas. If he didn't have to kill, he would still show mercy. The eunuchs in the palace were panicked. A thief broke into the palace. In their view, it was incredible. What do the Imperial Guards do? They can let this in. In the West Factory, Yu Huatian, who had a feminine face, was drinking tea. When he heard the report from his subordinates, his face was stunned and the teacup in his hand broke with a click. Waste. It's just waste. He actually let the thief break into the palace. I think he doesn't want to be the leader of the Imperial Guards anymore. Gather people for me and go to the palace immediately. Yu Huatian was wearing a moon-white suit embroidered with gold flying fish, which was very exquisite. He was also wearing a cloak of the same color. He looked noble in his feminineness. The West Factory was dispatched, And there must be something big. The former East factory was already terrifying in the eyes of the people. But the current West factory is even more cruel and terrifying than the previous East factory. All the court officials are afraid of it. There are several people in the West factory. They are very confused. Why is it ahead of schedule? The task they entered into the dungeon is to kill the traitor who wants to assassinate King Wu. This task has restrictions. That is, it cannot be said. Therefore, they stay in the West factory honestly and wait for the task to arrive. But who would have thought that something seemed to have happened? At this time, in the palace, Lin Fan was like a man in a deserted place. No one could stop him. The eunuchs and palace maids had already run away. Suddenly, with a whoosh, an arrow broke through the air. Lin Fan turned around and raised his hand, grabbed the arrow, broke it, and looked into the distance. Yu Huatian threw the bow and arrow aside, staring at Lin Fan with a feminine look. He was indeed a master who could catch the arrow shot by him with such a reaction. Superintendent, I will go and kill the thief. Lu Chuan volunteered. Ever since Cao Shaoqin died, the East factory was leaderless and was trampled to pieces by the West factory. Lu Chuan changed his allegiance and joined Yu Huatian, the West factory, which was in its heyday, and was willing to be a loyal dog by his side. However, there were many loyal dogs around the superintendent, and if he wanted to be valued, he had to do something. Now there was only one evil thief who broke into the palace alone. He felt that the opportunity had come, and he must take the initiative to volunteer and perform well. Yu Huatian snorted. Lu Chuan was overjoyed. The opportunity to show off had come. He immediately used his qigong and headed for the distance. He was insidious and cunning, and was good at using silver needles. In order to increase the lethality, his silver needles were all poisoned, so that he could kill them by surprise. The guards around Yu Huatian were all his competitors. If he wanted to surpass them, he had to show real results. Thief, die. Lu Chuan was about to perform a move, but when he saw Lin Fan's appearance, his skinny face suddenly changed, and he raised his hand and pointed at Lin Fan with fear. You. In an instant, he recalled the scene from several years ago in his mind. Long time no see. You've aged a lot. You're no longer in the East factory, but in the West factory? Lin Fan teased casually. How could Lu Chuan dare to fight with Lin Fan? He turned around and ran away, shouting, Superintendent, save me. Save me. Lin Fan looked at Lu Chuan's back and didn't make a move. He also wanted to see what would happen if Lu Chuan ran away and shouted for help. Oh, by the way, there were even adventers in the crowd of the West factory. What a lucky group of adventers. They were able to participate in the main mission, but they seemed to be standing in a bad team. The opposite of him. The people on the West factory side saw Lu Chuan running back in a panic, and their faces were gloomier than each other. Especially Ma Jinyang, the big boss in Yu Huatian's hand, touched the hilt of the sword, ready to give him a chill. Superintendent, he as Lu Chuan was about to speak, but was kicked to the ground by Ma Jinyang on the side. With a clang, the tip of the sword was against Lu Chuan's throat. Waste. The superintendent kept you, but you fled in the face of the battle, which really disgraced the West factory. What's the point of living? After saying that, he was about to kill him with a sword. Yu Huatian flicked his finger, and his internal force shook Ma Jinyang's sword away. Let him finish his words. Yu Huatian naturally had nothing to say about this big boss. The other party was loyal and hardworking, but he was too stupid and clumsy. Yes, Lord, Ma Jinyang said respectfully with a stern face and a white eye. Lu Chuan crawled and rolled to kneel in front of Yu Huatian. Lord, it's him, the rebel who killed Cao Shaoqin a few years ago. He has a terrible hidden weapon and can kill people from hundreds of meters away. Yu Huatian frowned, but he knew about this matter. The reason why King Wu practiced the Vajra indestructible divine art was also because he was afraid of the hidden weapon that took people's lives. Yu Huatian, who knew about this situation, did not think of taking risks, but raised his hand, released the arrows and shoot him. Yes! Ma Jinyang immediately gave the order after receiving it. The people and horses of the West factory were well equipped, and the bow and arrow were just one of their ordinary equipment. Swish! 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 Lin Fan did not wait for the attack of the West factory masters, but waited for a rain of arrows. He was quite dissatisfied with this situation. Good fellow. I am just one person. You are dissatisfied with the knife to cut me. Why shoot arrows for no reason? Perform the Vajra indestructible divine art. Ding ding dang dang. When the arrows fell on him, there was a crisp sound. Too much. Lin Fan took out the Demon Slayer knife from the inventory and headed towards the West Factory team in the distance. You didn't come to the head-on confrontation, but had to shoot arrows and attack. Even if you have the Vidra indestructible divine art to protect your body, you can't stand such humiliation. What? Ma Jinyan was shocked when he saw the other party jumping around. He was shot with arrows. Even if he was killed by this arrow rain, who would have thought that the other party would not be hurt at all? Even if he was hit by an arrow, it could show that the bow and arrow were still useful. Hard training skills have been cultivated to this extent. Yu Huatian saw the situation at a glance. But he was not panicked at all. This was his confidence in his own strength. Superintendent, I ask for your permission to kill this man, Ma Jinyan said. Well, go ahead. Yu Huatian responded. Ma Jinyan would naturally not go up alone, but called on the other heads to charge together. The 4 heads of the West Factory plus Lu Chuan rushed towards Lin Fan. Lu Chuan was very scared. But there was no use being scared if he didn't charge, not to mention being killed by Lin Fan. I'm afraid Ma Jinyan could kill him. Charge. The thief deserves death. Lu Chuan roared loudly, just to let the supervisor hear it. After all, in terms of the ability to flatter, he was far inferior to Ma Jinyan. This guy didn't even care about his face or dignity in order to flatter the governor. The governor wanted him to go left, but if he wanted to go right, he would chop off his head. Ma Jinyan was good at using 2 swords and had superb swordsmanship. After all, being a big boss of the Western Factory was not just about flattering. Die! Ma Jinyan approached Lin Fan, shouted angrily, and swung his 2 swords at Lin Fan. With a clang, the 2 swords chopped on Lin Fan's body, just like chopping on a steel plate. He was so shocked that his face changed drastically, as if he had seen a ghost. Just as he was shocked, a cold light came, and with a puff, the demon-slaying knife chopped off from the top of his head, directly splitting his body in 2. Ah! The other 3 bosses were terrified when they saw the scene. There was no way to avoid it, so they could only bite the bullet and go up. In an instant, the demon-slaying knife flashed with cold light. 3 heads flew up, spun in the air, and finally fell to the ground, rolling like footballs. As fast as lightning. Really as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, he killed 4 of the bosses. This is the domineering power after the 3-dimensional attributes are upgraded to this level. The current E-level dungeon is really not difficult for him. It's like a full-level character coming to the novice village. He just starts killing. Not to mention the players are dissatisfied. Even if the NPC dares to force it, they have to take 2 knives. Aye. Lu Chuan was frightened by Lin Fan's brutality. He stopped suddenly, waved his arms, and several poison needles quickly attacked Lin Fan. He didn't even look at whether he could hit. Turned around and ran away. It's impossible for him to fight with Lin Fan. Lu Chuan has long understood the terribleness of Lin Fan. It's really terrible. Lin Fan casually swung the knife. Ding dong. Knocked off the silver needle, and then threw out a flying knife. With a swoosh, the flying knife directly penetrated the back of Lu Chuan's head. He looked up at Yu Huatian, picked up his knife, and quickened his pace, moving towards him quickly. His real target was King Wu. As for the Western Factory supervisor in front of him, he had no time to talk nonsense with him. Everyone present was the Western Factory executioner, so he did not hold back. He raised his knife and chopped, looking for death. Yu Huatian shouted angrily and raised his sword. Clang! Yu Huatian wanted to pierce Lin Fan's throat with a sword, but he didn't expect that the other party would grab his sword with his bare hands. Die! Lin Fan swung his knife down, so fast that people couldn't guard against it. With a sound of puff, there seemed to be a crisp sound. Yu Huatian's eyes moved and turned upwards. The hat on his head cracked and fell off. His forehead also cracked and blood flowed out. And this blood seemed continue to spread down along his forehead. How is it possible? Yu Huatian said only 4 words before his death. The governor is dead. The governor is dead. As Yu Huatian was killed, the West Factory suddenly lost its leader and was in chaos in an instant. And the 3 descenders in the crowd were confused. Hack! What's going on? The situation has completely exceeded their imagination. The mission is tomorrow. Why did they suddenly do this today? They are already confused. Facing the people from the West Factory who wanted to escape, he quickly threw the flying knife. And the flying knife hit them one by one, and they fell to the ground with a bang. In a moment, Only 3 descenders could stand. Is the mission not completed? Lin Fan looked at them with a smile. The faces of the 3 descenders changed. Who are you? How did you know? They could be sure that the other party was not a creature from their spinach star. But now the other party actually knew that they had a mission, which was obviously unrealistic. Suddenly, you are Lin Fan from the Blue Star copy. One of the descenders exclaimed. He liked to browse the forum, and had seen Lin Fan's photo. He was more concerned about the natives, who made Mandala, and the Halton family suffer a great loss in the F-level copy. He felt that this native was a bit awesome. But now, he actually saw the other party in the E-level copy. This is obviously unscientific. As he said the name Lin Fan, the other 2 descenders were also shocked, and their eyes looking at their companions showed confusion. Obviously, they also didn't understand why the natives of the F-level copy could come here. Return. 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 They wanted to return to Spinach Star. The mission of this copy had been abandoned. Staying here might be dead. Are you not going back? Lin Fan saw their expressions, and knew how much they were in their hearts now. Even if they smashed their heads, it would be difficult to understand. What do you want to do? The 3 descenders looked at Lin Fan warily. This is no joke. If they die in this instance, they will lose everything. Let's go! Since you can't complete your mission, why don't you defect and come with me to kill the king of martial arts? Lin Fan said. One of the descenders was furious when he heard this, and said angrily, What are you kidding? Our world mission is to kill the rebels, and protect the king of martial arts. You asked us to kill the king of martial arts. Why don't you just die? Lightning Thunder Fist. Lin Fan punched out. Thunder exploded, and with a bang, the descender who spoke fell to the ground with a bang. His body was burnt, and he could faintly smell the aroma of meat. Speed +4. They started fighting as soon as they disagreed. The other 2 descenders turned pale in fear, especially when they saw their companion's body disappear in front of them. They knew that their companion had died, and turned into a blank board. Do you want to kill the king of martial arts with me? Lin Fan asked. Okay. No problem. The 2 descenders nodded frantically. We have heard a little about the tyranny of the king of martial arts. Let's kill him. Fulian. Something happened at the palace. A large number of people from the West Factory just rushed to the palace. Jin Xiangyu, who was busy in the store, heard the news and hurried to the back to inform them. When Zhou Huan and the others heard the news, they frowned and felt that something seemed a little wrong. A large number of people from the West Factory were heading towards the palace. Just when they were thinking about what was going on, a voice came from outside. Someone broke into the palace alone to kill King Wu. Someone broke into the palace alone to kill King Wu. Zhou Huan and the others were completely stunned when they heard this. Someone broke into the palace alone. This was simply impossible in their eyes. Even if they wanted to kill King Wu, they would have to do it secretly. Moreover, even if they had the hidden weapon given by Lin Fan, they didn't think they had much confidence. Let's go and take a look. Zhou Huan didn't think much and led everyone to the palace to see what was going on there. When they arrived outside the palace gate, many people had already gathered. I heard a stall owner talking to the people around him. The man just had breakfast at my stall. He asked for a bowl of porridge and tofu, saying that he had no money, and that he was going to kill King Wu after eating. I thought he was crazy, and was afraid of getting into trouble. So I let him eat for free. I didn't expect that he would really go in after eating. Zhou Huan pulled the stall owner. What does that man look like? Looks like. Very young. Looks very good. The stall owner said. For the stall owner, if the young man can really kill King Wu, he will be a hero in the hearts of countless people. And the bowl used by the hero, this meaning, this value, I am afraid, is extraordinary. The price of porridge and other bowls is the same as before. If the hero's bowl is used, the price will definitely soar. Thinking of this, the stall owner admires his smart business mind. In the palace, Lin Fan brought 2 adventures and looked at the man sitting on the dragon chair. He was indeed very majestic and domineering. Are you King Wu? Lin Fan asked. King Wu looked down at Lin Fan and the others. Is there anyone in the world who dares to wear a dragon robe and call himself King Wu besides me? Lin Fan looked at the 2 descenders. Go. Kill him. The 2 descenders looked at Lin Fan, then at King Wu, and looked at each other, pretending to attack King Wu, but actually pulling away. We are willing to help King Wu get rid of this thief. They decided to take a gamble. The temptation of the world mission was too great. How could they just give up? Bang! Bang! King Wu attacked brazenly, slapped his palms, and hit the 2 descenders to the ground. Humph. Two thieves dared to conspire with me, bringing shame upon themselves. The look they gave King Wu contained an emotion, as if to say, "You are sick. I told you. It would be great if you could kill him with me. But you had to take the initiative to surrender. But he didn't appreciate your kindness." Lin Fan looked at the two seriously injured descenders, took out his pistol, and shot them with 2 bangs, killing them. Strength +4. Stamina +3. Speed +1. Good attributes. The improvement of 3-dimensional attributes is conducive to all-round development. This is the hidden weapon. When King Wu saw the pistol in Lin Fan's hand, he immediately thought of the terrifying killing weapon. For this reason, he specially came to the Vajra Temple and forced the Vajra Temple to hand over the Vajra indestructible divine art. He thought that he had practiced the unique skills of the blood god cult, and his internal strength was strong and unique in the world. But there was no other way. Considering his own situation, he had to strengthen his body to ensure that he would be foolproof. Lin Fan smiled, raised his hand, and shot at the King of Wu. Snap! The King of Wu raised his hand, and he was wearing a pair of silver gloves at some point, and the bullet that was shot was caught in his hand. Hee. I thought this hidden weapon would be a big deal. That's it? The King of Wu looked at Lin Fan with contempt, his face full of disdain. He asked around and heard about the various horrors of the hidden weapon. The King of Wu, who had finally obtained the imperial power, naturally didn't want to be killed one day. But now he found that it was just that. Yo-ho. Lin Fan was very surprised. He didn't expect that the King of Wu in the Jianghu imperial power could actually catch the bullet with his bare hands. He didn't expect that. It seems that the King of Wu's strength has really reached the peak of this dungeon world. If his strength is converted into 3-dimensional attributes, I'm afraid it can reach more than 90. It can really be said to be a peak powerhouse of E-level dungeons. Do you think my hidden weapon is not good? Lin Fan asked. Wu Wang opened his hand, and the metal bullets fell to the ground, clanging. What do you think? How arrogant. Lin Fan shook his head, took out the AK directly, and fired at Wu Wang. When Wu Wang saw that Lin Fan's hidden weapon was suddenly replaced, he couldn't help but become serious. The sense of crisis made him feel that this hidden weapon might be very dangerous. Vajra indestructible divine art. The 9th level. Wu Wang roared. His internal force burst out. His dragon robe expanded without wind, and his body surface turned golden. Duh. Bullets were fired crazily at Wu Wang's body, and the opponent's dragon robe was broken into big holes one after another. But they couldn't tear Wu Wang's body. Oh! It turns out that the 9th level can withstand the AK's shooting. Lin Fan used Wu Wang as a data evaluation machine and obtained some data that he himself could not verify. He didn't stop shooting until all the bullets were empty. King Wu looked at the hidden weapons all over the floor, raised his head, and laughed wildly. Ha ha. Use whatever tricks you have. The hidden weapons that are boasted by the Jianghu are nothing more than that in my opinion. At this moment, King Wu's heart was extremely satisfied. Of course, King Wu was also glad that he valued such hidden weapons. If he hadn't practiced the Vajra indestructible divine art, he might not be able to resist it. Lin Fan looked at the arrogant King Wu and was quite helpless for a while. He could understand. After all, the hidden weapon he used could scare King Wu to practice a hard skill, which was enough to show how terrible this hidden weapon was. Now that the hidden weapon is useless, it is a sense of accomplishment for King Wu after practice. Anyone would be very excited. You are so powerful, Lin Fan praised, and really wanted to applaud King Wu. It must be said that King Wu provided very detailed data for his experiment. I am destined by heaven. Who can kill me? Others can't. And you can't. King Wu's deep voice resounded in the hall. Lin Fan silently took out the Gatling gun from the inventory. He wanted to let the King of Martial Arts see the power of thunder. But after thinking about it, he decided to use the King of Martial Arts to see if the power of the Gatling gun, as a peak expert in the E-level copy, could withstand it. What is this? When King Wu saw the huge black thing, his face suddenly changed, and he felt something was wrong. Lin Fan ignored him and shot at King Wu with the Gatling gun. Duh. Vajra indestructible divine art. King Wu roared, and his internal force suddenly burst out, trying to block the hidden weapon. Bang! The collision of the first shot. King Wu's divine art was broken, and in an instant, King Wu's body was torn to pieces by bullets. His arms, head, legs and feet were all shattered by Gatling gun bullets. Lin Fan stopped shooting and put the Gatling gun into the inventory. So fierce. He didn't mean how fierce King Wu was, but that the Vulcan Gatling gun was really fierce. He thought King Wu could hold on for a while. But he didn't expect that he couldn't even hold on for a while. Considering the size of Gatling gun bullets, it is understandable. A bullet as long as a palm can tear apart even a tank. Walking to the side of King Wu, looking at the steaming flesh and blood on the ground, he could only sigh that he died so carelessly. With the current appearance, even the most skilled courier would find it difficult to piece together King Wu's appearance. Hey! He saw a small bottle under a piece of hot flesh and blood. Pick it up. Open it. Take a look. There are actually 4 pills inside. Pour it into the palm of your hand. Coffee-colored and shiny. Huan Dan. The user can increase his internal strength by 10 years. Only once, out of print. Look at the introduction. It seems to be really good. What is the concept of 10 years of internal strength? In this dungeon world, it should be the same level as Lu Chuan's. As for this out of print, it is easy to understand. This dungeon is gone. Only these 4. Mission completed. The reward has been distributed. Lin Fan picked up King Wu's blood-stained dragon robe and walked out the door. At the gate of the palace, more and more people gathered around. Even the garrison troops came. Under normal circumstances, if a thief broke into the palace alone, the garrison troops would definitely rush in to protect the emperor. But they did not move. Soldiers are also human beings and have feelings. They are also dissatisfied with King Wu's tyranny. But they are just soldiers and have no say. Now they know that someone broke into the palace alone to kill King Wu. The thought in their hearts is they must succeed. At this moment, a figure slowly walked out of the palace. Everyone held their breath. Lin Fan, who had left the palace gate, raised the blood-stained dragon robe in his hand to the sky. A gust of wind blew, and the dragon robe fluttered in the wind. The onlookers looked up and stared blankly. It seemed to be a blood-stained and worn dragon robe. But the meaning was earth-shattering. King Wu is dead, Lin Fan said calmly. These 4 short words exploded in everyone's ears like thunder. King Wu is dead. He said King Wu is dead. The people were shocked and could not believe it. During the years when King Wu was in power, the people were really living in dire straits. The defeat of the East Factory made the West Factory rise, which was even more brutal than the East Factory. The people were stunned. The soldiers were also shocked. Zhou Huan and others looked at the figure, rubbing their eyes, as if they thought they had seen it wrong, and could not help calling out, "Brother Lin." Yang Miaozhen was the same. After several years of separation, they had not seen each other. Occasionally, at night, she would think of Lin Fan's face in her mind. Hearing a familiar voice, Lin Fan looked at the crowd and smiled. He didn't expect to see an acquaintance, but it would be bad to recognize me in public. After all, I just killed King Wu. If I am wanted, it will not be so easy to escape. But think about it. It should be impossible. The former prince is still alive, and the imperial power can still be taken back. Fu Lian, Brother Zhou, long time no see. Lin Fan smiled, and then looked at Yang Miaozhen on the side. Miss Yang, it's not long since we last met, and your temperament is better. Leaving the gate of the palace, he was very skillful, flying over the eaves and walls. Zhou Huan understood instantly, followed behind him, and brought Lin Fan to Fu Lian. For Lin Fan, this mission is over, and he and Zhou Huan should be saying goodbye forever. The final mission has been completed, and this copy should not come. Yang Miaozhen said, more than 6 years. You said we haven't seen each other for long? You are really good at hiding. I haven't heard any rumors about you in the martial arts world. Ha ha ha, Lin Fan smiled. Of course he couldn't say it. I'm not in your world. How can there be rumors about me in the martial arts world? Zhou Huan said, Brother Lin, where have you been all these years? Lin Fan waved his hand and said, let's not talk about this. Meeting is fate. Why don't we get drunk today? Okay. Zhou Huan replied. I'll prepare it for you. Jin Xiangyu twisted her waist and walked out the door. Lin Fan glanced at Jin Xiangyu. She was still the coquettish proprietress of the Longmen Inn. He didn't expect that the wedding ceremony was really serious. Soon, the food and drinks came. The heroes who followed Zhou Huan to assassinate the king of Wu admired Lin Fan very much, and they held bowls to toast one by one. And Lin Fan, who had the skill of drinking 1,000 cups without getting drunk, naturally accepted everyone who came. To be honest, this skill seems to be really good. Drinking and chatting. The streets outside were hot, and everyone was discussing the killing of King Wu. Lin Fan was curious and asked Zhou Huan, now that King Wu was killed, who would take over the court? Zhou Huan did not hide it, and told Lin Fan directly that in these years, The identity of the prince was not a secret. And a group of heroes who wanted to overthrow King Wu were gathered. At the same time, the prince's aunt was the queen of a neighboring country, and also supported the overthrow of King Wu. Now that King Wu is dead, the prince has returned, and it is not a big problem to control the imperial power. For the people, it doesn't matter who is the emperor, as long as they are given a stable life, with fields to plant, food to eat, a house to live in, and a place to complain when they are wronged. They don't care about anything else. It was late at night. Everyone was drunk. Lin Fan stood in the courtyard, looking up at the bright moon in the sky. Are you leaving again? At some point, Yang Miaozhen came out and looked at the figure shrouded in moonlight. Well, yes, I'm leaving, Lin Fan replied. Hearing this, Yang Miaozhen was silent. Can I go with you? Several years ago, she didn't have the courage to part. But now that they meet again after several years, she feels that she can't keep hiding her thoughts in her heart. Otherwise she might complain for the rest of her life. She has a feeling that today's separation will be a farewell forever, and it will be difficult for them to meet again. Miss Yang, you don't like me, do you? Lin Fan looked at Yang Miaozhen. The meaning she revealed was not obscure, and could even be said to be very straightforward. When he said this, he really wanted to see Yang Miaozhen's angry look, such as stamping her feet, shy, turning away angrily, and ending with a sentence. You are so narcissistic. Yes, I like you, Yang Miaozhen said. Lin Fan stared at Yang Miaozhen in a daze. He didn't expect that he would be remembered by a girl for so many years in the next copy world. To be honest, he felt that he seemed to be really good. But, Miss Yang, I'm sorry, we are not destined to meet. Fate made us meet. But some things will not be perfect. Just like this bright moon. There are gaps and rounds. Lin Fan said. I know. Thank you for your answer. Yang Miaozhen smiled, then turned around and prepared to leave. Miss Yang. Yang Miaozhen turned around quickly and saw Lin Fan standing in front of her waving at her, and then disappeared from her sight. That's right. He disappeared inexplicably like this. Where are you? Seeing this situation in front of her, Yang Miaozhen looked everywhere. But the courtyard at night was quiet, and there was no sound. He's gone. Zhou Huan walked out. I should have known that he is not from our world. Yang Miaozhen looked at Zhou Huan. Zhou Huan said, 3 years ago, I met a man who spoke strangely. His martial arts were not strong, but his strength and speed were very fast, which caused me some trouble. Later, I used the gun that Brother Lin gave me to kill him. When he died, he was very surprised and asked me how I got the gun. I couldn't answer, and his body just disappeared in front of me, disappearing without a trace. Yang Miaozhen listened to what Zhou Huan said quietly, always kept silent. I understand. Yang Miaozhen looked lost and walked into the house. Zhou Huan looked at the bright moon and murmured to himself, Brother Lin, I understand you. I hope I can see you again one day. Blue Star, Sunshine Community. Lin Fan, who returned home, looked at the time, and it was not long. Check the reward of the task. World Promotion Fragment, a promotion item for a complete world, which can upgrade an F-class world to an FE-class world. The world after the promotion will evolve, and the creatures living in it will be improved. Note, 2 fragments are required. Note, the task rewards of guild members will be significantly improved as the world is promoted. Lin Fan understood. If it is promoted, it means that even if the attribute exceeds 39, you can still come to Blue Star. Interesting. The reward will be improved. I won't think about it for now. But this iron treasure chest is giving him a headache now. He has never opened a wooden treasure chest, and he has never opened a good thing. He deeply suspects that he is very likely a treasure chest killer, and it is impossible to open a good thing no matter what he opens. No, I will never admit that I am unlucky. He got up and went to the bathroom, took the soap and washed his hands thoroughly, and smelled it. It was really fragrant. Back to the room. He rubbed his hands nervously. Treasure chest. Treasure chest. Give me a favor and give me something good. I always believe in you. Open the treasure chest. Suddenly, a light appeared. It's out. Lin Fan stared, feeling that his good luck was finally coming. Hollow said that if a dazzling light appeared when the treasure chest was opened, then it must be a good thing. Get Fireball advanced. Note, this is a skill that can improve proficiency. Destroy corpses and traces. A must-have for home and travel. No consumption. Proficiency, 0/1000. It seems good. Lin Fan raised a finger. moved his mind, and a fist-sized fireball appeared between his fingers. He could feel the scorching temperature emitted by the fireball. Proficiency +1. Extinguish. Cast fireball again. Proficiency +1. Extinguish. Continue. After more than a dozen times in a row, the proficiency also increased by more than a dozen points. As the proficiency increased, Lin Fan also felt that the temperature of the fireball seemed to increase with the increase of proficiency. Not a bad skill, I said. I can't always be so unlucky. After playing with the fireball for a while, the proficiency was increased to about 70. It was getting late, and it was time to sleep. Early morning. Security Bureau. Wu Hao practiced at home and in the Security Bureau. He was completely immersed in practice. He found that the withdraw indestructible magic skill given by Brother Lin was really powerful. During the period of practice, he felt that his muscles were stronger and his strength was much stronger. What shocked him even more was that his appetite was several times larger than before. In the past, he only had one bowl of rice. But now he had at least 3 bowls. And he had to have meat every meal. His mother was shocked to see his situation. To this, he could only say, "Mom, I am now a martial arts master. It is normal to have a larger appetite after practicing peerless magic skills. Don't make a fuss." At this time, Wu Hao saw Brother Lin tapping the glass. Standing outside, waving at him mysteriously, Wu Hao pointed at himself, as if to say, "Brother Lin, are you calling me?" Lin Fan nodded, then walked towards the office. Wu Hao hurriedly got up and followed behind. In the office, "Brother Lin, what do you want to talk to me about?" Wu Hao asked. "How's your training going?" Lin Fan knew that Wu Hao was a real martial arts genius. After all, it was very quick to get started with the practice of withdraw indestructibility. If it were placed in the martial arts world, it would have great development. Pretty good. Now with the medicinal bath, I think if I give me another half a month, I should be able to complete the first level of practice, Wu Hao said excitedly. Lin Fan nodded after hearing this. He had talked with the abbot of the Vajra temple. Even if a person with extremely high talent there practiced, it would take a month to complete the first level of practice. And Wu Hao could complete the first level in a month. It must be said that he was extremely talented. When there is a chance, I have to get him some martial arts to practice. Xiao Wu, Brother Lin can see at a glance that you are a person full of chivalry. This look and the Longquan sword on your back. If placed in the ancient martial arts world, you would also be one of the candidates for the leader. Lin Fan praised. Wu Hao held his head high, and his tail was almost raised by Brother Lin's praise. Sure enough, the one who can understand me, Wu Hao, is Brother Lin. No one else understands me. Here, this is for you. Lin Fan took out a Dahuan Dan. Brother Lin, what is this? This is a magic pill that can help you become a martial arts master. Magic pill? Yes, it is a magic pill. Thank you, Brother Lin. Wu Hao took the pill without saying anything and stuffed it directly into his mouth. The pill turned into a warm current as soon as it entered his mouth and merged into his body. What does it feel like? Hot. Suddenly, Wu Hao's face flushed, as if he had been steamed in a pot. Shocked, Wu Hao hurriedly sat cross-legged and practiced the withdraw indestructible divine art. Lin Fan did not disturb him and watched quietly. White smoke was seen coming out of Wu Hao's head, and at the same time, a withdraw internal force was flowing under his skin. Lin Fan, who was proficient in the withdraw indestructible divine art, could see at a glance that Wu Hao had pushed the withdraw indestructible divine art to the second level, and was still continuing. Amazing. This Dahuan Dan increased his power by 10 years, saving Wu Hao a lot of hard training. After a long time, Wu Hao suddenly opened his eyes sparkling. Feeling the changes in his body, he couldn't help but exclaimed, "Brother Lin, my withdraw indestructible divine art has been upgraded to the second level. I feel full of strength now, and I can kill a cow with one punch." Wu Hao, who was once an ordinary person, never thought that he would have such a day. Nyo is not a unit of measurement. With your current strength, you can kill a strong man with one punch, Lin Fan said with a smile. Hee. Wu Hao smiled foolishly. His heart was excited. His hands were shaking, and he felt that he was developing on the path of a master. Go practice. Lin Fan waved his hand. Okay. Wu Hao raised his head and left in high spirits. There were 3 pills left. Chao Yu and Wan Kai each took one. And as for the remaining one, well, he felt that Chen Peng would not be able to use it for the time being. He was behind the scenes, and if he wanted to take it, It had to be used by the action team. After all, it was the action team that came into contact with the Adventers. Therefore, it was still necessary to improve the strength of the action team members. Chapter 47. Experts who descend with special props. Lin Fan stayed in the office, rubbing his fingers and working on his proficiency in Fireball. Without the descenders coming, his life was still relatively leisurely. No pressure. After staying in the office for a while, driving to the zoo. Nowadays, the zoo's business is extremely hot, and he doesn't need any promotion at all. Anyway, he is making a lot of money. He Mingxian stayed at the entrance of the zoo, silently enduring the beatings of tourists who wanted to enter the zoo, and also adding buff to this group of tourists. Entering the zoo. Everyone is busy. Madden fell from the peak to the blank board. This experience is more exciting than riding a roller coaster. But due to the emergence of gang welfare, Madden saw hope and worked hard to complete the task. Hoping to rise as soon as possible, Madden saw Lin Fan and thought of what Yachty said to him. Uncle Madden. He is our gang leader. Whether the task is difficult or not depends on the gang leader's favorability. You just joined the gang, so your favorability is definitely not high. So you need to be especially polite to the gang leader to improve his favorability. You see, my favorability is 50 now, and I worked hard to improve it. Madden understood what Yachty meant, but he looked at his own favorability of 92, and finally did not tell Yachty. Gang leader. Madden bowed to thank Lin Fan for his kindness. Lin Fan smiled and nodded to Madden, as a greeting, asking him to do his tasks well. It would take time to become as powerful as before. Spinach Star. Mandragora. Madden is very depressed. After all, this blow is not something that everyone can bear. The management of the Red Department chatted. Mandragora naturally contributed to Madden's death. Ha ha ha. Sure. From a strong man to a weak man. Who can bear such a blow? Not to mention that Madden bears the hope of the rise of the Fishhead tribe. This is stepping on him hard, and stepping on his face desperately. The news reported by the monitor is that Madden has stayed at home for a long time. I think he may have become a drunkard now. The future is dark, and he has completely sunk to the bottom. Hee hee. You are really bad. The Fishhead tribe finally has a strong man. But he was destroyed just like that. It's really a helpless thing. I heard that a new organization has appeared on our Spinach Star recently, which seems to be called the Blue Star Harmony Association. What does it mean? It means that they come to Blue Star to cooperate with the local natives, communicate in a friendly way, and then quickly complete the task with the help of the Blue Star natives. It's ridiculous. These guys have simply lost the face of our Spinach Star. They actually cooperate with the Blue Star natives. Is it necessary? And at this moment, a member of Mandala hurried in. Something happened. The managers of the Red Department stared at the member who broke in. They were very dissatisfied with his rashness. They told him to be calm and indifferent many times. But why didn't he understand? Tell me, what happened? Asked a management staff. Just received news that Lin Fan, a native of Blue Star, can actually go to another copy world. The member said the news that even he couldn't believe. When he heard the news, he was also very confused. What? Sure enough, the senior executives who learned about this matter showed a look of shock. Obviously they couldn't believe this situation. It is their privilege to descend into the copy world. Now a native of the F-level copy can also descend into the copy world. This is obviously unacceptable. Is everything you said true? A management asked seriously. It's true. It has been exposed in the forum. How could this happen? The managers of the Red Department looked at each other. Hearing this, it was like someone touched their cake. This is something they would never allow to exist. Some managers stood up and left the meeting room. This matter is worth noting. It is incredible that the natives of the low-level copy can enter other copy worlds. What's more, considering that so many people have fallen into the hands of the other party, it is enough to show that he can become stronger in the copy. This is not good news. It must be taken seriously and wiped out when the other party is most vulnerable. The next day, joint meeting of the Domestic Security Bureau. Every city has a security bureau, specially responsible for the affairs of the Adventers, in order to protect the safety of the people. Chen Peng, as the head of the Huang City Security Guard, naturally participated in it. The large and spacious conference hall was already full of people. The person who presided over this meeting was a leader. He did not say any nonsense, but directly asked everyone to watch the big screen, which showed the data of events in various places. The highest was Yancheng. The number of conflict incidents caused on the day of the Advent was as high as more than 200. This was almost twice as high as the second place. As for the least conflict incidents, it was Huang City. Chin Peng, who was sitting there, was a little proud. Sure enough, Huang City was still very stable. What is professionalism? This is professionalism. Swipe. 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 As the data screen appeared, he could already sense that there were pairs of eyes looking at him. He didn't need to see it to know that those pairs of eyes were India's. Director Chin, can you tell me about the situation in Huangshe? Why are conflicts decreasing with the arrival of the Adventers? How do you deal with these emergencies in Huangshe? The leader who hosted the event asked with a smile. His eyes fell on Chin Peng's position. Chin Peng stood up and coughed a few times. Thank you for the trust of the leader and the recognition of my colleagues. In this case, I will just say a few words. At the beginning, we didn't have much experience. But later our Huangshe Security Bureau changed its strategy towards the Adventers. We tried to win them over and cooperate with them. With the unremitting efforts of many of our members, we have reached a balance with the Adventers. We need stability, and they need to complete the task. We cooperate with each other and everything is developing towards a stable situation. It's a very normal statement. But whether it's normal or not, what should be said should be said. Everyone copied the homework together. As long as someone did a good job, it would be done. Clap, clap, clap. Applause broke out. Everyone was more respectful. No matter what, Huangshe was indeed much better than them in dealing with the Adventers. There was no doubt about it. Brother Chin, when can you lend us Lin Fan from your security bureau? When the elder brother asked to borrow Lin Fan, the scene was quiet for a moment. Who is Lin Fan? Everyone present knew him. He is a real big shot. If Huang City didn't have Lin Fan, would he be able to stand up and speak? But it's better not to say such words that are not conducive to unity. Yes. When can Comrade Lin Fan come to our security bureau to give a lecture and do the things that need to be paid attention to when facing the Adventers? You Huang City Security Bureau has good things and can't hide them. Yes. That's right. We have all seen the video. As far as we can see from the current situation of our Blue Star humans, he is the only one who can have this strength. In an instant, the voices of asking for it at the meeting site were endless. Even the leader who presided over the meeting pinched his temples and said that he was very troubled by this. Chin Peng looked at them in a daze. Good guy. I shared our experience of Huang City with you. And you actually wanted to take away our old foundation of Huang City. This is too much. Okay. Quiet down. The leader who presided over the meeting pressed his hand. What a disgrace to make such a noise. He naturally understood everyone's thoughts. But there was only one person, and everyone wanted it. So who would it belong to? It can only be said that Huangshe was really lucky to have such a member. But many people also wanted to know about Lin Fan's situation. Mainly because the strength he showed was definitely not something that normal Blue Star humans could have. As for practicing ancient martial arts, I believe it for now. But I don't really believe it. There are still many things to say at the meeting. The entire Blue Star is really facing a huge challenge now. The existence of the Adventers challenges everyone's nerves. Security Bureau. Chao Yu. Are there any vacant buildings near the suburbs? Lin Fan called Chao Yu to ask about this matter. Vacant buildings? What are they going to do? Chao Yu was very confused. Lin Fan said, my current situation is known to the Adventers from Spinach Star. Many unfriendly Adventers basically come to find me. I want to stay in the suburban building on the Advent day, acting as the boss in the dungeon, waiting for them to form a group to swipe me, so that they can't find me and cause damage in this city. Yes, I remember there is an abandoned church in the suburbs. What do you think of it? Chao Yu thought about it, and thought of the abandoned church. It has existed for many years, because the believers have a long way to go to the church. The church has moved to a new place. The church is a good choice. Lin Fan thought about it, stood up and said, take me to see it. Okay. No problem. In the suburbs. A Christian church. Lin Fan lowered the car window and looked at the dilapidated church eroded by wind and rain. The cross with black spots was very conspicuous. In the movie, this is the best place for vampires to appear. It doesn't seem too much for me, a vampire, to step on the doorstep of your Jesus. How is it? Are you satisfied? Chao Yu asked. Lin Fan said, it looks good. But there are too many weeds around it. Find someone to repair it, and patch up the seams on the outer wall. It's not a big problem. Chao Yu said, then here? Yes. Here it is. Help me find someone to clean it up. From now on, every time the Advent day comes, I will come here to wait for the arrival of the Adventers. Lin Fan said. Chow Yu said. The color of the outer wall needs to be repaired. Do you have any requirements for the color of the outer wall? Lin Fan said. White. I think white is pure, more sunny, and warmer. It can also subconsciously affect the Adventers and let them know that I, the Blue Star, am relatively friendly to them. Chow Yu, okay. She remembered all the requirements that Lin Fan said, and arranged for workers to repair it when she returned. Oh, by the way, it's better to prepare a sofa that looks more domineering, so that I can sit there and rest while waiting for the Adventers. Lin Fan reminded. Chow Yu looked at Lin Fan with strange eyes. You really want to be the big boss in Huangshe? The picture has already appeared in her mind. The Adventers kicked open the door of the church. In the dim church, Lin Fan sat under the cross of Jesus. A ray of holy sunlight penetrated the window and shone in from the outside, covering Lin Fan. Lin Fan, who was sitting on the sofa, held an AK in one hand and a Gatling gun in the other, and said to the Adventers who appeared near, Welcome to the Confrontation Road. Thinking of such a scene, Chow Yu quickly shook his head and shook off these strange scenes from his mind. Lin Fan said, No. I am defending the safety of Huang City. Okay. Chow Yu did not continue to discuss this matter with Lin Fan. Zhu. Lin Fan wanted Hollow and the others to help post a message in the Spinach Star forum. The meaning was very clear. That is, to tell the group of Adventers on Spinach Star who wanted to kill him that I, Lin Fan, was waiting for you in the church in the suburbs of Huang City. And a map was also attached. He knew that there were too many Adventers who wanted to kill him. For this reason, he was willing to give such an opportunity. I can't go back to Spinach Star. I have already settled in Huang City. I can't go back no matter what I say. After hearing this, Gargamel waved his hand directly. In his current situation, if he really wanted to go back, he would definitely be surrounded by the lenders. He might not be able to escape even if he wanted to. What's more terrible is that when he left Spinach Star, he sent a text message to severely humiliate the lenders. No one can bear this. If Gargamel is not caught, he will not be able to enjoy his meal. In the end, Hollow returned to Spinach Star. After returning to Spinach Star, Hollow looked at the familiar home, because she had not been back for a long time. There was a lot of dust on the furniture. The house is so dirty. Hollow patted her head. She was so happy in Blue Star that she forgot about her home. Hollow was very clean, so the first thing she did when she came back was to clean up. After a long time, Hollow lay on the sofa tiredly. After a short rest, she immediately logged into the forum and started to busy herself with the things Brother Fan told her. Write the post title and upload the location map. A letter to the Adventers of Spinach Star. This title was thought up by Lin Fan. The content is very simple. The general meaning is that I, Lin Fan, will wait for you to arrive at the church in the suburbs of Huang City. There is also a map attached. I am afraid that they will get lost and can't find the location of the church. Hollow originally wanted to use her main account to post, but Brother Fan told her not to use the main account, and to use a small account if she had one. Hollow thought about it, and although she didn't understand the difference between the main account and the small account, she still followed his advice. After posting the post, Hollow was thinking about going back to the zoo, waiting to meet everyone. At this moment, she heard a noise coming from downstairs. Went to the balcony, looked downstairs. Her face suddenly changed, and she hurried downstairs. Downstairs, a fat primate angrily trampled on a dog-headed boy, and cursed while trampling. You lowly dog-headed man. How dare you dirty my clothes? Die. Die. The people watching around did not dare to speak. Some of them were watching the scene in front of them like watching a play. They knew that the fat primate had a background. Otherwise, he would not go out with a group of bodyguards. The dog-headed boy was under 14, and his three-dimensional attributes were very ordinary. He was not the opponent of this fat man at all. Some dog-headed compatriots around him couldn't help but want to step forward to help, but were held back by their companions. The companion shook his head, indicating not to be impulsive. Otherwise there would be big trouble. Stop it. At this time, Hollow hurried over and said angrily, How can you do this? Hollow's appearance immediately attracted the other party's attention, and some of the dog-headed people who were watching naturally recognized Hollow, and they couldn't help but worry more. In their opinion, Hollow's three attributes were also very low, and she was very stupid. The primate fat man glanced at Hollow, another dog-headed person, and then winked at the bodyguard beside him. The bodyguard instantly understood, clenched his fist, and walked towards Hollow with a tiger's eye. Hollow was a little nervous at this time, but still remained calm. "You bitch. You meddle in other people's business. You deserve to be beaten." A bodyguard raised his fist and hit Hollow's head. The other dog-headed people who were watching around couldn't bear to see Hollow being beaten, and they covered their eyes one by one. Hollow's sense of crisis appeared, as if she knew what the other party would do. At the same time, in Hollow's eyes, the speed of the other party's attacking fist was not fast. With her head tilted, it was very easy to avoid it, and then punch the other party's abdomen. With a bang, the bodyguard who was hit by this punch had a sudden change of color, and flew backwards with a scream. Hollow's heart beat very fast. This was the first time she hit someone. In the past, she was lying down in the dungeon. "I'm so powerful." Hollow looked at her clenched fist. It was not that big, and it didn't look so powerful, but it was such an ordinary punch. But it had such great power. Hollow knew that there was a bug in her three-dimensional attributes, and it always increased inexplicably. She always thought that this was a wrong value, but now she understood that all this was not wrong, but true. The onlookers stared at the scene in front of them with disbelief. Some who knew Hollow were even more shocked. When did Hollow become so powerful? They were very confused. Is this still the timid and fragile Hollow they knew? The primate fat man was very dissatisfied when he saw that the bodyguard was actually knocked away by a punch, and immediately ordered the remaining bodyguards to rush forward. With previous experience, Hollow was very flexible and knocked down the bodyguards, who rushed up in a few moves. You wait for me." The primate fat man pointed at Hollow and ran away without thinking. Hollow didn't think about chasing the other party. He just wanted to drive him away. She came to the dog-headed boy, helped him up, and patted his furry head. "Are you okay?" "No. Thank you, sister." The dog-headed boy's body was bruised and purple. Hollow gently touched the wound on the dog-headed boy's body, and her healing ability was activated. In a moment, the boy's injuries were healed. "Go home quickly, and be careful in the future." Hollow was very gentle. After rubbing the boy's head, she turned and left, and smiled and greeted the onlookers. Hack. When did Hollow become so powerful? Yeah. I remember she would cry when she encountered danger before. So powerful. The three-dimensional attribute must be over 40. I don't know, but I think it should be. Hollow's performance has completely shocked them. In their opinion, this is such an incredible thing. The rescued dog-headed boy looked at the disappearing back, with admiration in his eyes. At this moment, in the boy's heart, Hollow is like a hero. In the forum, the post sent by the trumpet has caused a commotion in the forum. Hack. The natives of this Blue Star copy are so arrogant. I really want to blow his head off. The location is clearly marked. The meaning is very clear. I have told you where I am. You who come from Spinach Star, come if you have the guts. Here I think it is necessary to tag the Mandragora and Halton families. These two organizations are the worst. Can you bear this? I can't bear it anymore. I won't say any more nonsense. When I come next time, I will definitely go here and teach this ignorant guy a lesson. The above is awesome. Such a post was naturally noticed by the Mandragora and Halton organizations. If they hadn't been able to take down Lin Fan for a long time before, they might not have cared. In this case, at most they would not go to this low-level copy. But the situation is different now. The natives of this low-level copy can also come to other copies. In the eyes of their primates, this is a very dangerous thing. No one dares to guarantee what will happen in the future. So, they must be eliminated. Descent day. Early morning. Lin Fan woke up early, went downstairs, and drove quickly towards the church. He was looking forward to the arrival of this day. There were quite a lot of pedestrians on the street, most of them holding mobile phones, looking like they were live streaming. These guys are not going to live stream their encounter with the Adventers. Lin Fan smiled, and had to say that the mentality of the Blue Star compatriots was still relatively good. It had to be said that the people in our country still inherited the habit of treating the newcomers as guests. He looked at the number of gang members. Gang members, 6 out of 10. The quota has been increased to 10 people. But the number of gang members is still 6. It seems that the number can be increased today. In the future, I will get an extra 10 points of attributes every day, which makes me feel comfortable. The church has arrived. Lin Fan looked at the brand new church in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. The white walls looked very holy. He parked the car, walked a few steps, and then turned back to carry the car to another place. In his opinion, there will definitely be Adventers coming. based on his understanding of the Adventers. There will definitely be Adventers who are unhappy with him and want to destroy his car. So placing it here is the safest place. Walking into the church. The air was fresh, without the smell of decay that no one cleaned. Looking up, there was a black and gold single sofa chair under the cross in front. Chow Yu has a good eye. Lin Fan smiled, walked to the sofa, sat down. It was indeed very comfortable. His butt was perfectly supported. Took out the Demon Slayer knife and stabbed it into the ground. Leaned against the sofa and waited quietly. A moment later, he opened his eyes, and the mission came. Mission: the Spinach Star Descendant uses special props to descend to the Yellow City and defeat the opponent. Mission reward: Strength plus 10, Stamina plus 10, Speed plus 10, Boss Momentum. Looking at the reward, he fell into deep thought. Even the mission reward thinks I am the boss in the Blue Star Dungeon? Lin Fan shook his head, expressing helplessness about this. Opening the map, I suddenly found that many light spots were actually rushing towards this side, most of which were ordinary light spots, which means that they did not cause much harm to Blue Star. But now they are all rushing towards this side. It can only be said that something seems to have happened. What a red light spot. Descending to the Yellow City with the help of special props, which means that the other party cannot descend to the Blue Star under normal circumstances. It is just as Gargamel said. Those people in the organization are willing to spend a lot of money after all. Lin Fan was not impatient and still waited slowly. The phone rang. Answered. Lin Fan. According to the sky I'm monitoring, many descenders are heading towards you. Do you want support? Chow Yu asked. This was the first time she encountered such a situation. With so many descenders, she was really afraid that something would happen to Lin Fan. It's okay. You guys just do your own things. Lin Fan replied calmly. Hang up the phone. Lin Fan played the fireball technique casually. With his hard work in these days, his fireball technique proficiency has been very good. The previous 1,000 proficiency points have been maxed out. But who would have thought that another 10,000 proficiency points would appear? Which became very interesting in Lin Fan's view. However, he found that as his proficiency increased, the power of the fireball technique would also increase. And even the speed had undergone earth-shaking changes. At the beginning, even if he threw the fireball, the speed was still visible to the naked eye. And even ordinary people could dodge it as long as they were alert. But as he improved his proficiency in the fireball technique, the speed of the fireball technique changed dramatically. Throwing it out was as fast as a car driving with the accelerator on. Ordinary people could not dodge it. He still wanted to live. And he didn't know whether the speed of the fireball could reach the speed of sound in the future. If he really wanted to reach it, he would work hard, and it would be the same speed as a bullet. Raising his hand, a fireball appeared on his fingertips. The original fireball technique was red, but now the fireball was mixed with black, which looked more mysterious. With a thought, the fireball went out. He had great expectations for the development of the fireball technique. Outside the church, the Adventers who came to Huang City came to the church according to the guidance of the map. They came from different directions and nodded in tacit understanding when they met. Are you here to kill Lin Fan? One of the descenders asked curiously. Don't talk nonsense. I'm here to make friends. The descender who was asked said hurriedly. Who among the descenders, who are now in the yellow market, is crazy enough to kill Lin Fan? Didn't they see that he has killed many people in a row? As for these people whose three-dimensional attributes are no more than 40, if they cause trouble to others, wouldn't it be like digging a grave and jumping into it to bury themselves? Have you joined the Blue Star Harmony Society? No. I'm preparing to join. My three-dimensional attributes are only 12 points away from reaching the limit. I think it's better to join so that the mission can be completed well. That's what I think too. The group chatted, and soon saw the church with a white exterior wall. They stopped and stared at it intently. For some reason, when they saw this building, they actually felt a faint pressure in their hearts. It was as if there was some kind of terrible existence in that church. At this time, a figure walked out of the crowd of Adventers. He was wearing a black windbreaker and carrying a long spear on his back. With such a look, when he came to Huang City, everyone could tell at a glance that he was an Adventer. When he first came, he did attract many citizens to watch and follow him. But he was very fast and left them behind in a moment. Levi. He is Levi, one of the founders of the Blue Star Harmony Society. With his appearance, some Adventers recognized who he was. With Leeway leading the way, the other Adventers seemed to be bolder and followed silently behind. Arriving at the door of the church, Li Wei took a deep breath to ease his emotions. He was also very nervous. But he had to stay calm, because so many people were watching him. Thinking of the other founders, he was really angry. They agreed to come together to talk to Lin Fan, a native of Yellow City, Blue Star, about friendly cooperation. Who would have thought that the other founders either had stomachaches or were hanging water? And even more amazing was that they broke their legs and said that they had a car accident and could only rely on him. To be honest, she is really a bitch. Li Wei mustered up his courage and pushed open the door of the church. At the moment he pushed the door, the pigeons on the eaves of the church spread their wings and flew high, making a loud noise. This made Li Wei and others tremble with fear, looking at the flying white pigeons. Then, everyone looked into the church. A ray of light penetrated the window and turned into a beam of light that fell on the sofa under the cross at the end. They saw a figure sitting there. If I guessed correctly, it was Lin Fan. Hello. Welcome here. Lin Fan, who was sitting on the sofa, said calmly, "Please come in. There's no need to block the door." Li Wei walked in. Hello. At this time, many of the adventers had seen Lin Fan through photos, but they had never seen him in person. Now that they saw him, they had only one thought in their minds. That is, the native Lin Fan of this copy was really extraordinary, and gave them a strong visual impact. Are you looking for me to kill me? Lin Fan saw at a glance that their tasks were strange, and they were not here to kill him. But since he had already put himself in the role of the Blue Star boss, he naturally had to say some threatening words to scare these guys. Li Wei heard it, and waved his hands hurriedly. No, we are not here to kill you. Let me introduce myself. My name is Li Wei, and I am one of the founders of the Blue Star Harmony Society. The purpose of my coming here to find you is to talk to you. The purpose of our Harmony Society is to live in harmony with Blue Star, discuss with the creatures here, and create a better future together. Harmony Society. Lin Fan slowly stood up, pulled out the demon-slaying knife on the ground, and walked towards Li Wei step by step. Li Wei was very nervous at this time, thinking that the other party would not want to chop him. But he thought it should not be the case. After all, there are people from Spinach Star who have cooperated with the Security Bureau of Huang City. He did not go to the Security Bureau, but to Lin Fan, mainly because Lin Fan's status in their hearts is higher than that of the Security Bureau. What about the guys behind you? Lin Fan took a look. There were people of all races, but the only thing that was relatively uniform was that their attributes were very low. Really very low. Even Hollow could knock them all down now. The adventure standing behind hurriedly said, "Brother, we also come with a friendly heart. Yes. What we advocate is harmonious coexistence. Those disharmonious guys are organized and premeditated, and have nothing to do with us. If you ask me, Mandragora and the Halton family really deserve to die. It would be fine if they just did their mission well. They had to make trouble. It's really a rat shit that spoiled the whole pot of porridge." The adventures showed great anger towards those organizations on Spinach Star. Of course, they were afraid of those organizations. But they were afraid. But they had nothing to do with them. Those organizations didn't help them complete their missions, and they had to rely on themselves in the end. So how to choose? They are smarter than anyone else. Lin Fan looked at Li Wei and said, "The Harmony Society is very good. If the adventures on your Spinach Star can be the same as you, then a lot of trouble can be saved." Li Wei said, "Yes. But the creatures on our Spinach Star are still relatively friendly. Those organizations are still unfriendly. I dare not say much about other things. Our Harmony Society definitely advocates harmony and creates a future together." Lin Fan smiled and approved of Li Wei's remarks. He thought of Gargamel and Madden, both of whom were high-level dungeon players before. But both of them fell. It was difficult for them to survive, as they were not primates. From some one-sided chats, he could hear that they were not satisfied with the rule of the primates. It was just that their own abilities were too weak. They could not fight against the primates at all. With the emergence of the guild function, they saw the future and hope. According to their ideas, as long as they could survive on Blue Star for a year or two and improve their three-dimensional attributes to a certain extent, they would definitely be qualified to challenge the primates. At this moment, a roar came from outside. "Lin Fan, come out and die." The adventures who heard the voice were shocked, wondering which big guy was so awesome. So many people had died tragically on Blue Star and returned as blank boards. And there were still guys coming to die. Lin Fan smiled and walked out of the church. The adventures followed with curiosity. When they arrived outside, When the adventures saw the figure standing there, their faces changed. Then they discussed in whispers. Isn't he the Mad Fist Kia from the Mandala White Division? How did he appear here? I don't know. This is only an F-level copy. How did he get in? His three-dimensional attribute is over 100. Even reaching about 150. He should be in a D-level copy. I understand. Special props. He got in with special props. The Mandala organization must have wanted to kill Lin Fan. So they sent Kai in with special props. Special props are precious. But they also have restrictions. And Kaya is the first person under restrictions. Lin Fan looked at the descender, wearing black training clothes not far away. The data appeared in front of him. Name, Kaya. Race, primate. Strength, 150. Stamina, 125. Speed, 120. Skills, whirlwind kick primary. Muscle control, intermediate. There are many skills. It can be seen that he has gone through many copies. And the skills he has learned and acquired are much more than the descenders he has seen. Kaya's muscles are very strong. And the clothes supported by the muscles of his arms are about to burst. His eyes stare at Lin Fan very coldly. Perhaps in his eyes, Lin Fan, who is still panting at this time, will stop breathing completely in a few seconds. When he was called by the Mandala High Level and learned that he had to use special props to descend to the F-level copy, he was unwilling to do so. He felt that this was a waste of his time. With this time, he could have completed a killing mission in the D-level copy. The eyes of the descenders around him looked at Lin Fan differently. It was not the awe they had before, but sympathy. It was as if they were saying, "You are really miserable. The Mandala organization actually made such a big move to kill you. This time, I am afraid you are really finished. There is absolutely no possibility of survival." Although they have never fought with Kaya, they also know how terrifying Kaya is. He never uses any weapons. He relies on his hands. It is really terrifying. He can easily break someone's neck. There seems to be a post on the forum before. It is that Kaya broke the heads of 100 natives with his bare hands in the D-level copy. That picture. That scene. It is scary to think about it. Are you looking for me? Lin Fan asked with a smile. Kaya didn't answer. He stepped on the ground with his feet. With a bang, a dull sound came. Kaya disappeared from the spot. And the ground where he just stood it cracks. Which was enough to show how strong the impact was. A shock was coming. In the blink of an eye, Kaya appeared in front of Lin Fan, with a ferocious expression, and punched him. The power of this punch was extremely terrifying, as if he was going to blow Lin Fan's head with one punch. The onlookers were shocked by Kaya's power, and their faces turned pale. If this was coming towards them, they would have been scared to the point of wet crotch. Snap! Just when everyone thought that Lin Fan would be blown up by a punch, a shocking scene happened. Hack! No way. The onlookers stared with their eyes wide open. Stunned, they saw Lin Fan raised his hand, and his open palm easily caught Kaya's fist. This seemed incredible to them. Kaya's face also changed slightly. Before he could react, Lin Fan took out his pistol and hit him in the chest with a bang. And Kaya retreated violently. The sturdy muscles actually clamped the bullet. Awesome. Lin Fan didn't expect that he could catch it at such a close distance. And the opponent was clamping it with muscles. Could it be that this was the opponent's skill? The ability to control muscles? Kaya's expression became solemn. If he didn't take Lin Fan seriously before, he was now completely serious. Being able to catch his punch easily is definitely not something that ordinary natives can do. Kaya took a deep breath, and his body swelled up, like an inflating balloon. Now his body is even half the size of before. Suddenly, Kaya's eyes flashed, and he rushed towards Lin Fan again, with a speed and force that was even more violent than before. Chapter 48 Asking for a title? I'll blow you up with one move. Deterrence comes from crushing strength. Kai is a master sent by the Spinach Star organization with props. Although he has never seen what the props are, but he can analyze it. The props used are also limited. If the three-dimensional attributes exceed a certain value unilaterally, the props cannot be used, so that only a numerical limit can be stuck. Kaya's strength is the highest, and his physical strength and speed are slightly worse. Lin Fan did not want to use a banana peel to make Kaya step on the air and fall to the ground, and then go up and attack his crotch fiercely. He did not do this because this behavior is not shocking. He did not hold a Gatling gun and attack Kaya. The real deterrence is naturally crushing in strength, so that the opponent feels despair. Only the spurting blood can shock the hearts of the onlookers. At this time, Kaya appeared in front of Lin Fan, waving his strong arms. And the fists he swung were wrapped in a strong fist wind. Before the fist arrived, the fist wind as sharp as a blade came to his face. His arm muscles were tense. And as his strength accumulated, he became stronger and more powerful. Bang! The two fists collided, and a violent dull sound resounded. With a crack, the ground under Lin Fan's feet cracked, and an invisible impact suddenly spread, and the surrounding descenders were suddenly shocked, with an indescribable fear. So strong. Really too strong. As for the collision of flesh, Lin Fan believed that he would not lose to anyone. The combination of a draw indestructible divine art and hardening made his flesh strong to a certain extent. Kaya's face changed slightly. In the moment of collision, he only felt a strong force feedback along his arm, which surprised him. In the past, when he fought with the natives in the dungeon, he would often spit blood with one punch. Now, a native of a mere F-level dungeon could actually withstand his fist, which made him feel incredible. In an instant, Kaya roared. The battle mode was turned on, and his arms turned into afterimages, falling towards Lin Fan like a storm. Lin Fan was not panicked at all in the face of such a situation. Are you the only one who knows boxing? I can do it, too. Lin Fan, who possessed the ancient boxing skills of Blue Star, calmly fought with Kaya. In an instant, the might of the confrontation was amazing, and the surrounding descenders were horrified. Snap! Lin Fan grabbed Kaya's fists with both hands and smiled. You have good strength, but your speed is a bit slow. Damn it. At this time, Kaya felt that he was verbally humiliated. He roared. His arms were bulging with veins, and he wanted to break free from the other party. But Lin Fan held his fists tightly. Even if he used all his strength to shit, it was useless. Lin Fan saw that his face was flushed, and kindly reminded him, don't use too much force. Be careful not to shake out the poop. You? Just when Kaya was about to get angry, he saw Lin Fan kicking his abdomen with a kick. With a bang. The power of this kick was so strong that Kaya was kicked more than 10 meters away. Hack! He's Kaya. I don't believe it unless I see it with my own eyes. The adventurers watching were stunned. Some rubbed their eyes, and some couldn't believe it. This was simply unimaginable horror in their eyes. In their minds, Kaya was an extremely terrifying yet invincible existence. But now Kaya was kicked away, looking extremely embarrassed. Dust was floating in the distance. Bang! The humiliated Kaya rushed over as fast as a cannonball, soared into the air, and swept Lin Fan's neck with a whip kick. The power of this whip kick was so strong that it could easily break the opponent's neck, and even the head could fly out, rotate in the air, and finally fall to the ground. Snap! Lin Fan did not move at all, allowing Kaya's whip kick to sweep across his neck. That's it? Kaya's pupils suddenly shrank, and he only felt that this kick was like kicking on a steel plate, so hard that he only felt a little pain in his calf. You can't do it either. Lin Fan raised his finger and shook it, then grabbed Kaya's ankle and slammed his body to the ground. The sudden change shocked Kaya's face. The moment he landed, he supported the ground with both palms and kicked Lin Fan with his other leg. He wanted to break free from Lin Fan's control. However, the leg he kicked was also caught by Lin Fan, who swung his legs and slammed his body to the ground violently. With a bang. Even if Kaya wanted to support himself with both hands this time, he couldn't resist such a fierce force. His face hit the ground heavily. The onlookers took a breath of cold air. They called it terrifying. I didn't expect to see such a scene when I came here. They understood that after this incident, the form of Spinach Star would be shaken like an earthquake. Kaya, who was lying on the ground at this time, clenched his fists. Anger was burning in his heart, and his 10 fingers were grabbing the ground. He looked very ferocious. He had deeply felt the shame. With a roar, Kaya jumped up and rushed towards Lin Fan without any plan. All he wanted was to kill him and tear his body into pieces. Lin Fan smiled and directly kicked Kaya in a roundhouse. Kaya raised his hands to block it. He thought he could block it, but who could have thought that the power of this kick was so fierce that he was kicked away with just one kick? Kaya, your 3-dimensional attributes are indeed good, but unfortunately, I am higher than you. Lin Fan looked at Kaya, who climbed up from the ground in a very embarrassed manner, with a smile on his face. From beginning to end, he never took Kaya to heart. If he had worried about what kind of descenders would be sent by Spinach Star using special props at the beginning. But now, he is not worried at all. Although the props are strong, there are still limitations. Damn it. Damn it. It must be said that Kaya's ability to withstand beatings is really strong. He has been kicked so many times. But he is still very strong. If it were another descender, I am afraid he would have been completely dead. Kaya was panting. Hot white air was coming out of his mouth and nose. He clenched his teeth. Veins were bulging all over his body. And a violent aura, like a beast, burst out from him. Wildness. In Kaya's skill column, there is a skill called Wildness, which obviously means to release one's own wildness like a beast, thereby improving one's own ability. Facing Kaya, who was coming towards him like a mountain, Lin Fan was not panicked at all. He dodged sideways, raised his hand, and cast the fireball spell. And the fireball condensed in the palm of his hand covered Kaya's face. With a bang, the fireball exploded, and the violent impact completely exploded with the two of them as the center. The strong flames instantly covered the two people. The onlookers were stunned when they saw this situation. Magic suddenly appeared out of nowhere. They had all experienced various dungeons. Even if they had not experienced it, they had heard about it in the forum. Some dungeon worlds are magic worlds. It can condense various elements in the air and use them as a means of attack. I was lucky enough to see the picture of that scene on the forum. It was really bright and dazzling. And the descenders of their spinach star can learn magic from the local natives in the dungeon. But even if they learn it, they can't use it after leaving the dungeon world. It seems that other worlds lack magic elements. But if you get magic from a treasure chest or a task, you can use it no matter where you are. But the three-dimensional attributes will have an additional attribute: mental power. But this kind of mental power seems to be unable to improve. And it is only related to your own spirit. The flames dissipated. A figure flew out of the thick smoke. His body was burned by the flames and was emitting gray smoke. He fell to the ground with a bang and did not move. The power of the fireball technique is beyond imagination. Lin Fan walked in front of Kaya, and under the gaze of many descenders, he slowly raised the demon-slaying knife in his hand. Kaya, who was still conscious, looked at Lin Fan angrily. "Kill me if you have the guts. But I, Kaya, will never surrender." He said the toughest words. But in fact, he was a little panicked. He really didn't want to die. Once he died, his data would be cleared, and he would become a waste. This was even more terrible for Kaya than killing him. Oh! Puff! The demon-slaying knife in Lin Fan's hand fell. And with a puff, it pierced his body directly. Kaya stared at Lin Fan with panic and anger, as if he wanted to swallow Lin Fan. But unfortunately, everything was too late. He could clearly feel his life passing away. It was too late to stop it. Lin Fan said, "Remember my appearance? Go back and tell the top leaders of Mandala that I, Lin Fan, am waiting for you here. Come if you have the guts." He will never show mercy to the guys sent by Mandala to kill him. Emptying their attributes is the greatest welcome to them. Plundering muscle control, intermediate. Killed Kia. And the opponent dropped the skill. Not bad. But Lin Fan did not take the skill seriously, and did not even have any idea about the opponent's attributes. With his current speed of brushing attributes, it was as fast as riding a rocket. There is no need to tie up the opponent and brush slowly. He does not have the energy or patience. The task is completed, and the reward is issued. Boss temperament, you are so dazzling. So majestic. Even in the sea of people, you still shine. And you can't ignore it. Your temperament is frightening and terrifying. When you stare at the opponent, your power will bring great pressure and oppression to the opponent. At this time, Lin Fan smiled at the waiting adventurers and said, "Okay. It's over. It's just a small episode. A show for you all. I understand your thoughts. Huang City welcomes you." Then he picked up the phone. He called Xiao Yu and told her the situation here, and asked her to bring something to register the adventures here. Lin Fan walked to Li Wei. As a creature from Spinach Star, you could uphold friendly ideas and establish the Blue Star Harmony Society. I am very pleased. I will definitely give you some unexpected opportunities. Tell me, do you want to become stronger? His eyes were looking directly at Li Wei. Li Wei, who felt the gaze of the boss, swallowed his saliva nervously and nodded frantically. I want to. I dream about it. He felt so nervous and scared when being stared at by the boss, as if he was locked by some terrible existence that could not be provoked. It actually made him feel like kneeling. Very good. Lin Fan nodded with satisfaction. He extended an invitation to the other party. Suddenly, Li Wei was startled. The sudden reminder made him a little overwhelmed. But seeing the boss nodding at him, Li Wei could only bear the curiosity in his heart and join this cool and explosive gang that made people a little confused. With the joining of Li Wei, the number of guild members increased from 6 to 7. and the remaining 3 guild members will be arranged today. This is... Li Wei was very surprised. He had never seen such a strange thing. Even though he was the little dragon king of the forum, he had been wandering in the forum for a long time and had a wide range of knowledge. But he had never seen anything like it. Not even similar. Don't worry. Look carefully, Lin Fan said softly. The other descenders were very confused. What is going on? Why do you feel mysterious? At this time, Li Wei looked carefully at the guild function that appeared. He found that this function was really magical. He saw the number of people. Some people had joined, but the number was too small. In addition to the gang leader, there were only 7 gang members including him. This is too shabby. Welfare exemption? What is this thing? Could it be the benefits after joining the gang? When he learned that it was a benefit, Li Wei looked at it very carefully. This was closely related to him. The first benefit, enter the blue star at will. When he saw this benefit, Levi's face changed slightly. Of course, such a benefit did not reach the point of making him crazy. After all, it was just a casual entry into the blue star. What was so strange about it? Until he saw the second benefit, Levi's face suddenly changed. 1 task a day. Seemingly simple instructions. But it made Levi feel like he was dreaming. Lin Fan silently observed Levi's changing expression. The other party's change was within his expectations. As for the members he brought in, except for Hollow, who was silly and didn't show too much excitement, the others were excited beyond words. Ah! Suddenly, Levi's face flushed and he jumped, showing that he was very excited. He suddenly became excited for no reason, which caused other uninformed adventers to look confused. Why did this guy suddenly go crazy? Big brother. Big brother. Levi kept calling Lin Fan Big Brother. If there weren't so many adventers around, he would have wanted to kneel down and kowtow to Lin Fan. He had studied the functions of the gang very well, and knew what the man in front of him represented in the gang. To put it simply, this is the daddy. The big daddy kind. Do you understand? Lin Fan asked. Li Wei said. I understand. I understand very well. That's good. Lin Fan patted his shoulder, believing that he would know what to do in the future. Obviously, without Lin Fan saying much, Li Wei also knew what to do in the future. If this still needed some guidance, then he would just want to find a piece of tofu and kill himself. Lin Fan looked at the adventures around him. For the remaining 3 places, he had to find some who could provide some help to the zoo. It would definitely not work if they didn't have some talent. Xinfeng Zoo needed talented people. Even if they didn't have talent in terms of skills, they must be good enough in appearance. In the end, Lin Fan selected another 3 from the adventures. 1 was from the rabbit tribe. 1 was from the squirrel tribe. 1 was from the camel tribe. Well, it was pretty good. At least in terms of appearance. It would definitely attract a wave of enthusiasm. After all, it was curious. The main thing was to be curious enough, so that tourists who came to the zoo would be willing to spend money. After the 10 quotas were filled, a new function appeared in the guild. The guild leader calls for help. The guild leader enters the dungeon and feels that this task needs some help. He can call the guild members into the dungeon, and the guild members will get the corresponding attribute points. Seeing this new function, Lin Fan always felt that something was wrong. It seemed that the guild leader called for help. But why did he always feel like he was taking off with a group of scumbags? As for the other 3 adventures pulled into the guild by Lin Fan, except for the rabbit woman, who was suppressing her excitement, the other 2 were completely crazy. The 2 guys hugged Lin Fan's thighs and yelled, willing to go through fire and water for the guild leader, just asking the guild leader not to abandon them. The adventures around them looked confused. Good guy. What the hell are you crazy about? Not long after, Chow Yu came with members of the security bureau. When he saw so many adventures gathered together, Chow Yu was slightly stunned, and then relieved. Sure enough, there was no need to help. It turned out that nothing happened. Seeing the cracked concrete floor, Chow Yu felt that there might have been a fierce battle here. Lin Fan told Chow Yu about their situation. They were all friendly adventures who wanted to cooperate with our Huangshe Security Bureau. They registered and cooperated with Huangshe to do tasks in the future. Everyone, I'll leave first. After you finish the registration, hurry up to complete the task. I hope you have fun on Blue Star. Lin Fan smiled and greeted them. And this group of adventures dared not show off in front of Lin Fan. They were all very friendly and docile. They saw the situation just now. That was something they couldn't deal with. And they didn't even want to think about it. It was terrifying. Too terrifying. Lin Fen drove the 4 members, who had just been pulled in, and headed towards the zoo. Their mission was to be in the zoo. They thought that when there were more and more members in the future, and more curious guys in the zoo, it would definitely become the most famous tourist destination in the world. Thinking of this, he was in a particularly good mood. Night. Spinach Star. Blue Star Harmony Association headquarters. The headquarters is located in a dilapidated office building on the 4th floor, and they rent a room. The area is not small, but not too big either, with an area of about 400 to 500 square meters. The newly created organization is not very famous, and there are not many members joining, but new members join every day. As for the fees, I'm sorry, I haven't thought of how to charge for the time being. At this time, the 3 founders stayed in the office. One was drinking coffee, one was browsing the forum, and the other was texting with his girlfriend. But it was obvious that they were all paying attention to one thing. Hasn't he come back yet? The founder who was drinking coffee asked worriedly. No. I don't know what his situation is now. Could it be that he was beaten to death by the native Lin Fan because we couldn't reach an agreement in the past? Impossible. If he was beaten to death, he would have come back a long time ago. They talked one after another. Suddenly, the founder Jack, who was browsing the forum, exclaimed, "Hack, come and see. Something big has happened." "What's going on?" "Scare me." The other 2 founders were startled by Jack's surprise. Look at the forum. Mandragora used a special prop to send Kaya, known as the Crazy Fist, to the Blue Star copy. Jack stared and looked carefully at the information in the forum. As he continued to understand it in depth, his expression became more and more shocked. Damn. Iron Fist Kaya? He's the madman who claims to kill natives and likes to break all the bones of natives. I heard that he was particularly cruel when he was a child. He liked to pinch small animals with one hand and crush their internal organs into pieces. That's him. Since he was able to go to the dungeon, this guy has become more and more perverted. What's Jack's situation now? Did something big happen in the Blue Star dungeon? That native Lin Fan was brutally killed. They haven't seen the content in the forum yet. They can only rely on their own imagination, based on their understanding of Crazy Fist Jack. That native must have died miserably. Jack shook his head. No. It's not that the native died. It's Kaya who was beaten by the native. Impossible, they exclaimed. Very unbelievable. In their opinion, this is absolutely incredible. After Jack finished reading the content of the forum, he stepped back, and the wheels of his wheelchair rolled to make way. Look for yourself. This is a post that was just published not long ago, recording the tragic death of Kaya. And many people have proved that all this is true. The strength of the natives of Blue Star exceeds the limit of the copy. I think Levi may bang. The door of the office was pushed open roughly. Hello, brothers. Are you surprised and happy to see me back? Levi walked in with a bright smile on his face and open arms, like a victorious general returning triumphantly. Levi, are you okay? Huh? What? Do you think it's normal for me to be in trouble? Levi was so grateful to them. If they didn't dare to go to Blue Star, how could he have such a chance? Thinking about the gang function, he was so excited that he just wanted to dance in front of them. No. It's just that the forum said that Kaya was killed by the natives, and we are worried about your situation, Jack said. Li Wei said, I know about Kaya's death. I was at the scene and saw it clearly. Kaya was seeking his own death. He can't blame others. Also, please don't call him a native. He is now my idol and my big brother. I will follow him all my life and work with him to create a better future. Jack and the others stared at Levi in amazement. The meaning of that look was very clear. Was he beaten silly on Blue Star? Is his brain starting to go wrong? Levi. Jack was about to say something, but Levi raised his hand to interrupt him, then smiled and said, Do you know what you missed by not going this time? Jack and the others looked at each other, very puzzled. To be honest, they felt that Levi had become a little abnormal after he came back. Weird. He was also hiding a little here and a little there when he spoke, making it really mysterious. Levi picked up the coffee on the table, drank it all, and said, To tell you the truth, I met Lin Fan on Blue Star and got a great opportunity. If I didn't tell you, you would find it really hard to imagine it. But who let us be brothers? I'll tell you. Then Levi told them about the function of the gang. Jack and the others' faces changed again and again. It was like listening to a heavenly book. Is it true? Jack asked. Li Wei said, How can it be false? From now on, The operation of the Harmony Society will be handed over to you. I have to go to Blue Star to do tasks every day. Don't worry. Don't forget each other when you become rich and powerful. When I rise, I will definitely take you to the dungeon. Take you to show off. Take you to fly. And let you feel how wonderful it is to have a big boss with you. Seeing Li Wei's solemn promise, Jack and the others believed that what he said was true. It's just, now they are envious. Brother Wei, can we join the gang? Jack changed the way he addressed Li Wei and directly became Brother Wei. Li Wei said, I think it should be possible. But my relationship with the gang leader is not too close now. Don't worry. Let me get along with the gang leader first. And when the time is right, I will ask you. In Li Wei's view, in addition to him joining the gang today, there are 3 others who have also joined. Which means that there are many members in the gang. And there will definitely be more people in the future. It's just that he just got in touch with Lin Fan. And the relationship is not as good as those he met in the zoo. So he can only work hard slowly. At the same time, he didn't expect that someone would join the gang so early. This was too fast. Especially Hollow from the dog-headed tribe. She was so strong. Really strong. With a 3-dimensional attribute of more than 40. He also saw Madden, the big boss, who was defeated in the B-level copy. He didn't expect that he would also join the gang. In his opinion, as long as there is enough time, this big boss will inevitably rise again. And he will definitely be stronger. He only had one idea about this. The primate who killed Madden in the B-level copy must be a tragedy. The 3 founders grabbed Li Wei's hand and said sincerely, good brothers. For life. Li Wei looked at them. That's right. Really good brothers. The only disadvantage is that they are easy to be sold. Blue Star. Video conference. Now there are more and more adventures cooperating with us. And the staff of the action team are too busy. Xiao Yu said helplessly. Although the action team has recruited a lot of people. Every time the Advent Day comes, there are more and more adventures cooperating with the Security Bureau. Lin Fan said, send more people to help. I have seen that the number of adventures in Huang City will increase in the future. Xiao Yu said, indeed. The security bureaus in various places have set up working groups to cooperate with the adventures. Logically, the flow of people must be separated. But why do I feel that there are more and more people in Huangshe? It's really strange. Wu Hao smiled and said, it's a feng shui treasure land. Huangshe is a good city. Even the adventures are willing to come. Wang Kai, by the way, how is your cultivation progress? I have been on the 2nd level now. I feel very satisfied. But I feel that something is missing. Wu Hao, I am striving for the 3rd level. Now I can achieve copper skin and iron bones. I have tried it. The kitchen knife at home can only scratch white marks. But if I use extra force, it will still. Xiao Yu, until you are a martial arts wizard. Don't show it too much. By the way, I still absorb it. Wu Hao, Brother Lin. Brother Lin. And there are no more. If I have 7 or 8, wouldn't it mean that I had the skill of 70 or 80 years? Wu Hao regretted that he had missed a chance to become a real hero. As usual, the scene in front of me changed. It was dark. I was on a country road. Main quest of the world, ultimate destroy Wutong God. Note, war broke out. The evil temple of the White Lotus sect worshipping Wutong God was destroyed. And the statue of Wutong God's original god was broken. Now Wutong God is causing trouble to the world. And all living things are suffering. Quest reward, strength plus 10. World promotion fragment *1. Blood of Demon Slayer. The quest is very straightforward, which is to destroy Wutong God. And the reward is a bit shabby. And the use of the blood of Demon Slayer is not known yet. Where is Wutong God? Lin Fan pondered. Without any clue. Of course, the new function of the guild can pull members together to complete the task. But this copy full of demons and monsters is still quite dangerous. God knows what will happen if they are possessed. It's better to be safe. The country road at night was very quiet. The sounds of insects came one after another. And the cool wind swept through, which was very comfortable. At this moment, a figure appeared on the road ahead. Not looking tall. When he walked closer, he saw that it was a weasel standing on its hind legs with its front paws folded on its chest. Young man, do you think I look like a human or a fairy? The weasel spoke human language. If it were any ordinary person, seeing this situation, he would have been scared to sweat. Lin Fan didn't expect that he would actually meet the legendary weasel asking for a title in the 5 demons. No matter how he answered this thing, it would not end well for people. If you say that the weasel is like a human, then the person who answers will become a weasel, and live the life of a beast for it. If you say that he is like a fairy, then the person who answers is just an ordinary person. How can there be such a good fortune? The final result is that the person who answers, his blessings, luck, merits, virtues, and spirit will be absorbed by the weasel. The meaning is very clear. Since you say that I am like a fairy, but I am not a fairy. I can only use everything you have to help me become a fairy. Lin Fan looked at the weasel, and the weasel also stared at Lin Fan. It's not easy to meet someone in the middle of the night, so I must use him well. You hacking horse. Lin Fan cursed. Lightning Thunder Fist. With a curse, lightning condensed in his palm, and he slapped the weasel directly, feeling the most rigid and yang thunder power. The weasel was frightened and his hair stood up. But it was too late after all. With a bang, a light lit up on the country road at night. As the light dissipated, the weasel had already exploded, and the hot flesh and blood were still steaming. Come with me to ask for a title, and I will send you to heaven. Lin Fan left with a curse. Although he had all kinds of abilities, his heart was still beating fast when he suddenly encountered this thing in the middle of the night. This copy is a real chaotic world. With the turmoil, the luck of the whole country will decline, and the righteousness of heaven and earth cannot suppress the evil spirits. So those evil spirits come out to make trouble. And the filth and resentment in the world are the most beloved tonics for evil spirits. So it is normal to encounter these messy things when walking at night. Walking, shuttled through a forest. Vaguely, he felt that the surroundings were gloomy, and the wind was whistling. If he was not a Taoist priest, he didn't know what he would face next. Those monsters and ghosts are all Olins, and no one knows where they are hiding. Gradually, white mist floated up around, making the forest look hazy. Lin Fan took a deep breath and slowly raised his hands. Thunder gathered in his palms. Thunderclouds gathered in the sky, and thunder fell down one after another. He himself was also covered by thunder, and dense thunders were crawling on the ground. Lightning Thunder Fist. Lin Fan used thunder magic in all directions. Boom, boom. The strongest and most yang thunder wandered in the woods. In an instant, this place seemed like a thunder domain. After a while, finished, he didn't know where the monsters were. Anyway, he just randomly output to the surroundings. The effect was really there. The condensed mist dissipated, the gloomy wind dissipated, and everything around seemed normal, without that weird feeling. Lin Fan looked around and continued to hurry on his way while cursing. What Lin Fan didn't know was that in the forest in the distance, a ghost was trembling. She saw a living person appearing here, thinking of building momentum in the early stage, creating a gloomy environment, and then absorbing yang energy to strengthen herself. But who could have thought that the stranger would release thunder magic in all directions as soon as he came up? And the extremely masculine and strong thunder power almost evaporated her. Where is such a person? He didn't even see her face, but he just attacked her. The ghosts and monsters who thought of this hurriedly ran away. It was too dangerous to stay in this place that harmed people. Early morning. After a night of travel, Lin Fan came to a city. The outer wall looked like it was bombarded by artillery fire, and there were dead bodies around. He walked into the city, which was very chaotic, and he could not see a single person. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder and blood. Where are all the people? Lin Fan continued to walk forward, and then he heard the sound of a bell. Hearing the sound, his face was happy, and he followed the source of the sound. On a street, he saw a Taoist priest in a yellow Taoist robe, shaking a bell with one hand and waving paper money with the other. Master, please stay. Lin Fan chased after him. The middle-aged Taoist priest looked back and was quite surprised to see Lin Fan appear. Obviously, he did not expect that there were still living people in the city. He came here to save the wrong dead souls here, so as to prevent the dead souls from gathering here, fearing that disasters would occur in the future. After all, so many people died tragically here, fearing that evil spirits would appear. Is there anything? Asked the middle-aged Taoist priest. Master, may I ask where the 5 gods have been doing evil recently? Lin Fan asked straight to the point. Ah? The middle-aged Taoist priest's face changed drastically when he heard Lin Fan's words, as if he had heard something extremely terrible. Why are you asking these questions? Of course, he knew that the 5-power god was causing chaos, and the demonic energy was already rising to the sky. Now the surviving sects have gone to suppress the 5-power god. But it is too dangerous. In the current situation of the Dharma ending age, if you want to deal with this evil demon, you are basically sending yourself to death. People like him who have some magic power but not much. Basically don't need to go. And they will die if they go. Lin Fan did not answer, but raised his hand and condensed thunder in his palm. This heavenly master is going to kill that evil demon. Are you Lin Tian sure? The middle-aged Taoist priest said in shock. Do you know me? No. But I heard from the Taoist priest in Qinghai 2 years ago about the deeds of the heavenly master. The heavenly master possessed the thunder method and killed the 5 demons. He was the only heavenly master of thunder method left in the troubled times. The middle-aged Taoist priest looked at Lin Fan with a different look. At this time, his eyes were like looking at an idol, full of admiration and awe. Lin Fan didn't expect that the last time he descended to the dungeon, he actually left his own legend. Well, not bad. Really not bad. So that's how it is. Now you can tell me where the 5-power god is. Lin Fan asked. The middle-aged Taoist priest said, reporting to the heavenly master. The 5-power god is now in Chongyang City. I heard that the Taoist and Buddhist families took out their best skills and used various magic tools to form a seal to trap the 5-power god inside. But they have never been able to eliminate it. Point me in a direction, Lin Fan said. The middle-aged Taoist priest hurriedly pointed to the south. Thank you. Lin Fan clasped his fists and then quickly headed south. The middle-aged Taoist priest wanted to ask if he could take him with him, but Lin Fan walked too fast. Before he could speak, his figure had already appeared in the distance, which made the middle-aged Taoist priest exclaim in amazement. The heavenly master is indeed the heavenly master. His speed and ability are simply amazing. With the heavenly master going, it seems that the death of the 5-way god has come. The middle-aged Taoist priest sighed. The 5-way god is a real evil demon. It has existed for a long time, and is difficult to kill. It is unknown how many people's blood it has sucked. It has long been cultivated into a demon. If it were not for the Taoist and Buddhist families to use their unique skills, it would be really difficult to suppress it in Chongyang City. But this suppression is also short-lived. If you still can't think of a way, the 5-way god will definitely break the formation and kill people everywhere. When that time comes, it will be a real disaster. At this time, Lin Fan, who was on his way, was quite unhappy. He felt that if he came to the dungeon world to complete the task, he couldn't just put him near the task. He had to hurry. He really ran his legs off for a little bit of task reward. Thinking about the 5 demons that were killed before, they were really easy to kill. Basically without any difficulty. I just don't know what this Wudong god is like. But the only thing that can be confirmed is this Wudong god must be stronger than the 5 demons. After all, the 5 demons were bred by the Wudong god. As a father, the Wudong god must be very strong. Chapter 49. All this is just a crush. Chongyang City. It was clearly daytime. The sun was high in the sky. But for some reason, Chongyang City gave people such a gloomy and terrifying feeling. Master Qinghai, can this evil demon be destroyed? My concubines are still in there. The bald Su Dashui was still in a mess. He ran to Master Qinghai and asked about the details. Su Dashui felt that he was really unlucky. The previous 5 concubines were gone. He felt that Fengyang City was really a broken place with bad feng shui. It was not suitable to stay for a long time. So he brought the troops to Chongyang City. Although he had a good habit of digging graves, after experiencing the disaster of the 5 demons, his good habit was completely suppressed. God knows what kind of ghost things he can dig out next time. But the damn god seemed to want to play with him. He just married 3 concubines. And then this happened again. Qinghai said solemnly, Marshal, this evil demon is the guardian of the White Lotus sect. Now we have formed a large formation with magic tools and trapped it in it. It is not easy to destroy it. And the Marshal's concubines are now in danger. Qinghai's words were euphemistic. Wudong god likes married women. No woman in this city can escape. I don't like to hear this. Doesn't it mean that all the concubines I married were married to the evil demon? Marshal Su was angry. He was really angry. He held military power, and could use cannons to clear the way wherever he went. He bombarded the enemy, and made them cry for their parents. But now, he has fallen into the hands of the evil demon twice. No one can bear it. Amitabha. At this time, a monk in a cassock came over. Master Qinghai, the 5-power god has become a force to be reckoned with. With the current situation, we can trap him for a while, but not for a lifetime. It's difficult to get rid of him. Master Pudu, I know that. I'm afraid there is only one person in the world who can eliminate this demon. Are you talking about the Heavenly Master? Master Pudu has never seen Lin Fan, let alone the Heavenly Master. It is so difficult to have a Heavenly Master appear in this Dharmending age. It is simply impossible. Not to mention that this heavenly master controls the thunder method. The thunder method is the most difficult Taoist method to practice. If you are not careful, you will be doomed. That's right. Now that the five-power god has appeared in the world, we have trapped him here. We are not thinking about how to kill him, but waiting for the heavenly master to come. The heavenly master is a master of Taoism, and will definitely be able to eliminate this scourge. When Qinghai mentioned the heavenly master, his eyes were shining with admiration. Master Pudu was relieved to see Qinghai's trust in the heavenly master. In order to deal with the five-power god, all the masters of the Taoist and Buddhist sects have come out, and the casualties are also quite serious. If you listen carefully, you can hear the sound of chanting in the distance. It is the Buddhist masters who are using their own magic power to bless the magic tools and stabilize the formation. Marshal Su on the side asked anxiously, "Where is the heavenly master? When will he come?" Master Qinghai said, "I don't know. Since we parted in Fengyang City, he has disappeared and is nowhere to be found. But it's okay. The heavenly master will definitely be able to sense the situation here and come here." Marshal Su stared at Qinghai, and the meaning revealed in his eyes was very clear. "Are you kidding me here?" At this moment, several figures appeared in the distance. "Is that the heavenly master?" Marshal Su asked hurriedly. Qinghai looked into the distance, staring intently, and then shook his head and said, "No." "Oh." Marshal Su pounded his palms, glanced at Chang'an City, and was very anxious. Soon, for strangers approached, and his purpose was very clear. That is, to enter Chang'an City. "Everyone, please wait. There are evil demons in Chang'an City. You can't go in." Master Qinghai hurriedly reminded them when he saw them wanting to enter Chang'an City. These four were descenders, and they just wanted to laugh when they saw the local natives reminding them not to go in. "This native is crazy. Ignore him. We finally managed to trigger the world's main quest, with rich rewards. No matter what kind of danger it is, we have to give it a try." That's right. Wudanshan, the top boss in this dungeon, in my opinion, has a maximum attribute of 99. Although we are still a little short of this attribute, we may not be unable to deal with it if we join forces. Let's go in. The four descenders ignored Qinghai Mage. They didn't even bother to say a word to each other, and instantly disappeared in the foggy city. "Hey, why don't you listen to advice?" Qinghai shook his head. He was powerless to do anything about it. It's hard to persuade the damn ghost with good words. Not long after, a shrill scream suddenly broke out in the silent Chang'an City. From the sound, it must be the four people who just broke in. After a while, it was quiet. "You bunch of stinky Taoist priests and stinky monks can't trap me." A gloomy voice came from the city, which was the angry voice of Wudanshan. The faces of the people who heard the voice were very solemn. If they were to face Wudanshan alone, they would die miserably. "Wudanshan, you evil demon harms the people and the world. Heaven and earth cannot tolerate you. Someone will definitely deal with you." Qinghai shouted angrily. As a mage, he was uncomfortable when he encountered an evil demon that he could not eliminate. But there was nothing he could do. He could only watch helplessly, because his cultivation was not enough. Marshal Su on the side said, "Mage, I think you should let me kill it with a cannon. I guarantee that it will be destroyed by the bombardment of the cannon." Qinghai looked at Marshal Su as if he was looking at a mentally retarded person. Is this something a human can say? Bombard with a cannon. It would be better to release Wudanshan and let it do whatever it wants. This would save a batch of SHLs. Marshal Su noticed the look in the eyes of the Qinghai mage and touched his bald head awkwardly. "I'm just asking. I don't mean anything else." Then he changed the subject. "Master, if the heavenly master you mentioned doesn't come, what should we do?" Master Qinghai said, "This demon has remembered our smell. Even if we escape to the ends of the earth, it can find us. Doesn't that mean we are finished?" "Yes. If the heavenly master doesn't come, it is indeed finished. Under the current situation, we can't destroy it. Even if I ask the ancestors to possess me, there is nothing we can do about it." Master Qinghai's words were like a thunderbolt to Marshal Su, and he was dumbfounded. In the distance, a figure slowly appeared. This figure did not walk fast. Master Qinghai seemed to have sensed something, and suddenly looked back. And then he exclaimed excitedly, "Heavenly Master! It's the Heavenly Master who is here! I knew the Heavenly Master would come." When Monk Pudu, Marshal Su and others heard this, they all looked over. "Is he the Heavenly Master?" Monk Pudu had good eyesight, even though it was a little far away. He could still tell that it was a young man. He couldn't imagine such a young heavenly master. Yes, he is the heavenly master. The heavenly master who controls the thunder method. The most rigid and masculine. The nemesis of evil spirits. The Qinghai mage said excitedly. With the appearance of Lin Fan, the panicked Qinghai mage was like seeing the backbone. Very stable. And then hurried to greet him. Qinghai mage. Long time no see. Lin Fan smiled. The Qinghai mage said respectfully, finally, the heavenly master has arrived. What's the situation now? Lin Fan looked towards Chongyang City. Even without the Taoist magic, he could see the mist floating in the city and the chill. Master Qinghai said, now the five-way god is trapped in the city by us and cannot come out for the time being. But it cannot last too long. This demon has been thinking of ways to break the formation. Master, this demon must be eliminated. Otherwise the lives of the people will be destroyed. I beg you to help and save the people. Qinghai is kind, and naturally does not want to see the five-way god do whatever he wants. Well, I came here for this matter. Lin Fan said calmly. In front of him. The style of the master should still be there. Master, this is the monk Pudu from the Lotus Temple. Qinghai introduced that except for the bald Marshal Su, the others who can stay here are masters from various sects. Lin Fan greeted them. But when he looked at Marshal Su, he was very confused. Why does a warlord always appear in such a demon-eliminating event? Don't say that without Marshal Su. The plot of this copy cannot be unfolded, and the evil demons cannot come out to make trouble. Qinghai told Marshal Su about his situation. After hearing this, Lin Fan nodded and looked at Su Dashwai with some pity. It was really pitiful. Counting this wave, it means that all 8 concubines of Su Dashwai were killed. The world is so big, and the population is so large. It would be fine if he encountered it once, but he encountered it twice. This luck is really unique. Exorcism is important. Eliminate this evil demon first. Lin Fan said. Qinghai said, Master, I will go in with you. Okay. Lin Fan originally thought that he could go in by himself, but thought that it would be better to take him with him. At least when he performed the thunder method, someone would exclaim and explain beside him, which would add a bit of joy to the terrifying atmosphere. I will go too, Master Pudu said. He wanted to see the methods of the master. Since he became a monk, he had never seen the master. Even his master had never reached such a level. And there was even a big difference between the two. What about me? Su Dashwai asked. Qinghai said. General Su, you wait outside. We will follow the heavenly master to exorcise the demons. Okay. General Su thought about it, and felt that it was safer to stay outside. Qinghai and Pudu followed Lin Fan to the city gate, stared at the fog for a moment, and broke into it. When they got inside, there was no life in the city, and it was in a mess everywhere. The fog only blocked the outside from peeping into the inside. And at the same time, there were low and strange sounds coming from all directions. Be careful. Follow me. Lin Fan warned. Nonsense. He didn't need to say that. Qinghai and Pudu had to follow the heavenly master closely. When they stepped into it, they found that the five-power god was more terrifying than they had imagined. Just this gloomy atmosphere made them feel a chill. Hee hee. A low roar came. A group of pale people approached them in a strange walking posture. Corpse demon. The five-power god killed the people here and turned them into corpse demons. Master Qinghai spoke immediately when he saw these walking corpses. This is a method that all evil demons know. Qinghai and Master Pudu were ready for battle. Although the number of corpse demons was large, it should not be a problem with their magic power. Leave it to me. Lin Fan raised his hand, signaling them not to get excited. You followed me in to watch my performance. How could I let you take action? If I let you take action, it means that I, the Heavenly Master, have not done my job well. Facing the swarm of corpse demons, he acted very calmly. He slowly raised his hands, and the thunder gathered in his palms, and the thunderclouds in the sky slowly condensed, and thunder was wandering in the thunderclouds. This is the thunder method. Master Pudu looked at it in shock. This is the power of heaven and earth. Any demons and monsters can't hide in front of this power. Qinghai Master was very excited. It was a lucky thing to see the Heavenly Master perform thunder methods again. Lightning Thunder Fist. Lin Fan pressed down with both palms, and the thunder in the sky fell into the group of corpse demons. Boom! Boom! In a moment, the groups of corpse demons were blown to pieces, and not even a slag was left. Let's go. Find Wutongshan quickly and get rid of it, Lin Fan said. Qinghai looked at Master Pudu and instantly became full of confidence. With the Heavenly Master here, everything would be fine. Heavenly Master. The evil spirit over there is the heaviest, and has condensed into a ghost green color. I suspect that the five-way god is there. Qinghai pointed to the distance. With his magical powers, he was most sensitive to the evil spirits of these evil demons. In the past, he only eliminated ghosts and subdued zombies. As for this kind of evil demon that has been passed down from ancient times to the present, he couldn't deal with it. But there was no problem in finding its trace. Let's go! The three of them walked in the quiet and strange streets, always feeling that something seemed to be peeping at them around them. As they entered Changyang City, the five-way god had already sensed it, and the extremely strong and yang thunder method also made the five-way god very uncomfortable. Soon, they appeared in front of a mansion, and the mansion door plate read Marshal Su's mansion. Lin Fan took a look and said, "The warlords are all quite rich." Qinghai said, "Anyone with a gun is rich wherever he goes. In order to protect themselves, the local wealthy businessmen and gentry will compete to give money. I don't know when this chaotic world will end. Does the more chaotic the world is, the more it affects ghosts and monsters? Yes, chaotic times can easily cause imbalance of yin and yang, and the decline of national fortune. Without the suppression of national fortune, demons and monsters will run rampant and bring disaster to the people. Even the ghosts in the underworld cannot suppress them." Qinghai sighed and shook his head helplessly. What can he do? The power of an individual is limited. There was no further entanglement in this regard. He walked towards the mansion. The surrounding demonic energy had already condensed into substance. It was like being in the demonic realm. "Wudong God, we are here. Please show up." Lin Fan shouted to the surroundings. Bang! 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 The windows around him shattered, and 4 zombies dressed in Qing Dynasty costumes rushed out. The zombies with rotten and disgusting faces spewed corpse gas and attacked bloodthirstily and hideously. Lin Fan directly blasted 4 thunder spells and directly killed the 4 zombies. Don't do these useless things. Ghosts or zombies, no one can withstand a single move under the thunder spell of this heavenly master. Lin Fan really liked the lightning thunder fist more and more. It was really too domineering. Qinghai and Master Pudu were silent. Just at a glance, they found that the 4 zombies that appeared were not simple. They had become a force to be reckoned with. And they were also filled with demonic energy by Wutong God. Not only were they invulnerable to swords and guns, but even the effect of the talisman paper might not be of much use. Suddenly, there was a strong wind around, and the wind was blowing. The fallen leaves in the courtyard rustled. Then a figure suddenly appeared on the empty ground in front. No, it was not one figure, but 5 figures, standing in a row. From the front, it looked like there was only one person. The leader closed his eyes tightly. His whole body was red, and he exuded an amazing demonic aura. Five-way god. Qinghai and Master Pudu were shocked. Just by the demonic aura he exuded, they knew that this demon was not something they could deal with. 3 more people are here to die. The 4 just now tasted really good. The voice of the five-way god was very sinister, and you could tell at once that he was not a good thing. There are 4 guys. Lin Fan was very puzzled. Qinghai said, "Master, when you were not here before, 4 people broke in without listening to the dissuasion. It seems that they have been killed. It is obvious that there is something wrong with the situation here. They dared to break in. It seems that those 4 guys should be descenders. It is understandable to think about it. Suddenly getting a world mission, the reward will definitely make them crazy. So it is normal for them to come here to die. Wudong God, prepare to die?" Lin Fan was too lazy to talk nonsense with Wutong God. He stood up and used lightning thunder fist to blast the opponent. The extremely young and strong power of thunder made Wudong God very uncomfortable. But even so, he still fought with Lin Fan. Bang! The thunder method hit one of the Wutong gods and directly beat it to ashes. Master Qinghai, the thunder method of Tianshi is really overbearing. Master Pudu sighed. They had no way to deal with Wutong God, but Tianshi killed Wutong God like killing chickens. One thunder method killed one of them. It was really powerful. Qinghai said, Tianshi is the savior of this chaotic world, so he is naturally extraordinary. Although Wudong God is extremely evil, he is still not good enough in front of Tianshi. His admiration for Tianshi has almost reached the level of a brain-dead fan. No matter what Tianshi said, in his opinion, it must be right. As they were talking, 3 of the 5 five-way gods had been killed. The remaining 2 were no longer as calm as before, and could not help but panic. Escape? Let's see where you can escape. Seeing that they wanted to escape, Lin Fan could not let them go. Besides, the city had been blocked, so they would definitely not be able to escape. Master, are you really going to kill them all? The leading five-way god was not strong enough, and there was a hint of begging in his tone. Are you blind? I've killed 3 of you brothers, and you're still asking these ignorant questions. Lin Fan scolded, without stopping his movements, and directly used a thunder spell to kill one of them instantly. The leading five-way god was really scared when he saw this. Qinghai and Master Pudu watched Lin Fan killing people everywhere, and they admired him more and more. The master was worthy of being the master, chasing the five-way god and beating him up. It was not so easy for them to deal with the five-way god. They could even be killed in return. Damn it. Knowing that he couldn't run away, the five-way god turned around and roared angrily, opened his mouth, and a strong suction burst out, sucking Lin Fan's limbs. The five-way god's hands became claws, thinking that he would just wait for the opponent to be sucked in front of him and tear him into pieces. Lin Fan was affected by the suction force, and his hands and feet were slightly restricted. But it didn't matter. As long as he exerted a little force, he could break free. As if he had thought of something, he let Wutanchen control him, getting closer and closer. At the moment of approaching, Lin Fan took out the Demon Slayer knife and slashed it towards Wutanchen's head. As soon as the Demon Slayer knife came out, the bright blade flashed and Wutanchen's eyes were smoking. Ah! Wutanchen screamed. This knife restrained him more than thunder. Puff! With one knife falling, Wutanchen's body was split into 2. The split corpse fell to the ground, turned into a pool of green smoke, and disappeared without a trace. It's done. It's not difficult. Bah! Playing tricks. Lin Fan put away the Demon Slayer knife. As soon as the Demon Slayer knife came out, he clearly felt Wutanchen's fear of the knife. Seeing that this knife was indeed more fierce for the evil demons, he didn't know how it compared with Zhong Kuei's sword. But think about it. It's fine. It's a fairy weapon. The five-way god has been destroyed. Lin Fan walked up to them and said. The gloomy atmosphere that just enveloped the entire city disappeared without a trace. The sunlight shone in, making the city look much more normal. Qinghai and Master Pudu breathed a sigh of relief. Just get rid of it, so that the other party will not cause trouble to the world. With their strength, if they really meet these guys, they really can't fight. Thank you, Tianshi, for saving the people. Please accept Qinghai's worship. Qinghai bowed respectfully. Amitabha. Tianshi has benefited all living beings, and his merits are immeasurable. Master Pudu performed the Buddha ceremony. Task completed. Rewards have been distributed. The fragments were placed in the inventory. However, the appearance of the demon-killing blood made Lin Fan feel a burst of heat in his body, and the blood in his body was rolling. Even Qinghai and Pudu, who were standing next to Lin Fan, felt the amazing breath emanating from Tianshi. Tianshi. You? Qinghai didn't know the situation and thought that Tianshi was injured in destroying the five-way god. It's okay. I have some insights, Lin Fan said. Qinghai and Pudu admired him even more. They didn't expect that the Heavenly Master would have some insights. This must be an improvement in his cultivation. The 5 Demons Chaos Dungeon ended here. He had completed the main quest of the world. And even if other adventures came, the tasks they faced were at most to eliminate some zombies, ghosts, etc. What kind of tasks could these be? They were just some ordinary and simple tasks. Lin Fan looked at Qinghai. He really had the heart to save the people. However, he could not deal with some evil demons with his cultivation. Thinking of this, he turned his palm, and a golden Buddha appeared in his palm. Qinghai and Pudu were shocked by the Heavenly Master's method again. This move of the world in his sleeves was really powerful. This kind of magic was beyond their imagination. Lin Fan bit his finger, and a drop of golden blood overflowed and smeared on the forehead of the golden Buddha. But the forehead of the golden Buddha flashed with light, and then it disappeared. But Qinghai and Pudu saw it clearly. His breathing became more and more rapid. The Heavenly Master's blood is golden? In Buddhism, the blood is golden, which means the Buddha who has cultivated to the Vajra realm. And the blood of Taoism is golden, which means the great power who has ascended to the Tao. I may not be born in the future, so I will give this golden Buddha to you. I hope that I can help you to exorcise demons and monsters in the future. Lin Fan threw the golden Buddha to Qinghai. Ouch! Ouch! Qinghai held the golden Buddha in his hand in a panic, and felt that the golden Buddha in his hand was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. The golden Buddha was originally a magic weapon, and now it was blessed by the blood of the Heavenly Master and given magic power. So the golden Buddha in his hand is no longer an ordinary golden Buddha. It is a real killing weapon that can subdue any evil demon. Master Pudu on the side was very envious. But he also knew that this was a gift from the Heavenly Master. Even if he was given 10 courages, he would not dare to snatch it. Lin Fan patted Qinghai's shoulder. From now on, the responsibility of subduing demons and protecting the world will be handed over to you. Qinghai said firmly, yes. In the future, Qinghai will continue on the road of subduing demons, and will never let down the Heavenly Master's gift of treasures. Let's go! Lin Fan disappeared without a trace in front of them. Qinghai and Master Pudu looked at the place where Lin Fan disappeared. They were so shocked that they didn't know what to say. They looked at each other, and could only say that they were lucky to encounter the Heavenly Master's action of subduing demons. Master Qinghai, can I touch your golden Buddha? Qinghai did not answer. But the meaning seemed very clear. You bald donkey. Are you looking for a fart? Let's go! Qinghai waved his hand, and was about to leave. Master Qinghai, where are you going? I'm going to find a wife. Wife? Nonsense. Pass on the family line. Pass on the golden Buddha given by the Heavenly Master. And let my descendants take it as their responsibility to slay demons and eliminate evil. Master Pudu looked at the back of Master Qinghai as he left, as if he recalled that Qinghai once said that he would have to live a lonely life. But now that he got the golden Buddha given by the Heavenly Master, he actually changed his mind. This idea changed too quickly. Blue Star. Sunshine Community. The returned Lin Fan felt that the copy of the 5 demons in the chaotic world was indeed very cool. And the identity of the Heavenly Master was high-end. There are 2 world promotion fragments. It can already improve the copy level of Blue Star. But he didn't want to use it. The current situation was pretty good. Safe and stable. Even if it was really improved, it would have to wait until Wu Hao and his team could catch up. As for Wu Hao and his team's current strength, it was naturally far from enough. Early morning. Zhu. Boss. Is there anything you need me to do? Li Wei stayed beside Lin Fan flatteringly. He came to Blue Star early in the morning. In the past, he liked to sleep in, and couldn't get up until 9 or 10 o'clock. But since he was pulled into the gang, Li Wei consciously set the alarm clock. Got up at 6 in the morning. Washed up. And came to the Blue Star Zoo. What would he do if he saw garbage on the ground? He would definitely pick it up and throw it into the trash can. The zoo is my home. How can I tolerate garbage flying everywhere? Xiao Wei, go to the zoo gate and shout for me, and attract more business for the zoo. Lin Fan was very satisfied with Li Wei's spirit of working hard. It was not in vain to pull him into the gang. Gang leader's favorability +1. Happy. Li Wei was very happy when he heard the prompt. Sure enough, as long as he coaxed the gang leader, everything would be fine. Yes, I'll go now. Li Wei ran to work happily. Not long after Li Wei left, Hollow walked in. Brother Fan, I'm so upset now. What's wrong? Lin Fan didn't know what Hollow was upset about. If anyone said that Hollow was the most comfortable, it must be Hollow. Brother Fan, my attributes are a bit too much now. At first I always thought I had a bug, but now I'm so scared. Hollow could clearly feel that his strength was getting stronger and stronger. She completed tasks in the zoo every day. The rewards were relatively small, but sufficient. However, every once in a while, his attributes would change dramatically. Hearing what Hollow said, Lin Fan looked at Hollow's attributes. Strength, 79. Stamina, 58. Speed, 56. It seems that the improvement is indeed a bit fast. But it is really normal. There is no problem. Don't be afraid. It's okay. Maybe this is a reward from God. Maybe he wants you to do something meaningful. You can think about what you can do if you become very powerful? Lin Fan asked softly. If Gargamel and others had such an improvement, they would laugh in their dreams. Hollow frowned and pondered. Well, don't worry. Think slowly. Lin Fan smiled. Hollow said, when I went back that day, I saw my compatriots being humiliated by the primates. But no one around helped. Why didn't they help? Lin Fan asked. They should be afraid. Why are they afraid? Hollow looked at Lin Fan, not knowing how to answer for a while. After a long time, because they are primates. Why are primates afraid? Because there are many strong people in the primates. They dare not help. Because there are many strong people. The social status of the primates is much higher than that of other races. Right? Listening to this, Hollow slowly lowered his head. Yes. Lin Fan stood up and touched Hollow's head. The furry touch was very good. Hollow. This change is an opportunity for you. You should not be afraid of this change. But think about what you can do as your three-dimensional improvement. In his opinion, Hollow can't be left confused like this. Since you are getting stronger, you must have something you want to do. Hollow thought about what Lin Fan had said to her. And as if she had thought of something, she said with a firm look, I want my compatriots not to be discriminated against. And I want all races on Spinach Star to live in harmony. Lin Fan said, very good. Really good. Since you have such a goal, you should work hard towards it. Don't be afraid of the improvement of your attributes. Because if you don't have a certain strength, it will be difficult for you to achieve such a goal. Brother Fan. I understand. Hollow said. Lin Fan smiled and said, it's good to understand. Go. Work hard to complete the task. And work hard to improve the three-dimensional attributes. Although your current attributes are very strong, it is still far from enough. Come on. Well, I will work hard. After being enlightened by Brother Fan, Hollow suddenly became clear and felt that her road was becoming more and more unobstructed. She thought, I must work hard to improve the three-dimensional attributes. As long as my three-dimensional attributes are improved to a certain extent, I will definitely change everything. Looking at Hollow's back as she left, Lin Fan wondered, if this goes on, will Hollow become the first-generation queen of Spinach Star? This seems to be very likely. Gargamel, who was outside sorting out his performance clothes, saw Hollow's smiling face and couldn't help wondering. Hollow, why are you so happy? Hee hee. I won't tell you. Hollow shook her little head and acted very happy. Hee hee. It makes me seem like I really want to know. Gargamel rolled his eyes. The zoo is now a big family, with more and more people working. And Xiao Zhu, who has been responsible for selling tickets, is in a very sour mood. He feels so lucky to be able to work here. Security Bureau. Lin Fan is just slacking off at work, browsing the website while rubbing his fingers to brush up his proficiency in Fireball. This is how you want to become stronger. And you don't relax even in your spare time. Dong dong. There was a knock on the door. Come in. Lin Fan took a sip of the teacup and saw Xiao Yu walk in. Congratulations. Congratulations? What congratulations? Hearing this, he was very confused. It seems that there is nothing worth congratulating recently. Xiao Yu did not hide it. Just now the headquarters sent a message that you have been promoted to the Chief Action Director of the Southern Province of the Security Bureau. From now on, the members of the action team of the entire province can be transferred at will. I think the appointment will come soon. What do you think of promoting me to the Chief Action Director of the Southern Province? Lin Fan thought of Mr. Liu. Xiao Yu smiled and said, because you are too good. I heard that Mr. Liu also made a lot of efforts behind the scenes. Oh, then I have to thank Mr. Liu. But I heard that there are people in the headquarters who have opinions about me. Can this be passed? Lin Fan smiled. Although he has not had direct contact, he also knows some of the situation. Xiao Yu said, I'll tell you secretly. That guy was scolded by Mr. Liu. And I heard that he was Mr. Liu's former student. Mr. Liu was so angry that he threatened to expel him from the school. Without him as a student, he was scared to kneel down and cry for mercy. Lin Fan really didn't expect that there would be such a thing. And he couldn't help but smile. Xiao Yu said, didn't Director Chen attend the joint meeting at the headquarters? Our Huang City was really in the limelight at the meeting. And everyone was very envious. I heard that they wanted to borrow you away. And Director Chen almost had a fight with them. Xiao Yu knew that Lin Fan was now a hot commodity at the headquarters. And security bureaus from all over the country wanted to borrow him to take charge. After all, look at the situation in Huang City. It is developing so well. The adventures are cooperating. And the troublemakers are being cleared out. It is so stable. Oh! Lin Fan was secretly happy to hear that he was so popular. Everyone hopes that others will see their excellence. After Xiao Yu left, Lin Fan called Mr. Liu. He didn't say much. They just had a few simple conversations. Mr. Liu's optimism about him was beyond his imagination. Spinach Star. Mandala Headquarters. The management of the three major departments of Black, White and Red gathered together. Lin Fan's situation on Blue Star is no longer just a matter of the Red Department, but is related to the dignity and face of Mandala. Pa! What are you doing? Can you take a look at the forum's evaluation of our Mandala? The natives of Blue Star have severely slapped our Mandala in the face. But you can't do anything about it. Who can tell me? Can you have any good solution? The person who spoke was one of the real managers of Mandala. At the beginning, the death of Mandala members in the Blue Star copy did not attract any attention. After all, in the eyes of these big shots, Blue Star is really a copy world that cannot be any lower. Who cares what the ants under their feet do? But as things develop, something is wrong. Mandragora's face seems to be swept away by the other party. A solution? It's really hard to come up with a solution. I used special props to send Kaya over. I thought I could kill the other party. But the other party's attributes are beyond imagination. I really can't deal with it. Yes, special props also have limitations. If there are no restrictions, there is a way. But it's a pity. Everyone said their thoughts. They cursed Lin Fan to death in their hearts. Damn. How could a mere F-level copy appear in such a terrifying native? It's not scientific at all. Boom. At this moment, a roaring sound came from the sky above the entire spinach star. Everyone who heard the sound looked at each other, wondering what happened. Many people ran outside, raised their heads, and looked at the sky. Suddenly, all the creatures on Spinach Star received a prompt. B-level copy zombie era was promoted to A-level copy. This situation made all the creatures of Spinach Star very confused. They had no idea what was going on. During the time they were in the dungeon, they had never heard that there were dungeons that could be upgraded. And now the B-level dungeon zombie era has been upgraded to A-level dungeon. For people with low 3-dimensional attributes, they have no interest in upgrading from B-level to A-level. But for those who can enter the B-level dungeon, this situation is a bit shocking. The topic of discussion of the mandala management changed from discussing Lin Fan to the situation of the zombie era dungeon. What is the situation of the dungeon now? Not very good. The last time it was able to descend, the people who descended into it said that there was no living person in this dungeon world. No matter where it was gloomy and terrifying. Even in the daytime. No way. Did the zombie king kill everyone in the dungeon? When this dungeon first appeared, a group of people went in. Some triggered the world mission and cooperated with the exorcist Taoist to kill the zombie king. But the mission failed in the end. The native Taoist died tragically, and most of the people who went in were killed or injured. Later, they could not deal with it and let it develop. How long has it been developing? A long time. All of a sudden, everyone at the scene fell silent. All the humans in a dungeon world were killed by the zombie king. And they also knew that the zombie king in that dungeon was very scary. And his strength would be improved after sucking blood. For example, one of them in the black division got a zombie. That was the reward for killing a more important zombie. But this zombie is not like the zombie king, which can become stronger by sucking blood. But it has some extraordinary abilities. At this moment, they understood. It's over. You don't have to go to the zombie era dungeon. Promoted to A-level. How scary would the zombie king be? Chapter 50, 100 Demons and Demons Dungeon. The top leaders of Mandala shifted the direction of the conversation to the A-level dungeon. As for the situation of Lin Fan, a native of the Blue Star dungeon, they didn't talk about it. There were only a few situations about Lin Fan. Can he be killed? How to kill him? Who to send to kill him? Can he still be killed? These questions deeply troubled them. There was really no way out. Blue Star was only an F-level dungeon. Special props were used to send Kaya, whose attributes exceeded the standard. Over there. The final result was obvious to all. He really couldn't be killed. Moreover, let alone causing a little trouble to the other party. These operations made Mandala lose face completely. Therefore, the Mandala organization was not stupid enough to continue sending people to die, but let it go for the time being. At this time, the top leaders of Mandala received a call. After a moment, they hung up the phone. The call from the Alliance is ready to discuss matters related to the A-level dungeon. The Alliance is a common organization of the primates. Usually, this organization has no sense of existence. Only when something big happens will they gather together. Now that the B-level dungeon has been promoted to the A-level dungeon, it is a must for the primates to participate. After all, if the primates want to be ahead of many races, they must be ahead of other races step by step. Blue Star. It's done so quickly. Lin Fan heard a prompt, which was a prompt for the points to be credited. The 10 gang members were quite serious about their daily tasks. When the tasks arrived, they were more serious than anyone else. After all, this means that they can continue to become stronger. Increase the number of places. The number of gang members +1. And at the moment when the gang members completed the task, his 3-dimensional attributes also increased by 10 points. If the number of gang members reaches 100, the attributes will be 100 points every day. It's really terrible. Thinking of Hollow's inexplicable attribute improvement, he felt nervous. If Hollow felt his current situation, I'm afraid she would be scared to death. Check the inventory. Hey, wooden treasure chest. Hollow received another treasure chest mission? Lin Fan was very surprised. Among the 10 gang members' daily missions, only Hollow could complete the treasure chest mission, which means Hollow is really lucky and can be called the chosen one. Why can she always complete the treasure chest mission, and others can only have attributes? Lin Fan checked Hollow's skill bar and rubbed his eyes. Extreme Boxing Advanced. Hack. What the H.L. Lin Fan rubbed his eyes to prevent himself from seeing it wrong. Hollow didn't have this skill before, which can only mean that Hollow got this boxing from the wooden treasure chest. No way. The wooden treasure chest opened a high-level skill. If it is replaced by a higher-level treasure chest, wouldn't it be more terrible? He was completely convinced by Hollow's luck. Maybe this is what is called a fool has a fool's luck. Lin Fan took out the wooden treasure chest and took a deep breath. It doesn't make sense. I think my luck is pretty good, so I'm sure I can get something good. Open it for me. Open the treasure chest. The light flickered, and Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Something good came out. Guaranteed condom. A condom that has been pierced by a needle. You think it can prevent pregnancy, but it doesn't. It's a 100% pregnancy condom. Lin Fan. Hack. Looking at the things that were opened, Lin Fan fell into a brief confusion. There was a flashing light just now. But what the H.L. is this now? Flashing light. And this thing was open for me. Lin Fan covered his chest and felt that his heart seemed to explode at any time. This feeling was very bad. Bang! The door was pushed open. Chow Yu walked in and came to Lin Fan. Just as he was about to speak, he found that Lin Fan was playing with the condom in his hand. Lin Fan looked up and looked at Chow Yu. Smiled slightly. For a while, the atmosphere at the scene was a little awkward. Although Lin Fan did not speak, there seemed to be a voice in Chow Yu's mind. Do you want to try this condom with me tonight to see if it works well? Hey, the packaging of chewing gum is really weird now. Lin Fan quietly put away the condom, with a calm expression, pretending to be nothing, asking, what's the matter? Men have to be calm. Seeing something doesn't mean it's real. Maybe it's really chewing gum. Strange. We just talked. Why is it here again? Sure enough, in the days when there are no adventures, not only he is bored, but even Chow Yu and the others are idle. Chow Yu calmed down and said slowly, people from the headquarters news department are here. They want to interview you live nationwide, because you have the most contact with the adventures. I want you to talk about it, so that the public can have a better understanding of the adventures. Don't you know enough? Why do you want to know more? Lin Fan was very surprised. The country has done a good job in propaganda. Basically, the evening news will broadcast content related to the adventures every day. Even if you don't watch the news often, you know more or less about the adventures. Chow Yu said, I can't help it. I say that. But you are very well known on the internet now. The video of you fighting with the adventure has a terrifyingly high circulation rate. It is also very popular abroad. In fact, you have been paid attention to by some high-level officials abroad. Oh, is it because of the strength I showed? Yes, it is strength. Until now, the high-level officials of those countries have not figured out where your strength comes from. Chow Yu was also amazed at the strength shown by Lin Fan. It really exceeded everyone's imagination. Okay. When? Lin Fan asked. Tonight at 7 o'clock. The headquarters news department will carry out a wave of publicity. Okay. No problem. I think what he likes most is to share his experience with everyone. Of course, he will never admit that he wants to brag. When he beat up the adventure in front of everyone, he was already ready to become famous. Think about the little black man in the Savior Forum. From praising the adventure at the beginning to blackening him crazily in the forum later. It is enough to show that this little black man has been completely cultivated. In the subway car, despite the appearance of the adventures, everyone's life has not changed at all. People go shopping and work. With the popularity of mobile phones, no matter where they go, they will habitually lower their heads to play with their phones. Some are chatting with friends, and some are watching short videos. But at this moment, everyone saw pop-up messages from various software. Tonight at 7 o'clock, we will have a one-on-one live interview with Lin Fan, the General Director of the Southern Province Action Group. General Director Lin will explain to everyone the relationship between the adventures and us. The appointment has not yet arrived, but the headquarters news department has already announced the title. It can only be said that this is already an ironclad matter, and there will be no change. Hey, There is something wrong with this news tip. Is Lin Fan the man in the video of beating up the Adventers? That's him. I've seen the video. It's really amazing. I almost peed when I saw it. 7 o'clock. This time slot is good. It's just when I get off work. I must watch it. In the originally quiet subway car, everyone was discussing this news fiercely. Regarding the situation of the Adventers. They really want to know the real situation of the official people. Although there is a lot of information about the Adventers on the internet now. But these sources of information are not regular. And when they watch it, they are also in a state of half belief and half doubt. In the evening, 6:50, Wang Kai accompanied his family to eat dinner. And the TV screen was the final countdown of the interview. Dad, is Lin Fan your colleague? Wang Kai's daughter asked curiously. In the past, most of the classmates in their school discuss games. But now it's different. Her classmates are actually discussing things related to the Adventers. This would be unimaginable in the past. Yes, it's Dad's colleague. Wang Kai rarely talks about work with his family at home. Mainly because he doesn't want his mother and daughter to worry. Especially the last time. If they knew about it, it would be a disaster. Something must be wrong. It's even a question whether this job can continue. At this moment, not only Wang Kai's family is watching, but almost every household is watching the TV. And those who are not at home also take out their mobile phones to watch the live broadcast. Soon, it was 7 o'clock. The interview screen appeared, and the host made an opening statement first. For professional hosts, these are all trivial matters. But because it is a national live broadcast, even the extremely professional hosts are a little nervous, for fear of problems. At this time, Lin Fan entered the scene. Facing the camera, he acted very calmly, and he also changed his clothes into a suit, which made him look more mature and stable. As Lin Fan appeared in the camera, thousands of citizens watching the live broadcast were amazed. So young. Really too young. At such a young age, he can become the general manager of the Southern Province Action Group. It would be a lie to say that people are not envious. At this time, the female host who interviewed Lin Fan was wearing a professional suit with a beautiful face and a professional smile. Female host, hello. Thank you for coming to participate in this interview. The appearance of the Adventers now makes the citizens very nervous. Can you tell me what you think of the Adventers? Lin Fan smiled. I don't have any opinion. I don't think everyone needs to think of the Adventers as mysterious. They are actually similar to us. Just a little bit more powerful. The citizens watching the interview blinked their eyes. Wow. Such a powerful Adventure. In your mouth. Is just a little bit more powerful. Some citizens shook their heads. They thought he was so arrogant. The female host said. But as far as I know, many Adventures are very powerful. Extremely strong. And very fast. They can punch through a wall with one punch. These situations are obviously not something we can do. Lin Fan said. These are nothing. I'm sure you have all seen the video of me beating up the Adventers. In front of me. The Adventers are basically no different from kindergarten children. So what I want to tell you is that you should not think that the Adventers are so powerful. I suddenly remembered something. When the Adventers first appeared, I hit one with my car. I don't need to say much about the result. The result was the same as when we were hit by a car. The citizens watching the live broadcast were amused by what Lin Fan said. Good guy. This analogy is really speechless, and there is nothing wrong with it. The female host said. We have collected some questions from citizens before. They all want to know what the world of the Adventers is like. And what actions our security bureau has taken in dealing with the arrival of the Adventers. What is the world of the Adventers like? Lin Fan smiled. It's actually not as beautiful as everyone thinks. The world of the Adventers is called Spinach Star. They have many races. Just like our world. With various races. The primates of Spinach Star look the same as us humans. And the primates occupy a dominant position on Spinach Star. Other races have a lower status on Spinach Star. Most of the Adventers who come to our blue star to cause trouble are primates. For this interview, he said everything he knew. There is nothing that cannot be said. If you want to do it, you have to make it clear. As for what actions the Security Bureau has taken, I think everyone has seen it. The Security Bureau is actively cooperating with the Adventers. They come to complete the mission. And our Security Bureau needs stability. When both parties cooperate with each other, they get what they need and get the desired results. Listening to what Lin Fan said, the host nodded and agreed with this. And also felt that stability is inevitable. Lin Fan's words were really shocking to the citizens who were watching the live broadcast. My God. I didn't expect that there were racial classes on Spinach Star. They thought that all the creatures on Spinach Star were equal. The host said, I have always had a question. The creatures on Spinach Star will become stronger and stronger after completing tasks and getting rewards. So how do you deal with the Descenders? Can we humans become stronger? This question is a very critical question. Among the humans on the entire Blue Star, he is the only one who can blow up the Descenders with bare hands. Now Wu Hao and his friends are practicing the Vidra indestructible divine art and are developing towards the extraordinary path. In Lin Fan's opinion, if he doesn't say anything, it means he is hiding something and only wants himself to be powerful, not others. The current generation of netizens is more aggressive. So, since it was asked by the host, he felt it necessary to answer truthfully. Okay, Lin Fan said decisively. As soon as the voice fell, the host was slightly stunned. The citizens watching the live broadcast opened their mouths and were completely boiling. Can we humans become stronger? Lin Fan ignored the host and continued. I am practicing a martial art called Indestructible Vidra Divine Art. If you practice this martial art to a high level, your body will be as hard as iron and indestructible. It will be easy to deal with the Descenders. Of course, I have submitted this martial art to the higher-ups. All members of the Security Bureau have practiced it. As for when it will be popularized, I don't know. And on a certain live broadcast platform, citizens can send bullet comments. In the previous interviews, everyone sent different bullet comments. But when Lin Fan mentioned martial arts, the content of the bullet comments was roughly the same. And the meaning was very clear. That is, they also wanted to practice and become strong. Hard as iron? Although the host is the host of the headquarters news department, some things are not what she can think of. And she is a woman. How can she understand what men love most? Lin Fan smiled, raised his hand, rolled up his sleeves, and his white and tender arms suddenly turned golden, and even glowed with golden light. Such a situation is really shocking to the host and the audience. This is the host couldn't help but stand up, covering her mouth in surprise. Lin Fan said calmly, don't underestimate the power of the Vidra indestructible divine art. It's relatively easy to block bullets with this golden arm. Host? Audience? In everyone's cognition, guns are very scary weapons. Now Lin Fan said that he could block bullets, which surprised and envied the audience. At this time, Lin Fan saw a fruit plate on the coffee table in front of him, and a fruit knife was placed in the fruit plate. He picked up the fruit knife and shook it in front of the camera, then raised a finger and gently dropped it, instantly cut the fruit knife into pieces. The Vidra indestructible divine art can not only defend against bullets, but also its destructive power cannot be underestimated. Lin Fan performed calmly, ignoring how much impact such a picture had on the audience. The interview time always passed quickly. Lin Fan left. The beautiful host found Lin Fan, and her shy look always revealed a meaning. I want to have a negative distance contact with you tonight. Mr. Lin, can we have dinner together tonight? The beautiful host is always proactive. After all, Lin Fan is young and handsome, and has achieved great success. He is also a master of martial arts. When she thought of Lin Fan's hard arms, she thought that if she strengthened them, it would be even more fierce. Straight and hard. Hot and thick. Thank you. I have something else to do. Lin Fan waved and drove away in the car. The beautiful host was left alone, looking at the taillights of the car disappearing in the distance. What a boring man. Sunshine Community. Lin Fan returned home and lay on the bed watching short videos. Just as he thought, the internet has been in turmoil. His remarks have aroused the hearts of all the people. They all want to practice martial arts and become real masters. In the past, it was a scene in novels, movies and TV dramas. But now it has really appeared. The video chat is coming. Connected. Chow Yu in the video covered his forehead and said, Lin Fan, you are throwing the problem to the people above you. Lin Fan smiled and said, it's okay. Why bother about these things? Some things can't be concealed. They will eventually be exposed. And I'm so good at it. If I become the target of attack, I can't bear such cyber violence. Having absolute power does not necessarily make you a hero. You may also become the target of cyberbullying. How could it be possible? How could it not be possible? There are all kinds of people in the forest. Have you asked when the people above are going to popularize the Vidra indestructible divine art? I don't know. It may be in the future, but definitely not now. The people above have their own ideas. Maybe the people who practice martial arts now have not practiced the Vidra indestructible divine art to a certain level, so they don't want to popularize it before they have absolute initiative. Of course, These things have nothing to do with him. Lin Fan. They can do whatever they want. Forget it. These have nothing to do with me. I'd better go to bed early. You should go to bed early too. After all, you are a woman. Go to bed early, and get up early for good health. Hang up the video. Lin Fan lay dead, and continued to watch the video. The whole short video was about his news. It was very satisfying to watch. He looked at the comments. He was even more satisfied. The light of Huangshe. The human god of war. The nemesis of the Adventers. At the same time, there was a comment that won Lin Fan's heart. The boss in the Blue Star dungeon in the eyes of the Adventers. This is a very apt description. He silently gave a thumbs up to the back to show his approval. The next day. Zoo. After parking the car. He just arrived at the zoo. Before he had time to walk inside, he saw a group of people blocking his way. Just when he wanted to point out the location of the ticket office. Plop! The group of people in front of him knelt in front of him. Master, please accept me as your apprentice. Master, I heard that you don't have an apprentice yet. I am willing to become your apprentice and support you in your old age. Master, I flew here overnight to learn from you. Learn peerless magic skills. Become a hero. And maintain world peace. Please accept me. In this situation, Lin Fan was a little unresponsive for a while. He knew that yesterday's interview would be explosive and would definitely cause a sensation. But he didn't expect the sensation to come so quickly. Our country lacks everything. And the most important thing is population. In such a large population, it is normal for some people to behave abnormally. Take the people who are seeking to become disciples. Some look honest. Some have bald heads, with a green dragon on the left and a white tiger on the right, and look fierce. Are you sure they are not here to learn martial arts, and then make the organization bigger and stronger? You want to become disciples? Lin Fan asked. Master, we sincerely want to become disciples. Once a teacher, a father for life. As long as you are willing to accept us, we can call you Daddy. Lin Fan knows how tempting martial arts are to them. And it is definitely not something that can be dismissed with a few simple words. You guys line up over there to buy tickets first. And I'll go inside and talk to you. After all, being stuck outside really affects traffic. Lin Fan is very careful and never brings trouble to the society. He waved his hand, called Xiaoshu over, and took them to buy tickets. It's not that he is reluctant to spend the money, but we are doing business, and there must be rules. Otherwise people who buy tickets to come in will definitely be unhappy. Why can you come in without buying tickets? And we have to buy tickets? Is this the truth? The citizens who wanted to become apprentices nodded in agreement. Yes, they had to buy tickets. They knew that the zoo was run by the master. So the 100 yuan ticket price, in their opinion, could not show their sincerity at all. Someone only had 500 yuan in balance. But he scanned 300 yuan, leaving 200 yuan to wash his feet after the event to celebrate this wonderful day. Xiao Zhu, who sells tickets, thinks there are really many rich people nowadays. They just don't treat money as money at all. This is not a zoo. It's simply robbery. In the zoo, Lin Fan looked at the group of expectant citizens and had a lot to say. But after thinking about it, he coughed twice to ease his emotions, organized the words in his mind, and prepared to have a good chat with them. It's actually unnecessary for you to worship me as your master, Lin Fan said. But what's the use of what he said? It's useful. I think it's useful. Yes, I'm willing to serve the master. Lin Fan listened to what they said, just like a boy coaxing a girl. Before they succeeded, they coaxed her to the sky with all kinds of words, saying that you are the person I love most in this life, and you are the white moonlight in this life. But after they succeeded, they pulled up their pants, and the words they said before immediately disappeared, as if they were not said by themselves. The same is true for the apprenticeship now. If he really wants to accept them as apprentices, I'm afraid they will kick him away when they learn. What master or not, I am now a peerless master, and no one can stop me. Lin Fan knew that it was impossible to get rid of them so easily, without some explanation. He dared to guarantee that these guys who wanted to become apprentices would pester him to death. Lin Fan said, it's really unnecessary. As far as I know, martial arts will soon be popularized to you. At that time, there will be martial arts experts to guide you in your practice. So whether you worship me as your master or not, the final result will be the same. Popularization? Will it really be popularized? I have been amazing since I was a child. Fortune tellers say that I am a dragon among men. If I were in ancient times, I would definitely be a great hero. No, You should accept us as your disciples. Yes, we are very sincere in becoming your disciples. When they came here, they never thought of leaving so easily. They must become your disciples. Lin Fan smiled and said calmly, to be honest, I have no intention of accepting disciples. This martial art will definitely be popularized. At that time, you will be taught by the official. Becoming a disciple is not a simple apprenticeship, but a lifelong thing. If I accept you, I will need to be responsible for you for a lifetime. It is not that you say you want to become my disciples, so I must accept you. It is not that casual. After Lin Fan said this, they blinked. Some helpless, some unwilling. This is not what they thought. Suddenly, someone in the crowd exclaimed, look at the latest news. The country has announced that it is formulating a way to spread martial arts. We hope we can wait patiently. There will be professionals to guide us in our practice. Everyone took out their phones to check. This is really the case. Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief and said, see, I said, the country will slowly arrange it. You really don't need to worship me as your master. Trust the country. Trust the country's professionals. As expected, after the country released this information, the group of guys who were scrambling to become masters just now really didn't listen to what Lin Fan said, but instead discussed among themselves. Let's go. Let's go. The country wants to teach us. There is really no need to become a disciple. Yes. Yes. Oh shit. The country announced it a little late. My knees hurt from kneeling just now. I'm fine. I knew I had to kneel to become a disciple, so I tied a pad in advance. I feel okay. Looking at the people who kept leaving, Lin Fan also smiled and shook his head. It was obvious that this situation was also within his expectations. Think about him. He has been on the internet for so many years. How could he not know the nature of netizens? For example, some of the guys who just shouted to become a disciple were still live streaming. This guy is treating him as a big traffic and is here to take advantage of his traffic. If he is accepted as an apprentice, the other party has thought of the subsequent procedures. Name suffix, Lin Fan's beloved apprentice. Then he will stay in the zoo every day, rubbing here and there, and the traffic will definitely be eaten by the other party. Seeing that everyone's mind is not on him, Lin Fan left quietly. First, hide at the headquarters. Being famous is like this. It's annoying. You will be stared at by a group of people. For example, when he came out of his house, Uncle Banana's eyes changed when he looked at him. Headquarters. Just after arriving at the office, before he could even get comfortable, Director Chen came in with something and put it in front of Lin Fan. Congratulations. The appointment has been made. It's really troublesome that Director Chen has to make a trip. Alas, your current position is much higher than mine. I am the head of a city security bureau, and you are the general manager of the entire South Province Action Group, which is several levels higher than me. Ha ha ha. Lin Fan didn't care about these positions. After going through those dungeons, he found that the rewards he received were getting more and more mysterious. This is already the case with the E-level dungeon. If you enter the D-level dungeon, you will have to take off from the spot. Chin Peng said, the country has cooperated well with you. Right? Ah? What? You said the martial arts incident in the interview. How can the country not think about how to popularize it? Oh, that's what you're talking about. Lin Fan nodded, not caring too much. He could feel that the reason why he was so valued was because of his own strength and understanding of the adventures. As for the situation in his zoo, he should have known it clearly a long time ago. Not saying it doesn't mean that he doesn't know, but he already knows it very clearly. It can be said that with the arrival of the adventures, there are still many stable countries. For example, his country, and some other countries, also mainly negotiate in dealing with the adventures. Of course, there are also some countries that are really stubborn, such as the Eagle Sauce. It seems that every time the adventures come, there are fierce battles. Short videos have been released. The guns are so fierce. There are also adventures who fall into war-torn countries. The missions they receive are also to participate in the war. Don't mention how dangerous it is. In addition to strong physical fitness, all living beings are equal in front of guns. I seem to have seen a strange short video last night. The island country has released a new film, Adventure Abbey. It seems that the mission of the adventure is to participate in the performance of the island country. There are so many strange things. The kind that I can't even think of. Advent Day. Lin Fan came to the church early in the morning and sat on the sofa. After the efforts of the gang members during this period, the points were good and the number of gang members increased by 2. He was waiting for the arrival of a new wave of adventures. He was very happy to fill the gang and improve the attributes every day. What he didn't expect was that there were no adventures with flashing red dots this time. So naturally there was no triggering of the task. The organization of Spinach Star is really cowardly. He expressed regret for this. If he was an organization of Spinach Star, even if he knew that the result would be the same no matter who he sent, he would have to send a wave of people for dignity and face. Even if he knew that it was a death sentence. Soon, he heard the movement outside. He knew that a new wave of pilgrims had come. Since the recruited adventures returned to Spinach Star to publicize the situation of Blue Star Yellow City. Some adventures felt that such cooperation was very good. And his strength made the group of adventures understand that the result of making trouble in Yellow City is often to go back with a blank slate. So that all efforts will disappear. And everything will have to start all over again. So no one thought of trying to see how he felt after the whiteboard. In the church, Lin Fan released the temperament of a boss. And the breathtaking breath covered the interior of the church. The door was pushed open. And a group of descenders shrank their heads and walked in timidly. The sunlight penetrated the window and shone in, covering Lin Fan, who was sitting on the sofa. The descenders looked up. Just one glance made them unable to look away. In their hearts, the Blue Star human sitting there was so scary. And the momentum made them feel terrified. For some reason, they had the urge to kneel down. You are here. Lin Fan slowly got up and walked towards them. At this moment, the descenders didn't even dare to breathe. This sense of oppression was really terrible. It was obviously just an F-level copy. Why was it so terrifying? It was really too scary. Night. When Lin Fan returned home, he wanted to laugh when he thought about the situation in the church. There was no descender flashing red light coming. And the other descenders were too honest. The quota was full. The number of gang members has increased to 13. The growth of the zoo staff means a better future for the zoo. They don't need wages. Don't need to pay 5 insurances and 1 housing fund. And they are working hard and happy. Where can we find such employees? It's simply impossible to find them even with a lantern. Checking the copy column. A D-level copy appeared. Why is there only 1 copy for E-level and F-level? And there is still 1 copy for D-level. Could it be that the copy that appeared belongs to the top copy of the current level? Lin Fan pondered and felt that his guess made sense. He looked at the name of the copy. 100 Ghosts and Demons. Lin Fan frowned when he saw the name of the copy. Is it another world similar to the Ghosts and Gods? Enter. Lin Fan entered the copy without thinking, and saw what the copy world was like. At night. In the streets of a modern city. Night is the busiest time in a city. But the shops on this road are all closed. A gust of wind blows and rolls up the garbage on the ground, making this street look very lonely. Oh! I regret it so much. I really shouldn't have delivered things to customers so late. A little fat man swallowed his saliva, lowered his head, and ran with his calves. I don't know if it was an illusion. He always felt that there seemed to be something around him, always peeping at him. This feeling made him very depressed, and also very scared. Suddenly, there was a clear singing voice around, passing in the dark night. No way. I won't be so unlucky. The little fat man who heard the voice turned pale, and couldn't help but hold the spirit tablet on his chest, and speed up his pace. Even though he was already out of breath, he still didn't dare to stay here. Taxi. You are really a beast. You didn't take me. The little fat man wanted to cry. There was a taxi originally, but the driver actually said goodbye after get off work, and left with a foot on the accelerator. Suddenly, the coldness that came over him covered his whole body, as if he fell into an ice cellar. The cold was biting, and his hands and feet were a little numb. Raise your head. A red dress was dancing in the dim street light in front of him. But the red dress was facing away, so he couldn't see her face. Xiaopang stopped and retreated in fear, wanting to turn around and go back the same way. But when he turned around, he found that there was also a red dress dancing behind him. And this red dress was facing him, with her black hair covering her face, with only a gap to reveal her pale eyes. Xiaopang's breathing became more and more rapid, and his hands and feet became colder and colder. The two figures kept approaching Xiaopang with their dancing limbs, as if they could transfer through space. They got closer in a blink of an eye. In a moment, 2 red dresses appeared in front of him, 5 or 6 meters away from him. Even if he was not touched, he could still feel the biting cold. Master Hu, please show your spirit. Help me. Xiaopang remembered to take off the spirit tablet on his chest, holding it high, and shouting loudly. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed from the token. A shadow appeared and shouted angrily, "Which ghost dares to harm my Hubate's followers?" Red-clothed ghosts. The shadow Hubate recognized the two red-clothed people in front of him at a glance. The red-clothed ghosts were not afraid of the Hubate who appeared. "It has nothing to do with you. Hurry up and leave. Please give my Hu family a face and let him go," Hubate said in a deep voice. Suddenly, shrill ghost cries came from all directions. "Even if your Hu family's third master is here, we won't give him face. Not to mention that he is gone." Hubate's face was very ugly. As a horse fairy, he was worshipped by humans to protect them. Their Hu family had a third master who was in charge of the Hu family's horse fairies all over the world. He was conferred as an immortal. So the Hu family rose with the tide. And any ghosts and monsters would give the third master a little face. But the disappearance of the third master, who led to the gradual decline of the Hu family. All kinds of monsters and demons didn't give him face. "How dare you!" Master Huba was furious and attacked directly. But the red-clothed ghost screamed, and the ghost sound wave burst out. With a puff, the spirit tablet in Xiao Pang's hand was instantly shattered, and the shadow of Master Huba collapsed directly. Xiao Pang sat on the ground, looking at the red-clothed ghost in front of him in despair. Tears could hardly be held back from flowing down. My luck was too bad. How could I encounter such a terrifying ghost? The red-clothed ghosts were twins, very violent, and had been causing trouble everywhere. It was said that no one could survive if they were staring at them. The red-clothed ghosts pounced toward Xiaopang ferociously. Facing such a situation, Xiaopang was already desperate, and was completely finished. And at this moment, a voice came. "Hey, leave someone alive." Xiaopang and the red-clothed ghost looked towards the source of the voice. They saw a figure slowly approaching from a distance. When Lin Fan came to this dungeon world, he felt that it was not simple. It was too weird. And then he saw the battle between the red-clothed ghosts and Xiaopang. When he saw the phantom appear from the spirit tablet, he was also shocked. The fighting method in this dungeon world seemed a bit strange. Chapter 51. Who am I? I am the Demon Slayer. Emperor Lin Fan. Go. Go quickly. This is something the red-clothed ghost cell can't deal with. Xiaopang didn't expect that there would be a guy as stupid as him in the middle of the night, and hurriedly reminded him that there was no need to die. The red-clothed ghost cell he encountered was the real body of Master Huba, and the final result would be the same. They all have to die. The red-clothed man with black hair and face changed his position, and appeared in front of Lin Fan in an instant. He raised his hand, and the black and slender nails flashed with a faint light, grabbing Lin Fan. "How dare you!" Lin Fan opened his 5 fingers, and thunder condensed in his palm. As the thunder appeared, the red-clothed man with black hair and face screamed, as if he had encountered something terrible. But it was too late for the red-clothed man to run. He saw Lin Fan grabbing the red-clothed man's head with 5 fingers, and thunder filled his body. A bang! It exploded instantly, and turned into ashes. Hack, the little fat man stared at this scene, as if he had seen a ghost. The red-clothed ghost cells were very scary. But now he saw it with his own eyes, and the red-clothed ghost cells were directly destroyed. He rubbed his eyes in shock to prevent seeing wrongly. Did he really destroy one of the red-clothed ghost cells? At this time, the only remaining red-clothed girl was stunned for a short time. Obviously, even she did not expect such a result. After a moment, she reacted, turned around and ran, and her body dissipated and hid in the air. Lin Fan took out the Demon Slayer knife and threw it towards the distance. A shrill wailing sounded, and the fleeing red-clothed girl was pierced by the Demon Slayer knife and fell to the ground, with black smoke all over her body. In a moment, she disappeared without a trace. He walked to the Demon Slayer knife, put it in the inventory, and then looked at the little fat man who was sitting on the ground. "Are you okay?" "No, I'm fine." The little fat man looked at Lin Fan, who suddenly appeared. He was so strong. Really so strong. He could kill ghosts without relying on spirit tablets. It was really scary. "Okay. Please excuse me. Who are you?" Faced with the question, Lin Fan was silent for a moment, and said calmly, "The Demon Slayer, True Lord Lin Fan, Emperor." Little fat man. It's a long name. But when I think of the other party's methods just now, it's normal to have a long name. Okay. Thank you for saving the Demon Slayer, True Lord. Feng Zhuang. Kowed to you. Feng Zhuang knows how to hug thighs, and he kowed out hard. For such an operation, Lin Fan was very indifferent. Since he has made this name, he must have this aura. In an old community, True Lord, This is my home. It's a bit simple. Please don't mind it. True Lord. Feng Zhuang brought Lin Fan back. He didn't expect that the True Lord was actually willing to come back with him. At first, he just asked without any hope. Who would have thought that the True Lord actually agreed? If he didn't feel that he needed to be serious in front of the True Lord, he really wanted to jump up and celebrate with joy. It's okay, Lin Fan said softly, and then looked at the task. Task: find out the details of the 100 Ghosts and Demons world. Note: the situation in the 100 Ghosts and Demons world dungeon is relatively complicated, and the Ghost and God system is relatively messy. Task rewards: Strength plus 5, Stamina plus 5, Speed plus 5, Incense and God. The task is to find out the specific situation of the 100 Ghosts and Demons world, so he has to get along well with the natives of the current dungeon. As the lights turned on, the situation in the house was clear at a glance. From this environment, it was clear that Feng Zhuang, who brought him back, was a single dog. The house was very messy, but there were many spirit tablets hanging on the wall, with a large number and many types. According to preliminary estimates, there were at least more than 100. Feng Zhuang said, True Lord, I am engaged in selling spirit tablets. Just a small profit. Well, self-reliance is good, Lin Fan said. Feng Zhuang, who was praised by the True Lord, smiled, and then came to the spirit tablet to burn incense for his deceased parents. Mom and Dad, I almost couldn't come back today. Fortunately, I was saved by the help of the True Lord. Lin Fan looked at the photos and saw that they were still very young. Thinking about the situation in this copy, he could understand that birth, aging, illness and death are not the only ending. Feng Zhuang was a little hungry, so he went to the kitchen to prepare a bowl of noodles. True Lord, do you want noodles? My noodles are delicious. No. You eat? Oh. Feng Zhuang was busy in the kitchen. Lin Fan looked around. The old house with 2 bedrooms and 1 living room was quite old. He saw the computer in the study. It seemed that all modern copies had computers and mobile phones. The process of technological development seemed to be very similar. Borrow your computer to take a look. Oh. Okay. No problem. Feng Zhuang agreed without thinking. It was impossible to refuse. The True Lord was using his computer. In his eyes, this was something to be thankful for. He walked into the study and turned on the computer. It was exactly the same as his situation on Blue Star. There was no difference. Lin Fan opened the web page. The search engine here was different from that of Blue Star. It was called another name. He entered the historical process of the 100 Ghosts and Demons world and started from the beginning. The changes of ancient dynasties were similar to the history of Blue Star. There were similar dynasties called the same. For example, it was the same from Xia, Shang, Zhou, and Qin. The only variable was starting from Qin. Blue Star died in the second emperor of Qin. But in the copy world of the 100 Ghosts and Demons world, the Qin dynasty was passed down for more than 1,000 years. And the era since then has completely changed. The earliest era when ghosts and demons appeared was 500 years ago? The news on the interface aroused Lin Fan's curiosity. According to the news, 500 years ago, the tomb of the Qin emperor was excavated. On that day, black clouds covered the sky. As the 12 golden men were overthrown, countless black fogs emerged from the ground and drifted to all parts of the world. Since then, ghosts and demons have begun to run rampant in the world. So this is the case. Although I don't know whether it is true or false. The statements found in the search are the same as this. Obviously, it is more credible. Continue to check the information. The appearance of ghosts and demons has brought a catastrophe to mankind. But no matter what kind of world it is, as long as there are humans, they will inevitably fight against various disasters and find opportunities in crisis. Spirit tablets are a means to deal with ghosts and demons. Among them, Huxian Fox, Huangxian Weasel, Baixian Hedgehog, Lucian Willow, Huixian Snake, and other spirit tablets are the most popular. If you sincerely worship them, you can use spirit tablets to repel ordinary ghosts and demons. But if you encounter a powerful ghost demon, ordinary tokens will be of no use. These are the ways for ordinary people to protect themselves. In this world, there is a group of special people who have close connections with all kinds of ghosts and monsters, and can use their divine power to fight against them. This is not something that ordinary people can do. Click on another link, and the screen will jump. The content is the funeral of a member of the department that fights against ghosts and demons in the world of hundreds of ghosts and demons. The photo is very young, at most in his 20s. Looking at the biography, the other party uses the power of Yiksha. But Yiksha is an evil spirit, and using his power comes at a price. Fighting against the ghosts and demons that are making trouble in the city. In order to kill the ghosts and demons, too much Yiksha power was used, and eventually the body was hollowed out and died. There is a small video, which is a picture of the family members of the deceased in grief. Everyone in the picture remained silent. The rows of people in black clothes lowered their heads and showed a resolute look on their faces. At a glance, it can be seen that they are all members of the department that fights against ghosts and demons. No matter what kind of world it is, there will always be people who stand up to protect others and their homes. Time passed quickly. Lin Fan brushed the computer for several hours and got a deeper understanding of this world. In this world, this country is called Qin State, which is a kind of revival. The organization that Qin State handles ghosts and demons is called the Demon Suppression Division. When Lin Fan was learning about this world, the Demon Suppression Division was also looking for him to destroy the Red Ghost Cell. When the Red Ghost Cell appeared, the monitoring equipment had already sounded the alarm. The Red Ghost Cell is an A-level ghost. If left alone, the impact will be very terrifying. But who would have thought that just when they were anxious, the alarm disappeared. The Red Ghost Cell's reaction disappeared. This made the people of the Demon Suppression Division very confused. Just like that? At this time, Feng Zhuang got up and wanted to go to the toilet in a daze. Unexpectedly, Shinjuan was still in front of the computer. This made him a little confused. He thought, could it be that Shinjuan has an internet addiction? But he didn't dare to disturb Shinjuan. After going to the toilet, he went back to his room to sleep. He can sleep peacefully tonight, with Shinjuan staying in his house. What ghost dares to trouble him? Unless he is tired of living. In the study. Task completed. Rewards issued. Incense God Road? As the rewards were issued, he immediately studied what the rewarded Incense God Road was. Incense God Road, a way to become a god, using a certain item as a medium to accept the sincere offerings of the world. The more sincere the worshipper, the easier it is to establish contact with you, and thus be able to borrow more power from you. Note, when the incense accumulates to a certain level and condenses into an incense god position, it will have various magical powers. Looking at the introduction, Lin Fan touched his chin. I think it seems to be a bit interesting. Integrating the incense god road into oneself. There is no function panel like the gang function, but all kinds of wonderful uses come into mind. I understand. Lin Fan looked at the bookcase on the side, where the tools for making spirit tablets were placed. These are the tools that Feng Zhuang uses to make a living. In Feng Zhuang's words, he carved the spirit tablets, and then sincerely offered them for half a month. After contacting Master Hu Ba, he can take these spirit tablets out to sell. Move the tool for making spirit tablets to the table. Pick up a piece of wood. Look at it carefully. Then pick up the carving knife. As the incense and the spirit have been integrated into oneself, there is nothing wrong with carving oneself. Swish. Swish. The sound of carving came. Wood chips fell one after another. And as time passed, the wood carving in his hand gradually took shape. This was the specimen of Lin Fan's appearance, with the demon slayer behind him, and thunder in the palm of his open right hand. Of course, carving is carving, and naturally there is no thunder. It can only be described simply based on wood. As the wood carving came, the wood carving seemed to have a connection with him, and he could even see everything in front of him with the help of the wood carving's vision. Shinto is indeed a bit overbearing. Obviously, my strength is not that strong, but I can pretend to be a god with Shinto magic. It's really hey. It's a bit interesting. Looking at the sky, it was still early. There was still some time before dawn, so he was not in a hurry and continued to carve the wood carving with the remaining materials. The wood carving was the size of the palm of the hand, and it was very convenient to carry it with you. It was dawn. Feng Zhuang got up and washed up, then went to the study and found that Shinjuan was not there. He was a little panicked. He couldn't lose his thigh, so he hurried to look for him. He didn't breathe a sigh of relief until he saw Shinjuan standing on the balcony. Looking outside, Shinjuan, are you awake? Feng Zhuang was very respectful. Well, I didn't sleep. Look at the sky outside. Ghosts and demons are covering the world. It's really hey. Lin Fan sighed, which made Feng Zhuang feel a little uncomfortable. Even Shinjuan felt something was wrong. So it must be very wrong. Lin Fan left the balcony, walked to Feng Zhuang, and took out the spirit tablet carved in the early morning. This is the spirit tablet carved by this Jinjuan last night. I give it to you. Feng Zhuang hurriedly took the spirit tablet and found that the workmanship of the spirit tablet was very delicate. Looking carefully, the appearance of the spirit tablet was exactly the same as Jinjuan. Jinjuan. This is the spirit tablet of this Jinjuan. You can carry it with you. After all, meeting is also fate. Now the world is full of ghosts and demons. If you really meet them, I can keep you safe. Lin Fan said. Thank you, Master. Feng Zhuang counted and knelt. Feeling very excited, he had never expected to get a spirit tablet carved by Master himself. The value of this is not something that can be measured by money. It doesn't matter. I should leave too, Lin Fan said. Ah. Feng Zhuang was very reluctant to hear Master leave. But before he could say anything more, Master disappeared in front of him. Master! Master! Feng Zhuang looked around and shouted. But there was no response. He knew that Master was really gone. He put away the 3 spirit tablets and went to work with his school bag on his back. Selling spirit tablets was just his part-time job. After all, there were too many people in this industry. Everyone who should have spirit tablets already had them. How could they sell so well? At this time, Lin Fan used his lurking skills. With a bang, he knew that Feng Zhuang had left. And he waited for a moment, then opened the door and left. Since you want to be mysterious, it's better to be mysterious to the end. Xingxing Building. The company where Feng Zhuang works is here. Although ghosts and demons are rampant, people's lives are still the same. Came to the company floor. Push open the glass door. Good morning, everyone. Feng Zhuang greeted his colleagues and came to his workstation. Since he came early, it was not time to go to work yet. So he had nothing to do. So he just watched the video. According to my internal information, the red-clothed ghost cells appeared on Xingli Street last night. But the signal of the red-clothed ghost cells disappeared not long after. Feng Zhuang smiled when he saw this content. He was also very lucky. If he hadn't met the true lord, he would have died at the hands of the red-clothed ghost. He continued to watch the video. The news was not very good. Many people died last night, either at home or on the road. What's more important is that some ghosts and monsters really ignore the spirit tablets now. The first to bear the brunt was Master Hu Ba. It seemed that many ghosts and monsters didn't give Master Ba a face. Thinking of this, Feng Zhuang touched the True Lord's spirit tablet in his pocket. As he touched it, he instantly felt a sense of security. At this time, a figure walked up to Feng Zhuang. Feng Zhuang, do you have a spirit tablet? Sell me one. Feng Zhuang looked up and was shocked when he saw the other person's appearance. Xiona, what's wrong with you? Why are your dark circles so heavy? That's right. In Feng Zhuang's eyes, Xiona's dark circles were really heavy, and her whole body revealed a feeling of weakness. And her spirit was very weak. I haven't slept well for 2 days in a row. I have nightmares every day. I feel like I may be stared at by ghosts and monsters. Xiona said weakly. Ghosts and monsters are not a secret. Everyone knows that if you are really stared at by ghosts and monsters, you can only hope that the spirit tablet can bless you. If the spirit tablet is useless, you can only wait for death. Before Feng Zhuang could speak, another male colleague said, Xiona, now Hu Ba Tei's spirit tablet is not good. His ability is not strong. It can deter low-level ghosts and monsters. But if you encounter some powerful ghosts and monsters, it is useless. You might as well believe in Yiksha with me. Feng Zhuang said, you let Xiona believe in Yiksha. Don't you know that Yiksha likes women and often attacks believers? Spirit tablets can protect humans. But some spirit tablets are double-edged swords, with advantages and disadvantages. In Qin State, most of the people who believe in Yiksha are men, and few women will believe in it except that they have no choice. It's good to be alive. And you still want so much. The male colleague said. Xiona said, do you have a spirit tablet? Yes. When Feng Zhuang was about to take out the spirit tablet of Master Hu Ba from his bag, he suddenly thought of Jinjuan, and then took out a spirit tablet from his pocket. Xiona, use this. Xiona took the spirit tablet and was about to put it away. But suddenly, she found something wrong. This is not the spirit tablet of Master Hu Ba. Feng Zhuang said. Yes. This is not the spirit tablet of Master Hu Ba. This is the spirit tablet of Lin Fandijun, the Jinjuan of Zhuma. It is very strong and powerful. You can believe in Jinjuan in the future. The male colleague on the side hurriedly said. Feng Zhuang, you can't. To make money, you fool people with things. This can cost lives. Even if Hubate's spirit tablet can only deal with some low-level ghosts, it is at least useful. You took out a spirit tablet called Lin Fandijun, the Demon Slayer. You are kidding. I dare not say anything else. I have never heard of this person. Who fooled people? Feng Zhuang stood up and looked at Xiao Na and said, Xiao Na, you know me. I never fool people. This spirit tablet is really powerful. Just believe me. Okay? Xiao Na did not speak, but stared at Feng Zhuang. Feng Zhuang thought about it, and took out a spirit tablet of Hubate from his bag. I won't charge you for this. If you are really haunted by ghosts, you will know as soon as the ghosts appear. Xiao Na took the spirit tablet from Master Huba, thanked Feng Zhuang, and turned back to her workstation. The male colleague patted Feng Zhuang on the shoulder. Feng Zhuang, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but don't fool people with spirit tablets. Useless spirit tablets are useless. If you don't believe me, go online and search for the person you mentioned. The Demon Slayer True Lord Lin Fan Emperor. I know there's no such person online, but I don't have to lie. If you don't believe me, watch the video online. I met the red-clothed ghost cell last night. I thought I would die, but at the critical moment, the True Lord came and eliminated the red-clothed ghost cell with a thunderbolt and a demon-slaying knife. Feng Zhuang tried his best to defend himself. Suddenly, the colleagues who were originally a little noisy suddenly quieted down, looked at Feng Zhuang in unison, and then everyone couldn't help laughing. Ha ha ha. Feng Zhuang, you are bragging too much. The red-clothed ghost is an A-level ghost. Even if Master Huba comes in person, he will probably be beaten to death. Alas, you don't know where you got the spirit tablets from in order to sell them. You are just bragging. They all know that Feng Zhuang sells spirit tablets. What he sold before were real and effective, so no one thought it was a big deal. But now, he suddenly sells other spirit tablets, which seems a bit fake to them. Feng Zhuang took a deep breath, did not argue with him, and sat back in his original seat. He knew that the Demon Slayer Emperor Lin Fan was really powerful. Open the forum. It's all about discussing ghosts and demons. He flipped through it casually. Suddenly, a post caught his attention. Please, Demon Suppression Division, save my child. He clicked on it. The content roughly means that the couple's child is 7 years old this year, because the time of birth is Tuin. A fortune teller once said that children with this kind of birth character are the favorites of ghosts and demons. Now the child is being watched by ghosts and demons. Moreover, it is an S-level ghost that surpasses the red-clothed ghost cells. Even the Demon Suppression Division may not be able to take it down, let alone protect this child. Thinking of this, Feng Zhuang began to leave a message under the post. Hello. I am an enthusiastic netizen who makes spirit tablets. When I saw your child being stared at by an S-level ghost, I knew that ordinary spirit tablets are useless. Perhaps only the real strong men of the Demon Suppression Division can save your child's life. But the Demon Suppression Division needs to deal with too many events and may not pay attention to you. If you trust me, you can quickly make this spirit tablet by yourself. He is the Demon Suppression True Lord Lin Fan Emperor. After making it, lightly touch the spirit tablet with blood and sincerely recite the name of the True Lord in your heart. Feng Zhuang enlarged the appearance of the spirit tablet and made it into a picture and posted it. He had 100% trust in the True Lord because he saw it with his own eyes. He knew that even if he said it out loud, he might not believe it. But he didn't want the trust of others, but the trust of the person who asked for help. When there is no way out and complete despair, try it as a last resort. After sending the message, he didn't pay much attention to it. In a county-level city hundreds of miles away from here, ordinary residential buildings, ordinary families. A couple looked pale, with despair in their eyes. They didn't expect that their children would be stared at by S-level ghosts. After learning about this situation, the neighbors around them had already moved away and dared not live here. There are many spirit tablets hanging in their home, but these spirit tablets are useless. They know that the S-level ghost has come to their home and seen their children, but did not take the children's lives, but waited for the perfect opportunity. All the spirit tablets placed in the house that day were broken. No spirit tablet can stop the other party. What should I do? The child's father? A woman asked. The man shook his head and could only helplessly swipe the messages. He hoped that the people of the Demon Suppression Division would pay attention to him. But there were so many people in the country, and so many ghost and demon incidents happened every day. So how could they pay attention to them? Not to mention that they were facing an S-level ghost incident. And ordinary members of the Demon Suppression Division were of no use at all. Suddenly, He saw Feng Zhuang's message. Look! Someone said away. The man said hurriedly. The woman leaned in front of the computer, and a glimmer of hope gradually appeared in her desperate eyes. But this hope soon disappeared. Look at the messages of other netizens. There is no such person at all. This is to deceive us. The man remembered the name of the real Lord and searched on the internet, and indeed did not find any relevant information. Try it. The man clenched his hands. But this is a lie. Is there any other way? The couple looked at each other. Yes. Is there any other way besides this? The man printed out the picture, then quickly left home and ran to the nearest shop that carved spirit tablets. When he took out the picture, the shopkeeper was a little confused. I have carved so many spirit tablets, but I have never seen this kind of one. When the shopkeeper wanted to give him some kind of advice, he found that the man's eyes were red, and he knew that he had encountered something. He must have used all the methods he could use, and finally, he could only try all kinds of treatment. He has seen this kind of situation many times, so he carved a spirit tablet for the man. But he didn't take the money, hoping that he would have good luck. At this time, Demon Suppression Division. Leader. This family's children are being stared at by S-level ghosts. Do you want to go and see? A young man who had just joined the Demon Suppression Division hurriedly found the leader with the printed content of the post. S-level ghost. Do you know what this concept is? The leader did not take the document, but looked at him and asked back. I know. It is. No. You don't know. S-level ghosts are terrifying existences that our county town demon department cannot resist. And we can only transfer strong people from the big city to the town demon department. Leader. Then we will transfer them and ask for their help. No matter what. This is also a life. Xiaoli, you are still young. Do you know how many masters in our country can deal with S-level ghosts? And do you know how many big figures in the country are harassed by A-level ghosts every day? Xiaoli is not a fool. He naturally understands what the leader means. So, don't worry about it. Yes, don't worry about it. If you use the life of an ordinary person to keep an S-level ghost stable for a while, it is worth it. But? Don't say but. Go out and do your thing. Don't worry about this matter. Xiaoli lowered his head and walked out in a daze. This was different from what he thought. When his colleagues saw Xiaoli coming out, they didn't laugh at him, but just did their own thing silently. They used to be like this. But later, it was discovered that most of the real masters of the Demon Suppression Division were dealing with demons for bigwigs. Only when they were free would they deal with terrifying ghost incidents for ordinary people. At night, in the building that was stared at by the S-level ghost, only one house had its lights on, and the other residents had moved out. The couple held their child and huddled at home, waiting for the arrival of the S-level ghost. The man hung the prepared spirit tablet on the child's neck. He didn't know if it would work, but at this desperate moment, he could only pin all his hopes on the spirit tablet. Suddenly, the lights in the house flickered. Flickering. This was not a poor contact, but the other party was coming. The spirit tablets hanging on the wall fell to the ground with a clatter. The spirit tablets didn't even have the idea of stopping it. The temperature in the house dropped suddenly. The lights dimmed and suddenly became bright. The man and his wife saw a white figure hanging upside down in the corner of the living room ceiling. The figure was crawling quickly like a spider. The light dimmed again. When it brightened, the figure had changed its place. Don't hurt my child. Tell me what you want. I can give you everything except my child. The man stood up and begged. The S-level ghost did not answer, but a sticky liquid slowly flowed along the drooping black hair. Dripping, dripping, dripping on the ground. The S-level ghost suddenly pounced on the family of three, and there was no time to waste with them. Watching the other party pounce, the man and his wife were scared. The Demon Slayer Emperor Lin Fan. The Demon Slayer Emperor Lin Fan. The man screamed heartbreakingly, hoping that what was said on the internet was true. But he felt that it should be impossible. After all, he had never heard of it. But soon, he found that nothing happened to him, but heard. Bang. The S-level ghost was directly knocked out. The man opened his eyes and found that the spirit tablet on the child's neck was vibrating and floating up on its own, with brilliant golden light blooming. The man's breathing gradually became rapid, and then he grabbed his wife's arm. Wife, did you see it? It's true. This is true. The message left by that person is true. There really is a demon slayer. The woman was also stunned by the scene in front of her. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. When they were most helpless, this golden light was all their hope. Whoosh! A golden light appeared from the spirit tablet, and then a shadow appeared in front of the family of three. They stared at the figure in front of them with a brilliant light. The light was dazzling, just like the vibration and fluctuation of water waves. They looked at the back, carrying a sword, exactly the same as the spirit tablet. Blessing from the demon slayer. Blessing from the demon slayer. The couple knelt on the ground holding the child and prayed. Lin Fan stared at the S-level ghost. Humph. How dare you act so evil in front of me? The real master? It has nothing to do with you. Get lost, the S-level ghost said in a low voice. It had never seen the other party before, but the breath emanating from the other party made it feel cold. How could it give up its prey? As an S-level ghost, it also has S-level dignity. If its peers knew about this, wouldn't they laugh at it? How dare you? Lin Fan shouted angrily, and a bolt of lightning gathered in his palm, and he hit the other party directly. With a loud bang, the flash of lightning suddenly illuminated the house. If you look from the street, you will find that the lights of this house are a bit fierce, and they actually penetrate the darkness on all sides. A shrill scream resounded. Evil, today is your death. Lin Fan raised the demon slayer knife and chopped at the S-level ghost. Although the ability of this S-level ghost is a bit weird, he has the blood of the demon slayer, and no ghosts can get close to him. Not to mention that some ghosts have the ability to possess, or tear open the opponent's belly and run out from the body, etc. These moves are useless to him. After a while, the flickering light disappeared. The flickering light did not flicker. The couple had been dumbfounded. Lin Fan carried the demon slayer knife on his back and looked at the family of three silently. The couple came to their senses and cowed out to Lin Fan's shadow. Thank you for your protection. Thank you for your protection. Yes. Lin Fan nodded slightly, and the shadow disappeared, except for the mess in the living room, which proved that a battle had just taken place here. There was no other trace. The couple looked at the disappearing figure of the true Lord. After a brief moment of daze, they came to their senses and cried with joy, and the despair was swept away. Wife, I want to make a golden statue of the true Lord and put it at home for worship. Okay. By the way, I have to thank that kind Netizen. If it weren't for him, there would be nothing I could do. Yes, that kind Netizen. This is a wisp of incense. In the dark, Lin Fan, who was watching the moon on the roof, felt a wisp of incense merging into his body from the void. This wisp of incense was very pure and solid. Obviously, the other party is very pious. The ghosts in this world are indeed capable. But it's a pity that what I know and have is really natural to restrain these things. Hey, another wisp of incense. He knew that this was Feng Zhuang's belief in incense. With the help of the spirit tablet, he saw that Feng Zhuang had already taken down all the spirit tablets hanging on the wall at home. True Lord, I gave a spirit tablet you gave me to my colleague. She seems to be haunted by ghosts and has nightmares all day long. I hope that the true Lord can show his power. Lin Fan listened to the prayer and connected to the spirit tablet. There was a sound of water around. When he looked carefully, I wiped the woman who was given the spirit tablet by Feng Zhuang was taking a bath. After taking a look, he stopped looking. For Lin Fan, there was nothing to see. At night, after taking a bath, Xiao Na put Hu Ba Tei's spirit tablet on her neck, while Lin Fan's spirit tablet was casually placed on the bedside table. For Xiao Na, she still believed in Hu Ba Tei. Lying on the bed, after playing with her phone for a while, Xiao Na felt very tired and fell asleep in a daze. In her sleep, she had a dream that she was in a closed house. She tapped the wall, trying to find an exit, but it was useless. At the same time, there were strange sounds. Just when she was on the verge of a mental breakdown, a light appeared, pulling her consciousness into the dream. In her sight, a ghost covered in a black robe appeared. Then, the shadow of Master Hu Ba appeared. When she saw the shadow of Master Hu Ba, she felt relieved and felt that she could definitely eliminate the ghost that appeared in her dream. But who could have thought? Mr. Hu Ba was killed by the other party with a wave of his hand. This made Xiao Na desperate. Suddenly, a roar like thunder rang in her ears. The Demon Slayer Emperor Lin Fan is here. How dare the evil spirits make trouble? Then, a shadow shrouded in golden light appeared in front of her. She felt warm all over, as if she was in the sunshine. True Lord. What Feng Zhuang said was true. It was really this spirit tablet that was protecting herself. Early in the morning, Feng Zhuang arrived at the company and just opened the door. He found that his colleagues in the company looked at him in unison, which made Feng Zhuang feel something was wrong. Feng Zhuang, thank you so much. Xiao Na's mental state was very good. Even the dark circles under her eyes disappeared. The spirit tablet you gave me is really powerful. The Demon Slayer Emperor Lin Fan is really handsome. The ghost that was pestering me was eliminated in an instant. Today's Xiao Na is simply two different people from yesterday's Xiao Na. Feng Zhuang smiled and said, I told you. I can't do those unreliable things. Jinjuan is really powerful. You should just believe in Jinjuan in the future. No demons or monsters can defeat our Jinjuan. Xiao Na nodded frantically. Yes. 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 Jinjuan is the most powerful. Colleagues around hurriedly said. Feng Zhuang. Do you have Jinjuan spirit tablets? When can you sell me one for self-defense? Feng Zhuang said. I saw that you all don't believe in Jinjuan. So I didn't make them. But it's okay. I will go back tonight and work overtime to make some for you. We are all colleagues. So the price must be fair. I want one. I want three. I want three too. I have to make one for each of my parents. The colleague who had been competing with Feng Zhuang yesterday muttered. And no one knew what he was saying. He believed in Yiksha. And he only thought that Yiksha was the most awesome. So he would not believe in anything else. Feng Zhuang returned to his workstation and turned on his computer. Logged into the forum. Before he looked carefully, he found that a top post on the forum was actually related to him. Thanks to the help of the slightly fat little Feng Feng. If it weren't for your sharing, my child would not be here. He believed me. When Feng Zhuang saw this title, he thought of the person who asked for help yesterday. He hurriedly clicked on the post to check the content and found that it was exactly as he thought. The other party believed his introduction about Jinjuan and immediately carved a spirit tablet. The S-level ghost really appeared at night. Jinjuan also appeared, although there were no photos and videos. The situation in the living room showed that a battle had taken place. Feng Zhuang smiled after seeing the result and replied to the other party. I'm glad I can help you. Jinjuan is trustworthy. He felt that he was spreading Jinjuan and helping others. In Feng Zhuang's opinion, this was really something to be proud of. Then, he looked at the comments again. He was helpless. Some people actually said that they played the script well. The drama is your grandmother's legs. He was too lazy to pay attention to these comments. He couldn't argue with them. Only when things really happened. Even if they shouted that they didn't believe it, they would try it after all. At this time, Lin Fan looked at the second task. World task, to accumulate a certain amount of incense to condense the incense god position. Task reward, strength plus 15. Stamina plus 10. Speed plus 5. The reward seemed a bit shabby to him. Or was it that this task was relatively simple? So there was no good reward? But this task didn't seem to be simple either. How much incense was enough to accumulate enough incense? And if you want incense, you must be believed in. The road to his belief was opened by Feng Zhuang. Thinking of this, he felt that he should give Feng Zhuang some of his own power. For example, the strong men of the Demon Suppression Division did not use spirit tablets to make those things appear, but used their power to fight ghosts and demons. Thinking of this, he felt that it was necessary to arrange a wave. But this requires timing. Chapter 52 The Immortal Touches My Head. Star Building. After finishing his work, Feng Zhuang continued to browse the information on the internet. As if he had thought of something, he began to edit the encyclopedia description. No one knows the name of the true Lord. He is so powerful. But there is no information in history. And even on the internet, others can tolerate it. But Feng Zhuang can't tolerate it. Damn. It's just a 198 membership. I'm going to rush. Feng Zhuang didn't think about it. Scanned the code to pay. And became a distinguished VIP member of the encyclopedia. 498 Supreme Member. The encyclopedia compiled is easier to trust. And it can also save entry links. Shit. Thinking of being able to compile an encyclopedia for the true Lord. He felt that it was his honor. His ancestors' graves were really smoking. It was just a few hundred yuan. So what was there to hesitate about? Without thinking, the recharge was successful. The icon of the Supreme Member is so conspicuous, revealing nobility everywhere. Open the encyclopedia and hack hard. The true Lord Lin Fan. The Emperor. This is the title. But he doesn't know the true Lord's birthday, origin, etc. These are blank. But for Feng Zhuang, these are not a problem. The true Lord is so powerful. He just needs to write in the most awesome direction. After thinking this through, Feng Zhuang wrote as if he had a god. And the keyboard was clacking. The information of the true Lord Lin Fan, the Emperor, was presented on the internet of this copy world for the first time. At this time, In the county town, the child rescued by Lin Fan was led by his parents and walked out of the community. The faces of the 3 people in the family were smiling, and the child was wearing the spirit tablet of the true Lord around his neck. Is the child okay? The old man guarding the gate was older, so he naturally knew that the child was being stared at by ghosts. And it was a ghost that even various spirit tablets could not deal with, which meant that the ghost was definitely not simple. Other residents were scared away, but at his age, there was nothing to be afraid of. He lived a good life. No matter what ghost or not, they could not stop his love for guarding the gate. Yeah, old Lou. The child is fine this time. We really have to thank the true Lord for his protection. If it weren't for the true Lord's protection, we wouldn't have seen the sun this morning, the man said with a smile. The crisis is over, and he is in a good mood. Grandpa Lou. Good morning. The child jumped to the security guard and greeted him politely. Well, so good. Old Lou touched the child's head, then looked up, very puzzled. True Lord Spirit Tablet? What is this existence? I, Old Lou, have never heard of it in my life. The true Lord of Demons. Emperor Lin Fan, the man explained. He did not appear in history, and there is not even a record of him. He cannot be found on the internet. You also know that the one staring at the child is an S-level ghost. Ordinary spirit tablets are useless. We are desperate, so we went online to seek help. And then an enthusiastic netizen told us. We thought that we should try our best. So we tried it. Unexpectedly, we really killed the S-level ghost. Old Lou was very surprised. Is it true? Don't joke with me. The man said, Old Lou, we have known each other for so many years. Do you think I am the kind of person who jokes about this kind of thing? The true Lord of Demons carries a demon-killing knife on his back, which can attract thunder and release the fire of exterminating ghosts. It is very powerful. If you believe me, I will make a spirit tablet for you. If you worship sincerely every day, no demons and ghosts will dare to approach you in the future. Real or fake, Old Lou saw that he was speaking so confidently, as if it were true. He didn't disbelieve it, but he was a little skeptical about it. When he was young, he experienced something that seemed to be called the Spirit Tablet Investment Project. The initial investment was 180,000 yuan, and a person who had appeared in history was worshipped. The more you invest, the more strength the Spirit Tablet can provide. And you can even sign a contract with the Spirit Tablet and use its strength to become a strong man in the demon suppression department. This routine really had many people believe in it at the beginning. It must be true. Let's not talk about it for now. I have to make a golden statue for the true Lord and bring the Spirit Tablet to you when I come back. The man waved his hand and left with his family. Old Lou looked at the family of 3 and scratched his head. He believed it a little, but didn't quite believe it. The main reason was that he had never heard of it. But this child was indeed being stared at by a ghost. And there was absolutely no mistake about this. Just as Old Lou was thinking about this, a figure walked in front of him. Uncle H. Lo, I would like to ask, how is the situation of the household owner who lives here? That is, the family whose child is stared at by the S-level ghost? Xiaoli has been thinking about this matter, but his personal strength is too weak. For example, the spirit tablet he is wearing on his neck now is the land god. This is the living signboard of their county town. There are many believers. There is no problem in dealing with ordinary ghosts and monsters. Moreover, most of the ghosts and monsters that ordinary people come into contact with are relatively ordinary, unless they are really unlucky and encounter difficult ones, such as A-level or S-level. Even if they encounter B-level ghosts and monsters, the land god can negotiate with the other party and scare them away. So the land god's spirit tablet is still more reliable in the hearts of local people. From the Demon Suppression Division? The security guard Lao Lu glanced at the young man in front of him. Yes. Yes. Hee. What are you doing here now? If you don't come earlier or later, you come now, and they are already fine. If you rely on you, they will be gone. Lao Lu is very dissatisfied with the local Demon Suppression Division. Xiaoli lowered his head in embarrassment, not knowing what to say. But there really was no strong man in their county who could deal with S-level ghosts. After all, this was just a small place, and there was really no way. Okay, I can tell at a glance that you are a new employee. I won't embarrass you. They are fine. The family of 3 just drove away, Lao Lu said. Xiaoli was surprised and said, It's fine? What kind of spirit tablet can deal with S-level ghosts? Lao Lu said, I don't know either. They said it was Emperor Lin Fan. the true lord of demon slaying. I listened to the advice of netizens on the internet. I was desperate and tried everything. Emperor Lin Fan, the true lord of demon slaying. Shao Li frowned and pondered. He was able to join the demon suppression division. One of his academic assessments was to sort out and analyze the spirit tablets of the Qin state from ancient times to the present. He was not bragging. There was no spirit tablet he was not familiar with. Therefore, he really had never heard of the so-called true lord of demon slaying. Young man, go and do your thing. I have to watch a TV series. Old Lu waved his hand, not wanting to communicate with Shao Li. The TV series was so good, and the actors were well chosen, with fair skin, beautiful faces, and great figures. It was exciting to watch. As for some people saying that the actress performed with facial paralysis, he strongly disagreed. Who watches the face when watching a TV series? Isn't the figure beautiful? Shao Li knew it would be hard to get anything out of the other party. Uncle, I'll go first. Back in the car, Shao Li took out his cell phone and opened the identity information of the family of 3. They were just ordinary people. After thinking about it, he drove back to the unit. When he returned to the unit, he came to an old colleague. Uncle Quan, have you heard of Lin Fan, the demon slayer? Shao Li asked. No. Where did he get it? I heard from others that this person's spirit tablet can eliminate S-level ghosts. Hee. Uncle Quan smiled and took a sip of the teacup. Young people are easy to be deceived. Go to work. Don't think about these things. Believe in the spirit tablet on your chest. The more sincere you are, the stronger the power of the spirit tablet. If you are so indecisive, if you let the land god sense it, he will not protect you. That's right. The power of the spirit tablet is not the same. It is calculated according to the degree of belief of the believer. The more you believe, the stronger the power. If you believe in this today and believe in that tomorrow, then the power of the spirit tablet is just average. Oh! Shao Li returned to his workstation, then turned on the computer to search. And he actually found the Encyclopedia of Demon Slayer Lin Fan Emperor. The content inside is very detailed. But there is no previous introduction of the other party. This kind of introduction is not formal. Look at the introduction on the right side of the page. The number of modifications is only once. The most recent modification time is today. Shao Li twitched his lips. What a casual encyclopedia. No one would believe it. This encyclopedia has a spirit tablet pattern that can be downloaded. At the same time, there is a video below. Click it, and see that a woman is sitting there talking about the power of the spirit tablet of the demon slayer. Hey, it's a bit realistic. Shao Li smiled. Although it seems to be true, he still has a lot of doubts about it. However, it is true that the child was stared at by the S-level ghost. Is it really as the security uncle said, that the spirit tablet of the demon slayer worshipped by the family of 3 eliminated the S-level ghost? Thinking of this, Shao Li printed out the pattern, came to the department's spirit tablet production room, put the pattern into the equipment, and under the operation of the machine, a spirit tablet was completed in an instant. This is Zhu Majinju, and Shao Li took the spirit tablet and looked at it carefully. The shape was indeed very majestic. After thinking about it, he sighed and put the spirit tablet in his pocket. He wanted to report this situation to his leader, but after thinking about it, he decided to forget it. The provincial leader said that he was looking for trouble. At this time, Lin Fan was walking in the street, looking at the situation around him. In this dungeon world, there are many shops selling spirit tablets. Feng Shuang was spreading it to him. The family of 3 was also spreading it to him. But the effect was minimal, because many people have never seen it. It is difficult for them to believe it. Not to mention that the existing spirit tablets have long been deeply rooted in their hearts and belong to the orthodox official ones. If there are 2 brands, one is official and the other is folk, the vast majority of people will choose the official one. Therefore, if you want the people to believe in him now, you really need an opportunity, which is not something that can be done by just talking. When you walk into a shop, you will see all kinds of spirit tablets on display. When the shop owner sees a customer coming, he immediately comes forward to greet him warmly. What kind of spirit tablets do you want? All the spirit tablets here have been sincerely worshipped. You can buy them and use them. No matter what kind of ghosts and monsters, they will all go away. Lin Fan said. If it is an S-level ghost, do you have any spirit tablets to deal with it? Ah? The shop owner looked at Lin Fan in confusion after hearing this. You are being watched by an S-level ghost? In the shop owner's opinion, if you are being watched by an S-level ghost, there is no need to come out to choose a spirit tablet. The best way is to have a good meal. If you have the idea, you can spend a lot of money to find a beautiful woman to talk about the last life. And then clean yourself up, and find a comfortable place to wait for death. Is there a spirit tablet that can deal with an S-level ghost? Lin Fan asked. No. Although I sell spirit tablets. I'm sorry. I don't want to lie to you. There is really no spirit tablet that can deal with S-level ghosts. You don't have this. I have it. You are not a colleague who is here to make fun of me. Right? The shop owner felt that this guy was here to make fun of him. He has been working in this industry for decades, and has seen all kinds of spirit tablets. He has never seen a spirit tablet that can compete with S-level ghosts. Can I borrow your materials? I will make a spirit tablet for you on the spot. Lin Fan said with a smile. The shop owner wanted to say get out. Get out of here quickly, but for some reason, he thought about it and really made way. Come! Come! Let me see what kind of spirit tablet can deal with S-level ghosts. Thank you. Lin Fan smiled, sat in front of the workbench, picked up the tools, and started carving. The shop owner muttered in his heart. Wow! This craftsmanship is awesome. Now the process of making spirit tablets is done by machines. And there are very few people who do it by hand. Of course, there are some. But they are more complicated. It didn't take long. Lin Fan made 2 spirit tablets. The shop owner picked up a spirit tablet and looked at it carefully. What is this? Who is this? Lin Fan said, the spirit tablet of the demon slayer. Lin Fan can kill S-level ghosts and demons. I will hang this one in the shop. I hope your shop can be safe and sound. If you encounter someone entangled by an S-level ghost and demon one day, I hope you can recommend this one. After saying that, before the shop owner could react, he had already left the shop and disappeared in the crowd. Hack, you are crazy. The shop owner was a little confused. His head was in a mess. It was like his head was full of paste. Very sticky. And he was confused by an inexplicable guy. The shop owner lowered his head and looked at the spirit tablet in his hand. You used my materials, but you didn't pay me. And you fooled me for a while. The shop owner thought more and more that there was something wrong. But for a moment, he didn't know what was wrong. At this moment, a figure appeared at the door. Boss. The boss didn't figure it out. So he didn't think about it anymore, but greeted the customer with a smile. What do you need? Boss. My sister might be haunted by a ghost or demon above level A. I want to buy a spirit tablet that can deal with ghosts or demons above level A. The person who spoke was a young man, still wearing a school uniform and carrying a school bag. And it was obvious that he was a high school student. Shop owner, what the hell is going on today? One said he could make a spirit tablet to deal with S-level ghosts. And the other said he wanted to buy a spirit tablet that can deal with A-level ghosts. Don't tell me that this is a play to trick me. Then someone else came to buy. And he didn't have any goods here. So he bought them from the other party frantically to make money. He was very familiar with this routine. He would not be fooled. At this time, Lin Fan was not in a hurry to return to Blue Star. The proportion of the dungeon time was very large. The time he spent in this dungeon world was not much longer than that on Blue Star. I'm afraid it was less than an hour. The incense god way is indeed difficult at the beginning. Once my reputation is established, the follow-up will be much easier. Just like starting a business. It is difficult at the beginning. When you get mixed up, it will be much easier. Huh? Lin Fan saw some figures of the descenders. They also descended into this dungeon world. He looked at their tasks. They were not the same as the guys who descended to Blue Star. But the tasks they accepted were difficult. They were basically hunting ghosts and monsters. Just looking at their attributes, he could only shake his head and express regret for the 3-dimensional attributes of the descenders he had seen. If they encountered ghosts and monsters above level A, they would basically kneel in a residential community with a private courtyard. Dad? Mom? I'm back. How is my sister? The boy returned home, threw his school bag on the sofa, and asked hurriedly. His sister was being stared at by a ghost demon above level A. This was a bolt from the blue for their family. They really couldn't believe that this would happen. The parents sitting on the sofa sighed. At this moment, dong dong. There was a knock on the door. The boy opened the door and saw 2 men in black standing at the door. Is this Yongli's home? The leading man in black asked. Yes. Yes. Who are you? The boy didn't think of the 2 men in black in front of him and was very confused. We are from the Demon Suppression Division. We heard that your family was being stared at by a level A ghost demon. So we came to see. The boy suddenly showed an excited expression on his face when he heard this. Dad! Mom! The people from the Demon Suppression Division are here! The people from the Demon Suppression Division are here to save my sister! Inside the house, the parents on the sofa heard this, and got up excitedly, and welcomed the people in. If Lin Fan was here and saw the black-clad man in the lead, he would recognize that the guy in front of him was the Descender, and the mission he accepted was designated here. As for the man next to the Descender, he was a native of the dungeon world, and a member of the Demon Suppression Division. Can you really save my daughter? The girl's parents looked at each other expectantly. The local member of the Demon Suppression Division did not speak, but looked at his friend around him. His friend's identity was very mysterious, and he was very powerful. Although he did not have a spirit tablet, he could burst out with a power stronger than a spirit tablet. Yes, the Descender Wanlai answered firmly. He had already estimated in his mind that this was a D-level dungeon, and the three-dimensional attribute card point was 199. Although his attributes were far from reaching this level, the hint given by the task was A-level ghost, so he felt that there was no problem at all. I can win. I can complete the task. Night came. The wind outside was blowing, and the leaves were rustling. Wanlai acted very calm, holding a yellow talisman in his hand at this moment. Like a Taoist priest, he once acquired a skilled talisman primary. This is what he got in E-level copy. On weekdays, it is useless, but in the special copy world, he found that the talisman is very useful. With his three-dimensional attributes and the talisman, it is definitely not a problem to defeat this A-level ghost demon. Suddenly, crack! The doors and windows of the living room were broken, and a gust of cold wind suddenly pushed open the door of the living room. The faces of the people in the living room were very pale. Even the local member of the Demon Suppression Division was very nervous. He was here to accompany his friends. If he really wanted to take action, let alone A-level, even B-level ghost demons could beat him up. Don't panic. I'll do it, Wanlai shouted angrily. For the mission, he had to defeat the opponent no matter what. Without saying anything, he directly raised the talisman paper in his hand to the front, and a crackling sound rang out. Wanlai showed a happy smile on his face. Don't underestimate the skills gained from the E-level copy. It is still quite useful. The A-level ghost appeared and stood at the door. This ghost looked like a child, pale, with black nails, holding a beating heart in his palm, staring at Wanlai fiercely, then biting the heart in his hand. His mouth was red, blood slowly flowing down the corners of his mouth. Boy, if you don't want to die, get out of here, Wanlai scolded. His mission was to stop the A-level ghost from harming people, so it didn't matter whether he was killed or not. Just get out of here. The A-level child ghost screamed and rushed towards Wanlai. After a series of operations, the A-level ghost demon that came was solved by Wanlai's operations. Humph! I told you to get out, but you didn't get out. I had to kill you. Wanlai spit at the place where he killed the little ghost, touched the wound on his abdomen, and didn't expect that the little ghost's nails were so sharp. If he hadn't dodged in time, he would have been cut off by it. Wanlai happily waited for the reward of the task. With the attribute blessing, Wanlai thought the task was over. But suddenly, he found that the task had changed. World side quest, my mother and son are the same ghost. The big one is coming soon. Kill the S-level ghost. Quest reward. Hack. Seeing the prompt of the task, Wanlai couldn't help but spit out foul language. Before he could react, a low and terrifying voice roared. Kill my son. I want you to die. Wanlai exclaimed. It's over. The ghost I just killed was an A-level ghost. But the mother and son are the same ghost. His mother is an S-level ghost. As soon as the voice fell, everyone in the living room was terrified. When they saw the A-level ghost being killed before, they thought that things were finally over. But now the arrival of the S-level ghost made them completely desperate. Puff! Before Wanlai could react, he saw a ghost flash by. And when he reacted, an arm was torn off directly. Oh, it hurts. Wanlai screamed in pain. The people at the scene were desperate. How could they have thought it would be like this? Especially the parents who wanted to protect their daughter. Their faces were pale. Return. Return. At this moment, Wanlai only wanted to return. If he continued to stay here, he would definitely die. Once he died, his own attributes would completely dissipate. He didn't want to become a blank slate like those guys. Activate the world side quest, and you can't return for the time being. Hack. When Wanlai learned about this situation, he almost collapsed. Good man. I really don't want to trigger the world side quest. Now he just wants to return and escape from this dangerous place. Son, run quickly. We and your sister will stay here. The parents hurriedly urged their youngest son. Even if they die, they can't die here. The boy's pupil shrank greatly, hearing his parents urging. He seemed to think of something. There is a way. I have a way. He hurriedly took out the spirit tablet from his pocket. Ghost, don't be presumptuous. I have the spirit tablet of Lin Fan, the true lord of Demon Slayer, to protect me. If you don't want to die, leave quickly. The boy held out the spirit tablet, took a deep breath, and shouted tremblingly. The boy's parents were stunned. The true lord of Demon Slayer? What ghost? The local member of the Demon Suppression Division was also stunned. He had never heard of this guy. The S-level ghost pounced on the boy. Just when it was about to approach the boy and kill him, the spirit tablet glowed with golden light, and a shadow appeared from the golden light. With a flowing light and extraordinary power, the Demon Slayer Emperor Lin Fan is here. How dare the evil spirit be so presumptuous? Lin Fan glared at the S-level ghost, and a righteous and fair power to slay demons and exorcise demons completely burst out. In the case of fewer believers, Lin Fan likes to do it himself, and he directly controls it with the help of the spirit tablet. Suddenly, the confused parents of the boy and the local members of the Demon Suppression Division were even more confused. The boss didn't lie to me. The boy was very excited and thought of going to that store to buy a spirit tablet. The boss told him that there was no such spirit tablet, but later he grabbed it and told him that this was a spirit tablet carved by a weirdo just now, saying that it could kill S-level ghosts and demons. If you believe it, buy it back. The boy, who was already desperate, finally took out 100 yuan to buy the spirit tablet. Dad? Mom? The boss didn't lie to me. He said the spirit tablet can kill S-level ghosts and demons. We will be fine. And my sister will be fine too. The boy's eyes were already filled with this golden shadow. In his opinion, this golden shadow was so majestic and domineering that it was incomparable to the spirit tablets he had seen. The S-level ghost roared. Get out! Get out! Get out! You all have to die. The wind was blowing, and the ghosts were heavy. Humph. You don't know how to live or die. Wang Lai stared at the shadow, from shock to confusion. Why did he feel that this shadow seemed to have been seen somewhere? But before he could think about it, the shadow had already taken action. The rumbling sound of thunder resounded continuously. Wang Lai was stunned. Amidst the wailing screams, the terrifying S-level ghost demon was destroyed just like that. The shadow covered with golden light turned around. The evil spirit has been eliminated. It's time to go. Farewell to the demon-slaying master. The boy knelt down and sent him off respectfully. The golden shadow disappeared, and everything returned to calm. Everyone in the living room was stunned. To them, it was like riding a roller coaster. Their hearts were beating fast. A local member of the Demon Suppression Division stammered. Where did you get this spirit tablet? I bought it in the store. The young man raised his head and said proudly. Early morning. Xingxing Building. Who is Feng Zhuang? A group of people pushed open the door of the company and asked. I am? What's the matter with you? Feng Zhuang didn't know these people, and they were very unfamiliar. He didn't understand why they came to him so early in the morning. We are from the Demon Suppression Division. We want to ask you for some information. Please come with us. Oh, I see. The only thing Feng Zhuang could think of was that it was related to the spirit tablet. It seemed that the spirit tablet had attracted attention. During this period, he had been helping Jinjuan promote it. Many people came to him to buy spirit tablets from the internet. He would recommend Jinjuan spirit tablets. But unfortunately, the effect was minimal, and no one was willing to buy them. After all, in their opinion, this was something that had no guarantees. Demon Suppression Division. What do you think of this? At this time, a group of members of the Demon Suppression Division gathered together. They had already known what happened last night. The appearance of S-level ghosts was extremely difficult for any Demon Suppression Division to deal with. What can we do? The spirit tablet of the Demon Slayer Emperor Lin Fan can kill S-level ghosts. This is an indisputable fact. There is no record of this person in history. The first person to spread it was a man named Feng Zhuang. He recommended it to his colleagues at the company, and then recommended it to the parents of a child who was stared at by an S-level ghost on the internet. Did Feng Zhuang bring it back? No. It should be here soon. The Demon Slayer Emperor Lin Fan is a very mysterious existence. I really don't know where he came from. If all this is true, it will be a huge reform for our Qin state. Just as they were talking, Someone pushed the door in. The person is brought back. Let's go and take a look. I'm also very curious. A group of people left the meeting room, all wanting to see where Feng Zhuang knew about the demon slayer. Feng Zhuang, who was brought back, was a little nervous. After all, this is the demon slayer division. A place he once wanted to come to but couldn't. Don't be nervous. What to drink? The staff of the demon slayer division asked with a smile. Water is fine, Feng Zhuang said. No problem. A moment later, Feng Zhuang, who was holding a cup of water, saw a group of people walking towards him. He was so scared that he stood up hurriedly, a little at a loss. Hello. I am the director of the Demon Suppression Department. I invited you here to ask you about something. I wonder if it is convenient. The director was a middle-aged man. He treated Feng Zhuang very gently, like an uncle next door. Convenient? Convenient? Okay. Then please follow me. This is not a place to talk. Oh! In the conference room, the director smiled and said, Feng Zhuang, can you tell me how you came into contact with the Demon Slayer? It was the Demon Slayer Emperor Lin Fan. Feng Zhuang reminded. Oh! The full name. I understand. I understand. Feng Zhuang said. The thing is, that night I delivered a spirit tablet to a customer, and I didn't get a taxi, so it was very late. And then I met on the road. He told everything about his encounter with the red-clothed ghost. The director pondered. So, the red-clothed ghost was killed by him. Right? Yes. It was the true lord who killed him. Feng Zhuang mentioned Lin Fan, his face full of admiration for everyone in the Demon Suppression Division, who can release thunder and fire, and has a knife. Where does this person come from? He has many methods, and is extremely domineering. He can kill A-level ghosts at will, which is really terrifying. Where did the spirit tablet come from? Did you carve it? The director asked. Feng Zhuang shook his head and said, No. It was carved by the true lord and given to me. There are only 3 spirit tablets in total. I gave one to my colleague. She was haunted by ghosts and demons, and Master Hu Ba's spirit tablet could not deal with it. So I gave it to her. Everyone looked at each other. Such a spirit tablet carved by such a being personally was of great significance. In their eyes, Feng Zhuang was just an ordinary little fat guy. But he was favored. The director said, The remaining 2 are with you. Do you have any connection with the true lord? Such as using the power of the true lord? No. The true lord didn't mention it. And I didn't dare to ask more. Feng Zhuang shook his head. Alas! Everyone was very regretful, seeing that the main body didn't even think about signing a contract. It was really a waste of such an opportunity. Suddenly, the spirit tablet worn by Feng Zhuang on his neck suddenly fluttered without wind, which amazed everyone. The director hurriedly raised his hand and asked everyone not to get close. In his opinion, it was obvious that the true lord was about to show his spirit. In an instant, endless golden light bloomed from the spirit tablet, filling the entire conference room. Even the calm director was a little uneasy. The golden light dissipated, and a shadow appeared in front of everyone. The Demon Slayer, Emperor Lin Fan. Feng Zhuang hurriedly knelt in front of him, very pious. The director stared at him intently. I don't know if the true lord is showing his holiness. Please don't blame me. Can the true lord? He hadn't finished speaking. The shadow ignored him, but slowly raised his hand, and the thunder wandered in his palm. Even at a distance, he could still feel the power of this thunder, which was absolutely terrifying and destructive. Feng Zhuang, the believer, worships devoutly, and this true lord blesses you. Control the power of the 9 heavens thunder, the most rigid and young, and all evil is invulnerable. As soon as the voice fell, the shadow's palm pressed on Feng Zhuang's head, and suddenly, endless thunder wandered around Feng Zhuang's body. The shocking scene made them tremble with fear, and they didn't even dare to breathe. Feng Zhuang, the believer, has a sincere heart. This true lord blesses you. Control the fire of the demon-killing god and burn all the evil spirits in the world. A ball of flame appeared in the palm of the shadow, and once again pressed Feng Zhuang's head. In an instant, Feng Zhuang's whole body was burning with raging flames, and finally condensed a little, and a flame pattern appeared on his forehead. Gradually, the shadow dissipated. The whole conference room was silent, and even a needle falling on the ground could be heard. The members of the Demon Suppression Division looked at each other. For them, it was really an unbelievable scene. They actually saw the contract with their own eyes. An existence that had never appeared before now appeared, was met by a little fat man. And now they could sign a contract and use his power. They investigated the information of the little fat man. It was just an ordinary office worker. An ordinary person who sold spirit tablets part-time. But now, after this situation, this little fat man is no longer an ordinary person. At this time, Feng Zhuang came back to his senses from his daze. I was favored by the true Lord. The director took a deep breath, which was full of envy. Yes, you were favored. In the future, you can use the power of the true Lord to kill ghosts and demons. Ah, this is not a dream. Feng Zhuang still couldn't believe it, and slapped himself twice in anger. It's not a dream. It's real. All of this is real. Feng Zhuang cried and laughed, covered the tablet with his hands, knelt on the ground, counted, and worshipped. The director now completely believed in the authenticity of the Jinjuan tablet. He saw it with his own eyes. How could it be fake? Feng Zhuang, are you willing to join the Demon Suppression Division? The director threw an olive branch to Feng Zhuang. Yes, but there is a prerequisite. You say, you must help me promote the Jinjuan tablet. I need the country to recognize the existence of Jinjuan. Okay, but there is a prerequisite. What prerequisite? You can't say that the Jinjuan tablet can kill S-level ghosts. Why? Feng Zhuang didn't quite understand why he couldn't say that if everyone believed in the Jinjuan tablet. What ghosts could kill people? If everyone believed in the Jinjuan tablet, what else would happen? There would be trouble. The director said in a deep voice. Hear what the director said. I know. Lin Fan has been paying attention to the situation here. Well, he is very satisfied with his masterpiece. Little fatty, let you be my spokesperson. Promote it well. Work hard. Whether my incense and fire god can succeed depends on you. Lin Fan thinks that the little fat boy is not bad. Although he is a little fat, it only shows that he can eat. Now the little fat boy's life has changed dramatically. He is no longer an ordinary little fat boy. He is the thunder and fire little fat boy who can borrow his power. For ordinary people, it is difficult to turn over. But when a big boss promotes him a little, then it is easy to turn over. At night, Feng Zhuang returned home. At this time, he was in a good mood. Jinjuan finally got recognition. And he was finally able to promote Jinjuan. Turn on the news. The TV news broadcast the news about Jinjuan's spirit tablet. Although it did not say that Jinjuan's spirit tablet could kill S-level ghosts. Everything is a little difficult at the beginning. When it gets on the right track, it will be simple and easy. The news ended. He immediately turned on the computer and looked at the forum. Sure enough, there were posts discussing Jinjuan's spirit tablet. He has a lot of small accounts on the forum, so he started to lead the pace like crazy. Thanks to the protection of the Jinjuan spirit tablet, I was targeted by an A-level ghost. And it was the Jinjuan spirit tablet that saved me. What A-level or not, the Jinjuan spirit tablet can kill even an S-level ghost. A lot of money is required to buy the Jinjuan spirit tablet. Some call me brothers. This is the information I found from the inside. The styles of the Jinjuan spirit tablet are all in the file. Whoever wants to make it, just make it yourself. Feng Zhuang kept changing his trumpet to speak. He usually has nothing to do. After all, he has no girlfriend. So he can only go to the forum every day. So these trumpets of his are often big in the eyes of others. Hee hee. Keep working hard. The Jinjuan is so powerful. The spirit tablet must be the most popular. And more people must believe in it. Feng Zhuang clenched his fists and cheered himself up. He always believed that when someone used the Jinjuan spirit tablet to deal with ghosts and demons, they would find that other spirit tablets were garbage. And only the Jinjuan spirit tablet was the most reliable. And at this time, Lin Fan, who was on the roof, could already feel the incense coming in one after another. The number was increasing. This is an unimaginable growth during the day. 100 strands. 1,000 strands. 10,000 strands. Lin Fan laughed. This growth rate is the most refreshing. It is obvious that after the state recognized the spirit tablet of the true Lord, some people have begun to make spirit tablets to worship him. According to this situation, it seems that it is not difficult to condense into an incense and God position. It only takes time. World Mission 2 should be completed soon. Of course. Will it cause conflicts if he robs other guys' believers like this? Thinking of this, Lin Fan couldn't help but touch the demon slayer on his back. Chapter 53 The Throne of the Gods is formed. And the 8th Master stands up. At night, Su Ming is wearing a rider's clothes and delivering takeout diligently. He is one of the countless ordinary people in Qin, running around every day for a living. The people living in Qin are really tired. Not only do they need to make money to support their families, but they also have to pay attention to the appearance of ghosts and monsters at all times. If it weren't for the pressure of life, who would be willing to do this? A gust of cold wind blew. Su Ming felt chilly and had an indescribable chill. He looked around nervously. The shops on the street had been closed for a long time, and only a few lights were on. No way. Su Ming muttered in his heart. Ghosts and monsters do exist, but they are definitely not so frequent. How can anyone encounter them when going out? Take a deep breath. Relax. And always warn not to scare yourself. It's okay. It's absolutely fine. It's just a gust of wind. Suddenly, it was foggy. Su Ming, who was riding a small electric donkey, braked suddenly, supported the ground, and looked forward helplessly. Hack. That's right. In this situation, Su Ming didn't even need to think about it. He knew that he had encountered a ghost. After all, who would be fine on the street? And suddenly there was fog. This is obviously a problem. Okay. He saw a figure floating in the fog in the distance. That figure's feet were off the ground, limbs hanging down, motionless. Su Ming touched the spirit tablet hanging on his chest. Master Hu Ba, you have to give some strength. Although many guys on the internet say you can't do it, I Su Ming will always believe in you. The figure moved, erratic, floating here and there. As the ghost rushed towards him, Su Ming yelled without thinking. Master Hu Ba, help me. Suddenly, the spirit tablet vibrated. A phantom appeared from the spirit tablet. Blood zombie. Give the 8th master a favor and retreat. Blood zombie. A B-level ghost demon. Likes to suck blood. Su Ming couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw the shadow of the 8th master appear. According to his understanding of the 8th master, when the 8th master appeared in the past, his common move was to let the ghosts and demons give him face, and retreat from then on without disturbing each other. What a good idea this is in Su Ming's opinion. Everything is based on harmony. Get lost. Bang! The blood zombie spoke human words, and slapped the shadow of the 8th master away. Su Ming stared. Is the 8th master like this now? But now is not the time for him to think about these things. Blood zombie. You dare to disrespect the 8th master. Su Ming left the electric donkey, pointed at the blood zombie while retreating, and searched his body at the same time. To do their business. When you go out, you must be versatile. As the old saying goes, skills are not a burden. And the more guarantees, the safer. Uncle Huang Xian, help me. Su Ming took out the Huang Xian spirit tablet. But the Huang Xian spirit tablet did not respond at all. Suddenly, he thought that he had never worshipped Huang Xian spirit tablet since he bought it. So how could Huang Xian pay attention to him? He. The blood zombie laughed eerily, and the Huang Xian spirit tablet broke with a click, and turned into fragments scattered all over the ground. Uncle Hui Xian. Uncle Lu Xian. It's useless. All useless. Su Ming's face was pale, and panic enveloped him. If he had thought that the spirit tablet of Master Hu Ba could protect his own safety, then now, he was really desperate. It's over. It's really over. Suddenly, he took out the last spirit tablet. The moment he saw the spirit tablet, he was slightly stunned. He saw the spirit tablet on the internet. With the idea that more spirit tablets are better, he went to several spirit tablet stores to buy it. What's it called? In panic, Su Ming's mind went blank, and he couldn't remember how to call this spirit tablet for a while. Suddenly, Su Ming's brain flashed. Emperor Lin Fan, the true lord of Demon Slayer. Help me. The golden light of the spirit tablet appeared at the same time as Su Ming's cry. Su Ming stared, and he had long been conquered by the golden light. It was so bright and dazzling, and a gentle force covered him. Lin Fan had noticed the situation on Su Ming's side, thinking that the other party didn't even know his name. He had already thought about it. No matter you shout or not, I will still come out. Seeing that the blood zombie was about to approach, the other party finally remembered his name, and he also appeared in step with the other party shouting. How do believers come? Often they rely on their own efforts in the early stage. This is exactly the same as opening a store. You know that you are selling good things, but if you don't promote it, who knows if the things you sell are good? Therefore, it's better to work hard in the early stage. True, Lord. Su Ming slumped on the ground, looking at the phantom with golden light all over his body blocking him. He didn't expect that the spirit tablet he just bought was so powerful. Let's just say that this way of appearance is very domineering. Lin Fan looked back at Su Ming. and then looked at the blood zombie who stayed in place and dared not move. He had an idea in his mind. Since we are going to do it, let's do it big. This true lord is here. How dare the evil spirits be presumptuous? Thunder Domain. As soon as the voice fell, Lin Fan raised his palms and used the lightning thunder fist. This was not a punch to kill the blood zombie, but to build momentum. In an instant, the sky and the earth roared, and thunder fell from the sky, being played with between his palms. At the same time, then thunder fell from all directions. Lightning and thunder, forming a small range of thunder. Damn. Su Ming stared. He had seen many battles, but he had never seen such special effects in front of him. At this time, the B-level blood zombie was shocked by the scene in front of him. It was just to come out for a bite and fill its stomach. Is it necessary to make it so grand? This kind of terrifying power. Let alone it. Even if it comes, A-level ghosts will have to kneel down. And who is this guy? When did such a powerful guy appear in Sheen? 9 heavens thunder. Kill! Boom! Thunders came from all directions, crackling and blasting the blood zombie. In an instant, the blood zombie didn't even have the chance to wail, and it turned into ashes and disappeared. The shadow disappeared, and Lin Fan didn't say a word to the other party. Silence can make oneself more mysterious. Besides, the route he took was a mysterious route. If he often talked nonsense, it would reduce the mystery in the hearts of the copy humans. True Lord. Su Ming stared blankly at the disappearing figure of the True Lord. His brain was a little blank, until he saw the black pits on the ground. He realized that everything that had just happened was true. He looked up and looked around. On the second floor of the closed shop, someone opened the curtains and peeked, as if he was taking pictures with a mobile phone. Su Ming hurriedly lifted up the electric scooter, and without even looking at the spirit tablets that had fallen to the ground, he rode away on the electric scooter. And what he wanted was speed and decisiveness. The next day, last night's video appeared in major forums. The thunder was shrouding the place, and the ghosts and demons were being killed. The scene was clearly captured, and it was really shocking. Damn. Is Master Hu really that bad now? He won't even show B-level ghosts to him? You are blind. The facts are right in front of us. If we talk about Master Hu's true strength, even if he shows his true body, he can only kill B-level ghosts. If he encounters A-level ghosts, he will be beaten. Alas, the market for Master Hu's spirit tablets is getting smaller and smaller. If Master Hu didn't have any side effects, I'm afraid this market would have disappeared long ago. Often when Master Hu's phantom appears, he will ask ghosts to give him a molecule. Most ghosts will say that except for you, the third Master Hu. No one else's face will work. Who is this third Master Hu? Who has ever seen him? Are you discussing the wrong direction? What about the takeaway boy? What kind of spirit tablet did I take out? Does anyone have any idea? Didn't you watch yesterday's news? It was reported in the news. It's the latest spirit tablet, called Emperor Lin Fan, the true lord of Demon Slayer. I'm going to get one now. It's too fierce. The thunder is so scary. I think even A-level ghosts and monsters will die. What A-level? If you search the news, you will find that not to mention A-level, even S-level ones will die. This is a real big shot. I heard that the person who made a contract with the True Lord was a fat man. He was the first to meet the True Lord. From then on, he jumped up a class and became a real strong man. Damn. This luck is too strong. The spirit tablet of Emperor Lin Fan, the True Lord of Demon Slayer, has begun to be exposed. For safety, the people of Qin will definitely choose a more reliable spirit tablet. Obviously, Lin Fan is their #1 choice. At this time, Lin Fan felt that the number of his incense was constantly increasing. The smile on his face became more and more brilliant. It's starting to skyrocket. The difficulty of the second task is not high. It just takes some time. Now with his development, his reputation has gradually spread. And the impact brought about is that there will be more and more believers who believe in him. Returned to Blue Star. Looked at the time. It was still late. How long had it been? Just as he thought, the higher the level of the dungeon, the greater the proportion of events between Blue Star. He stayed in the world of ghosts and monsters for many days. But the time on Blue Star passed very slowly. After determining the time ratio, Lin Fan returned to the dungeon world. In this dungeon, he didn't need to do anything. Just wait quietly. Compared with other dungeon world tasks, the main task of this dungeon world was relatively easy. Just when Lin Fan was waiting to accumulate enough incense, in a cave on a mountaintop filled with white fog in the Qin state. Alas! A sigh came. Master Hu Ba sat there, drinking tea, very worried. I am the only one holding up the Hu family, and I can't hold on any longer. The 8th master is the one who sits in the court of the Hu family. His real name is Hu Tianbao. Although his ability is not that high, there are capable people in the Hu family. For example, the 3rd master has raised the status of the Hu family to a very high level. The 1st and 2nd grandfathers died in battle during the Qin dynasty. The 3rd grandfather helped the emperor of Qin to cast 12 golden men to suppress the ghosts and monsters in the world. But he disappeared in the end. As for the 4th, 5th and 6th, they were all gone. He was the only one left in the entire Hu family to support the family. People worship him and believe in him. So he naturally has to protect the people who believe in him. In the past, he could naturally deter many ghosts and monsters with his identity as a member of the Hu family. And in his peak period, a believer was stared at by an S-level ghost monster. Logically, when encountering such a ghost monster, let alone his phantom, even if his real body descended, he would be beaten by the opponent. But who would have thought that the S-level ghost monster was actually persuaded to leave by him? Although it was due to the light of the 3rd grandfather, this record was naturally attributed to him. Therefore, he had many believers in his highlight moments. Unfortunately, gradually, let alone A-level, even B-level ones didn't give him face. So that fewer and fewer people believe in him now. Brother Hu, are you there? At this time, a familiar voice came from outside. Brother Huang, why are you here? Hu Ba-te was quite surprised to see Brother Huang coming. Although they are 5 immortals, they have less contact since the disappearance of the 3rd master, and they don't see each other often. Brother Hu, something happened. What happened? Look at the video on the phone. There is a competitor. Wang Xian keeps up with the times. He carries a mobile phone with him and often pays attention to the movements of ordinary people outside. When he meets someone who praises him, he will laugh. When he meets someone who belittles him, he will curse and scold. The main point is to participate in it. Hu Ba-te took the phone and watched the video. Awesome. Really awesome. Hey, I didn't ask you to praise him for being awesome. This guy is the latest to emerge. His name is Lin Fandijun, the true Lord of Demon Slayer. He is competing with us for believers. Brother Hu, why is he acting so fierce? Who is he doing it for? Isn't he deliberately competing with us? Huang Xian was very indignant. Master Hu Ba said, it's their business if they are powerful. Besides, there's nothing wrong with that. Nowadays, ghosts and monsters are rampant. More and more B-level ghosts and monsters have appeared. And there are even quite a few S-level ones. Huang Xian looked at Master Hu Ba and said, I found that it was a wrong choice for me to come to you. I won't talk to you anymore. I have to go and have a good chat with them. Don't wait until all the believers are gone and you regret crying for your parents. After that, he left in a hurry. Master Hu Ba shook his head and didn't take his words to heart. What was there to argue about? The video showed clearly that when the other person raised his hand, thunder wrapped around his body. He was stunned by the might. Ask yourself, can I do it? When this thought came to mind, Master Hu Ba hurriedly shook his head. How could I have such an idea? Such an unrealistic idea should not have the sign of thinking. Master Hu Ba is self-aware. He knew his own strength. So he had never fought with ghosts and demons. It was not that he did not want to fight, but he really could not win. The ghosts and demons weaker than him were scared to death when they saw his phantom. The ghosts and demons stronger than him would not give him any face at all. Suddenly, Master Hu pinched his chin and pondered. If I find his spirit tablet and worship him, can I use his power to strengthen my own strength and make my believers have full confidence in me? When such an idea popped up in his mind, he began to get out of control. All the solutions were thought of. When he thought of it, he could try to go forward on this road. And maybe he would get something different. A few days later, the number of incense is enough. Since he showed his power, more and more people believed in him. And during this period, ghosts and demons appeared. But they were all killed by his spirit tablet phantom, which made his reputation more prominent. As the representative of his power, Feng Zhuang walked around the Qin state and began to gain a reputation. The scene of his battle with ghosts and demons was also exposed. Thunder was entangled. Flames were burning. And the phantom of the demon-slaying knife made the ghosts and demons cry for their parents. The wounds could not be healed after being cut, and thick black smoke would be emitted. The corrosive ability was really too painful for the ghosts and demons. Incense that could not be seen by the naked eye swarmed in, constantly condensing. Condensation of incense god position. If anyone can see incense with their naked eyes, they will find that Lin Fan is covered with golden incense, which is something that any existence that can absorb incense would envy. As Lin Fan condensed the incense, his consciousness seemed to be separated from his body, soaring through the sky and the stars. In his sight, he saw the dilapidated and abandoned buildings of the heavens and the lifeless scene of H.L. In an instant, consciousness returned to his body, and at the moment of returning to his body, he suddenly found that his 5 senses were very sharp, and he could hear the breathing of flowers, plants and trees, and the chirping of insects. Immediately afterwards, he found that his data panel had an extra column. Name, Lin Fan. Race, human. Identity, incense god position, mythical level, LV1. There was no improvement in his 3-dimensional attributes, but after condensing the incense god position, he already felt that he had many more abilities. Mythical level identity. And there is also a level, which means there is still room for improvement. Just as he continued to study the incense god position, a loud voice came from the void in his consciousness. Lord Lin Fan, the true lord of Demon Slayer. I, Hu Tian Bao of the Hu family, invite you to come. Hu Tian Bao of the Hu family. He had learned about the series of ghost and demon legends of the Qin state. Hu Tian Bao was the 8th master who. I don't have any intersection with the 8th master. What does he want to do with me? Could it be that I have absorbed too many believers recently and have threatened the local forces? Thinking of this, he decided to see the situation first. In the deep mountains, Hu Tian Bao got the spirit tablet. He was conquered by the shape of the spirit tablet at the first sight. To be honest, it was really handsome. More handsome than those he knew. No wonder more and more humans believe in the true Lord of Demon Slayer now. With the shape, anyone who sees it feels very domineering. He just passed his thoughts to the other party. I just don't know if the other party is willing to come. At this time, a voice came. I wonder what the 8th master of the Hu family wants to see me for. Lin Fan showed his true body and descended to the territory of the Hu family. Hu Tianbao was stunned, but soon recovered. Thank you for your favor. He looked up at Lin Fan. When he saw him for the first time, Hu Tianbao's expression changed instantly. In his spiritual eyes, the demon slayer in front of him was covered with incense, and the dazzling golden light made it difficult for him to see clearly. What was even more terrifying was that he felt a kind of class oppression from the other party. Plop! Hu Ba-Tai's mood suddenly jumped. That was the incense god position. For Hu Ba-Tai, the incense god position was very ancient and could only exist. No one could condense the incense god position now. Even Hu San-Tai did not condense the incense god position, but was only conferred the title of god. Being able to condense the incense god position means being truly conferred the title of god, but being able to absorb incense to strengthen one's own magical powers. 8th Tai. What's wrong? Lin Fan asked in confusion, when he saw Hu Ba-Tai stunned and his expression was very dull. According to his understanding on the internet, Hu Ba-Tai has a gentle personality and belongs to the spirit of the righteous way. He does not fight or grab, has a broad mind, and is difficult to get angry. Even if his believers suddenly change their sex, they will not be punished by him. Moreover, believing in Hu Ba-Tai has no side effects, and is still relatively popular in the lives of many people. Suddenly, Master Hu Ba knelt in front of Lin Fan and said respectfully, I didn't know that the god was coming. I failed to welcome him. Please forgive me. God. In Master Hu Ba's opinion, the god must have woken up from the ancient times, seeing that ghosts and monsters were rampant in the world. He turned himself into a spirit tablet to protect the creatures in the world. Just now, Huang Xian came and said that the god was competing with them for incense. This was simply nonsense in Master Hu Ba's opinion. If the god really wanted to rob, what would they have to do with it? In ancient times, they were just monsters who had achieved the right results. If the god didn't care about these, he could just kill them as monsters. At this time, Lin Fan blinked his eyes. Good guy. This sudden situation really caught him off guard. But the Master Hu Ba in front of him was still worthy of respect. At least he was really working hard to protect mortals. Why are you so polite? Master Ba? Please stand up. Lin Fan raised his hand, and an invisible force enveloped Master Hu Ba and helped him up. Thank you, God. Master Ba said in awe. Why don't you ask me to sit down, have a cup of tea, and chat casually? Lin Fan didn't want the atmosphere to be so serious, so he smiled and said, God, Please. Eighth Master hurriedly greeted him, and took out the treasured tea to make tea for Lin Fan. Lin Fan took the teacup and took a sip. Good tea. The fragrance is fragrant. And it really makes me feel refreshed after taking a sip. Thank you for your praise. God. I'm glad you're satisfied. Eighth Master was also much more relaxed. Obviously, he didn't expect the god in front of him to be so easy to talk to. Chatting casually. The atmosphere was not as solemn as before, but became much more relaxed. Just like a casual chat between ordinary friends. Eighth Master. Ghosts and demons are rampant nowadays. Why were the 12 golden men overthrown? I wonder how much you know. Lin Fan asked while drinking tea. He was just a little interested in this aspect. The Emperor of Qin cast 12 golden men to suppress the ghosts and demons in the world. If the 12 golden men had not fallen, there would never be ghosts and demons in the world. But now the ghosts and demons are rampant. And their number is terrifying. It is a disaster for ordinary people. To be honest, if someone else asked, the Eighth Master would not dare to say it. But now it is the god who spoke. How dare he not say it? If he lied to the god, it would be really treasonous. Master Huba said, reporting to the god, I dare not hide anything. In the Qin Emperor's time, ghosts and monsters were rampant in the world. The Qin Emperor was the Emperor of the Ages. He used great strength to forge 12 golden men to suppress the ghosts and monsters in the world. During this period, the first and second masters of the Hu family died to suppress the ghosts and monsters. Later, the Qin kingdom was destroyed. The spirits in the world felt that there was no incense to speak of, and their lifespan was only 300 years. So they thought of a way to overthrow the 12 golden men and release the suppressed ghosts and monsters. Lin Fan said, because for them, only when the people are in danger will they worship them. Right? Yes. Then where are they now? Or are they the ones that exist now? No. The earliest batch has died or been injured, and they are no match for the ghosts and monsters. Now these existing ones are just their descendants. Master Huba honestly told everything he knew. In Lin Fan's opinion, the first batch of people had brain problems. They thought that they could get incense by releasing the ghosts and demons. But they probably didn't expect that the ghosts and demons would be so terrifying. Not to mention ordinary humans. They would even kill you. It can only be said that they are courting death. In the end, future generations suffered. Oh, so that's the case. Then why did you come to me? Lin Fan asked. Originally, Master Hu's idea was very simple. He just wanted to talk to the true Lord Zhuma. Can I believe in you? If you borrow some of my power, I will give you most of the incense I get. There is no other meaning. I just don't want to be slapped in the face by ghosts and demons all the time. I also want to save face. I can't lose face in front of ordinary mortals. But now, the original idea has disappeared. Master Hu stood up, walked to Lin Fan, knelt on his knees, and knelt in front of him. Please accept me, Lord God. I am willing to serve you. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes. Neither refused nor agreed. For him, this is just a dungeon world. And he must leave. As more and more dungeons appear, he can't take care of all of them. If there is a housekeeper, he only needs to collect incense with peace of mind. Don't worry about anything else. I have seen your sincerity, Lin Fan said slowly. The face of the kneeling Eighth Master was happy. I don't have a guardian under my seat. Seeing your sincere heart, I will accept you and make you the left guardian of the god. As soon as the voice fell, a powerful force merged into the body of the Eighth Master. Thank you for your help. The Eighth Master was very excited. He didn't expect that he would have such a great opportunity in his life. Thinking of this, he felt that he couldn't help but express his feelings. So he immediately contacted the spirit tablets that worshipped him. And the appearance of those spirit tablets changed drastically. The image of the Eighth Master disappeared, replaced by the appearance of the god. And he turned into a fox beside the god. At the same time, the message was conveyed in the minds of the people who believed in him. The general meaning is very clear. From now on, I will be the left guardian of the seat of the demon slayer Lin Fan Emperor. Those who hold my spirit tablet will worship the god and then worship me. After the Eighth Master did this, the Qin state exploded instantly. The Demon Suppression Division. Hack, did you receive the message from the Eighth Master just now? I received it. Damn. My spirit tablet has changed. Isn't this the appearance of the true Lord? Oh my god. The Eighth Master has become the left guardian of the demon slayer Lin Fan Emperor. Does this mean that the status of the demon slayer is much higher than that of the Eighth Master? Nonsense. If it weren't for his high status, Would the 8th master be willing to become a guardian? Feng Zhuang, who was sitting in his seat, felt the gazes of the crowd. The envy in those gazes was completely irresistible. As if they were all saying, "Good guy. What kind of shit luck did you have to be favored by such a big boss? It's so envious and jealous that I'm about to collapse." Don't talk about them. Just say that Feng Zhuang is also confused now. He didn't understand why he was favored. Even if the ancestral tombs were smoking, it didn't seem to be so fierce. No way. He could only smile at them awkwardly but politely. In the deep mountains, after the 8th master was appointed as the guardian, Lin Fan received a very magnificent incense. Directly pushed the level to LV2. This makes him go further and further on the road to becoming the god of incense and fire. There are many disadvantages of the way of the god of incense and fire. But Lin Fan's mainstream strength does not rely on incense and fire. So it doesn't matter even if there is no incense in the future. But this is impossible. The world of 100 ghosts and monsters is just one of the worlds. He is ready to carry forward the way of the god of incense and fire. Now that you have become the guardian of this god, you should protect mortals well in the future. Lin Fan said. Yes. I will obey the will of the god. The 8th master was very respectful. Suddenly, Lin Fan disappeared from the spot. This time it was not a sneak walk, but the divine power of the god of fire. Although the level is only LV2, the magical power obtained is still good. One of them is to turn stone into gold. It uses the power of incense and fire. Therefore, just like the disadvantages of the way of the god of incense and fire that I thought of before, without incense, his magical power cannot be used. And the position of the god of incense and fire will also dissipate. This thing can't be used as a meal. It can only be used as a part-time job. After the god left, Hu Ba-Tai's face was full of smiles, and his spirit and energy were improved. And just when he hadn't felt his own power well, two figures came hurriedly. Brother Hu, you actually became his guardian? Lu Xian couldn't believe it. And the brother Hu in front of him made him feel unfamiliar. Brother Hu, are you betraying us? Hui Xian was the same. When they learned the news, they came to Hu Tianbao as soon as possible. Foolish. This is really idiotic. Becoming the guardian of Zhuma Jinjuan. Then the other party will account for the majority of the incense. More importantly, they felt that Hu Tianbao betrayed their group. The 5 immortals were not called for nothing. Although they often saw Hu Tianbao laugh when he was defeated in front of ghosts and demons. And when they saw people on the internet saying that Hu Ba-Tai had become law, they couldn't help but laugh secretly. Then, they left messages with numbers that no one knew, bragging about how awesome they were. Let them buy spirit tablets. Hu Tianbao said, brothers, why do you say that? How could I? Hu Tianbao. Betray you? I just want to become stronger so that I can protect more people and more believers. Lu Xian shook her head and said, become stronger? Tell me, how strong can you become? Do you know that you are making a fool of yourself? Grey Immortal said, that makes sense. It really makes sense. Well, forget it. Since you, Brother Hu, chose this path yourself, then the brothers can't say much. With your current situation, the 5 immortals may become 4 immortals in the future. Hu Tianbao wanted to show off in front of them, but he thought about it and gave up. He didn't like to show off. Although they would find that he was very strong after showing off, it would also offend them. And at this moment, Hu Tianbao felt the call for help. 8th Master, help me. 8th Master, help me. In the past, Hu Tianbao would definitely be a phantom. But now, he just wanted to perform well in front of the believers, and tell them your 8th Master is always trustworthy. At this time, in a deserted village, a group of travel friends and explorers. They didn't expect to encounter a ghost demon. And this ghost demon was actually S level. This made them completely desperate. Shao Jia, don't waste your energy. Your spirit tablet is Hu Ba-Tai, the most useless one among the spirit tablets. It's useless for you to ask for help. Yeah, we are finished. Really finished. The companions were pale and felt that there was no way to survive. They could only watch the ghost demon approach. The ghost demon smiled grimly. Yes, they are right. The Hu Ba-Tai you trust is really a joke. In the eyes of us ghost demons, he is just a joke. Suddenly, a shocking power burst out, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Asshole! Who dares to say that Ba-Tai is a joke? I want to see which ghost demon it is. The real body of Hu Ba-Tai descended. Shao Jia was overjoyed. The real body of Ba-Tai appeared. Ba-Tai. Shao Jia is a loyal believer of Ba-Tai. He had a drowning incident when he was young. It stands to reason that even if he wore a spirit tablet, he would not be rescued. After all, it was not a ghost demon. But Ba Te happened to be idle that day. When he saw the child drowning, he appeared and rescued him. From then on, Xiaojia only believed in Master Ba. Even if others said that Master Ba was a complete mess, he still believed in him because he was his lifesaver. The companions around him still shook their heads. What if the saint appeared? He still had to pull it. If it was another spirit tablet that appeared, there might be a glimmer of hope. The ghosts and demons looked at Master Hu Ba with contempt, waiting for Master Hu Ba's classic opening remarks. They would often say, "Give me a face," and then leave. When Master Ba finished saying this, the ghosts and demons would take action and slap Master Ba's phantom away with a slap. However, the ghosts and demons were quite confused at this time. Strange. Why didn't this guy say an opening remark? Master Hu Ba said, S-level green-faced demon. You are so bold that you dare to harm living beings. Today, Master Hu Ba cannot keep you alive. Ha ha ha. Master Hu Ba. Are you stupid? Even if you come in person, what can you do? Do you think you are my opponent? The green-faced demon was very disdainful. But soon, the green-faced demon's smile froze. Master Hu Ba did not say any more nonsense, but suddenly raised his hands, and thunder gathered in his palms. Humph. Master Hu Ba, the left protector under the seat of Emperor Lin Fan, the true lord of Demon Slayer, will slay demons and exterminate demons today, and kill you. The ghost demon. Thunder comes, thunder goes. Boom. Ah, the green-faced demon screamed heartbreakingly. Humph. A mere green-faced demon dares to be so arrogant. Today, I will use the demon-killing fire to burn you alive. Fire. Fire. Crash. The flames covered the green-faced demon's body, burning it, screaming continuously, without the slightest temper. Impossible. Impossible. How can you be so powerful? Ah. In an instant, the green-faced demon turned into ashes and scattered all over the ground. Hu Ba Te was very sour and his depressed mood had been released. It was really so cool that he had never thought that killing an S-level demon could be so easy and simple. He glanced at the believers and then disappeared. At this time, the group of hikers had already been stunned. When Hu Ba Te was covered with thunder, they felt that the development of things had exceeded their imagination. After a long time, someone slowly said, "Excuse me. Is this still the extremely lame Hu Ba Te we are familiar with? Is this Hu Ba Te? Is it?" "No. No. This is Hu Ba Te," Xiaojia said firmly. "It's not like the companions haven't seen the shadow of Master Hu Ba. It's exactly the same. But to be honest, in their hearts, Master Hu Ba is really lame. But just now, don't mention how powerful he was. That's an S-level monster. Even the strong men of the Demon Suppression Division may not be able to deal with it." They quickly opened their phones and searched for Master Hu Ba's situation. But when they saw the content, the whole network was full of publicity about Master Hu Ba's situation. The left guardian under the seat of Emperor Lin Fan, the true lord of demon slaying. The shape of the spirit tablet changed automatically. Master Hu Ba controlled the thunder and rubbed the flames with his hands, just asking if you are afraid. It turned out that it was not only their side that had problems. When believers in other places encountered ghosts and monsters, Master Ba showed a shadow. His eyes were shining with lightning, and he directly suppressed the ghosts and monsters with tyrannical means. It wasn't until a comment appeared that many people said what they wanted to say. Master Hu Ba has stood up. He is no longer the lame Master Hu Ba. His cards have skyrocketed, and the guys who hoarded them have made a fortune. This is great news for the fanatical believers who hoard Hu cards. I can only say Master Hu Ba is awesome. Emperor Lin Fan, the Demon Slayer, is awesome. It turns out that not only humans can cling to others, but even spirit cards can cling to others. The next day, Spinach Star. In the forum. Family members, benefits are here. The latest strategy for the D-level copy of the 100 Ghosts and Demons. 100% successful. Will definitely make you happy. After seeing this post, many people clicked in. Hack. Is this true or not? You are just bragging. I have been to this dungeon. The spirit tablet is useful, but not so useful. Who are you trying to trick here to die? The above. How long have you not been to this dungeon world? Times have changed. The most popular spirit tablet now is the spirit tablet of the Demon Slayer Emperor Lin Fan. The power is so great that it can kill anyone, no matter A level or S level. They will all die. Hack. The host is really a piece of shit. I have been secretly doing the task alone. And you actually exposed it. Hey, why does this spirit tablet look so familiar? Lin Fan? Hack. Isn't this the native of Blue Star? Why do you care so much? I just want to take you to do the task. Anyway, I am worshipping him day and night, hoping that he can bless me to complete the task. The spirit tablet of the Demon Slayer Emperor Lin Fan has been stripped naked. For some people who come from Spinach Star, this guy is definitely the native of Blue Star Lin Fan. What many people couldn't believe was that this guy could actually call the shots in a D-level dungeon. This was too scary. This news also reached some organizations such as Mandala and the Halton family. For them, this was not good news, because Lin Fan's mysterious aura had made them somewhat confused about his origins. Chapter 54 Time Kills. Mandragora Organization. It's him. No mistake. It's him. I looked left and right, and the appearance of the spirit tablet is definitely him. And the name is the same. There is absolutely no mistake. Is this guy really a native of the F-level copy? Why can he descend to other copies? He is encroaching on other copy worlds. If he is allowed to continue to develop, our descenders from Spinach Star will have no room for development. At this moment, let alone Mandragora, the creatures of the entire Spinach Star are paying attention to Lin Fan from Blue Star. What he did has exceeded everyone's expectations. At least, in the copy world they have experienced. Such a native has never appeared. There are many creatures on Spinach Star who want to kill Lin Fan, but they are helpless and don't know how to start. If they descend to Blue Star, they are not his opponent. It's hard to find the opponent's position if they go to other copies to kill. This is really helpless. Just no matter what, they still wanted to kill Lin Fan. And many strong men on Spinach Star were waiting. One day, this guy would definitely appear in a B-level or A-level copy. When that time came, it would be the time to kill him. Blue Star. Sunshine Community. The general road to the 100 Demon World has been paved, and the main mission of the world, too, has been completed. But the third mission has not appeared yet. Is it because the opponent's G-spot has not been triggered? Lying on the bed, Lin Fan touched his chin and pondered. It should be possible. The role of the incense and fire god is very important. Belief in this thing will exist as long as it is a living thing. And one of the uses of the incense and fire god is to allow believers who believe in it to obtain his power for a short time. It is not impossible if this spreads on Blue Star. But the situation will be a little more complicated. Will it affect some people's cakes and lead to suppression? Of course. He is not afraid of suppression. After thinking about it, there are so many copy worlds. So there is no need to try it on Blue Star first. Looking at the copy column. Jianghu Imperial Power. This is the first copy world he went to. Zhou Huilan. Yang Miazhen. Time killing is very scary. He has been on Blue Star for so long. And he doesn't know how long the timeline of Jianghu Imperial Power has passed. I'm afraid it has been decades. People he once knew may have turned into a pile of yellow earth. He can have friendship with people in the copy world. But he can never have love. Because this thing will restrict his actions. Spinach Star is no longer his main goal. He now has only two goals. First, spread faith in all copy worlds. If the creatures of Spinach Star want to complete the task, it depends on whether he agrees. Second, break through all copy worlds to see how far he can improve himself. Enter the copy. The picture in front of him has changed dramatically. Familiar taste? In the Jianghu Imperial Power world. He is here again. The era of King Wu has ended long ago. I don't know whether the former prince inherited the throne with the help of his aunt. But these things are not important to him. That is the direction of development of this world. Ever since he stepped into the incense and fire path, his perception has been very strong. Looking up, he saw a crowd of people gathering in the sky in the distance. And it was obvious that there were people living there. Not long after, the situation in front of him surprised Lin Fan. There were ragged refugees everywhere, skinny and withered. And it was obvious that they had no food or drink. This made him a little confused. If it was in the era of King Wu, it would be understandable. But what the hell is this now? Could it be that the dynasty today is the same as that of King Wu? If so, wouldn't it be in vain? At this time, the desperate eyes of the refugees looked at Lin Fan with a hint of begging. Because Lin Fan's clothes were out of tune with him. And he looked like he was from a wealthy family. Thinking that if the other party was kind, maybe he could survive. A woman holding a child came to Lin Fan. Master, please be kind and give me some food. The child has not eaten for many days and is about to die. Although Lin Fan is not from this world, he hates these pitiful things the most. He lifted the clothes covering the child and found that the child's abdomen was swollen and looked a little bit ugly. He used the incense magic power, and his eyes seemed to be able to see through it. He suddenly found that the child's stomach had been filled with a pile of solidified soil. This reminded him of guanine soil, also commonly known as kaolin. This soil is fine, and does not contain impurities such as sand and rocks. It can indeed be eaten in small amounts, but eating too much will cause problems. Once you drink water, it will expand rapidly and solidify, unable to excrete, and eventually suffocate to death. This is what people will eat when they are really hungry and have nowhere else to go. Lin Fan raised his hand to consume the incense, pointed with 2 fingers, and took out the solidified guanine soil accumulated in the child's abdomen as if taking something from the air. As the guanine soil was taken out, the child cried and screamed. Lin Fan gently stroked the child's body with his palm, and the incense magic power moisturized the child's body. In the blink of an eye, the child's face gradually became ruddy, and the deathly aura dissipated. If the ox-headed and horse-faced gods saw this, they would definitely be furious. We are waiting for this child to suffocate to death, but you actually brought him back to life. Are you trying to steal our business? The woman watched the scene with her own eyes. People living in ancient times believed in ghosts and gods the most. Plop. Gods. The merciful gods who save the suffering and the distressed. Please save us. The woman saw with her own eyes that the gods took things from the air and gently stroked them, and her child recovered. In her opinion, only gods could do this. As the woman shouted for the gods, the refugees around her also knelt in front of Lin Fan, kowed out and begged. They didn't see the miracle, but for them, if calling for the gods could save them, they would rather call. Lin Fan shook his head, waved his hand, and took out the solidified guanine soil in the abdomens of these refugees. In the blink of an eye, a pile of solidified guanine soil with a foul smell appeared out of thin air in the distance. The refugees instantly felt much more comfortable in their abdomens. He was even more certain that the person in front of him was a god. He was a god of incense condensed in the world of hundreds of ghosts and demons. Believers would offer him not only incense, but also a lot of food. Once these were offered, they would all belong to him. He raised his hand and waved his sleeves. Suddenly, a pile of food appeared in front of the refugees. These foods were things they had never seen before. Ah, food. These are food. Fruits. I see fruits. These are only eaten by officials and rich people. Is it an illusion? Eat it. It's not an illusion, Lin Fan said slowly. As he finished speaking, refugees swarmed in, picked up the food and put it in their mouths. They were really too hungry, and there was no food in their stomachs, even for them. If they could chew on tree bark, it would be a happy thing. In the world of 100 ghosts and demons, many believers who worship the demon slayer true Lord Lin Fan Emperor rubbed their eyes when they saw the food they had placed disappear. It was like seeing a ghost. The tribute disappeared in front of them. Then, they were very excited, because this meant that the true Lord knew that they were offering sacrifices and responded. Lin Fan did not rush to leave, but waited quietly. After a long time, the refugees who had eaten and drunk enough looked at Lin Fan with gratitude, and bowed and kowed out to him. In their eyes, the one in front of them was a god. Who else could do this except gods? This group of ordinary people were both respectful and fearful of the gods. They didn't dare to say anything until the gods spoke. How many years has it been since the Wuwang dynasty fell? Lin Fan said slowly. The refugees looked at each other. No one dared to speak. One of the men, who looked like a weak scholar, walked out slowly and bowed to Lin Fan. Reporting to the gods, the Wuwang dynasty has been destroyed for 50 years. 50 years. I really didn't expect time to pass so quickly. That's right. The proportion of time passing is different. It is long for people in this copy world. But for Lin Fan, it is just like staying in Blue Star for a period of time. Are you a scholar? Lin Fan asked. Yes. I live in Qingping County, and I have studied hard for more than 10 years. Who was in power after King Wu? Was it the former prince? Yes. The former prince succeeded to the throne, because Yang Wu, the Minister of War, saved him at the cost of his life. He never changed his surname and took Yang as the country's name. Now it is his grandson who succeeded to the throne. After asking, he knew that Yang Ting had always taken Yang as his surname in order to thank Yang Wu for saving his life. Or perhaps he really recognized Yang Wu as his father, and his descendants changed their surnames to their original surnames, and the country's name was changed to Zhou, as a way of repaying Yang Wu's kindness. They had no choice but to become refugees. There had been severe droughts for several years, and no crops had been harvested. In addition, there were disputes in the rivers and lakes, and horse bandits were rampant, making the people miserable. Even though the current King Zhou has been thinking about clearing out horse bandits and restricting the forces of the rivers and lakes, the effect was minimal. There are many martial arts masters, and the relationship network of major sects is quite complicated. For example, some generals in the court come from major sections. So King Zhou sent them to restrict martial arts sections. Isn't this asking them to betray their teachers and ancestors? So they supported King Zhou's decision on the surface. But when it came to action, they just slacked off. It was delayed again and again. It became a knot that was difficult to remove. The scholar mustered up his courage and said respectfully, "I don't know the name of the immortal, so we can worship him in the future." They really met the immortal, not those scammers in the martial arts world. For them, this was simply a matter of smoke coming out of their ancestral graves. Lin Fan pondered. The name of the demon slayer Emperor Lin Fan must not work. He must change it. But what name should he change it to? Thinking about this thing is really annoying. The supreme saint of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The supreme and supreme wonderful law. The great Luo Emperor Lin Fan. Scholar. It's a bit long. I can't remember it. Lin Fan said, "You can be called the Emperor." After that, he disappeared in front of them. The refugees saw the Emperor leave, and they knelt respectfully one by one. They must spread this matter, and let everyone know that we met the gods, and it was the gods who saved us. Otherwise we would have died. And just when they couldn't come back to their senses for a long time, a group of people from the rivers and lakes came on horseback, and saw a group of refugees standing there, which made them very confused. This group was indeed refugees, but their faces seemed to be a little wrong. When they came forward to ask, they learned that there were gods, which made them wonder if these refugees were already starving. They all started talking nonsense. Kyoto. Lin Fan returned to this place again. Fulian. When he saw the name of this inn, he thought of Zhou Huan and Jin Xiangyu. Walked into the inn. "Sir, please come in." The waiter greeted warmly. Lin Fan found a seat near the window, sat there, and ordered some simple side dishes. There was famine over there, but here it was as usual. It was really different places with different fates. After a while, "Sir, your order is here." The waiter came over enthusiastically with a plate, and placed the food on the table one by one. Lin Fan smiled. "Excuse me, has this inn been open for many years?" "Sir, are you a foreigner?" The waiter was very puzzled. Who in the local area didn't know about Fulian? If someone really didn't know, he could only be a foreigner. Well, a stranger has come. No wonder. Forget it. Our inn has been open for nearly 60 years. Is the shopkeeper surnamed Zhou? Yes, the shopkeeper has always been surnamed Zhou. What is the name of the current shopkeeper? Our current shopkeeper is Zhou Dongkai. Is the shopkeeper's father called Zhou Huan? Yes. The waiter thought this guest was a little strange, but didn't think much about it. There are many strange guests. After all, they are in this business. No matter what kind of guests they meet, they have to entertain them warmly, and let them feel the high-quality service of Fulian. Is Mr. Zhou still alive? Lin Fan asked. No. Our old shopkeeper passed away 10 years ago. For some reason, he actually felt like he was traveling in time, with old scenes and old things. But no one he knew had long been there. Excuse me. Lin Fan nodded, and didn't ask any more questions. Sir, please enjoy your meal. Just let me know if you need anything. The waiter turned around and left to get busy. He looked at the layout of the inn, and it felt familiar. But it had been renovated over the years, so there were still changes. Not long after, a storyteller father and daughter came, and the guests around were obviously interested, waiting one by one, in their spare time, drinking wine, bragging with friends, and listening to storytelling by the way. It was also a very interesting thing. What are you talking about today? A guest asked. Sir, today we are talking about King Wu's rebellion. Hush, they are all old stories. Why can't we change them? This guest had obviously heard them many times, and was tired of them. Yes, King Wu plotted to usurp the throne. Zhou Renzu was young and was replaced by Yang Wu, the Minister of War, as the crown prince. He was able to survive. Later, he met Zhou Huan and other heroes who risked their lives to escort him to the border. This Fulian was opened by Zhou Huan and Jin Xiangyu. This is why no one in the entire Kyoto dares to make trouble here. Take the current shopkeeper for example. He is really reincarnated. Do you know another wealthy businessman in Kyoto? His fortune-making process is really magical. Oh, I know who it is as soon as you mention it. The grandfather of the wealthy businessman was a porridge vendor. One day, a guest came to his stall and asked for a bowl of porridge and a portion of tofu. After eating, he broke into the palace alone and killed King Wu. The bowl became a treasure. Later, the court bought it back at a high price. The vendor suddenly became a wealthy businessman. It is really enviable. Lin Fan listened to the stories about him told by everyone and felt a little happy. He liked to listen to others praise silently. As for him coming to the stall to drink porridge after killing King Wu, he was a little hungry. He didn't expect that there would be so many things to happen later. The hero who killed King Wu was called Lin Fan. He has never appeared since that day. I heard rumors that this hero has 2 magic weapons. He can take people's heads from thousands of miles away. It is really terrifying. Later, he gave these 2 magic weapons to Zhou Huaiyan and Yang Miaozhen. I really don't know what kind of magic weapons they are. I really want to see them with my own eyes. Don't think about it. Even the shopkeeper hasn't seen it. Alas, the old shopkeeper Zhou is really a bitch. He actually hid the magic weapons. It would be great if it was passed down. Just when they were talking, shopkeeper Zhou Dong had just reached the 2nd floor. Hearing the conversation of the guests, he also shook his head with a wry smile. His father's prestige was too high. Even after so many years, it has never been forgotten. When he was young, he heard his mother talk about it. He really couldn't imagine that his mother, who was very kind to him, had actually opened an inn in the desert before. It seemed to be called Longmen Inn. It was a life of licking blood on the edge of a knife. At that time, many uncles with fierce faces often came to visit. But gradually, there were fewer and fewer. After all, time is unforgiving. And the world is dangerous. Who knows when you will die? The shopkeeper is here. The guests saw Zhou Dongkai at a glance. Lin Fan looked at Zhou Dongkai. His appearance was somewhat similar to Zhou Huaiyan. But he did not have Zhou Huaiyan's heroic spirit. Instead, he revealed a kind of smoothness. Obviously, he took a different path and had a different temperament. Zhou Dongkai bowed and greeted many guests. Shopkeeper, is the magic weapon still there? Someone asked. Zhou Dongkai said, when my father was alive, he didn't tell me much about the magic weapons. I only heard about it when I was a child. My father said that the hidden weapon needs something called a bullet to explode its power. But the bullet is useless now. It's just a decoration. He knew that the guests who came here not only wanted to know the news about the magic weapons, because his in-service was really good, but also wanted to inquire about the news of the magic weapons. After all, it was rumored that whoever could get the magic weapons would become the best in the world. But how could he know where the magic weapon was? At this moment, a fragrance came. Everyone looked in the direction of the fragrance and saw a veiled woman walking slowly. The woman was carrying a 7-shaped object wrapped in cloth on her back. Lin Fan was slightly surprised. If he guessed correctly, the young woman was carrying an AK. What is her relationship with Yang Miaozhen? Is she a granddaughter? Shopkeeper Zhou saw that the woman was obviously familiar. Silin, why are you here? Uncle Zhou, I came to see you. Yang Silin said. Silin. When Lin Fan heard this name, his face changed slightly. This name seemed to have some problems. Zhou Dongkai said, it's good that you are here. Stay in Kyoto in the future. Girls should not always run around outside. After all, the world is not too safe now. Well, I know. Yang Silin nodded. Since her master passed away, she has lived alone. She has been doing chivalrous deeds outside and gradually gained the reputation of a little heroine. At this moment, a voice containing strong internal energy came. Haha, little girl. I knew you would come here and have been waiting for you for a long time. Yang Silin's face changed instantly when she heard the voice. Then, an old monk with several scars on his face and tattoos on his neck appeared. Lin Fan stared at the old monk and frowned slightly. To be honest, he felt that the old monk seemed familiar and always felt that he had seen him somewhere. The guests around were also shocked to see an old monk appear, wondering what the monk was doing here. Ghost-headed bald donkey Yang Silin's face was very ugly. She hurriedly untied the white cloth on her back, took the AK in her hand, and pointed it at the other party. The ghost-headed monk smiled and said, Little girl, your magic weapon is indeed very powerful. But you don't know that I have already practiced the Vajra indestructible divine art to perfection. Even if you hold a magic weapon, you can't break my defense. You'd better hand it over obediently. As soon as the voice fell, the guests around were shocked. Magical weapon? Is this strange-looking thing the legendary magic weapon? Bang! Yang Silin fired a shot. But she had very few bullets left, so she couldn't fire continuously. Ding-dang. The ghost-headed monk used his golden body and let the bullets hit him, then patted his chest. That's all. Then he opened his 5 fingers, and a powerful suction force gushed out from his palm. Yang Silin, who was restrained by this internal force, kept approaching the other party. Yang Silin wanted to resist, but her internal force was no match for the ghost-headed monk, and all resistance was in vain. Seeing this, Lin Fan tapped the table with 2 fingers, and a peanut flew into the air. With a light wave of his fingers, the peanut turned into a stream of light and swept away. The ghost-headed monk felt the impact and raised his palm to resist. With a puff, the peanut pierced his palm. Who dares to ruin my good deeds? The ghost-headed monk roared angrily. And at the same time, he was very alert. The one who attacked was a master, and he was able to break his golden body. Ever since he cultivated the Vajra indestructible divine art to perfection, he has been invulnerable to swords and guns. Even divine weapons can't hurt him at all. But now someone broke his palm, which is really shocking to him. Ghost-headed Dao. It's been so many years. You are still alive? Lin Fan was speechless. He didn't know what Getudo had experienced. He was a bandit leader, and was sent to the Vajra temple and imprisoned. He didn't expect that he would become a Vajra indestructible divine art. And he also had a strong internal force. Compared with the former king of martial arts, he was only better than him. This opportunity fell on him, which really had to be said to be very strange. The face of the monk Gutu changed drastically. The nickname Getudo was used when he was still a bandit decades ago. It was impossible for anyone to know his nickname now. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw a young figure sitting there, looking at him with a smile. The monk Gutu was about to scold, but for some reason, he felt that this face was very familiar, and he had definitely seen it before. In an instant, his brainstorm swept up violently, just wanting to recall who this person was. Yang Silin also looked at Lin Fan. This face she also felt very familiar. You are the ghost-headed monk, pointed at Lin Fan, and his tone became very wrong. He was still thinking, but there was a little outline in his mind. But he didn't quite believe it. The knife is a good knife, but it's a pity that it's not very sharp. The butcher's knife means becoming a monk, and becoming a Buddha means I will slap you to death with one palm. Do you remember? Lin Fan reminded. In an instant, the ghost-headed monk's face turned pale, and his finger pointing at Lin Fan was trembling. It's you. It's you. It's been 50 years. And you're still alive. 50 years? Everyone was stunned by the number of years. They knew each other 50 years ago? This is too incredible. How can someone be so young after 50 years? Ghost-headed knife. I thought you were dead a long time ago. But I didn't expect you to be alive. Not only are you alive, you have also cultivated the indestructible magic of the Vajra temple. It seems that you have had many adventures. Just as Lin Fan thought, Guetu Dao was imprisoned in the pagoda in the back mountain. He thought he was waiting to die. However, he was bored and looked around. He found a secret compartment. When he opened it, he found a martial arts skill. In addition to the indestructible body of Vajra, there was also the Dharma Aging Marrow cleansing skill. This is the unique skill of Bodhidharma. For Guetu Dao, he was like a treasure. He practiced hard. In 30 years, he succeeded in practicing and ranked among the top masters in the world. After coming out of the pagoda in the back mountain, he killed the current abbot on the spot and became the abbot of Vajra temple. However, he had not dealt with outsiders for decades and was not good at speaking. After he had an identity, he traveled around the world and killed anyone he was unhappy with. This made the whole world very scared, knowing that there was a ruthless person in Vajra temple. Getudo took a deep breath and suppressed the panic in his heart. Lin Fan, things have changed over time. I am no longer the same person I used to be. I really thank you for sending me to the Vajra temple. Otherwise, how could I have learned such a powerful martial art? Bang! Lin Fan instantly appeared in front of Getudo and slapped him in the abdomen, directly shattering his Dantian Chihai. Okay, you are useless again now. He looked at Getudo calmly, who was confused. This behavior was really cruel. He went through so much hardship to climb to the highest building, but you kicked him down. This behavior was really excessive. My internal force. Getudo stared. The whole person was dumbfounded, and he circulated his internal force, trying to feel the existence of internal force. But unfortunately his abdomen was empty, and he didn't feel anything at all. Impossible. How is this possible? I am the best in the world. My internal force. Getudo held his head and shouted wildly, stumbling downstairs, and then heard shouting and cursing from the street. It was obvious that Getudo was confused and his mind was a little abnormal. It was normal to suddenly lose your mind after ups and downs. If he didn't appear, I'm afraid that Jogwa would set off another bloody storm in the rivers and lakes. If Guitu Monk wanted to become the master of the world, I'm afraid that another incident of heroes destroying demons would happen. Lin Fan shook his head and prepared to leave. Stop, Yang Silin called him. Little girl. Is there something wrong? Lin Fan smiled. You are fine. Yang Silin had a lot to say. But in the end, she didn't say it. There was a struggle in her eyes. But she shook her head. Lin Fan smiled and nodded. And left the inn. After he left, Zhou Donkai said, You have something to say to him. He may really be the one we think of. Yang Silin shook her head and said, Master has been thinking about him all his life. But when I see him, I feel sorry for Master. He doesn't miss Master. Maybe Master is just a passerby in his heart. There is no need. She has a letter left by Master. Master has passed away. And she doesn't want Master to continue to be humble in the other's heart. Zhou Donkai thought about it, and nodded silently. Yang Silin has seen the portrait. The Master painted it very vividly. Obviously, the Master can't paint. But he deliberately learned painting from a famous teacher in order to draw the person in his mind, when the memory in his mind gradually becomes blurred. She has also read the letter. The front part is the Master's longing for him. And the content in the back may be that the Master is getting more and more angry as he thinks about it. And he is already complaining about the other party, and complaining about the other party. In Yang Silin's view, her Master is not like this. It's a complete change in personality. In the palace, King Zhou pinched his temples and felt a headache because of the famine. He has been working hard to make the country better and better. But natural disasters and man-made disasters are really hard to prevent. In order to solve the disaster, he also has to think about the disputes among the martial arts sects, which is also a big problem. There are too many disputes among the martial arts sections. Some dare to kill people in the city. Ordinary officers and soldiers are not opponents. Even if they know which sect the person is from, the sect will not hand him over and say that they don't know where the person is. Alas, King Zhou sighed. When will there be a loyal and courageous man like his grandfather? Suddenly, why does King Zhou sigh? A vague voice came. The startled King Zhou suddenly became alert. Although there are many masters around to protect him, he is also afraid that the martial arts masters will come to assassinate him. After all, the martial arts world is still out of control. It is said that a ghost-headed monk has appeared among the top masters of the martial arts world. He is powerful, and has a very good hard skill. He is already invulnerable to swords and guns. Even magic weapons may not be able to hurt him. Then, a figure with a glowing body was seen floating in the air. You are King Zhou stared. The scene before him was shocking and unbelievable. King Zhou. You can call me the Emperor. Lin Fan said calmly. Emperor. This title is a bit arrogant. He is King Zhou. But the other party calls himself the Emperor. This is really treasonous. Speaking of which, King Zhou and I have a lot of connections. Connection? I wonder if King Zhou has heard of the name Lin Fan. You are? As King Zhou thinks. This emperor is a god. When your grandfather was in trouble, this emperor couldn't bear it. So he turned into a knight to save him. Now this emperor sees that you care about the people. So I appear in front of you. No matter what King Zhou is like, praise is always the most useful. Caring about the people. This is what any emperor wants to hear. King Zhou listened to what Lin Fan said. Still a little confused. But all kinds of signs made King Zhou trust him a little. But as an emperor, it is naturally impossible to believe what he sees casually. Then, Lin Fan raised his hand and turned the stone into gold. The interior of the palace was golden and dazzling. When he waved his hand again, the palace returned to its original state, as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. King Zhou believed it, because this was not something that mortals could do. Apart from the gods, he really couldn't think of any other means to do these things. Please teach me. Emperor. King Zhou lowered his posture. If the other party was really a god, then he, the emperor of the world, was not worth mentioning in the eyes of the other party. Lin Fan said, as long as the king of Zhou appoints this emperor as the head of the state religion and builds a temple to worship him, this emperor will ensure that the Zhou kingdom will have good weather and peace, and will also solve the disputes in the rivers and lakes and the chaos of horse bandits for the king of Zhou. Is what the emperor said true? Of course it is true. Okay. No problem. I just asked the emperor to protect the Zhou kingdom. King Zhou bowed and saluted. In that case, I will give King Zhou a big gift in a moment. Lin Fan smiled and talked well with King Zhou, which was much smoother than expected. King Zhou was looking forward to it, but he didn't know what gift the emperor was going to give. A land of disaster. Lin Fan floated in the air, consumed incense, and began to spread rain. Although the incense consumed was a bit too much, there was gain after loss. And this was still worth it. In an instant, there was wind and rain, lightning and thunder. Countless people looked up. In an instant, heavy rain fell, which gave the desperate people hope. This was the beginning of the end of the drought. Lin Fan returned to the world of ghosts and monsters. I had contacted Feng Zhuang a long time ago and asked Feng Zhuang to report to the leaders of the Demon Suppression Division that the Demon Suppression True Lord Lin Fan Emperor needed food. A lot. A lot. Now Lin Fan's status in this dungeon world is already terrifyingly high. Let alone food. Even if the request was more excessive, they would never hesitate. Lin Fan felt that the incense magic was really overbearing, and small auxiliary means emerged in an endless stream. He had a lot of secrets in his sleeves and directly took away the food. The people of the Demon Suppression Division were stunned and called it a fairy method. Back to the Jianghu Emperor's palace. He waved his sleeves and piled up the food he had collected in the palace grounds. It was so full that King Zhou's eyes almost popped out. There was so much food that it could not only solve the famine, but there would even be some left over. Lin Fan felt that it was good that he could come to the dungeon at will. The supplies that were lacking here were piled up there. By trading them, he could solve many problems. There is no shortage of food in modern times. Although there are ghosts and demons causing chaos, the people still maintain the previous order without the influence of war. There will be no shortage of food. A few days later, under the order of King Zhou, food was delivered to the disaster area. When the refugees saw so much food, they cheered and shouted, "Wise King! Holy King!" Some grain merchants, who hoarded food, thought that they would make a fortune in the disaster. But when they saw the court sending so much relief food, their faces became uglier than one another. No matter what era, there are not a few people who make money from national disasters. It can even be said that the more benevolent the era, the more people make money from national disasters. In ancient times, there were relatively few. After all, the 9 clans were to be executed. So killing can be stopped, but not eliminated. But if you don't kill, it will definitely be rampant. King Zhou did not take all these credits in his hands, but only said that the gods blessed him and the emperor gave him gifts. And he boasted a lot. After resolving the famine, the king of Zhou announced to the world that he would make Emperor Lin Fan the head of the state religion of Zhou and build a temple to worship him. The civil and military officials of the court were extremely surprised by the king of Zhou's decision. After all, it is not a simple matter to make someone the head of the state religion and build a temple to worship him. But the king of Zhou trusted the emperor very much, so he naturally would not say much to the officials. The incense issue was resolved in this way. However, he also knew that it would take time. Although the king of Zhou had made arrangements, the people had their own thoughts and ideas. They would not really worship just because you asked them to worship. He still needed to show miracles so that people would be truly convinced. Now he only needed a channel to perform. When the channel appeared, he could take his time without being impatient. When the people saw the real miracles and found that what they prayed for after believing in them could be realized, they did not need him to promote it himself. The people would promote it crazily for him. Night. Fu Lian. Yang Silin stayed in the room, sitting at the table, holding her chin, not knowing what she was thinking about. Just sitting there in a daze. Suddenly, a figure appeared, and Yang Silin was shocked to think that someone was coming to snatch the magic weapon again. And she couldn't help but be alert. "Isn't it shocking you?" Lin Fan said with a smile. "What are you doing here?" Seeing that it was Lin Fan, Yang Silin couldn't help but ask back. And at the same time, she looked carefully, really wanting to see what was so outstanding about this guy who made her master miss him for decades. But after observing, she found that he did have a temperament worth missing. "You are Miaozhen's apprentice, right?" Lin Fan asked. "Do you still know my master's name?" Yang Silin seemed to be asking, but in fact it was a ridicule. Lin Fan said, "Of course. Miaozhen and I are good friends. How could I not remember it? Just a friend?" Yang Silin felt more and more sorry for her master. "You miss him so much. But in other people's hearts, you are just a friend. I know what your master wants, but I can't agree to it. Otherwise there will be trouble." "Oh, trouble. What's the matter? Is it because of your family background? Recently, the head of the state religion of Zhou State has built a temple to worship him. Did you know that? Humph. Of course I know. Don't tell me Yang Silin was talking. And suddenly found that something was wrong. It seemed that the emperor's name was Lin Fan. She couldn't help but stare, as if she had seen a ghost. You cast a spell to make the disaster area rain. And also gave food. And, yes, it was me, Lin Fan said. So you are a god? Yang Silin was still somewhat interested in myths and strange stories. The most common thing she heard was that gods could not fall in love with mortals. Otherwise there would be divine punishment. Yes, Lin Fan said. Yang Silin covered her mouth and then lowered her head. I understand. I really can't blame you. It's really that my master is not worthy of you. You are a god. She is a mortal. The difference is too big. Lin Fan was speechless for a while after hearing these words. I don't know where Yang Miaozhen found his apprentice. This sounds a bit unreliable. But Lin Fan kept smiling. The fat water should not flow to outsiders. He decided to make Yang Silin the most powerful person in the world of martial arts. She would suppress the martial arts sects. Chapter 55. He must be there. Not that he wants to. The identity of a god. This surprised Yang Silin. She didn't expect that she would see a god in her life. And the person her master was thinking about was a god. Now the court is building new temples in various places, sculpting the real body, and is constantly promoting it. This is unbelievable in Yang Silin's eyes. Religion is something that every court attaches great importance to. It also involves a lot of interests. Buddhism and Taoism both believe that with their foundation. There is no problem in becoming the state religion. Now an emperor has appeared, and was suddenly named the state religion. And King Zhou also promoted it. This is a bit confusing for Buddhism and Taoism. Where did it come from? It suddenly appeared without any signs at all. Now I have negotiated with King Zhou. He has made me the state religion. And I need to help him settle the disputes between the martial arts sections. You are Miaozhen's favorite disciple. So I will give this task to you. Ah? Yang Silin's bright eyes were wide open. I will do it. Yes. You will do it. No. No, I really can't do it. My kung fu is just like that. Even if I have AK. You have seen many martial arts masters. For example, the unique skills of the Vajra Temple can be blocked by practicing to the highest level. How can I do it? Yang Silin knew her own weight. If she really took over such a thing, she would die without knowing how she died. You can do it. Believe in yourself. And I will give you different means. Lin Fan said. Different means? Yes. Like this. Lin Fan raised his hand. And the thunder turned between his 5 fingers. Crackling. And the dazzling lightning flashed in Yang Silin's eyes. This. Yang Silin opened her mouth. In her mind, the only ones who could control thunder were the thunder god and the lightning goddess in mythology. For example, this Lin Fan raised his other hand, and the flame burned in his palm. Even if she didn't get close, she could still feel the scorching temperature transmitted by the flame. Yang Silin's cognition was greatly impacted. If she had half believed and half doubted before, now she really trusted it completely. I have also practiced the Vajra indestructible divine art of the Vajra Temple. And I have practiced it to perfection. If you are willing, I can let you control it in an instant. Lin Fan said. I am willing. Yang Silin agreed without thinking. If she even needs to hesitate about this, then she will think that there is definitely something wrong with her brain. A very wise choice. He was very pleased with this. Thinking about it, why would Yang Miaozhen look for a stupid apprentice? He also knew that the little girl in front of him was an orphan. She was adopted by Yang Miaozhen since she was a child. She was both a teacher and a mother, and they had a deep relationship. Maybe after Yang Miaozhen adopted her, the two of them would often quarrel. And Yang Miaozhen might not be lonely in her later years. Blue Star. Sunshine Community. Done. Lin Fan, who had returned, looked at the dark night outside the window and couldn't help but sigh. Time passed so slowly. He had spent so much time in the dungeon. But only a little time had passed on Blue Star. Lin Fan patted his forehead to calm his thoughts. Don't get used to it there. And thus be assimilated. Now the layout of the 100 Ghosts and Demons world and Jianghu Imperial Power has been completed. And it only takes time. However, the third mission of the 100 Ghosts and Demons world has not appeared. It's not urgent. Just wait slowly. He looked at the E-level copy of the 5 Demons world. And there was only this copy left. But he was not in a hurry. He couldn't eat a big fat man in one bite. So he took his time. Early morning. Security Bureau. When the adventures didn't come, everything was so peaceful. Brother Lin. Wu Hao knocked on the door and came in. Lin Fan was drinking tea and browsing the computer. The leisurely life always made people feel comfortable. Good morning. Lin Fan greeted with a smile. Wu Hao couldn't help but be surprised when he saw Lin Fan for the first time. What's wrong? Lin Fan touched his face, and Wu Hao's eyes stayed on him, as if he was looking at something strange. Could it be that he suddenly became handsome in the copy world? It's hard to say. Wu Hao shook his head. With his current language organization ability, he didn't know how to describe it for a while. I just feel very strange. I always feel that you are in front of me. But you are very unreal. Lin Fan was a little confused by what Wu Hao said. Unreal? Could this be the reason for the formation of the incense god? Suddenly, he received a ray of faith. It came from Wu Hao's body, which surprised Lin Fan. He didn't expect Wu Hao to believe in him. And he was so high in his heart. When there is faith, the two sides have established a channel of communication. Wu Hao covered his forehead. Brother Lin. Maybe I stayed up late to practice last night, and my brain is a little abnormal. Since he was able to practice, he was really crazy. He could skip 3 meals a day, but he felt uncomfortable without practicing. It is important to combine work and rest. Take your time. Don't rush. Lin Fan persuaded, and then gave back the incense god power, which could help Wu Hao speed up his practice. I know. Brother Lin. Then you go ahead. Wu Hao nodded and turned to leave. After Wu Hao left, Lin Fan lowered his head, pinched his chin, and fell into deep thought. Then he left the office and came to the work area. Whether everyone was busy at work was determined by whether the adventures came or not. With the appearance of Lin Fan, everyone's eyes fell on him. As a member of the Security Bureau, everyone present knew that Lin Fan was the #1 master on Blue Star. He was the strongest who beat the adventures like children. Everyone admired him very much. And they also knew that Lin Fan was already in a high position and was the highest leader of the South Province Action Group. No incense. No faith. Lin Fan nodded to them, as if to say lo, and turned back to the office. It seems that Wu Hao's worship of himself has really reached the level of faith. Lin Fan leaned back on the chair and looked at the ceiling. He was thinking about whether to spread the way of incense in Blue Star. But after thinking about it, he still didn't do it. The phone rang. It was Chow Yu calling. Answer the phone. You are in the bureau. Right? Yes. Then check your work email. You are now the chief of the Southern Province Action Team. Now all provinces across the country are preparing to select captains for the city action teams. This is up to you to decide. There are 12 cities in Southern Province, and 12 captains need to be selected. The member information has been sent to you. You can take a look. Okay. Let me take a look. Hang up the phone. Lin Fan turned on the computer and downloaded the file in the mailbox. Clicked it, and it contained the personal information of the members in each city. Selecting 12 captains is a matter that is easy to offend people. Lin Fan smiled and looked at it carefully. The personal information sent was very detailed, just like the resume submitted when looking for a job. It recorded in detail the specialties, personality, and progress of practicing the Vajra indestructible divine art of each member. This one is not bad. He actually practiced to the first level of perfection, without the help of the great rejuvenation pill. It is really strong to practice to this point in a short time. This is not bad either. The shooting level is full. A sharpshooter. Lin Fan muttered as he looked at it. This feeling now is like the other party presenting himself in front of him without reservation. However, Lin Fan thinks that the selection of captains cannot focus on the strength of strength, but must be selected based on organizational ability and personality. If you choose according to strength, you will meet a captain who is strong but impulsive. When encountering things, he will not think much and will charge directly, hurting others and himself. Even kind-hearted people are not suitable. Often, for one person, countless people are lost. The selection is a little difficult, but it's not a big problem. Lin Fan slowly selected. Anyway, there is plenty of time, so there is no rush. A few hours later, he sent the carefully selected candidates to Chow Yu. As for the captain position of Huang City, let Wu Hao, Chow Yu, Wang Kai and others choose by rock paper scissors. And he is the captain of the Southern Province. The man standing behind the 12 captains will be their eternal support. Not long after the message was passed, Chow Yu's phone call came. What's wrong? Don't tell me that the captain position is internally determined. It's just a process for me. Lin Fan asked jokingly. Chow Yu on the other end of the phone was speechless. No. I looked at the list. Isn't it selected according to strength? Strength? Of course not. If it is selected according to strength, what else is there to choose? I choose according to overall ability. Mainly personality, organizational ability, etc. After all, this is not a personal show, Lin Fan said. There was silence on the other end of the phone. No one spoke for a long time. Is there a problem? Lin Fan asked. Qiao Yu said. No problem with anything else. But I'm worried that there will be a problem in Jianghe City. Oh! Tell me what's going on. I looked at the list of Jianghe City very carefully. The strongest one is Huang Chuan, who has a great background and military background. He was not selected by me. The guy I selected is Wen Jie, who has been a soldier. He has a very high military quality, but his background is average. The progress of practicing the Vajra indestructible divine art is a bit slow. Do you think he is not convinced? Lin Fan asked. Once the problem is seen through, there is no need to hide it. He knows that the selection of quotas will definitely cause conflicts easily. And everyone thinks that they are suitable. But most people will not say much when they see that they are not selected. Except for some who will have the idea of dissatisfaction. Qiao Yu said. Yes. There will be some problems. According to the information I have learned, when the list has not been sent to you, Huang Chuan has already been called the captain in Jianghe City. And his fathers are also very optimistic about him. At the same time, many members of the Jianghe City Security Bureau's action team are close to Huang Chuan. I'm afraid. Don't be afraid. Listen to me. Just announce the list directly. If you don't accept it and want to make trouble, just kick it out of the action team. When you encounter a problem, don't think about how to compromise. Just solve the source of the problem directly, Lin Fan said. Qiao Yu. She felt that what Lin Fan said seemed to be fine. But I always felt that something was wrong. Do you want to come forward and talk about it? Qiao Yu thought about it and asked. If this matter can be solved by gentle means, then everything will be fine. Lin Fan, I don't have time. I'm very busy. What's there to say about these trivial matters? Since I was elected as the general manager, I will follow my ideas. If there is a problem, I can be dismissed. There is no need to make it so complicated. He is now busy with incense and fire affairs. Such a big world of 5 demons has not been passed on. And even the other 2 copy worlds are still slowly paving the way. Let him focus on the competition for a captain position. This situation is not like 2 children fighting for lollipops. But in the end it needs the court to make a judgment. Qiao Yu said, I understand. I know what to do. Hang up the phone. Lin Fan pinched his temple. He had 2 world promotion fragments in his hand, which could upgrade Blue Star from FTE. But he was not going to upgrade. The adventures that came now were pretty good, and the 3-dimensional attributes were very good. As for when to upgrade, that was also a matter for the future. Take it one step at a time. Don't rush. Take your time. Hey. They completed the task quite quickly. When Lin Fan observed the data, the guild points were enough. Without thinking, he directly upgraded the guild quota. At this time, Qiao Yu looked at the list sent by Lin Fan, with her arms folded and looking at the screen. She was also studying Lin Fan's selection criteria. After careful analysis, she found that the candidates selected by Lin Fan were calm, cool, good at organizing actions, and strength was secondary. No problem. Qiao Yu approved of Lin Fan's choice. If she were to choose, it would be the same. Forget it. Just send it over. Qiao Yu didn't think much about it, and sent the list to the 12 cities. As for whether they could accept it, that was their business. Anyway, it was decided by the general manager of the southern province. Even if they didn't agree, they could go to him. Jianghe City Security Bureau. Brother Huang. Congratulations. The position of the captain of our Jianghe City action team must be yours. A member of the action team congratulated. Huang Chuan raised his head and smiled. He was determined to be the captain. He practiced the unique skills the fastest, had the deepest family background, and was surrounded by a group of people who praised him. He didn't think anyone else could be the captain except him. Ha ha ha. It hasn't been decided yet. The confirmation of the captain needs to be confirmed by the general manager of the Southern Province Action Team. If he is rejected, it will be a bit embarrassing. Huang Chuan waved his hand and pretended to be very humble. How could he be rejected? If Huang Gu was not selected, it must be because of his poor vision. Yes, I think so too. The Security Bureau's action team has a higher status and is a separate department directly under the top management. Therefore, Anyone with a little background will think of ways to send their own young generation in. Of course, in order to ensure the ability of the action team. Some outstanding military and police officers will also be selected to join during the selection process. Assemble. At this time, the director of the Jianghe Security Bureau appeared. With one order, everyone on the playground lined up in a hurry. Everyone looked at the director. The number of people sent to the general person in charge of the action team has been determined. The director said slowly. He had already read the contents. As he thought, when Jia was finally selected. Not Huang Chuan. Director. If Brother Huang is selected, just announce it directly. Someone said. Yes. The result must be like this. Don't make a fuss. Don't make a fuss. Let the director announce it. This process still has to be followed. Huang Chuan, who was standing in the team, suppressed a smug smile, quietly waiting for the director's announcement. The director stared at everyone. His eyes swept over each of them. The selection of the general person in charge has come out. And the person who serves as the captain of the Jianghe City Action Team is Wenjie. Brother Huang. Congratulations. Haha. Brother Huang finally became. What? Suddenly, everyone seemed to react, and looked at the director in unison, with disbelief and confusion in their eyes. When Wenjie, even Wenjie, who was standing in the team, was very surprised. He didn't think he could be selected. At this time, Huang Chuan's face was full of dissatisfaction. Director. Are you kidding me? He showed his emotions without hiding anything. Yes. Why was Brother Huang not selected? I don't accept it. I don't accept it either. Brother Huang practiced the Vajra indestructible divine art the fastest, and has the strongest strength. Who else can have this qualification except Brother Huang? Everyone was talking at once. Silence. The director scolded, and then said, This is the decision of the general manager. From now on, Wenjie will be the captain of Jianghe City. The result of this matter has been determined and cannot be changed. Huang Chuan clenched his fists, becoming more and more dissatisfied. Other members couldn't help but say, Director, I don't accept it. Not only do I accept it, but my brothers also don't accept it. If it weren't for Brother Huang being the captain, then there would be no point in staying in this action team. I might as well go home and enjoy my blessings. Yes, that's right. Wenjie, you tell me yourself. Are you worthy of being the captain? Wenjie walked out, stood straight and said, I will obey the organization's arrangements and everything, and I will never let the organization down. The director nodded at Wenjie. Well, quite satisfied, and at the same time looked at Huang Chuan, who was very dissatisfied. He also understood that the general manager was a wise man. When Xiaoyu sent the email, it was not just a lonely document, but also a line of words. The general manager doesn't like anyone to oppose his decision. The strength gained by anyone in the action team may be very powerful to others. But in his eyes, it's nothing. The content is very clear. The meaning revealed is also very clear. The director looked at the few people who wanted to withdraw from the action team. You, and you. I will fulfill your wishes. And now you can withdraw from the action team. The faces of those who were pointed out changed slightly. Director, are you serious? You want us to withdraw? The director said sternly. That's right. What do you think of the action team? You dare to oppose even the leader's appointment. What else can you not dare to do? I won't say it a second time. No matter what your background is or who is behind you. You can come to me if you have any questions. Then he looked at Huang Chuan. Huang Chuan, if you are not convinced now, then do you want to quit or accept it? The action team is not allowed to have second thoughts. If there are problems with the action in the future because of your resentment, you will bear great responsibility. Now tell me your choice. The director said it very seriously. This is not a joke. He knew that the general manager was recommended by Mr. Liu. So he called Mr. Liu on purpose and learned from the phone that everything is subject to the decision of the general manager. No matter who it is. You can't interfere with his decision. Huang Chuan took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. I quit. He was arrogant and absolutely didn't want to be managed by people who were not as good as him. So he didn't think about it and directly quit the action team. Pack up your things and go. The director waved his hand. There is nothing unacceptable about this result. There are many excellent people. Not just these. The action team was established in a hurry. And it is normal to have some problems. Problems are discovered slowly. When problems are discovered, they just need to be solved. They went to pack up. And when they did, they all glared at Wenjie, as if to say, Let's see what you can do in the future. All the remaining members stood silently. I didn't expect such a thing to happen. The director walked to Wenjie and patted his shoulder. Don't feel psychologically burdened. The general manager chose you. So you must have something outstanding. I hope you can work hard and don't let the general manager down. Yes, leader. I'm not your leader now. But at the same level. If you have any problems in the future, you can discuss it with me. Okay. Wenjie nodded. The change in identity made him a little unable to react for a while. At this moment, a voice came. It's just as I thought. There is really a little contradiction. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice. Suddenly, they recognized who the person was. Lin Fan, the general manager of the southern province, is the one who brought out the indestructible divine art of diamond. My idol. I've seen all his videos. The adventures were like children in the hands of General Manager Lin, crying loudly after being beaten. With the appearance of Lin Fan, everyone at the scene was very excited. The director excitedly stepped forward and saluted Lin Fan. Hello, General Manager Lin. You're polite. Now that the southern province has selected 12 captains, I will be the captain. Just call me the captain, Lin Fan said with a smile. Anyway, I was free, so I thought of coming to Jianghe City to see the situation. I didn't expect to see a drama of dissatisfaction. It's just that he didn't show up. There's no need. Just leave it to the locals to solve it. Captain Lin. The director was very enthusiastic, and then hurriedly waved to Wenjie. Come here quickly. Wenjie came to Lin Fan and said very seriously, Captain, please rest assured. I will never let you down. Lin Fan smiled and patted his shoulder. Well, do your best. I am very optimistic about you. When being questioned at the same time whether they were suitable, the confidence and determination shown by the other party made Lin Fan more certain that he had not made the wrong choice. As for the unconvinced Huang Chuan, his temperament was unstable, impulsive and irritable. If he was strong, it would be fine. After all, when the strength is strong to a certain extent, no matter whether he is impulsive or not, the final result is the same. In the face of absolute strength, everything is nothing. Yes, I will definitely work hard, Wenjie said firmly. Have you encountered any problems in practicing the indestructible Vajra divine art? Lin Fan saw at a glance that Wenjie's talent in practice was indeed not comparable to Wu Hao, or that Huang Chuan. But are these problems? It's not a problem at all. Okay, there is no problem. But the progress of practice is very slow, Wenjie said. Lin Fan flipped his palm, and a pill appeared in his palm. This is for you. The Great Huan Pill. After taking it, it can increase your skill by 10 years. It can help you practice. I think it will be no problem to practice to the second level. Everyone was shocked when they heard it. The unique skills and martial arts novels appeared. And I didn't expect that even pills appeared. 10 years of skill. It seems like a small amount. But it's actually a lot. Okay. Captain. This is too precious. I can't take it. I think it should be given to someone better than me. Wenjie was flattered, and waved his hands hurriedly. Take it. It's just a small thing. You are the captain now. You still need strength when you encounter evil adventures in the future, Lin Fan said. This is the captain. Wenjie took the pill, and felt that the pill in his hand was extremely valuable and had extraordinary meaning. The director looked at the scene in front of him, thinking of what Qiao Yu said. He instantly understood that strength was indeed not important in the eyes of the captain. I just happened to be here. Take it. I'll watch it for you, Lin Fan said. This Da Huan Dan is the last one. For anyone on Blue Star. It is extremely precious. Yes. Wenjie took the pill without thinking. And as the pill entered his stomach, a powerful medicinal effect burst out. Sit cross-legged. Practice the Vajra divine art. And break through if you can. Following the captain's words, Wenjie immediately practiced the Vajra divine art. And the extremely strong aura of the Vajra divine art spread out. The onlookers were envious. Envious of Wenjie being valued by the captain. At this time, Huang Chuan and others who had packed up their things came out. Lin Fan used the incense magic to isolate Wenjie from the outside world. After all, he was practicing. And if he was disturbed, it would be troublesome. Huang Chuan and the others came and saw the man standing next to Wenjie at first sight. They were all members of the action team. They found Lin Fan very familiar at first glance. And then, they instantly remembered who he was. And they were all shocked. Lin Fan, the general manager of the South Province Action Team. How could he appear here? Lin Fan looked at them indifferently. The departure of these guys was also a good thing for the action team. I don't accept it. Why did you choose him? Huang Chuan asked in front of Lin Fan unwillingly. Because you are not suitable. Lin Fan said calmly. The director on the side wanted to scold Huang Chuan, but was stopped by Lin Fan. There was no need to scold him. It was better to say it if he didn't accept it. What's wrong with me? I'm the fastest in cultivation and I'm the strongest. It doesn't matter if I'm the fastest in cultivation or the strongest in strength. If I'm not suitable, then I'm not suitable. It's ridiculous. You can become the chief of the Southern Province Action Team not because of your strength. If you don't look at your strength, how can you be elected as the chief? Huang Chuan has already given up. Since he has withdrawn from the action team, what worries does he have? When the director heard what Huang Chuan said, his face turned livid. If he hadn't had concerns, he would have wanted to slap him in the face. Could you have said that? Lin Fan said. You got one thing wrong. It's not that I want to be the general manager, but they want me to be the general manager. Do you understand? Huang Chuan noticed the director's look of wanting to kill him, and clenched his fists. You chose him as the captain. Then you wait, and see what he can do. He practices so slowly. How can he convince others? Lin Fan smiled but said nothing. The director couldn't bear it anymore and said, Huang Chuan, shut up. Strength is worthless in the eyes of the captain. It's easy for him to make anyone stronger. Now take a closer look at Wenjie. His strength is not as good as yours. Huang Chuan was full of disdain, and then looked at Wenjie. He found something wrong at a glance. Wenjie exuded a strong aura. How is this possible? Huang Chuan was horrified. Lin Fan said calmly, yes. He has perfected the second level of the Vajra divine art, and he is one of the top masters in the world. The elixir given to him by the captain is indeed powerful. If he practices it by himself, it will take a long time. The director said. Lin Fan, it takes too much time to practice step by step. Even if you are a martial arts genius with excellent talent, you can't practice the Vajra divine art to the highest level without decades of hard practice. But if there is an external force to promote it, it will be faster to practice. The director said, when he finishes practicing, he should really thank the captain for his training. Huang Chuan's face changed when he heard their conversation. What elixir? What's going on? A moment later, Wenjie's breakthrough was over, and the Vajra divine art remained at the second level. His spirit was improved and his mental outlook was very good. Thank you for the training of the captain. Wenjie was very grateful. Lin Fan smiled, then looked at the director. I should go. Captain Lin, why don't you stay a little longer? No. I have something else to do. Lin Fan didn't say much, and disappeared in front of everyone. This method shocked everyone at the scene. Everyone opened their mouths, looking in amazement. Can this be achieved by practicing martial arts? The director was also shocked, but he quickly reacted, and then looked at Huang Chuan. You are really bold. If your parents knew what you just said to the captain, I think you will be beaten up. Do you think the captain really wants to be the captain himself? That's because the country must have strong people to support it and ask him to be the captain. Huang Chuan wanted to say something, but he couldn't say it. In the end, he carried his luggage and said nothing, and walked away. And some members who followed Huang Chuan to leave came to the director with a licking face. Director, I was a little impulsive just now. Do you think I can still stay? And me? I was impulsive too. I know I was wrong and I can't bear to leave. I am convinced now, and I will definitely obey the organization's arrangements. The members put their hands together, hoping that the director would keep them. What do you think? The director sneered and waved his hands impatiently. Get out of here quickly. Do you really think the action team is a place where you can come and go as you please? He knew that the action team was constantly eliminating the original people who came in. These people who came in through the back door. Except those who are really hardworking and disciplined can stay. Others will definitely be eliminated. A short period of gilding is okay. But when the action team gradually gets on the right track, it is time for some people to leave. Facing the director's expulsion, they really regret it. It's a pity. What's the use of regretting? These are all their own choices. Can mortals have such means? If they don't leave the action team, one day in the future, won't they be able to do it? Chapter 56, I am still a kind person after all. Lin Fan is back from Jianghe City. The magical power of the incense god position needs to consume incense to perform. Don't think that the magical power seems to be very overbearing. But there is no means of attack. The current god position is LV2, which is not very powerful. The number of incense required at the beginning should not be too much. But as the god position is upgraded to LV2, the number of incense required later will be a lot. Think about it, and you can understand it. Give you a little sweetness at the beginning to make you feel good, and then you need time to slowly endure it later. If there are really creatures who become gods through incense in a world, then the road to advancement will probably take decades, or even hundreds of years, to upgrade the god position. Moving clouds and rain, incense magical power consume incense. Condense rain clouds, and moisten the earth. Turning stones into gold, incense magical power consume incense. And any material can be turned into gold, which requires incense to maintain. Telekinesis, incense magical power consume incense. And you can take out the objects across obstacles. Incense god eye, incense magic power consume incense. Discern the origin of things, and see through the illusions. Flying into the sky and hiding underground. Incense magic power consume incense to fly into the sky and hide underground. Dead trees resurrect. Incense magic power consume incense to regain vitality. Transfer, incense magic power consume incense. This is the magic power he can use after he condenses into the incense god position. Of course, incense has many wonderful uses, such as improving the cultivation speed of others, etc. There is no problem. At this time, Lin Fan frowned, and countless demands were transmitted from the Jianhu Emperor's copy world. This situation has never appeared since the spread of faith. Thinking of this, he went directly into the Jianhu Emperor's copy. As he reached his destination, thick black smoke filled the sky, and the fire reflected half of the sky red. Unexpectedly, it was a city on fire. In the city, countless people were fighting the fire, and a group of people with official positions were also pushing water wheels to extinguish the burning houses with water. In ancient times, houses were all made of wood. Once a fire broke out, it would spread at a very fast speed. At this time, the fire was getting bigger and bigger. It was already difficult to solve it by manpower. A group of people took saws and axes and quickly rushed through the direction of the fire, and then chopped the wood of the surrounding houses, trying to clear out a piece of isolation to cut off the spread of the fire. Cut it down quickly and clear out the isolation. The fire officer was directing the situation on the scene. At this time, he naturally couldn't panic. Otherwise, if he panicked, there would be endless troubles. Yes, the firemen who were extinguishing the fire were working hard. They were doing this job, and they definitely couldn't retreat. Have the people retreated? The fire officer asked. They should have retreated. At this moment, a fireman hurried over. His face full of black ash was enough to show how fierce the fire was. Now this fireman looked panicked and anxious. Sir, a group of people have rushed into the emperor's temple, praying for the emperor to show his power and put out the fire. What? Officer Huiding's face changed drastically when he heard this. The emperor's temple was built by the imperial court, and the location of the emperor's temple was in the direction of the fire. If they failed to open up an isolated area, the fire would spread. The emperor's temple will definitely be engulfed in flames. He doesn't believe in the bullshit emperor's divine appearance. This thing is just a lie. Although there are many rumors about the emperor's divine appearance, he still doesn't believe it. In this situation, it's better to ask yourself than to ask anyone else. In the emperor's temple, a group of people knelt in front of the emperor's statue and prayed devoutly. The emperor's divine appearance. The emperor's divine appearance. For this group of people, they felt that no one could save them except the emperor's divine appearance. Outside the door of the emperor's temple, an old man and a young man looked at the situation in the inner room and shook their heads. Grandpa, why do they have to come here to ask for the emperor's divine appearance when they don't want to run at this time? This is obviously impossible. I think this emperor's temple is more hateful than Buddhism. The girl was very dissatisfied with this. Buddhism makes people worship Buddha, donate incense, and when people encounter difficulties, they think about burning incense and worshipping Buddha, hoping that good luck will come. When good luck really comes and solves the problem, they also attribute all the credit to worshipping Buddha. The old man did not say much, but looked at the emperor's true body. The god who had never been heard of, who came from nowhere, suddenly became the state religion of Zhou. The old man has been investigating the so-called emperor's religion. After all, throughout history, there are countless evil cults that have brought disaster to the country and the people. They are often disguised as orthodox religions that save the world. But what they do in secret is not allowed to be seen in the light. Suddenly, the ordinary emperor's true body suddenly burst into a golden light. The kneeling people exclaimed, "The emperor has appeared! The emperor has appeared!" The grandfather and grandson standing at the door were suddenly stunned by the scene in front of them. "Grandpa, what's going on?" The woman's eyes were wide open. Her face was full of horror, and she couldn't believe what she saw. Not to mention the woman was shocked. Even the old man was so shocked. Even though he was knowledgeable, he was speechless at this moment. At this time, the golden light penetrated the roof of the emperor's temple and rushed straight into the sky. Then, a golden shadow appeared in the golden light above the city. The shadow was surrounded by thunder, bright, majestic, and holy. In an instant, the eyes of the people in the whole city were attracted. What is that? That is the location of the emperor's temple. The emperor has appeared. This is the emperor's appearance. How is it possible? What's impossible? That is the national religion of our country. The emperor has appeared before and solved the drought. I always thought it was fake and was blown up by others. Could it really appear? You are blind. Isn't this the emperor's appearance? Ah, emperor, I am your loyal believer. The emperor is so powerful that he will definitely destroy the fire demon. Now Lin Fan is operating it personally. If he appears, it will definitely make the people believe it. The people of a city are here. When they see it with their own eyes, and then publicize it outside, his incense will skyrocket. Consume the power of incense and make clouds and rain. Boom! Thunder exploded in the sky. Thick black clouds appeared from nowhere and covered the entire city. Everyone opened their mouths and looked at the sky. Is it going to rain? They muttered in their hearts. Suddenly, heavy rain fell from the sky, dripping on the faces and bodies of the people. The cold rain touched their skin, and a sense of reality surged into their hearts. It's raining. It's really raining. The people in the city cheered, and the shout shook the world. Officer Huading held the firefighting tools and stared at the sky in a daze. He did not believe in immortals and gods. He always thought that it was a myth and was boasted by others. But now, he could not explain the scene in front of him. The emperor really exists. Officer Huading muttered to himself, wiping the rain off his face. So real. No. After the fire is over, I must take the statue of the emperor home and worship it day and night. As the rain continued to pour, the fire in the city was gradually extinguished. The fire that originally required countless manpower to extinguish, or even might not be extinguished, disappeared without a trace under the appearance of the emperor. And everything returned to calm. The incense was consumed very quickly, and it was painful to watch. However, as the saying goes, there is gain and loss, and the current efforts are for a better future. If you are stingy and unwilling to pay, how can you get a return? The fire is over. The people in the city feel like they have survived a disaster. Countless people kneel down to worship the emperor's phantom. Very pious. Many people who did not believe in the emperor before also believe in the emperor after this incident. Just kidding. This is really a manifestation of the Holy Spirit. Lin Fan silently accepted the faith offered by the people and expressed his satisfaction. Woo daddy. Master Emperor, please save my daddy. As long as you can save my daddy and bring him back, Shuhu will definitely worship Master Emperor every day in the future. This is the voice of the believers. And there are many such voices. There were painful wails everywhere. Alas! Lin Fan sighed in his heart, and the phantom of the real body in the air lowered his eyebrows slightly, looking down at the people in the city. Consume incense and perform, the magical power of dead would revive spring. Suddenly, spots of light fell from the sky and landed on the people injured in the fire. As the light merged into their bodies, the injured people instantly felt warm all over and couldn't help but make sounds. Ah! It doesn't hurt anymore. I don't feel any pain at all. My injuries are healed. I was burned like this, but nothing happened. This is too incredible. The originally painful people looked at their own situation and explained. Although the magical power of dead would revive spring is indeed powerful, it cannot bring the dead back to life. So he is powerless to help those who died in the fire. And the people who died in the fire have long been burned into charcoal. Even if they can be revived, there is no way. The golden light gradually dissipated. The emperor's true body disappeared between heaven and earth. Lin Fan felt that he was kind-hearted and could not bear to see the sufferings of the world. Just look at how pitifully the child cried just now. Although his father was still alive, his burns meant that death was only a matter of time. Now that he could be saved by divine power, it was also a blessing. You contributed incense to me, and I used it on you. It was fair. The grandfather and grandson of the emperor's temple had long been stunned by the emperor's actions, and they could not come back to their senses for a long time. As for what they experienced today, if they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not dare to believe it even if they were beaten to death. A few days later, a fire broke out in Yongnan City, and the whole city was affected. The news that the emperor showed his divine power and put out the fire spread, and those who were burned by the fire recovered instantly under the mercy of the emperor. Ancient times are different from modern times. In modern times, if something happens, it can be pushed to every citizen through the internet in just a few minutes. But in ancient times, it needs to be spread by word of mouth and gradually expand the influence. When people from all over the country heard about this, they were stunned. The true body of the emperor appeared and put out the burning fire. The court established the emperor as the state religion and built emperor temples everywhere, hoping that the people would worship him. But no matter what, the foundation of the emperor religion is too shallow and cannot be compared with Buddhism and Taoism. Therefore, even if the emperor was listed as the state religion, there are still many people going to and from the temple every day to burn incense and worship Buddha. King Zhou, who was in the palace, learned about the situation in Yongnan City and knew that the emperor had appeared. This made King Zhou feel relieved. If it weren't for the emperor's help, the situation in Yongnan City would be very bad. In the emperor's temple, Grandpa, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it even if I was beaten to death. The woman thought of the scene a few days ago and still recalled it. The old man said, I didn't expect that there are really immortals in the world. I heard that the emperor solved the famine before, and I just thought that he was proficient in astronomy. Now it seems that Grandpa has a narrow vision. At this time, they were not in the emperor's temple in Yongnan City, but in the emperor's temple in a town dozens of miles away. Grandpa, I have always observed the situation of pilgrims in the emperor's temple. There were not many pilgrims burning incense before, but as the situation in Yongnan City spread, the number of pilgrims gradually increased. But this is only the situation in this area. If you go to a farther place, I think the Buddhist pilgrims there must be more than the pilgrims in the emperor's temple, the woman said. The old man said, Buddhism has been passed down for a long time. In addition to the Zhou kingdom, Buddhism in other countries is also prosperous. It will take a long time for the emperor's religion to achieve the prosperity of Buddhism. Of course, if the emperor's religion can continue to show its saintliness and replace Buddhism, it is inevitable. At this time, the grandfather and grandson did not know that the statue of the emperor next to them was secretly eavesdropping on their conversation. In Lin Fan's opinion, what the grandfather and grandson said made sense. The Buddhism of Jianghu imperial power has been passed down since ancient times, and in order to cater to the needs of the Middle Earth, especially the dynasties of that period, the Wanlao technique was very popular. Through translation of scriptures and other methods, it absorbed traditional philosophy, ethics and religious concepts, and finally attracted the people of the Middle Earth with its unique charm that transcended real life and became one of the cultures of the Middle Earth. Thinking of this, Lin Fan felt that it was necessary to appoint a missionary, and the old man in front of him was old enough and looked intimidating enough. He looked like a capable person. After all, if you are not good at talking, you will not be able to do things well. If you want others to be convinced, you must have a convincing appearance. White beard, white hair, exuding the temperament of a hermit master. Very good. It's you. A light invisible to the naked eye merged into the old man's mind. The old man was about to speak, but suddenly, his pupil shrank suddenly, and he was stunned on the spot. The granddaughter beside him saw that her grandfather was in a daze, and didn't know what happened. So she pulled her grandfather's arm and shook it. Grandpa, what's wrong with you? The old man ignored him, as if he had been cast a spell of immobilization. The woman was so anxious that she didn't know what to do. Just now, he was fine. How could Grandpa suddenly become like this? In the sea of consciousness, the old man was surrounded by darkness. And suddenly, in the darkness in front of him, a golden light emerged, as if a golden door was opened, illuminating the surroundings. Chen Jionian, do you know who I am? The golden shadow's voice was mighty and transmitted around, and it was a voice with charm. Who are you? You are in my temple. Don't you know who I am? You are the emperor. The old man reacted, and even the address became a respectful title. And then he immediately knelt on the ground and kowed out, saying, the believer Chen Jionian greets the emperor. If the granddaughter knew that Grandpa knelt directly to the emperor and called himself a believer, she would definitely be so shocked that she could stuff eggs into her mouth. Grandpa, is this still the Grandpa I know? Lin Fan looked at the kneeling old man. Damn, this old man is interesting. For a long time, the motionless old man came back to his senses. Stop shaking. Grandpa is about to be shaken apart by you, the old man said. His eyes were still horrified. Just before the emperor appeared in his consciousness. And the reason why he was stunned and did not move was that he was talking to the emperor. Grandpa, are you okay? I was scared to death. The woman patted her chest. It was really scary. Okay. She only had Grandpa as a relative. If something happened to Grandpa, then she really didn't know what to do. It's okay. Grandpa is okay. Grandpa, what happened to you just now? Just now the emperor appeared in Grandpa's consciousness and talked to Grandpa about something. Ah? The woman's mind was full of question marks. What did Grandpa say? The emperor appeared in the consciousness. If she didn't know that Grandpa was always very serious, she would have thought he was teasing her. She looked at the statue of the emperor and didn't see any problems. Grandpa, what does the emperor want to talk to you about? Don't say that you need a boy and want Grandpa to take him away. She knew that many gods had a boy playing the flute around them. She also found that there was nothing around the statue of the emperor. So she was thinking about it. Don't talk nonsense. The emperor is a real god in the world. Grandpa was appointed by the emperor as the chief missionary. I will travel around the world to spread the emperor's reputation. When the old man mentioned the emperor, he was very odd. And there was no sense of casualness when he talked about the emperor with his granddaughter a few days ago. Where? She looked at Grandpa stupidly. Grandpa. You? Where? This is the emperor's gift to Grandpa. From now on, you will follow Grandpa and preach with Grandpa. Ah? What? This is a blessing that our family can't cultivate for several lifetimes. Weir listened to what Grandpa said. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. She just felt that Grandpa changed a little too fast. When the imperial court appointed the emperor as the head of the state religion, Grandpa once lamented to her that the newly emerged emperor religion might have problems. Religious disputes are often bloodless. When will things settle down? Now. Seeing Grandpa's change of mind, Huir has a lot to say. But she doesn't know what to say. Lin Fan, who never left, smiled slightly. This situation is very normal. For example, you are very unhappy with a rich man. But when that rich man takes out a sum of money and puts it in front of you, pats your shoulder, and says to you softly, "Child, you are like my deceased child. Can you call me Dad?" For this one time is not enough. At least 10 or 100 times can represent the sincerity in your heart. Chen Jionian pulled his granddaughter to the statue of the emperor. Hurry up and kneel down and kowtow to the emperor. After Chen Jionian finished speaking, he kowtowed to the emperor alone. Weir on the side could only listen to her grandfather and kowtow to the statue of the emperor. After solving the problem here, Lin Fan went to Yang Silin to take a look. She was progressing very smoothly. The Jianghu sect was suppressed by her and couldn't raise her head. Hit the snake at its weakest point and capture the thief first. The Jianghu sect is dominated by the Sword God sect. So naturally, the Sword God sect is taken down first. Yang Silin is now blessed by Lin Fan. The ability she possessed was not something that ordinary people in the martial arts world could contend with. It was also simple to master. Without any difficulty. Lin Fan did not interfere with her thoughts. As long as the direction was right. He did not care about how to deal with some things encountered in the process of moving in this direction. Wangshur. The next day. Security Bureau. Lin Fan started to slack off at work again. Playing computer mahjong. He had just learned it, and was not very good at it. But it was not important. The game would prompt which card to play. Anyway, it was to kill time. Very casual. The incense consumed yesterday was replenished. In addition to the incense provided by the Jianghu Emperor, there were more incense from the 100 Ghosts and Demons world, where the incense was pure and more numerous. It seemed that his spirit tablet was already very popular now. Dong dong. There was a knock on the door. Come in. Chow Yu pushed the door and walked in. Seeing Lin Fan pointing and controlling the mouse, he asked curiously, "What are you playing?" "Mahjong game." "Just play it to kill time," Lin Fan said with a smile. Chow Yu said, "The people of the Huang family wanted to meet you in Huangshur and apologize to you in person." When she learned that Lin Fan had gone to Jianghe City, she was completely shocked. And at the same time, she laughed secretly in her heart. She said that she didn't care. It didn't matter. But she went there in person. Huang family. Why apologize to me? Lin Fan was very surprised. He had no intersection with the Huang family. Chow Yu said. Huang Chuan, the younger generation of the Huang family, said something arrogant to you. So they wanted to come to apologize. Lin Fan is very popular now. The Security Bureau and the action group are very important institutions. Especially Lin Fan's own ability is unimaginable. Everyone knows that Lin Fan's future is definitely not simple. If you can get along well, it's the best. If you can't get along well, it can't get worse. Lin Fan thought of the young man and waved his hand. It's unnecessary. Tell the people of the Huang family that I don't take this matter to heart. Let them rest assured. I'm not that petty. Helpless. Really helpless. He knew that the Huang family was afraid of being remembered and retaliated against in the future. After all, the current situation has developed towards the extraordinary. Do you think they will be relieved if I say this? Qiao Yu asked. Lin Fan shook his head. He really didn't take such a small matter to heart. He was busy with big things now. Let's not talk about anything else. Just say that in Jianghu Huangquan, he was doing the big thing of founding a religion. In the world of hundreds of ghosts and monsters, what he did was to protect all living beings. Take these two things for example. Which one is not a world-shaking event? How about this? You have the Huang family's phone number. Just use your phone to call them. And I will tell him. Lin Fan said. Qiao Yu thought about it, and felt it was feasible. Dial the phone. This is Huang Chuan's father Huang Lisheng. Qiao Yu told Lin Fan who he called, and then handed the phone to Lin Fan. Lin Fan took the phone, and the other side just answered at this time. Before the other side spoke, he took the initiative to speak. Hello. I am Lin Fan. Qiao Yu told me about your affairs. It is not necessary. Don't worry. I really don't take it to heart. Just come to apologize. Don't make it so complicated. Lin Fan got straight to the point, and said it very straightforwardly. Captain Lin, I am not good at educating my son. Please forgive me. Huang Lisheng on the other end of the phone learned that it was Lin Fan. And his attitude was very serious and respectful. When he learned that his son withdrew from the action team, he was furious. When he learned that there was a captain position, his idea was very simple. We should fight for it if we can. And try our best to fight for it. But if we don't win, it's okay. We can continue to take it slowly. 3 years is not enough. But there must be a chance in 5 years. If you want to climb, you have to endure the loneliness and endure it slowly. You can always get through it. But who would have thought that this bastard would actually quit the action team? And he was so angry that he really wanted to beat this bastard to death. Do you know how many people want to join the action team? Looking for this and that. Just to join the action team. Of course. Quitting is quitting. That is your own choice. But he couldn't believe that this bastard actually spoke wildly to Captain Lin. This made him think of killing that bastard. Lin Fan, it's okay. Don't take it to heart. As the captain of the southern province, how can I compete with a child? If this gets out, people will say that I am bullying the weak. Huang Lisheng's call was hands-free, and everyone around could hear it. Huang Chuan lowered his head and knelt there, hearing what Lin Fan said. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He didn't expect that he would be called a kid by a guy who was almost the same age as him. Anyone would be furious. But there was no way. He really didn't dare to resist, and could only bear it silently. After a while, he hung up the phone. Huang Lisheng breathed a sigh of relief and sighed, alas. Captain Lin is also very young. Why is the gap between people so big? Then he changed his tone, and glared at Huang Chuan who was kneeling there. Listen to me, you rebellious son. This matter has been resolved. Captain Lin is generous, and will not bother with you. A kid. But if you dare to cause these things to me again in the future, you will be prepared to sit in a wheelchair for the rest of your life. Did you hear that? Huang Lisheng said angrily. I heard it. Huang Chuan nodded his head. How could he dare to do it next time? There was no big conflict. But he suffered such a punishment. If there was a conflict, wouldn't he be killed? Lin Fan threw the phone to Qiao Yu. Look. It's okay. There's no need to make a fuss. Qiao Yu smiled. Your status is different now. In this regard, Lin Fan could only express that he was really helpless. He really didn't care about the so-called status. The current position of God was very interesting. He had been thinking about what it would be like when the position of God was raised to the highest level. Qiao Yu left. Lin Fan also went to the zoo. His daily routine was very fixed. He was either in the security bureau, in the zoo, or in the dungeon world. When he arrived at the zoo, Li Wei hurried over and rubbed his hands nervously. Helper. Can I tell you something? Li Wei, the founder of the Blue Star Harmony Association, has been ready to live in Blue Star for a long time, since he was recruited by the gang members. He can firmly say that I am definitely not willing to stay in Blue Star for daily tasks. I was attracted by the humanities and customs of Blue Star, so I want to understand it more deeply. You say? Levi said, Boss, I have two good friends. They are also the founders of the Blue Star Harmony Association. They love Blue Star as much as I do. When they learned that the Spinach Star creatures were in the Blue Star gang, they all wanted to come in and follow the boss's footsteps. Who do you want to follow in my footsteps? Yes. Yes. What's so good about following my footsteps? No. Boss, your footsteps are the most worthy of following. To be honest, we are very dissatisfied with some guys on Spinach Star. Their behavior is too much, especially after following the boss. My thoughts have been baptized. Since joining the gang, Li Wei's ability to flatter has gradually become stronger. There is no way. There are 13 members in the gang now, and the competition pressure is very high. Even to improve the boss's favorability, you need to rush to come. Of course, although the competition pressure is great, he still loves the gang and is willing to go through fire and water for the boss. Even if it is climbing a mountain of knives or going down a sea of fire, he will never frown. Lin Fan listened to Li Wei's flattery quietly and felt very comfortable. Sure enough, for anyone, flattery is always so nice. Okay, tomorrow is the time for the adventures to arrive. You let them report, Lin Fan said. Yes, thank you, boss. Li Wei was very happy. Sure enough, the boss still loved him. Look at the boss's favorability of 55, which means that the boss is still quite satisfied with him. Go to work well. Lin Fan waved his hand and sent Li Wei away. He wandered around the zoo. The zoo business is really booming now. Hollow has become famous all over the internet, and many tourists come here every day. He looked at Hollow. Hollow's attributes are really high now. The strength attribute alone has exceeded 100. Physical strength and speed are also close to breaking 100. To be honest, when I first saw Hollow, her attributes were really low. Now in such a short time, she has reached this level. Anyone who sees it will be envious and want to cry. Hollow, who was singing, noticed Brother Fan's gaze and waved happily. The fans in the audience cheered in response. After all, in their opinion, this was Hollow greeting them. Facing the greeting of their idol, they must respond with the warmest cheers. Lin Fan smiled. He suddenly felt that if the creatures of Spinach Star were as friendly as Hollow, perhaps everything would be very beautiful. Hollow is now a real strong man. But strong men like to show their talents and like to be recognized by everyone. What a harmonious scene. Lin Fan really wanted to visit Spinach Star, such as taking a stroll to the Mandala organization or the Halton family, although it is not possible now. But he thinks that as long as he works hard to improve, there should be no problem in the future. At this moment, there was movement in the copy column. He looked at the status of the copy column. The third stage of the task of the 100 demons and demons world is finally here. Chapter 57. What are you calling me for? A world of hundreds of ghosts and demons. Lin Fan descended into the dungeon world and looked up at the sky with a surprised look. Half of the moon hanging high in the sky was bloody, weird, and very charming. He stayed on Blue Star for a few days. Time passed quickly in the world of hundreds of ghosts and demons. Several months have passed. During these months, a lot of things happened. Lin Fan walked on the street at night and found that the shops that were not open at night were actually open. What's worse, they were arrogantly setting up stalls to do business and standing by the stalls shouting. At this time, the temperature around dropped suddenly. A chill swept over, caressing the skin, like a sharp edge, piercing the surface of the body, and the chill poured in. Ghosts and demons. Lin Fan was already very familiar with the situation in this world. There were only a few opening ceremonies when ghosts and demons appeared. The temperature dropped suddenly. Suddenly, there was fog blocking the road. I don't know who started this trend of appearance in Guiyao, which is still popular now. Far away, a young man carrying a school bag, yawning, riding a shared bicycle, rushing towards home. He is an ordinary overtime worker. His boss is really a beast. When it's time to get off work, he told everyone not to rush back and to go to the conference room for a meeting. He said it would be quick, but in fact, the seemingly simple meeting lasted for 3 hours. The boss is a perfect example of nonsense literature. Really. Just as he was complaining about his boss in his heart, the situation in front of him suddenly became wrong. It's a bit cold. He stopped and tightened his clothes. The fog drifted in and blocked the road ahead. Ghost demon. Living in the new era. How could he not know what he encountered? If he encountered this situation in the past, he would definitely be scared to death. If he could avoid being killed by kneeling down and kowtowed to the ghost demon, then his knees would have been swollen and red. But now, hey, ghost demon, can you get out of here? I just got off work and I'm really tired now. I just want to go back to take a shower and have a good sleep. I really don't have time to waste time with you here. The man complained very dissatisfiedly. He was really convinced. At this time, a figure stood in the mist. Tick tick, tick tick. There was a sound of water dripping. It was so far away, but the sound of water dripping was so loud, as if it was dripping in the ear. The man held the spirit tablet in front of his chest nervously. The moment he touched the spirit tablet, the man's heart was much calmer. This is the power of faith. The figure in the mist slowly turned around. It was an old man with a hunched back. The old man's face was pale, and there were sticky water stains hanging on his face, dripping slowly. The place where its feet stood was very wet. It seemed that there were some small worms twisting in the wet area. Ghost. The man recognized that this thing was a ghost. Demons are different from ghosts. The tricks of ghosts have been analyzed by some experts. Those who pretend to be deep and sneaky are definitely ghosts. The old man looked very gloomy and walked slowly towards the man. Seeing the ghost approaching, the man shouted directly, "Hey, old man, I warn you. I believe in the demon-killing true Lord Lin Fan Emperor, and I have the true Lord's spirit tablet on me. Don't force me to ask him to kill you." Sure enough, when he brought up the true Lord's spirit tablet, the old man paused and stood there in a daze, especially his gloomy face, which was also uncertain at this time. Now the reputation of the true Lord's spirit tablet is very loud. For example, Feng Zhuang, the true Lord contractor of the Demon Suppression Division, is already the strongest existence in the world. His means are like those of the immortals in the world. No matter what kind of ghosts and monsters are in front of him, they can be easily swept away. Of course, Hu Ba Tei's spirit tablet is also very good. As a guardian of the true Lord, Hu Ba Tei is also very strong. Therefore, there are only these two kinds of spirit tablets circulating in the world now. As for other spirit tablets, they have long been eliminated by the times. This is the result of version updates that cannot keep up with the rhythm. Suddenly, the old ghost walked towards the man again. The man was shocked when he saw this scene. He didn't expect to meet such a stubborn ghost. Good guy. If I don't teach you a lesson, you really don't know how powerful the spirit tablet of the true Lord is. Suddenly, the man held up the spirit tablet and shouted respectfully, "True Lord, help me. True Lord, help me." This is the slogan that believers who worship the spirit tablet of the true Lord often shout when they encounter danger. It is quite effective. Ghosts can be scared when they hear it. Sure enough, when the old ghost saw him holding up the spirit tablet of the true Lord, his face changed immediately, and he ran away in disgrace without any hesitation. Huh? I scared you to death. The man looked at the old ghost leaving, mocked with disdain, then clamped the spirit tablet between his palms, put his hands together, and bowed. Thank you for the protection of the true Lord. After hanging the spirit tablet around his neck, he continued to pedal his bicycle away. Lin Fan witnessed everything in front of him. He didn't expect that the ghosts and monsters would become like this. This was something he didn't expect. The power of the spirit tablet had not been fully stimulated, and the old ghost had packed up and ran away. It seems that his reputation in the world of ghosts and monsters is really getting louder and louder. Far away, the escaping old ghost felt very aggrieved. It is not easy to deal with humans now. It is not like before. If you want to taste the taste of humans, just go outside for a walk. If you meet humans who believe in the spirit tablet of Master Hu Ba, don't hesitate and take action directly. But now, the world has really changed. Basically everyone has a spirit tablet of the real master, which makes it impossible for the ghosts and monsters to start. Suddenly, click. Hey, old ghost, I want to ask you a question. Can you answer it truthfully? Lin Fan patted the other person's shoulder. The old ghost who was patted on the shoulder was suddenly startled and looked back. His eyes without any emotion were filled with fear. You be serious? Lin Fan raised his hand and pointed at the old ghost. Yes. The old ghost suddenly stood up straight. How could he not know who was in front of him when he was among ghosts and demons? If he didn't know this, then he really shouldn't be in the business anymore. Emperor Lin Fan, the true Lord of Demon Slayer. Damn. He was just an ordinary A-level old ghost. How could he encounter such a terrifying existence? Where is the Corpse Demon King? Lin Fan asked. The mission of the third stage was to eliminate the Corpse Demon King. And judging by the rewards, It was a reward of some attribute points. But it was not the mission of the final stage. I don't know. The old ghost shook his head hurriedly. The corpse demon king was the boss among the ghosts and demons. Even it had only seen him from a very far distance. With that one glance, it could never forget the corpse demon king's majestic figure. That was the real demon. Lin Fan stared at it calmly. I really don't know. The old ghost shrank his head and answered in fear. Oh! Lin Fan patted the old ghost's shoulder lightly, turned around and left, looking at the figure of the true lord leaving. The old ghost suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. But suddenly, it found that the shoulder that was patted suddenly rose with a wisp of flame, and the flame seemed to be devouring it. Ah! The old ghost screamed, rolled, and waved his hands to put out the flames. But the flames became stronger and stronger. In an instant, it covered its whole body and finally turned into a pile of ashes, disappearing without a trace. Outskirts. In the past, humans lived in cities, using spirit tablets as weapons to protect themselves, and the suburbs were like forbidden areas for them. And they could not enter because there were many ghosts and demons wandering in the suburbs. Brother Feng, is the ghost demon cave really the culprit for the half-blood moon? Asked the members of the demon suppression division. At this time, Feng Shuang was no longer as fat as before, but had trained his fat into muscles. When he wore clothes, he could clearly see the lines of the clothes being stretched by muscles. Feng Shuang said, the spirit tablets that protected us were not strong before, so we could only live in the city. But now we have the protection of the true Lord token, and we can go out of the city and explore the situation in the suburbs. Master Hu Ba said that the ghost demon cave appeared before the blood moon appeared. Suddenly, there were ghosts and demons around. Feng Shuang raised his hand and directly shot out a thunder, with a bang, accompanied by a scream, and knew that a ghost demon was killed. Many members of the demon suppression division were really envious of Captain Feng's killing move. Very strong. Okay. Unfortunately, they couldn't do it, so they could only ask the phantom of the true lord to kill the ghosts and monsters. And their power was incomparable to that of Team Feng. Everyone, be careful. There are many ghosts and monsters around. Don't act alone. Feng Shuang stared at the surrounding environment and reminded them. They came from the daytime and were still here at night. The back road had been blocked long ago. The ghosts and monsters might know that they were coming, so they blocked the only way out with mud and stones. So Feng Shuang and his team could only move forward and find the ghost monster cave. Of course, Feng Shuang felt that this trip would not be a big problem, as there were many masters in their team. There was Fan Jin who made a contract with the Earth God, Shen Hai who made a contract with Yiksha, Hu Lai who made a contract with Hu Ba Te. These were already the top masters of the current demon suppression division. As for Huang Xian, Hui Xian, etc., their strength was too weak. If they encountered A-level ghosts and monsters, they would need to show their saints and fight with their lives. So this action in the suburbs was not suitable for them. Hee. The eerie and weird laughter came from all directions. Everyone held their breath and moved forward cautiously. Damn those ghosts and demons. Feng Shuang shot out a bolt of lightning and a ball of flame in all directions. This unscrupulous attack method would hit the ghosts and demons from time to time even if they were hiding in the dark. Boom! 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 There was a vibration sound coming from afar. Feng Shuang and the others frowned slightly, staring at them alertly. And soon, they saw figures jumping in the distance. Demon zombies. This is a more powerful existence among ghosts and monsters. It looks like a demon and a ghost, with infinite strength. Even hot weapons cannot penetrate the opponent's skin. It can be said that it is invulnerable to swords and guns. The members of the demon suppression division stood in formation and were ready to fight at any time. There are so many of them. I'm afraid there will be a fierce battle later, a member said solemnly. In the past, they all fought ghosts and monsters in the city, but now they are in the suburbs. And there are too many ghosts and monsters. Once a fight breaks out, no one knows what the result will be. It's okay. Leave it to me. Feng Shuang waved his hand, very proudly, wearing a windbreaker and exuding domineering power, staring at the front. And the wind from nowhere. The windbreaker was lifted up. Everyone looked at Feng Shuang, feeling the gazes of the crowd. Feng Shuang raised his head proudly. Feng Shuang raised his hands and roared. Dazzling thunder gathered in his palms. Crackling. The members of the demon suppression division could feel the destructive power of the thunder from a distance. Hu Lai, who had signed a contract with Master Hu Ba, could borrow Master Hu's ability because Master Ba was the protector of the true Lord. He could also use thunder. But the gap was too big compared to Feng Zhuang. Destroy. Feng Zhuang spread his palms forward. Thunder fell, rumbling continuously. Dense thunder covered the monsters, and a sound like beans bursting was heard from the monsters. Crackling. Thick smoke emerged from the monsters. With a rumble, many monsters fell to the ground. Solved with a thunder spell. Okay. It's done, Feng Zhuang said with a smile, as if he had done something very ordinary. He was really grateful to the True Lord. If it weren't for the True Lord's appreciation, would he be what he is now? Brother Feng, you are awesome. The members gave him a thumbs up. Feng Zhuang said he was calm. If he was awesome, it was because of the True Lord. If the True Lord was not awesome enough, he would not have such means. Everyone nodded frantically. All right. 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 Let's continue. The ghosts and monsters watching from all around were terrified. Humans nowadays are really too scary. They were not like this before. They really missed the past. They were so happy back then. They played with humans, watched humans screaming, crying, wetting their pants, and even scared to death by them. And now it's incredible to think about it. They appeared in front of humans. And these guys were not afraid, but excited. They picked up the spirit tablets and shouted, True Lord, save me. Please. Let's figure it out. Who is arrogant? When Feng Zhuang and his team kept moving forward, some ghosts and monsters would appear from time to time. But in front of Feng Zhuang, these ghosts and monsters couldn't stand a single blow. This made the other members feel really uninvolved. Their existence is like shouting 666 to Feng Zhuang. And they are part of the atmosphere group. Yiksha contractor Chen Hai curled his lips. He used to be a main member. And he was the one who took action when he encountered ghosts and monsters. But now, he has also become a spectator. This change made him a little uncomfortable. He even thought, how about I also believe in the True Lord one day? After a long time, they came to the entrance of a cave and looked inside. It was pitch black. It was pitch black. There was no light at all. Even if there was sunlight, it was useless because the light was swallowed by the darkness. Is this the ghost cave? Feng Zhuang was very solemn. What do you think we should do? Go in or not? Brother Feng, I think it's better not to go in. We don't know the situation inside yet. And the space is small. For the ghosts and demons. If we go in, we may be fooled by them. Well, that makes sense. Let me put a few balls of fire in and see. Feng Zhuang threw several balls of demon-killing divine fire into the dark cave. In an instant, as the divine fire entered the cave, the dim passage was illuminated red. During the short period of brightness, the passage was filled with ghosts and demons. A series of shrill screams came. A large number of ghosts and demons poured out of the cave. They were burning with flames and in great pain. After a moment, they turned into ashes and disappeared. Fortunately, we didn't enter rashly. Otherwise it would be really dangerous, Feng Zhuang said with great relief. The members of the Demon Suppression Division also nodded silently. Indeed, there are many ghosts and demons hidden in the Ghost Demon Cave. They all silently prepared themselves. For some reason, they had a feeling that there would be a big battle when they came here. At this time, Lin Fan was secretly watching, witnessing everything in front of him, and smiled when he saw Feng Zhuang's various performances. This is the template of the protagonist who got the opportunity in the Ghost Demon world. Feng Zhuang today is not the fat Feng Zhuang before. He can borrow his power to kill demons and demons in his own world and grow up in the amazement of others. If the source of ghosts and demons is really destroyed in the future, then Feng Zhuang will be a hero in the hearts of everyone in this world. And he who cultivated Feng Zhuang will be a god in the hearts of everyone in this world. Roar! A loud roar came from the Ghost Demon Cave. The expressions of everyone present were tense. From the might of the sound, it can be felt that the one who can roar like this is probably not a simple ghost demon. Clang! The dull sound of the metal chain dragging on the ground came. A strong sense of oppression broke out from the cave. Be careful. A powerful guy is coming, Feng Zhuang warned. Whoosh! Suddenly, a black iron chain came out of the cave, breaking through the air, carrying a heavy force to kill Feng Zhuang. Feng Zhuang reacted instantly, condensed the shadow of the demon-slaying knife, and chopped the iron chain fiercely. Clang! The sound of collision sounded, splashing with fire. What a heavy force! Feng Zhuang exclaimed in his heart. Since he got the power of the True Lord, he has never encountered a ghost demon that makes him difficult. But the ghost demon throwing the iron chain now is by no means ordinary. Soon, A sturdy figure walked out of the ghost demon cave. The faces of the people who saw this figure changed drastically. The size and appearance of the other party were beyond their cognition. The other party was all black, had 2 heads, a ferocious face, and green eyes that glowed with a faint light. When you looked into its eyes, you would feel a chill. It was wrapped with thick iron chains, each as thick as a thigh. Combined with its 3 or 4 meter tall body, a sense of oppression arose. "What kind of ghost demon are you?" Feng Zhuang asked. After joining the demon suppression division, he remembered all the ghost demons that had appeared, but he had never seen the ghost demon in front of him. With the appearance of this ghost demon, the ghost demons that had been hiding in the dark appeared. "Human, you don't even know the corpse demon king, and you dare to appear here. Do you think that the obstruction along the way is just to stop you? Wrong. We are just trying to lure you here. The ghost demons also know that when a big man appears, there is no need to shrink back, and they stand up and challenge humans directly. What kind of bullshit Jinju and Spirit Tablet do you humans have to protect you? We ghost demons have the corpse demon king." Lin Fan, who followed all the way, looked at the corpse demon king. The power he exuded was indeed very strong, and he didn't know how many times stronger it was than the so-called S-level ghost demon, the boss of the 3rd stage mission. He always paid more attention to the boss, but he did not make a move immediately, but let Feng Zhuang perform first. With his ability, Feng Zhuang could be said to have a smooth journey, and no ghost or demon was his opponent. It was hard for Feng Zhuang not to be proud of this situation. Therefore, he felt that if Feng Zhuang suffered a little loss, he would be more stable in the future. At this time, Feng Zhuang made a move. "I don't care what kind of corpse demon king you are. Go to HL. Feng Zhuang roared, and hit the corpse demon king with a thunder. A loud bang. In the sight of everyone, the muscles of the corpse demon king's chest showed a little burn mark, and there was no other situation. How is this possible? Feng Zhuang showed a look of horror. The thunder that had never failed was useless to the opponent. Don't say he didn't believe it. Even other members of the demon suppression division were the same. Feng Zhuang took a deep breath and yelled, "Demon killing fire." The flames instantly covered the corpse demon king. Compared to the uselessness of thunder magic, the demon killing fire did cause damage to the corpse demon king. A few muffled groans came, and the corpse demon king tore the flesh and blood on his body, tore off the surface of the flesh and blood burned by the flames, and threw it to the ground. Blood flowed from the torn wound. It was bloody. It was disgusting to look at. Such a brutal behavior not only intimidated Feng Zhuang, but also other members of the demon suppression division. In their eyes, this corpse demon king was really different from other ghosts and demons. It was more brutal and fierce than other ghosts and demons. The ghosts and demons around cheered and shouted, "Damn it!" Feng Zhuang rushed towards the corpse demon king with a demon slayer knife. He roared, jumped up, and chopped at the corpse demon king's head. The corpse demon king's 2 heads showed a fierce smile and swung the iron chain. With a swoosh, the iron chain broke through the air with great force. Even if it didn't reach the target, the dull force could be felt. Golden body. Feng Zhuang's body was shining with golden light. Without any evasion, his body resisted the sweep of the iron chain, and the demon slayer knife in his hand fell fiercely on the corpse demon king's head. Puff! This knife chopped directly into the corpse demon king's head. Feng Zhuang's abdomen was also hit by the iron chain. Even with the golden body protecting him, the sound of his ribs breaking came, and the sound was very crisp. This huge force directly blasted Feng Zhuang away. After landing, he couldn't help but spurt out a mouthful of blood. So cruel. Feng Zhuang looked up and looked at the situation of the corpse demon king. The head that he split open was constantly spurting blood, and the corpse demon king was also wailing and screaming. After a short fight, he already knew the strength of the corpse demon king. It is very powerful, and has a high resistance to thunder magic and the demon killing fire. But its speed is not fast enough. The demon slaying knife in his hand can cause damage to it. Brother Feng. The members of the demon suppression division exclaimed. They have never seen Brother Feng so embarrassed. It's okay. Don't come over. This corpse demon king is very strong. Feng Zhuang stopped them from getting close. Qin Hai walked over. Brother Feng. Come together. Feng Zhuang nodded. Qin Hai had a contract with Yiksha, and Yiksha's ability was also very strong. I'll come too. Hu Lai also came over. As for those who carried the spirit tablets of the True Lord, they could only summon the phantom of the True Lord. Even Feng Zhuang, who had a contract with the True Lord, was injured. So the spirit tablets were useless. At this time, the corpse demon king took off the head that was cracked and bleeding. Such an action shocked everyone speechless. Who would have thought that the corpse demon king would be so fierce that he would not even let go of his own head? At the neck where the head was missing, sticky blood kept flowing. But soon, the flesh and blood at the broken neck were agitated, and a sharp roar came, and a small head suddenly grew out. The corpse demon king roared, and when he saw Chen-Hai, he roared angrily, "Yiksha, if you miss, give humans power. When the king wakes up from his slumber, it will be your death." Chen-Hai, who had borrowed power, suddenly lost the power of his body, which made Chen-Hai feel bad. "Yiksha, you are believed by humans. You can't be afraid," Chen-Hai exclaimed and shouted. But no matter how he shouted, it was useless. The power dissipated, and he was just an ordinary human at this time. Chen-Hai was stunned, and the members of the Demon Suppression Division were also stunned. They didn't expect that the threat of the corpse demon king would actually scare Yiksha. Chen-Hai pulled the spirit tablet hanging around his neck down, smashed it hard on the ground, and stepped on it with his feet. "Yiksha, you hacking bastard. I was blind and actually believed in you." The spirit tablet that could contact Yiksha did not respond. After this incident, Yiksha will have no status in the human world. Ha ha ha, the corpse demon king laughed and looked at Hu Lai. "Hu Tianbao, do you want to die too?" Hu Lai was a little nervous. "Master Hu Ba, you can't be scared. You are the guardian of the true Lord. If you are scared, it will be really embarrassing. Asshole, how can you call my real name directly?" Master Hu Ba appeared and scolded directly. Hu Lai breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Master Hu Ba appear. Master Ba was indeed relatively stable. Since he stood up, he never knelt down again. The corpse demon king said, "Hu Tianbao, you really want to die?" "Corpse demon king, the human world is protected by the true Lord. It is not a place for you ghosts and demons to make trouble." Hu Ba Te scolded. He could feel the power of the corpse demon king. If he had met the corpse demon king before, he might have made the same choice as Yiksha. At this time, Lin Fan, who had been observing the situation at the scene, saw Yiksha's escape and couldn't help shaking his head. This was a lack of trust in the true Lord. Even if he was threatened, as long as he thought, "I was fighting side by side with the true Lord's people. What was there to be afraid of?" Now this retreat, it would be like the collapse of heaven and earth. He could already foresee that the Yiksha spirit tablet would collapse, completely disintegrate, and eventually disappear in the token market. Just as he was thinking about these things, the god of land also appeared. Vanjin, who had signed a contract with the god of land, was very nervous, really afraid that the god of land would be like the Yiksha. Fortunately, he was not disappointed. The god of land, Hu Ba Te, Feng Zhuang, Hu Lai, Vanjin, charged towards the corpse demon king. The battle was very fierce. Only Hu Ba Te and Feng Zhuang could manage it. The god of land, Vanjin, and Hu Lai could not keep up with such a battle rhythm. After all, the corpse demon king was a combination of ghosts and demons beyond the S level. Gradually, the situation was not good. Feng Zhuang was hit by the iron chain before, and was seriously injured. Although Hu Ba Te had signed a contract with Lin Fan, the ability he borrowed was not as strong as Feng Zhuang. Therefore, the effect on the corpse demon king was minimal. The corpse demon king swept them over and knocked them back. Although there were many injuries on its body, they were just minor injuries to the corpse demon king. "It's too strong." Hu Ba was very shocked, but he was already very satisfied. This was one of the few and hearty battles he had, and it was against such a terrible ghost demon. Feng Zhuang didn't say anything. Even if he didn't want to admit it, he had to admit that it was indeed too strong. Corpse demon king said, "Don't you think it's ridiculous that you want to destroy me? When the king returns from his sleep, everything will change, and you humans will completely become the blood food of our ghost demons." At this time, everyone's face was very solemn. Hu Ba seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly knelt on his knees and shouted, "True Lord, true Lord." That was a voice that spread throughout the world. Hu Ba could only think of the true Lord's true body showing his holiness and destroying the corpse demon king. Feng Zhuang on the side was shocked. "Big brother, even if you call the true Lord to come, it would be better for me to call. I have made a contract with the true Lord, and I am a loyal believer of the true Lord. This relationship cannot be mistaken." Lin Fan in the dark knew that it was time for him to appear. Of course, the way of appearance cannot be messed up. Cast incense. On the scene, Dark clouds pressed down on the ground. And the moment of despair came. Just when the corpse demon king was about to wave his hand and let the surrounding ghosts and monsters eat them, a ray of light broke through the dark clouds in the sky, turned into a beam of light and fell down, shining on the earth. Ghosts and monsters. The people of the Demon Suppression Division looked up at the sky one by one. This beam of light made everyone happy and expectant. The ghosts and monsters were very confused. What the hell is going on? In an instant, the beam of light suddenly turned golden, and the dazzling light shone in all directions. One after another, heavenly sounds resounded in the sky. No one could understand what the voice was saying, but it was not important. What was needed was the atmosphere. Boom! Thunder fell and cut through the sky. True Lord. Welcome the True Lord. Master Huba shouted excitedly. He knew that in this situation, it was definitely the True Lord coming. Only the True Lord could have such power. As Master Huba shouted, the members of the Demon Suppression Division looked at each other, with joy in their eyes and a sense of relief. Now the True Lord has a very high status in the human world. True Lord. The Corpse Demon King knew that the True Lord believed in by humans had a great influence on ghosts and monsters, causing many ghosts and monsters to be unable to hunt humans. Then, the Corpse Demon King was furious. What can the True Lord do? They all have to die. After saying that, the Corpse Demon King roared and threw the iron chain in his hand into the light beam. As the iron chain entered the light beam, suddenly, a thunder came back along the iron chain. Before the Corpse Demon King could react, he was covered by thunder. Crackling. The Corpse Demon King kept shaking. His body was covered by thunder. And suddenly thick white smoke rose. With a bang, the Corpse Demon King's sturdy body fell to the ground. Gradually, the light beam dissipated, and Lin Fan, who was flowing with light, appeared in front of everyone. His eyes fell on him. Calling me? What's the matter? Lin Fan controlled his temperament very steadily. Feng Zhuang. Huba Te. Everyone. Ghosts and demons. They looked at the corpse of the Corpse Demon King with white smoke, and then looked at the True Lord, who asked them why they called him. This. Chapter 58 Jumping Up. Knees bent. Gang leader. You are my real father. Welcome to the True Lord. We have encountered a powerful ghost demon. We can't deal with it, so we can only ask the True Lord to kill the ghost demon. Huba Te answered truthfully. The original situation was indeed like this. The Corpse Demon King is very powerful. Okay. They are not his opponent even if they join forces. As the guardian of the True Lord, he should have the ability of the True Lord to sweep away all the ghosts and demons in the world. Any ghost demon who sees him must be killed. But now, he is beaten by a ghost demon without any ability to fight back. Who can bear it? There is nothing he can do. This is the fact. Where is the powerful ghost demon? Lin Fan asked calmly, showing his temperament of not taking the ghosts and demons in the world seriously. This made Huba Te admire him very much. The True Lord is worthy of being the True Lord. He is so calm. That's it. Huba Te pointed to the corpse of the Corpse Demon King with white smoke. Lin Fan glanced at the corpse and said softly, So it was it. When this True Lord descended, there was an evil spirit sneak attack. So I used some means to punish it. I didn't expect it to be the ghost demon that you couldn't deal with. But it was solved by accident. They listened to what the True Lord said, and never felt that the True Lord was pretending to be powerful. Instead, they felt that what the True Lord said was very natural. They could understand it after thinking about it. The Corpse Demon King might be very powerful to them. But what could he be in front of the True Lord? At most, he could only be regarded as a little Karami. Master Huba shouted, The True Lord has great magical powers. A mere ghost demon is violent in front of the True Lord, which is really seeking death. The members of the Demon Suppression Division around him looked at the True Lord in worship. Strong? Really too strong. The Corpse Demon King who forced them into a desperate situation was solved just like this. And the True Lord didn't even notice it. This is the most domineering. Seeing that they were injured, Lin Fan consumed incense and used the incense magic of dead tree revived in spring. A warm current swept through their bodies, and they were surprised to feel that their injuries recovered. Feng Zhuang was the most seriously injured. He had several broken ribs. He had been enduring severe pain all the time. Now that the pain was gone, he was immediately ecstatic. Thank you, Master Feng Zhuang said excitedly. It's okay, Master said calmly, and then looked at the ghosts and demons around. The ghosts and demons were already scared silly. The Corpse Demon King, the backbone of their hearts, died just like that. This was a scene they could not accept. Now they felt the gaze of Master Shuma. They shrank back one by one, showing a timid look. What a terrible reality this is. As ghosts and demons. When did they become so shameless? Lin Fan slowly raised his hand and threw a bolt of lightning into the distance. The bolt of lightning was like a python, constantly bouncing around, covering one ghost demon after another. Ah! A shrill scream was heard. The lightning method he used was different from the lightning method Feng Zhuang used with his ability. If Feng Zhuang's lightning method was version 1.0, then his lightning method was 3.0 or 4.0, which was many versions higher. The dazzling lightning flashed, and every time the lightning flashed, a ghost demon was destroyed. Feng Zhuang and the others stared. The horror of the ghost demon cave was beyond their imagination. But the arrival of the true lord made the ghost demon cave seem very ordinary. After a moment, all the ghosts and monsters around were wiped out. Lin Fan looked at everyone, nodded, and his figure gradually disappeared. He did not ask who the king that the corpse demon king was talking about was. These were not important. Anyway, as long as the king appeared, he would know. Farewell to the true lord. Hu Bate shouted. As a guardian, his worship of the true lord was unparalleled. Farewell to the true lord. Farewell to the true lord. The people who reacted shouted. Everything returned to calm. Feng Zhuang said, Eighth Master. Who is the king that the corpse demon king is talking about? Hu Bate pondered, then shook his head. I don't know. I just heard about it. I think it may be related to the 12 golden men who seal the ghosts and monsters in the world. Everything has a source. In the future, we will definitely meet that terrifying king. After Feng Zhuang fought with the corpse demon king, he felt that his own strength was really not enough. He needed to become stronger. It's not that the ability bestowed by the true lord is not strong, but he has always relied too much on the true lord's ability, which has led to his own combat ability, physical fitness, etc. Unable to keep up with the pace, he decided that when he returned, he must practice well. But now, Feng Zhuang walked to the distracted Chen Hai and patted his shoulder. Don't take the matter of Yaksha to heart. Just believe in the true lord with me. Chen Hai looked up at Feng Zhuang and said in a hoarse voice, Can the true lord sign a contract with me? Feng Zhuang was slightly stunned. Good guy. I comforted you. But you wanted to take the person I love from me. Is this good? This is very bad. Blue Star. Zhu. The third stage of the task reward has arrived. Now his attributes are skyrocketing every day, thanks to the copy tasks and the feedback from helping the members complete the daily tasks, which makes him stronger all the time. Identity, Incense God, Mythical Level, LV2. Strength, 320. Stamina, 265. Speed, 248. Not bad. Looking at his own data, his face was full of smiles. At this time, Gargamel came in from outside. He was always excited and was ready to change his clothes and continue to perform for his fans. Boss he? When Gargamel saw Lin Fan, his smile became more and more flattering. Since the appearance of the guild function, the overall style has completely changed. Well, thank you for your hard work. People work hard for the zoo, and the daily income is quite considerable. It is normal to say thank you for your hard work. Boss's favorability +1. Boss, it's not hard. Bringing prosperity to the zoo is my goal, Gargamel said solemnly. In his opinion, it was too happy to get the boss's favorability improvement. The reward for daily tasks has changed from the previous +1 to +2. What a huge improvement. He still thinks about what Madden said to him. Gargamel, do you know how lucky we are? The function of the guild allows us to become strong without having to put in too much effort. Therefore, he cherishes the opportunity now. Lin Fan nodded with satisfaction. The once unruly Gargamel was completely convinced by him. If there was no guild function in the past, would Gargamel have said such a thing? Don't even think about it. Okay. Sure enough, only large denomination banknotes appeared on the ground, which could make people bend over. Night. Sunshine Community. 13 members gathered at home. Tonight, Lin Fan specially prepared a hot pot banquet for them. Hot pot is the most delicious and convenient dinner. No matter how many people there are, you only need to add dishes to meet everyone's needs. Tomato pot. Red oil pot. 2 flavors. 2 choices. Brother Fan. Hot pot is really delicious. Hollow's favorite is hot pot. The big family now is Hollow's favorite. She thinks everyone is very friendly. Always help each other. Eat more if it tastes good. Lin Fan said with a smile. He looked at Hollow's data. Especially the skill column has an extra skill. Absolute Defense Advanced. Damn. I really envy and want to cry. Every day when you complete daily tasks in the zoo, you can get skill rewards. What kind of dog luck does it take to get it? He knew that this was not open from a treasure chest. Otherwise there would definitely be a treasure chest in his inventory. No. I also have Hollow's reward. Checking my own skill column, I was relieved to see the skill of Absolute Defense. Hee hee. I have it too. Hollow. You are very powerful now. Lin Fan said. Hollow, who was eating hot pot, never concealed her own situation from Lin Fan. Brother Fan. I think it's still very ordinary. My three-dimensional attributes are still more than 100, which can't be compared with those powerful ones on Spinach Star. Hollow said. Clank. Clank. There was a sound of chopsticks falling. Gargamel, He Mingxian, and others looked at Hollow in unison. Their open mouths and round eyes were enough to show how shocked and unbelievable they were when they heard this. Hollow. How did you improve? Gargamel asked in a stuttering tone. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Hollow tilted her head. I've said before that there's something wrong with my three-dimensionality. It always increases by itself. And it's increased a lot recently. If it weren't for Brother Fan comforting me and telling me not to take it to heart, I would have been scared to death. After saying that, he patted his chest to relieve his breath. It means Hollow is frightened. Gargamel, He Mingxian, Yachty, Maiden, Levi, everyone. Lin Fan took in everyone's expressions and said slowly, I think Hollow's situation is incredible. If we use some of our Blue Star sayings, Hollow may be the daughter of destiny of Spinach Star. If you know some of the characters in our Blue Star's history, you will find that every era, there will be a true chosen one. Hollow blinked and felt that Brother Fan's words were a bit high-end. The chosen one? Gargamel was surprised. Lin Fan said, for example, Madden has been working hard to improve himself, hoping that the Fishhead clan will get the respect and rights they deserve among the races on Spinach Star. Unfortunately, he was not chosen by God, and was persecuted in the process of struggle, which cut off his path. He Mingxian said, but now he has joined the gang, and he is improving every day. He can still stand up in the future. Madden was silent. He has come out of the previous failure. Today's daily tasks make him very satisfied. He also believes that as long as he works hard slowly, he will be able to stand up again. Lin Fan, you can think carefully about why you can join my gang? Everyone looked at each other, and even lost interest in eating the delicious hot pot in front of them. Lin Fan did not give them a chance to speak, and continued, because of Hollow. She is the first creature from Spinach Star that I met. Think about it. Is it because Hollow and I know each other that you joined the gang? Gargamel touched his chin. It seems to be true. He Mingxian said, it's not seeming, but true. Lin Fan said, if it is according to what we say, then Hollow is indeed the daughter of destiny, and she will be a great existence that can control Spinach Star in the future. Don't disbelieve it. If you build a good relationship with Hollow early now, you may all be important people in power on Spinach Star in the future. Hollow is not stupid. Hearing what Brother Fan said, she immediately became nervous. Brother Fan, are you exaggerating? Exaggerated? Lin Fan shook his head. No, not at all. I have great confidence in you. How long have you been on Blue Star? From an attribute of no more than 20 to more than 100 now. How long has it taken? At present, the highest attribute of Spinach Star is probably no more than 399. How long do you think it will take you to surpass this attribute? Gargamel listened to this. A flash of inspiration came to his mind. Yes. Hollow's growth rate is really too fast. It's beyond imagination. At this pace, Hollow will reach the B-level dungeon attribute of 399 in a short time. Now the zombie-era dungeon world has become an A-level dungeon, and no one in the entire Spinach Star dares to go to this dungeon. It should only take a short time for Hollow's attributes to reach this level, Gargamel said. Lin Fan said, Hollow has always wanted all races on Spinach Star to coexist equally. I think you all have this idea. In my opinion, if it can really reach this level, it must be Hollow leading everyone to work hard together. Now he can go to the dungeon. But Spinach Star is the only one he can't go to. Hollow used precious props to bind him, thinking that she would complete the task herself, thereby bringing him rewards and thus improving his strength. But Hollow herself didn't think that her idol Brother Fan could also complete the task and feed back the attributes back. Therefore, he felt that Hollow's life should be at the top. instead of living at the bottom like a maggot. Good people are rewarded, and fools are blessed. He wants Hollow to know that your kindness will be rewarded. Click. Lin Fan patted Hollow's shoulder and looked at her firmly. Tell me, Brother Fan, do you have confidence in yourself? Hollow looked at Brother Fan, and she saw a kind of expectation, a kind of hope, and a kind of trust in his eyes. If it were in the past, Hollow would lower her head, click her fingers, and say in a weak voice that she really couldn't do it. But now, she felt that Brother Fan was so optimistic about her. And how could she let Brother Fan down? She couldn't help but raise her head, and the weak aura instantly dissipated, replaced by a kind of confidence. Yes, Hollow, I am very confident. In an instant, the Gargamel looked at Hollow, who was a little different from before. They saw a kind of confidence in Hollow. Very good. Lin Fan was very satisfied, and then looked at Gargamel and the others and said, You are all from Spinach Star. You can assist Hollow well. I think with the assistance of you, the Dragon and the Phoenix, you will definitely be able to create a great and earth-shaking career. There will even be photos of you in the textbooks of Spinach Star. Suddenly, their eyes were shining. Can enter the textbook? It's not like they haven't been to school. The characters who can appear in the textbooks are all playing a vital role in the development of history. He Mingxian said on Blue Star. The Dragon and the Phoenix were two very powerful counselors in ancient times. Now I really didn't expect that we are so highly regarded in the eyes of the gang leader. Gang leader, you can rest assured that with us here, we will definitely help Hollow achieve a career. Of course, the premise is that we will never delay the work of the zoo. He Mingxian patted his chest and promised solemnly. Gang leader favorability +1. He Mingxian was very happy. As expected, he was quite familiar with the words to please the gang leader and improve his favorability. Lin Fan said, Very good. Let's eat. After dinner, you can gather together and use your little brains to think about how to take the first step. As soon as the voice fell, everyone started eating. After dinner, Lin Fan returned to the room, while Hollow and the others stayed in the living room, discussing fiercely. Gargamel suggested that we go directly to the Spinach Star Forum to set up an organization and challenge those primates. He Mingxian barked wildly, severely criticized Gargamel's reckless behavior, and told him to shut up and listen to what everyone said. Levi suggested that he use his Blue Star Harmony Association organization as the foundation to recruit personnel. First strengthen the strength. Develop in a low-key manner. And when the strength reaches a certain level, then appear in the public eye in a high-profile manner. Lin Fan, who stayed in the room, eavesdropped for a while with his ears erected, and was quite satisfied. It's good to have a discussion. In this stormy ocean of discussion, there will inevitably be bright spots. And among them, Madden is more reliable. As for the fact that there is no proposal now, it is because Madden wants to hear what everyone thinks, so as to combine them and give the best solution. The next day, Advent Day. Task. A guy who is good at persuasion has come to Spinach Star. He wants to persuade you. Please persuade him. Task reward, strength +10. Plunder LV5. TSK. Just this little reward? Lin Fan was very disgusted. It felt like sending beggars away. But it doesn't matter. Mosquitoes are also meat. A little bit adds up to a lot. Church. Lin Fan sat steadily on the sofa. Often when the Advent Day comes, he has to play the role of the ultimate boss in Blue Star. In the distance, 3 figures walk slowly. Jack, Fury, when you meet my leader later, you must show respect, awe, and humility. You must not be arrogant at all. Do you understand? Levi warned his good brothers, who are also the founders of the organization. Fury said, Levi, you have become a stranger to me. You used to be very proud. Levi took out 100 spinach coins from his pocket. I'll give it to you if you call me Daddy. Dad. Fury blurted out without thinking, then quickly took the 100 yuan from Levi's hand and happily put it in his wallet. Fury, you have no self-esteem. You are so rich. Jack patted his forehead. Helpless. Fury glanced at Jack. Where do you think my money comes from? I have accumulated it bit by bit. Levi said, Stop it. My gang leader is in the church. Remember what I said? Low-key, humble, respectful, and reverent. If you can't do it, leave now. Don't hurt me. I have finally left a good impression in the gang leader's heart. If you are destroyed, I will beat you. He knows how powerful the gang function is. Being able to enter the gang is simply a blessing that has been cultivated for several lifetimes. Jack and Fury patted their chests. Don't worry. We know what to do. There are more and more Adventers around. Since Wangsher began to cooperate with the Adventers, many Adventers with low attributes are willing to cooperate with the Security Bureau. We abide by the law. And you guarantee that I will complete the task. Each takes what he needs. And it is very safe. Stable order is what the Security Bureau needs most. At this time, at the church, Chow Yu and the Security Bureau placed a table on the scene, with a sign next to it. Cooperation Registration Office. The work nowadays is still quite pleasant. Unlike usual, I need to worry about what kind of Adventers I will encounter. Whether they will be unfriendly, such as killing people or preventing fires. Many Adventers walk towards the church in groups of 3 or 5. What is your mission? A descender asked his compatriots. Well, my mission is to cripple a Blue Star person. Alas, I have no choice. I think I'd better go back. Seeing his own mission, the Adventer's face instantly fell. He knew that the outcome of crippling a citizen in Huang City was terrible. Don't worry. There is a chance to complete the task. Don't tease me. The Security Bureau won't help me even if you teach me how to complete this task. Who said they won't help you? Didn't you read the forum? Some time ago, there was a guy who had the same task as you. The Security Bureau will treat you separately and find some human traffickers for you, and then let you deal with them. It's very simple. Really. Of course it's true. Can I lie to you? Don't worry. Even if the task is to kill people, as long as you are willing to cooperate with the Security Bureau, there will be no problem. There are many vicious death row prisoners in their prison. When the death penalty is executed, you will be the one to execute it. Anyway, the Security Bureau here is quite powerful. They talk casually, telling everything they experienced in the Yellow City of Blue Star. These are no longer secrets in the Spinach Star forum. Many people will post their experiences in Blue Star in the post. Some people found true love in Blue Star. This is true. It seems that it is a rabbit girl who was madly pursued by a man in Blue Star. Although she can only stay for a short day, the man can still accept it. This is love. Although the primates have been promoting the dangers of Blue Star, they have their own ideas. How could they not know? Who would believe what the primates say? At this time, Levi brought his good brothers to the church. They came relatively late. There were many Adventers standing in the church. Just when Levi wanted to explain the situation to the gang leader, he suddenly found a guy standing in the middle of the church, talking with saliva flying. Levi asked the people around him, and found out that this guy was a lobbyist sent by the primate tribe. He meant that Lin Fan had intervened in too many copy worlds, and hoped that Lin Fan would not go to other copies and stay on Blue Star. They would restrict the Adventers on Spinach Star, and complete the task safely on Blue Star. Hearing this, Levi frowned, and was very confused. Who sent this idiot? Such a topic can be said. If there had not been a cerebral thrombosis for more than 10 years, it would be absolutely impossible to say it. Lin Fan, what you did in the copy worlds of Jianghu Emperor Power and Baigui Yaoshir has seriously affected the difficulty of our Spinach Star creatures to complete the task. We hope you can withdraw from the copy world and reduce your influence. Pussy raised his head, looked directly at Lin Fan who was sitting there, and said his purpose without reservation. Lin Fan looked at the other party, slowly raised his hand, and pointed at his head. Are you sure there is no problem here? What do you mean? Pussy frowned. Lin Fan said, I am saying, is there something wrong with your brain? Or is it that the person who sent you here has a grudge against you and deliberately sent you to die? Pussy said angrily, Lin Fan, I am talking to you nicely. Don't humiliate me. Let me tell you, the creatures of Spinach Star will never allow you to do this. Then they looked at the Adventers around them. Fellow countrymen, you don't have any ideas. Those 2 copy worlds have been occupied by him, which will have a serious impact on you. The Adventers around them blinked, thinking that Pussy in front of them was a little silly. Oh my god. What the hell are you talking about? Although they have not been to the 2 copy worlds he mentioned, they have friends around them who have been there, such as the 100 Ghosts Demon World. Some friends said that when you arrive at that copy world, don't worry about anything else. Just get the spirit tablet of Emperor Lin Fan, the true lord of demon slaying, first. As long as you can get the spirit tablet, then there is nothing to be afraid of in this copy world. Levi whispered. Jack, Fury, why are you still standing there? The opportunity is right in front of you. Go get him. Jack and Fury were stunned. Who? Levi was helpless. This guy. Beat him up quickly. This is your chance to show off in front of the gang leader. This opportunity is rare. If you miss it, it will be gone. Hearing this, they reacted instantly and rushed out of the crowd, running up, taking off, and kicking. How dare you challenge the gang leader? You are simply courting death. Ouch. Jack kicked hard, directly kicking Pussy's waist, knocking him to the ground. And then, they surrounded Pussy and punched and kicked him. Lin Fan was surprised. And then he saw Li Wei trotting over with a smile. Boss, they are my partners, Jack and Fury. They have long heard of your name, and begged me to meet you. I didn't want to ask you on their behalf whether the gang would accept people, but they cried and threatened to hang themselves, which is enough to show that their worship of you has surpassed life and death. When Li Wei said this, his emotions were full and his expression was very accurate. Lin Fan smiled. It didn't matter whether what he said was true or not. When he entered the gang, everything would become true. Pussy was beaten badly now. He was wailing and screaming. Stop. Really stop. Pussy begged for mercy. Jack and Fury still knew some rules. If the gang leader didn't say to stop, they definitely couldn't stop. Stop, Lin Fan said. Jack and Fury stopped. Lin Fan looked at Pussy, who was bruised and swollen, and asked, Do you think I did something wrong? You were wrong in the first place, Pussy said. Continue. Lin Fan waved his hand. Jack and Fury roared and began to beat Pussy madly again. The surrounding adventurers were watching with their eyelids twitching. Such a domineering method. Miserable. Too miserable. Ah. 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 The shrill screams came, and Pussy felt as if all his bones were about to break. He really regretted it now. Why did he have to obey the order and come here? This guy is totally unreasonable. And what about his compatriots? They are all his own people. Why do they do this? Stop. Stop. Pussy begged for mercy. Jack and Fury would never listen to Pussy without Lin Fan's consent. Stop, Lin Fan said. The two stopped. Lin Fan smiled. Do you think I did the right thing? Pussy's eyes were swollen. He wanted to be stubborn and say who was wrong. But when he saw the two guys staring at him, he was scared and swallowed his saliva. Yes, you did the right thing. Pussy bent down in front of violence. Hear the prompt. Mission completed. Plundering upgraded to LV5. In Lin Fan's view, this was a free mission. He raised his hand, and with a swoosh, a flying knife broke through the air. When everyone reacted, the flying knife had already pierced the opponent's head. Speed +6. Boom! Pussy's body fell to the ground with a bang, gradually dissipated on the ground. The adventurers around were shocked. Such a domineering and powerful method was simply terrifying. Even Jack and Fury were the same. They knew that Lin Fan was not a soft-hearted person. If they offended him, they would definitely be miserable. Therefore, they behaved very well and obeyed what Levi had said before. Humble, respectful, and respectful. Your name is Jack? Yes. Your name is Fury? Yes. Lin Fan threw a gang invitation directly to them. Jack and Fury got the prompt and their expressions changed slightly. Do you want to join the gang? It's so cool. Join! 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 After receiving the prompt, they agreed to join without thinking. After joining the gang, they immediately looked at the instructions in the gang function. When they saw the benefits that Levi had told them, the two suddenly opened their eyes, as if they were in an unspeakable shock. They just stood there in a daze. There was no reaction at all. Levi didn't urge them, because he knew it would take time to calm down. Suddenly, "Ah!" Jack and Fury exclaimed, yelled, jumped, and ran around the church. Their faces were rosy, and they were indescribably excited. The adventurers around them were all a little confused when they saw their situation. Is this a mental illness? Isn't this too exaggerated? At this time, Fu Rui rushed towards Lin Fan. Suddenly, jumped up, bent his knees in midair, slammed to the ground with a bang, then supported the ground with both hands and knocked his head heavily. Boss, you will be my real father from now on. Bang! Bang! Fu Rui knocked his head, and he really couldn't release the excitement. Boss's favorability +90. Fu Rui looked up and said, Dear father, what does this favorability +90 mean? When Levi, who had covered his face, heard what Fu Rui said, his eyes were wide open. He looked at Fu Rui stupidly, and then looked at Lin Fan stupidly. Damn? Favorability +90? What the HL is this? Why can he get 90 favorability from the boss? Levi looked at his favorability and fell into deep thought. Is it too late for me to knock now? Jack on the side. Is it such a big deal? Should I join in? Chapter 59, I have a demon-slaying knife. And it is not excessive to kill hundreds of thousands of people in the dungeon world. Fury's kneeling reached a new height. Jack failed to keep up with the pace. So he fell behind step by step. It is definitely too late to kneel now. Even if he really kneels, he will be below Fury. A real man is born in the world. How can he be depressed and inferior to others for a long time? The surrounding adventurers were also in a state of confusion when they saw Fury and Jack being so crazy. What kind of serious illness is this? Now there are 15 people in the gang. And there is one quota left. They are not in a hurry to pull other people to join. They will keep it first. Later, they will definitely pull in relatives and friends. The gang is gradually growing. If it continues to develop according to the current situation, it will definitely be earth-shaking. When this group of crouching dragons and phoenixes are cultivated, it is time for them to call the wind and rain on the Spinach Star. Lin Fan asked the adventurers who arrived at the scene to cooperate well with the security bureaus. Of course, he didn't need to say these things. The adventurers who could come to Huangshe understood them. Lin Fan looked at the map and found that other cities had red dots flashing. He didn't expect that there were still people who didn't cooperate. He thought about it and realized that he hadn't plundered the adventurers for a while. It was just right to do his old job. He couldn't abandon his old job of plundering just because he could complete the task and get rewards. He sent the new members he brought to the gang to the zoo. Then he started to act. Nan Province. Jin City. A jewelry store. Listen. The adventurers inside. Put down your weapons and ensure the safety of the hostages. Our security bureau is willing to cooperate with you to complete the task. The captain of the action team in Jin City looked very serious. The Sky Eye monitoring always observes the situation of the adventurers. Copying the set of the Huang City Security Bureau, they reached cooperation with the adventurers. The effect is very good. There are not many troubles. And even if there are troubles, it is only a temporary situation. Captain, what should we do now? A member asked. There are 2 adventurers in total, and they are working together with a local robbery gang to rob jewelry. The local robbery gang has a total of 4 people, with homemade guns and some hostages. It's difficult for us to act. The captain of the action team said in a deep voice, don't worry. You must ensure the safety of the hostages and don't anger them. He really didn't expect that the adventurers would mix with the local robbery gangs, which was beyond his imagination. In the jewelry store, the 4 robbers were very excited and had already put the jewelry in the cabinet into the bag. They didn't expect that there would be adventurers willing to cooperate with them. The security bureau will take the initiative to help you complete the task. How do you want to go against it? The robber asked. A dissenter said, not everyone needs stability. We like excitement, and we like to go against others. Yes, excitement is what we pursue. The 2 adventurers seemed very crazy. Can we go to your Spinach Planet for fun? The robbers asked. If they could go to Spinach Planet, it would be great. After finishing their work, they could hide on Spinach Planet. They could even do something big on Spinach Planet, and then go back to Blue Planet to hide. Just thinking about it made them feel great. Are you dreaming? The adventurers rolled their eyes. The natives here really like to dream. Outside, more and more people are watching. They have only seen jewelry store robberies in movies, but they didn't expect it to happen in reality. It's really exciting. Even if the security bureau wants to evacuate the crowd, the onlookers will not leave. Who wants to miss this kind of thing? Melon seeds. Benches are arranged. Just be a bystander. At this time, the action team has already set up the cordon, and a figure appeared beside the cordon, bent over, lifted the cordon and walked in. Don't come in. It's dangerous. A member of the action team saw a citizen walking in and hurriedly stopped him. The captain of the action team looked in the direction of the sound, and suddenly, his face suddenly changed. He hurriedly trotted over and said respectfully, Captain Lin, if you don't even know your boss, what's the point of mixing? Sun Dong. Captain, you know me. Nonsense. I chose your position as captain. Do you know me? Lin Fan said with a smile. The members of the action team who came to stop them were shocked to see their captain calling the other party the captain-in-chief. After looking carefully, they found that it was indeed the captain-in-chief. They had seen the captain's photo and the video of the captain dealing with the adventurers. To be honest, they were all shocked. Sun Dong scratched his head awkwardly. Captain-in-chief, there are a total of 6 robbers in the jewelry store now, 2 of whom are adventurers, and the rest are local robbers. Oh, I see. Just leave it to me. Lin Fan went to the jewelry store. And the captain breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't know why the captain-in-chief came here. It didn't matter. He knew that things would be over soon. At this time, Lin Fan came to the door of the jewelry store, pushed open the door, and the sound of wind chimes rang. "Excuse me. I'm coming in." In a moment. Bang! 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 The sound of gunfire came. And it was only a few seconds before the sound of gunfire dissipated. The captain who was waiting outside saw the sound of gunfire dissipate. And then he led his men to quickly walk into the jewelry store. When he got inside, he found 4 local robbers lying on the ground wailing. The 2 dissenters disappeared. The hostages were safe, without any casualties. After questioning, they learned that the 2 dissenters had been killed, and the young man who killed the dissenters disappeared in front of them. The captain of the Jinshi action team was not surprised by this. The captain is worthy of being the captain. He is very powerful. Lin Fan was looking for the red dissenters on the map, and plundered their attributes casually. The behavior of binding and repeatedly brushing attributes was outdated. Instead, he killed them with one move, plundered their attributes, and sent the other party home blank. Night. Lin Fan settled them down at home and returned to the room. It's time to go to the 5 demons to spread faith. I don't know what this copy world is like. He had cleared the missions in this copy world. The main missions of the world have been completed. That is, the low-level ghost world. Just say the final 5 gods can be completely crushed with a random move. Enter. The scene in front of him changed. As soon as I entered the dungeon world, a strong smell of blood hit my nose. What's going on? Are there ghosts rampaging again? At this time, he was in the wilderness. Following the smell of blood, he soon came to a village. The village was lifeless, with thick smoke floating up. From a distance, he could see many corpses lying in the village. The village was destroyed? Lin Fan frowned and walked into the village. The situation in front of him was a bit unbearable to look at. Some were disemboweled, and their intestines were scattered all over the ground. Some were beheaded, and their heads were impaled on wooden sticks. Looking to the side, there was a female corpse lying on the threshold of the house. Her clothes were torn, and her back was stained with blood. It wasn't done by ghosts. Ghosts didn't think so. Hell on earth. This is Hell on earth. Who is it? The means are so cruel. This hacking person must have some problems in his mind. He would never do such a thing. Lin Fan frowned and walked into a kitchen. It seemed that something was cooking in the pot. White steam was boiling and slowly drifted towards the roof. He lifted the lid of the pot. Hack. He stepped back a few steps. With horror in his eyes, he saw a baby's body floating in the boiling water in the pot. At this moment, Lin Fan's face was very solemn. Although he was not a native of the 5 demons, the emotions and human nature between people were common. Suddenly, he heard a noise coming from outside. In the distance, a group of soldiers in military uniforms and helmets lined up and walked towards the village in an orderly manner. This group of soldiers had a common feature. That is, they had a group of black beards. Someone. The leading officer saw Lin Fan standing at the entrance of the village and couldn't help shouting. When they saw that there was only one person, they didn't take Lin Fan seriously. After all, there was only one person. Lin Fan looked at the group of soldiers and found that their attire was very similar to that of a country in the modern history of Blue Star. Suddenly, he thought of something. When he first came to the 5 Demons World dungeon, it was just a time when warlords were fighting for territory. As time passed, the war ended, so now it might be an invasion by foreign enemies. The process of the ancient dungeon world is different from that of Blue Star, but it is roughly the same. The 5 Demons World dungeon world is a modern period, so it is normal to encounter such things. Just as he was thinking about these, the group of soldiers surrounded Lin Fan. Sir, I'm right, aren't I? The untouchables in this country are very good at digging tunnels. As long as we kill them back, we will definitely catch them. The soldier who spoke was very proud. He felt that he was really smart. Yoshi. Great. The commander gave the soldier a thumbs up. Lin Fan's voice gradually turned cold. Did you kill the villagers? Yes. We killed them. Hee hee. It was really easy to kill. We used this knife. We have almost killed 1,000 people. The officer drew the sword from his waist and said proudly. A cold light flashed. With a sound of puff, Lin Fan held the demon-slaying knife and cut off the knife in the officer's hand. He also cut off his head with one knife, directly separating his head from his neck. Ah! The soldiers around reacted and hurriedly opened fire. trying to kill Lin Fan. Lin Fan raised the Demon Slayer knife and swung it quickly. In the blink of an eye, the group of soldiers had been beheaded. Only one soldier looked at the scene in front of him with a look of panic. The gun in his hand fell to the ground. Lin Fan walked in front of him. Which country are you from? Yamato. Did you start a war here? Yes, yes. Lin Fan knew it. Kicked the other party to the ground. Raised his foot. And stepped directly on the other party's head. With a click, the other party's head exploded like a watermelon. And the flesh and blood sprayed all over the ground. He wiped the blood off the Demon Slayer knife and put it on his back. It seems that I won't leave so soon. He has brought Yamato, the country and the chaos of the 5 demons, into the country in the modern history of Blue Star. At that time, he was not born and could not participate. So now, he will participate in it here. I don't know how Master Qinghai is doing. Lin Fan thought. At this time, Buddhism. At the foot of the Lotus Temple, Qinghai raised his head and looked at the top of the mountain. Then quickened his pace and headed towards the mountain. Now the country is in crisis. No one can avoid it. Since he parted with the Heavenly Master, Qinghai has regarded marriage as a major event. Of course, he lived up to expectations. Qinghai found a wife and a child. The child is already 10 years old and looks very much like him. In the future, the Golden Buddha will be inherited by him. He didn't want to participate in those wars between warlords at all. After all, it was an internal fight. But who could have thought that foreign enemies invaded? And the country was in crisis. Qinghai left his wife and children and participated in this battle to defend the country. The ninjas and onmyoges of Yamato had a great impact on the top leaders of the resistance army. They have been assassinating all the time. Therefore, how can these talented people in the world tolerate it? Soon, when Qinghai arrived at the gate of the Lotus Temple, he saw Master Pudu waiting early with a bag on his back. And behind him, there was a group of little bald heads. All of them were children. I knew you would come a long time ago, Master Pudu said with a smile. It seems that you know why I came. Of course I know. Didn't I pack my bag and wait for you? Qinghai didn't expect that the old bald donkey had already anticipated it. So he saved a lot of nonsense. Then shall we leave now? Then let's go. Master Pudu was about to leave with Qinghai, but suddenly stopped and looked at the reluctant disciples. You should take good care of the house, and don't go anywhere. If you find the enemy going up the mountain, you should hide in the secret room quickly, and don't be discovered. Remember, you must read the Buddhist scriptures that the Master left for you to subdue demons and eliminate demons. In the future, you will have to rely on you to slay demons and eliminate demons. Master, when will you come back? The disciples asked. They were all children taken in by the Master. They followed the Master to chant scriptures and recite Buddha on the mountain, and occasionally went to the foot of the mountain to perform rituals for the rich families and get some food and drink. Soon, Master Pudu sighed. How could he know when he would come back? He just hoped that he could see him again. 2 figures went down the mountain. Master Qinghai, where's the Golden Buddha? No. I asked my wife to take the children and the Golden Buddha out to sea to another place. It's a question whether they can survive this time. If I die, won't the Golden Buddha be taken away by those guys? Golden Buddha is such a powerful thing. But you didn't even bring it with you. I suddenly feel that it's a bit hasty to go down the mountain with you. We've already gone down. There's no point in being hasty. We still have to go to the Taoist sect now. Well, it's better to find more helpers. After all, the strength of the 2 of us is still very weak. Gradually, the figures of the 2 disappeared at the foot of the mountain. At this time, Lin Fan, carrying the Demon Slayer sword, came to the gate of a city. The people around him lowered their heads and were in a bad mood. When entering the city, they needed to be checked by the Yamato soldiers. This city has been occupied, so it became the base of the Yamato soldiers. Stop! Lin Fan's dress easily attracted their attention. He carried a sword and appeared in a swagger. He didn't look like a civilian. Who did he want to kill? The people around him looked at Lin Fan quietly, and they couldn't help but sweat for him. They must not be impulsive. Otherwise they would be beaten into a sieve. What's your name? Where are you from? What are you doing here? Tell me. Are you? Bang! Lin Fan raised his hand, covered the other's face with his 5 fingers, and smashed his head against the city wall fiercely. With a puff, the back of his head exploded and blood spurted out. Ah! The people around stared in shock, and they couldn't believe their eyes. They didn't expect that this knight with a knife on his back was so powerful that he killed the Yamato soldiers in public. To be honest, this made them feel particularly sour. The anger in their hearts was vented fiercely. In their hearts, the Yamato soldiers were no different from animals. And the things they did were not something that humans could do. The Yamato soldiers around hurriedly raised their guns and wanted to shoot Lin Fan. But Lin Fan moved his wrist, and the flying knife swished through their heads directly. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen Yamato soldiers on the scene were shot and killed. Lin Fan didn't even look at them and went towards the city. The people around looked at Lin Fan's back, clenching their fists, wanting to release the joy in their hearts completely. There were Yamato soldiers patrolling in the city. Before they noticed that Lin Fan was wrong, Lin Fan took the initiative to draw his sword and easily killed him. And blood splattered on the spot. The people around were stunned. They didn't know what happened. But in their opinion, this was something worth cheering. There were heroes and warriors killing Yamato soldiers. Garrison. The news that Lin Fan was killing Yamato soldiers with a knife had come. The local chief immediately organized the soldiers to surround and kill. At this time, a woman wearing Yamato clothes had a calm expression. And in her seemingly calm eyes, there was a chill. The capable man of this country finally showed up. Master Jingzi, can you deal with him? Haha. It's very simple. The woman called Master Jingzi said indifferently, not taking Lin Fan's appearance seriously at all. Outside, the Yamato soldiers aimed at Lin Fan, and the bullets instantly covered Lin Fan like raindrops. These bullets were blocked by a golden light and stopped in front of Lin Fan. This was the Vajrachi formed after he practiced the Vajra indestructible divine art to perfection. Ding ding dang dang. The bullet was blocked and fell to the ground. The bullet was squeezed and shriveled. And it had no effect at all. How is it possible? Why is the bullet useless to him? This is a monster. Monsters must die too. The Yamato soldiers looked fierce, with no other thoughts, just wanting to kill Lin Fan completely. Lin Fan held a knife and disappeared from the spot with a swish. He appeared in the crowd of Yamato soldiers, holding a knife, and fell with one knife, directly splitting the soldier in front of him into two pieces. In an instant, blood sprayed everywhere. Originally, the air was filled with the smell of gunpowder, but gradually, the smell of blood gradually covered the smell of gunpowder. Ah! He is a devil. Don't come over. Don't come over. The Yamato soldiers screamed in panic. The bullets were useless to the other party, and the other party was like an executioner, constantly shuttling through the crowd, harvesting their lives. And the means were extremely cruel. With one knife, there was no whole body left. The sound of gunfire was deafening. The people in the city did not dare to approach, but they all hid in the dark and secretly watched. When they saw that the bullets had no effect on the hero, they were very excited. Some clenched their fists and wanted to shout loudly, and some had tears in their eyes. It felt like a great revenge. After all, the things that the Yamato soldiers did to the local people after they occupied this place were very bad. Some women were violated, and some innocent people were beaten to death. It was just for fun for the Yamato soldiers. At this time, Lin Fan walked inside. Outside, there were countless broken bodies lying. The ground was already stained red with blood, and it was difficult to find a clean piece of ground. A figure appeared in front of Lin Fan. What a cruel method. Are you the capable person of this country? Master Jingzi looked at Lin Fan with a teasing look. In her opinion, the other party was just a guy with brute force and strong flesh, and she did not take him seriously. The real killing move was from the inside out. The officer on the side also raised his head. With Master Jingzi by his side, he felt very safe. Master Shizuko is the most outstanding yin-yang master in Yamato. That is a terrifying existence that can drive ghosts and gods. Suddenly, Lin Fan disappeared from the spot in an instant. And when he reappeared, he appeared in front of Master Shizuko, with the demon-slaying knife in his hand piercing her chest. Master Shizuko stared, slowly lowered her head, and looked at the wound in disbelief. You? She didn't expect the other party's speed to be so fast. You talk too much. Lin Fan pulled out the knife, and a large amount of blood gushed out of Master Shizuko's chest. Finally, she fell to the ground unwillingly. She was very unwilling in her heart. I haven't used my unique skills well, and I'm gone like this. The officer on the side was already scared silly. With a plop, kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. Lin Fan didn't even look at it, and swung the knife and directly chopped off the officer's head. Killed them all. Looking at the situation around, there was no Yamato soldier standing, looking down at the woman whose chest was pierced by his knife. Just a small character. He didn't take it seriously. If he had to fight with the other party, even for an E-level copy, then he would be a waste. When he walked out of the military camp, people gradually gathered around the street outside. When they saw the corpses all over the ground, they were all frightened. But when they saw that these corpses were all Yamato soldiers, they were not so scared anymore, and even discussed excitedly. Good death. Too good death. God opened his eyes. At this time, the people's eyes fell on Lin Fan, and the expression in their eyes was the same. That was excitement. Don't be afraid. They are all dead, Lin Fan said with a smile. He really didn't feel any guilt for killing these guys. Finally, a brave citizen said, "May I ask the hero's name?" Lin Fan originally wanted to continue using the name of Emperor Lin Fan, the true Lord of Demon Slayer. But thinking about his name in the Five Demons chaotic world was the Heavenly Master. This thing naturally cannot be messed up. What is needed is to have a beginning and an end. A copy world. A name. Heavenly Master Lin Fan. Lin Fan said. Heavenly Master Lin Fan said. This Heavenly Master has traveled around the world, slaying demons and monsters. Now that foreign enemies have invaded, and the people are living in misery, how can this Heavenly Master sit back and watch? All the Yamato soldiers in this city have been killed by me. If you are afraid that there will be more Yamato soldiers coming in the future, you can remember my appearance, draw a picture, and hang it on the city gate. You just need to believe in it sincerely, and shout Heavenly Master when you are in danger, and I will come to save you. The people looked at each other, and naturally believed what the immortal said. After all, there are really ghosts in the copy world of the five demons in the chaos. Lin Fan disappeared in front of the people in an instant. This method is to increase the people's trust in him. Immortal? It's really an immortal. The immortal said he is a Heavenly Master. The Heavenly Master is also an immortal. Let's do what the immortal said, and hang the immortal's portrait at the city gate. The members of the resistance army hidden in the city hurriedly sent this matter back by telegram. This matter is really shocking. It can be said that who would dare to believe it if they didn't see it with their own eyes? After leaving the city, Lin Fan continued to look for the traces of the Yamato soldiers. In the distance, the roar of artillery fire came. A group of Yamato soldiers continued to advance, forcing the rebel army into a desperate situation. The members of the rebel army were basically ordinary people. Their families and relatives were killed by the Yamato soldiers. In order to avenge, they joined the army with a ball of anger in their hearts, just to kill the Yamato soldiers. At this time, due to strategic issues, they needed to stop the Yamato army for 7 hours. But with a huge disparity in numbers and firepower, whether they could hold on for 3 hours was a problem. Brothers, you have to hold on for 7 hours no matter what. As long as you can hold on for 7 hours, the main force can complete the mission. The rebel company commander shouted. Yes! Fight back. Lin Fan noticed the situation over there. He walked step by step towards the rear of the Yamato army. At this time, a soldier in the resistance army saw Lin Fan and hurriedly said, Captain, a man appeared behind the Yamato army. He carried a knife and seemed to want to assassinate the Yamato soldiers from the rear. The captain heard this and hurriedly grabbed the telescope and observed carefully. Nonsense. This is no different from committing suicide. But he had just finished speaking. He saw that something was wrong. He looked very shocked. With the help of the telescope, he saw the other party slowly raise his hands. And then it seemed that thunder condensed on his palms. Captain, dark clouds appeared over the Japanese. There is also thunder in the dark clouds. Hack. Amid the exclamations, thunder fell from the dark clouds in an instant, directly covering the Yamato army. The sound of gunfire dissipated, replaced by miserable screams. The rebels looked at the situation in front of them. They fell into deep confusion. To them, it was like seeing a ghost. The thunder dissipated, and black smoke rose on the battlefield. Lin Fan passed through the Japanese camp and walked towards the rebels. Some soldiers raised their guns nervously, but were scolded by the company commander beside them to put them down. The company commander hurried to Lin Fan. Hello. Did you do that just now? The company commander saw clearly that the other party had thunder in his hand. And then what happened just now happened. I did it, Lin Fan said. Who are you? Those who can control thunder in this way are definitely not normal people, Lin Fan said. Master Lin Fan. Master, is he a Taoist? Or a master of Maoshan? The company commander had seen Taoists perform magic before, and had also seen zombies. Those things were invulnerable to swords and guns, and they were destroyed by Taoist magic. Lin Fan shook his head and said, Neither. This master is a god. God? The company commander opened his mouth, very surprised. Lin Fan smiled, but didn't say much. Then he saw a lot of wounded soldiers, consumed incense, and waved at a group of wounded soldiers. In an instant, those wounded soldiers with painful expressions suddenly found that they didn't seem to hurt. Huh? I don't feel any pain at all. The company commander looked at the wounded in shock. Just now, he saw the other party waved at the wounded. And then this happened. Lin Fan said, "Little magic. Not worth mentioning. I should go too. The world is too chaotic. And I still need to clean it up one by one." After that, he disappeared directly in front of the company commander. "Pa!" The company commander slapped his face fiercely, feeling the pain, and couldn't help twitching the corners of his mouth. God. Damn. We really met a god. Captain. Is he really a god? Nonsense. Can't gods do this? Does that mean even gods are on our side? Will the Japanese be in trouble? I don't know whether it will be miserable or not. But it will definitely not be much better. The captain's task is to lead the troops to resist for 7 hours. But now? Let alone 7 hours. The Japanese are all gone. Doesn't it mean that the task has been completed in excess? Master Qinghai. The Japanese ninjas and Yin-Yang masters are in the city. We have been unable to capture it all along. If we can't capture it, our troops can't move forward. A leader of the resistance army said. Qinghai said, "We are here. And we are ready to fight them to the death." Pudu said, "The techniques of ninja and Yin-Yang master were passed down from our country. I didn't expect that they would become sharp swords to stab us in the future." Qinghai said, "Leave the Yin-Yang master to us. But the ninjas will still depend on the martial arts masters. Don't worry. I will let these ninjas know how powerful we are." The speaker is Lu Tiexin, the top martial arts master in the world, who practices Iron Shirt and Eagle Claw. The road of martial arts has always been confusing. The emergence of hot weapons is really a fatal blow to us martial artists. The rich blood and chi training, in addition to deterring evil spirits. We are still very vulnerable in front of these guns and cannons. But it is worth it to be able to use what we have learned to help this country. The speaker is King Zhu of King Kong Fist, also a martial arts master. They used to be masters who opened schools to teach disciples. But when the troubled times came, people had problems eating. So who could learn martial arts? Even they sometimes had to perform on the streets to earn a meager living. Qinghai said, "I will send a message to them with a paper crane. The battle will be held tomorrow." After that, Master Qinghai took out a yellow talisman, folded it into a paper crane, and then chanted a spell and pointed with 2 fingers. The dead paper crane suddenly flapped its wings and flew away. Chapter 60 is you. The Heavenly Master, Master Qinghai, cast a spell. They all died fighting the devils. If they knew they could fight the devils after death, they would be very happy. Huang Yi said. He is the leader of the resistance army here. Master Qinghai looked at the group of sacrificed soldiers in front of him and said slowly, "I'm sorry. If it were in the past, Master Pudu would definitely stop someone from casting a spell to turn the dead into zombies, calling the other party an evil heretic who actually cast an evil spell to create zombies. But now, he can only watch, because he knows this is the only way." At this time, Master Qinghai cast the Maoshan secret method to attract the Earth's energy, and at the same time held the Bagua mirror and pointed it at the bright moon in the sky. Then a ray of moonlight turned into a beam of light, which was drawn by the Bagua mirror. With a turn of his wrist, the Bagua mirror was aimed at the corpses on the ground, and the essence of the moonlight enveloped the corpses. Gradually, a thick black mist escaped from the corpses. Zombie. It became. Get up. Several corpses stood upright. The Qinghai master bit his finger and smeared his own blood between the philtrum of the corpses. The group of corpses, like living creatures, let out a low roar, and the blood was sucked into their mouths. Each of them showed their sharp teeth. Master Pudu said, "The Qinghai Taoist is still powerful. Among the 10 zombies, there is a green zombie. This battle is more likely." Huang Yi asked in confusion, "Are there also levels of zombies?" The Qinghai master said, "People are divided into 3, 6, 9 levels, and there are 8 types of zombies. Purple zombies, white zombies, green zombies, hairy zombies, etc. Purple zombies are easy to deal with. Ordinary strong men can kill them with sufficient preparation, while white zombies and green zombies require people with Taoism to deal with. Soldiers have resentment, and they are refined into zombies, starting with white zombies. Martial arts masters Lu Tiexin and Wang Zhu were very surprised. Although they also knew about ghosts and gods. But they don't see it often. And those who practice martial arts have strong blood and qi. So ordinary ghosts dare not approach them. As for zombies, even if they appear, they rarely appear in crowded places. So they have not seen them for decades. To be honest, if it weren't for the Qinghai mage performing in front of them, I really don't have this kind of experience. Huang Yi said, Qinghai mage, given the current situation, how confident are you in dealing with the Japanese ninja and yin-yang master? Qinghai mage shook his head and said, I don't know. I heard that the Japanese yin-yang master is proficient in shikigami, and his true and false are unpredictable. Only after a real fight can we know their strengths and weaknesses. As if he thought of something, Qinghai mage sighed. What's wrong? Master? Huang Yi asked. Master Qinghai said, it would be great if the Heavenly Master was here. These little Japanese ninjas can't stand up to the yin-yang master. Heavenly Master? Yes. The Heavenly Master is a real god in our country. The 5 demons that plagued the world were destroyed by the Heavenly Master. The appearance of the 5 gods has plunged our land into a catastrophe. If it weren't for the Heavenly Master's help to subdue the demons, the consequences would be disastrous. When mentioning the Heavenly Master, Qinghai's face was full of admiration. This kind of admiration from a middle-aged man. Huang Yi was surprised. Although he had never seen the Heavenly Master, he could tell from the expressions of Master Qinghai and Master Pudu that the Heavenly Master was probably a real god. The next day, with the advent of war, the people were worried about their future lives. As the territory was constantly lost and the defenders were defeated, the people's hope was slim. In tea houses, pubs, and streets, many people sighed. Selling newspapers? Selling newspapers? The gods saved the world. The gods saved the world. The Qinghai Japanese garrison was eliminated by the gods. The pigtailed newspaper boy shouted on the street. It instantly attracted the attention of many people. The gods saved the world? Some scholars shook their heads and sneered at this. How could there be gods in this era? Only we can save the country. Relying on gods is simply nonsense. Give me a newspaper. But some people still couldn't help but want to know what was going on, and wanted to see what was written in the newspaper. Okay. The newspaper boy thought today's business was really good. Many people have already bought newspapers. In the tea house, a group of people surrounded the newspapers they had just bought. Before they read the contents of the newspapers, they had already started a heated discussion. Gods? Where did the gods come from? If there were gods, would this be the case? Since Marshal Su fired the first shot, few warlords dared to fight. Alas, it's a pity for Marshal Su that he died in the Japanese's honey trap. Otherwise the Japanese wouldn't have been able to advance so quickly. I once heard a rumor that Marshal Su encountered an evil spirit, and several concubines died in the hands of the evil spirit. Later, a master saved him. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's take a look at the content of the newspaper. Everyone tiptoed and looked at the newspaper. After a short silence, suddenly, there was a cry of surprise. Is there really a god? The Japanese garrison in Qinghai County reached 1,000 people. And there were thousands of puppet troops. Was it really killed by one person? Look at the photo. This is a photo taken. And the corpses in it are the Japanese. Tianshi Lin Fan. Hang the portrait of Tianshi on the city wall. If you encounter an attack by the Japanese, you can call for Tianshi to come. This is too superstitious. A group of young people with higher education discuss fiercely. Some think there is something wrong with this. Some think the immortals may be true. After all, if they are not immortals, how can they achieve this level? Ahem. Young people, do you not believe in ghosts and gods? The old man pouring tea in the tea house asked with a smile. Old man? Of course I don't believe it. We are all educated. There are no ghosts and gods in this world. As for those gods and Buddhas, they are just for the ancients to satisfy their psychological needs. A short-haired young man said. Other young people around echoed this. I agree with this statement very much. The old man said. Do you know Chongyang City? Chongyang City? A young man frowned in thought, and suddenly seemed to remember. I remember that there is no one there now. I heard that there was a plague and many people died. The old man said. That's not a plague. Not a plague? How are you sure? Because the old man, survived from Chongyang City. At that time, Marshal Su was in charge of Chongyang City. That day, I was setting up a stall on the street as usual. Suddenly, black clouds covered the city, and the wind was gusting. The whole city was shrouded in black clouds. It was the evil spirit Wutong God, who was causing trouble. Many people died. The old man calmly told the situation at that time. The tea drinkers in the tea house listened very seriously. Some took a breath of cold air and felt that the scene at that time was very scary. Of course, some people doubted this, thinking that it was a bit fake and sounded like a story. This is too fake, someone said with a smile. The old man said with a serious look, no, this is not fake. This is true. Among the mages who came at that time, there were the Qinghai mages, the Pudu master of the Lotus Temple, and a group of Taoist priests. But in the end, it was the heavenly master Lin Fan who dealt with this matter and killed this evil demon. Everyone looked at the old man with a serious expression, and for a moment they didn't know what to say. At this time, click, a corpse fell in front of Lin Fan. The head was separated from the body, and blood sprayed down the neck. Lin Fan gently waved the demon-slaying knife in his hand and splashed the blood on it. It's okay. Let's go quickly, Lin Fan said as he looked at the group of fleeing people in front of him. The people looked at the scene in front of them stupidly. They were fleeing but were discovered by the Japanese. The appearance of dozens of Japanese made them despair. But who could have thought that just when they thought they were going to die, the man in front of them appeared with a knife. Those vicious Japanese were like vegetables in his hands. They were chopped without any ability to fight back. Even bullets hitting him were useless. In their eyes, he was like a god. May I ask your name? Hero? An elderly man came out and asked. Lin Fan was going to spread faith in the 5 demons, so he naturally couldn't call himself a human. Tianshi Lin Fan. Tianshi? Lin Fan pointed to the sky. The demons in the world are making trouble and came from the sky. I shouldn't care about the invasion of foreign enemies, but I have been worshipped from ancient times to the present, so I can't ignore it. When the foreign enemies are cleared, this Tianshi will return to heaven. He said it very simply and easily. But these words were earth-shaking and overwhelming in the ears of the rescued people. Plop! The old man suddenly knelt on the ground and said respectfully, I didn't know that the gods came to the mortal world. Please don't blame me. As the foreign enemies invaded, the old man was full of despair for his future life. But when he learned that the gods were saving the world, his dead heart beat again. It's okay. Lin Fan waved his hand, and a force wrapped the old man and helped him up. Everyone looked at Lin Fan in shock. Excuse me, Master, can I take a photo for you? A young man came out with a camera hanging around his neck. He was a war correspondent who wanted to take pictures of the things the Japanese did and use them as evidence. Yes, Lin Fan said calmly. Thank you, Master. The young man held the camera and looked very nervous. The hand pressing the shutter was trembling. It was enough to show how nervous he was now. Click! The camera flashed, and the photo was taken. Lin Fan in the lens had an excellent temperament, and his whole body was full of an ethereal temperament like a god. Master, I have something to report. Go ahead. Some time ago, I heard from a friend that the Japanese seem to have arranged a group of experts to come here and assassinate our senior generals. Where are they? In Huaiyang County. Okay, I got it. Lin Fan nodded. The woman he killed earlier was an Onmyoji, so the master said should be of this type. His figure disappeared in front of everyone out of thin air. The heavenly master just disappeared like that? This is really a method that only gods can have. Our country is saved. Yes. Yes. The young reporter opened his mouth. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it. He clenched his fists. I must spread the deeds of the heavenly master. When the national morale is so low, it is necessary to boost morale. When such an idea appeared in his mind, it was out of control. At night, led by the Qinghai master, they walked towards the battlefield where they were fighting against the Japanese devils under the cover of moonlight. Huang Yi and his team also started the battle. The victory or defeat of Qinghai and his team will determine the victory or defeat of Huaiyang County. Lu Tiexin and Wang Zhu, 2 martial arts masters, led the way in front. Swish, swish. In the darkness, there was a sound of breaking air. Lu Tiexin and Wang Zhu looked condensed and swung their knives fiercely, knocking away the attacking hidden weapons. 6 ninjas in black stood on the branches far away on the left and right sides. They had knives on their backs. Their hands were folded, and their only exposed eyes were shining with cold light. They were like ruthless killers. In front, 4 figures also appeared, led by an old man with a hunched back. And the other 3 looked at this side indifferently. It seemed that they did not take Qinghai and the other seriously. Amitabha. The other side has many people and powerful forces. Master Pudu chanted the Buddha's name. Master Qinghai took a deep breath. He knew that this battle was difficult. He didn't need to care about those ninjas. But those four were obviously the onmyoges of the Japanese devils. Then, Qinghai took out the Sanqing bell and shook it. And saw the 10 zombies that had been refined before appeared from the darkness. Master Qinghai. Let's go deal with the group of ninjas first. Lu Tiexin and Wang Zhu looked at each other and said softly. Then each went in one direction. What can 6 ninjas do? 1 against 3 is no problem. When accepting the invitation of Master Qinghai, they were ready to sacrifice themselves. Martial artists strengthen their bodies, help the weak and protect their country. At this time, a ninja rushed towards Lu Tiexin with a knife. In an instant, he appeared in front of Lu Tiexin. And Lu Tiexin made 5 fingers into claws and performed the eagle claw skill. The 5 fingers popped out, but they pounced into nothing, and the ninja in front of him disappeared. Suddenly, the disappeared ninja appeared behind him out of thin air, and the knife in his hand slashed at Lu Tiexin's junior. Clang! The blade chopped. The clothes were torn, but there was a sound of metal collision, and the shocked ninja's eyes showed horror. Little devil, you don't know the iron shirt, do you? When masters fight, there are not so many counterattacks. The slightest flaw can cost one's life. Lu Tiexin grabbed the opponent's throat with 5 fingers, and with a click, he crushed it directly. Puff! At this moment, a ninja rushed out from the ground, holding a silver needle, and stabbed directly at the acupuncture point on Lu Tiexin's waist. After such a blow, his face changed instantly, and he kicked the opponent away with 1 foot, pulled out the silver needle from his waist, and his face was very solemn. I didn't expect that he actually knew how to break the skill. Lu Tiexin knew that from ancient times to the present, too many things have been passed down, valued, developed, and eventually formed their own routines, and their inheritance is easy to break. First of all, they are not valued, and the people with unique skills have the habit of passing them down to men, not women, and even if they are lost, they are unwilling to pass them down to outsiders. Because of such rules, too many treasures have disappeared in the long river of history. The ninja who was kicked away covered his chest. We have studied the iron shirt more deeply than you, and it is easy to break your vital point. Lu Tiexin stared, and the situation on the Qinghai mage's side is also not good. Boy's urine, black dog blood. When the Qinghai mage saw the other side's yin-yang master directly sprinkle boy's urine and black dog blood on the zombies, his face changed. He didn't expect that the other side was well prepared and so familiar with the zombies on their side. Crackling. The zombies that were touched by this thing kept exploding and fell to the ground with a bang. Even the green zombies couldn't resist. And the Shikigami summoned by the other side made Qinghai and his team feel tricky. Although the Peachwood sword and the talisman are useful, but the restraining effect is not obvious. Qinghai looked towards Pudu, but saw Master Pudu holding Buddhist beads and chanting scriptures, and actually forced the Shikigami to retreat step by step, which made Master Qinghai full of question marks. Some people don't understand the situation at this time. Came to Master Pudu. Why are you so strong in suppressing Shikigami? Master Pudu put his hands together and said, Amitabha. The Dharma is boundless. After that, he slapped the Buddhist beads in his hand towards the Shikigami in the distance. With a boom, the Shikigami wailed, exploded in an instant, and dissipated between heaven and earth. Good. Master Qinghai shouted good. But the old man of the yin-yang master, who led the little devils, never made a move. As this Shikigami was eliminated, the old man slowly raised his hand. Okay. Mao Shan, Taoism, and Buddhism are indeed powerful. When the old man spoke, the surviving ninjas on the other side quickly retreated and protected the old man. Only 3 of the 6 ninjas were alive. Lu Tiexin and Wang Zhu also came to Master Qinghai. Qinghai saw blood on the corner of Lu Tiexin's mouth. Brother Lu, are you okay? It's okay. I just accidentally got hit by them, Lu Tiexin said in a deep voice. Wang Zhu was also injured, but he was not worried about his life. These little Japanese ninjas are proficient in Shimen Duanjia, and they are indeed very difficult to fight. But I am sure I can kill them with my life. While they were talking, the old man in the distance slowly raised his hand, gestured to the void, and then slapped his palm on the ground. Suddenly, a hexagram appeared on the ground, and a cold breath came out from the hexagram. Qinghai looked very solemn. He found that the abilities displayed by the onmyoji on the Japanese side seemed to have some of their essence, but there were still many differences. What a terrible breath. Be careful. Master Pudu said solemnly. The ninjas and Onmyoji on the Japanese side were waiting expectantly. They knew what was about to appear. That is the most powerful Shikigami of the Lord. The 100-eyed Shikigami? A black flesh column slowly emerged from the hexagram. It appeared accompanied by a sharp roar. The spiritual power of Lord Kushin is really terrifying. The Yin-Yang master standing behind the old man said in amazement. Such a majestic spiritual power is as surging as a wave. They said softly, praising the adults for their strength. On the other hand, the pressure was all shrouded on Qinghai and Pudu. At this moment, suddenly, a black cloud slowly condensed in the sky. This situation did not attract anyone's attention. After all, who would notice these things at night? But when the black cloud gradually approached, easy. There was thunder wandering in the black cloud. The little Japanese Yin-Yang master looked up at the sky and said to himself, Master Kushin's spiritual power has reached such a level that it has caused strange phenomena in the world. What strange phenomena? Kushin, who summoned the Shikigami, asked hoarsely. The Yin-Yang master pointed to the sky. Isn't the thundercloud in the sky caused by Master Kushin? Kushin looked up, and when he saw the thundercloud, his face changed slightly, and his eyes revealed doubts. Where did this thundercloud come from? He has never had such an ability. It is very difficult to cause changes in the world. Even if his spiritual power was 10 times stronger, he couldn't do this. The situation on the Japanese side naturally attracted the attention of Qinghai and others. What's so good about the sky? But he still looked up at the sky curiously. What's the situation with this thundercloud? Lu Tianxin asked. Qinghai looked very solemn. And suddenly, as if he thought of something, he shouted loudly, Tianshi. Is it you? Tianshi? Tianshi. It must be you. I know only you can cause the changes in heaven and earth. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderbolt fell from the sky in the thundercloud, instantly covering the 100-eyed Shikigami. The sudden scene made everyone dumbfounded. It was like seeing a ghost. The Yin-Yang masters on the Japanese side were stunned. Puff! The old man Kushin suddenly spurted out a mouthful of blood, and couldn't help but step back a few steps. Fortunately, he was supported. Otherwise he would have fallen. He looked at it with horror. The natal Shikigami was just summoned and suffered a destructive blow. For him, the impact was huge. Master Kushin, are you okay? The Yin-Yang master beside him asked hurriedly. Kushin did not answer. His cloudy eyes stared at the front. Then a figure slowly walked out of the golden light. Tianshi. Qinghai couldn't help shouting when he saw Tianshi coming out of the golden light. It's stable. It's completely stable now. If they were really worried before. Then with the appearance of Tianshi, this worry has long disappeared. Master Pudu and his friends have seen Tianshi, so they are naturally not surprised. On the contrary, Lu Tianxin and Wang Zhu have never seen him. As mortals, they are full of curiosity when they see the rumored Tianshi. Well, I haven't seen you for a long time, Lin Fan said. Qinghai said, Tianshi, if you can show up, then everything is not a problem. Otherwise, I really don't know what to do. No hurry. Wait for me to deal with the things here first. Lin Fan raised his hand to interrupt Qinghai, who was very excited. Then his eyes fell on the Japanese ninja and Yin-Yang master in the distance. Go ahead. Let's see what he's capable of. And Onmyoji ordered the 3 remaining ninjas. The 3 ninjas heard the order and rushed towards Lin Fan without thinking. Their movements were varied, and they changed positions left and right. If other people were faced with this situation, they would probably take it very seriously. But in Lin Fan's eyes, their actions were like children playing. Boom! 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 3 thunderbolts appeared out of thin air and fell on them, instantly splitting them into charcoal. Killed instantly. So strong. Lu Tianxin and Wang Zhu were amazed. They had to try their best to kill 1 or 2. Who would have thought that the Heavenly Master could kill them with a random move? It was really earth-shattering. When had the Yin-Yang Master such as Kushin in the distance ever seen such a method? Their hearts were beating suddenly with shock. Run. This was the only thing they could do. Running was the only way out. They used the Yin-Yang technique to hide their bodies and wanted to escape. But Lin Fan, who had condensed the incense and the shrine, was very clear about their actions. Several balls of flames rose from his fingertips and swept along the ground as fast as lightning. In an instant, the flames bloomed, accompanied by wailing, and there was no movement after a moment. Immortal methods. Really immortal methods. Qinghai had a deeper fear of the Heavenly Master, and at the same time, he was more respectful. Heavenly Master Qinghai ran over happily. thinking of continuing to pester the Heavenly Master, but was interrupted by the Heavenly Master raising his hand. He saw the Heavenly Master looking into the distance and whispered, "There are roaring cannons in the distance. It seems that there is a war. It is better to deal with it first. Every second of delay may result in the sacrifice of one more person. The Heavenly Master is kind." Qinghai flattered him. Lin Fan smiled, took a step forward, and disappeared from everyone's sight. When he reappeared, he was already in the distance. Master Pudu said, "Does the Taoist magic shrink the earth into an inch?" Now seeing the magic of the Heavenly Master, which one can be simple? They have never seen it before. At this time, the army is attacking Huaiyang County. But it is really difficult to capture Huaiyang County with many Japanese devils. But there is no progress for a while. Wang Yi looked into the distance from time to time, wondering what the situation was like over there with Master Qinghai. I just hope everything goes well. If they lose, they will be in trouble. Suddenly, something happened on the battlefield, and black clouds gathered over the wall of Huaiyang County. And then a magnificent voice resounded in everyone's ears. 9 heavens thunder. Fall. Lin Fan naturally couldn't yell lightning thunder fist. The name of this move was not cool enough. It sounded like the name of martial arts. Only the 9 heavens thunder sounded like a fairy method. Boom! Boom! Thunder fell, instantly covering the wall of Huaiyang County. The soldiers who attacked Huaiyang County and extinguished the Japanese were shocked, staring with their eyes, as if they had seen a ghost. They could only hear the wailing of the Japanese coming from afar. After a while, the thunder dissipated. The wall was quiet without any sound. Huang Yi was also confused, and he didn't understand what happened at all. After all, the fight was going well. And suddenly such a thing happened. Although thunder was a normal thing, it was incredible that the thunder was staring at the wall where the Japanese were. Then, a figure appeared on the city wall. "Don't panic, everyone. I am the Heavenly Master Lin Fan. I have come to destroy the foreign enemies. You can enter the city now," Lin Fan said softly, but his words were heard by everyone so clearly. Heavenly Master. Huang Yi thought of the Heavenly Master mentioned by Master Qinghai. It seemed that his name was indeed Lin Fan. Thinking of this, he hurriedly called everyone out of the trench. Then, he hurried forward and said respectfully, "Thank you for your help, Heavenly Master." Lin Fan nodded to Huang Yi. Although what happened here was not what happened on Blue Star, the situation was roughly the same. Many soldiers were seen bandaging their wounds and showing painful expressions. Lin Fan consumed incense and used the magical power of resurrection. In an instant, the wounded soldiers on the battlefield were treated and recovered without any pain. Such a situation made them exclaim that it was magical. One by one, they stood up and moved their bodies, shook their arms, stretched their legs and feet, and there was no problem at all. Huang Yi knew that this must be done by the Heavenly Master. This is really something that only immortals can do. Soon, Qinghai and the others came hurriedly. Qinghai came to Huang Yi and told him about the situation just now. Huang Yi instantly understood that the Heavenly Master had already destroyed the masters of the little devils. Huang Yi believed in ghosts and gods, but did not believe that there were immortals in the country. But now, he really believed it. With the help of immortals, what else can be afraid of? In the city, Lu Tiexin and Wang Zhu, who were restored by Lin Fan, were like nothing happened. "Qinghai, why don't you take the golden Buddha I gave you?" Lin Fan asked. Qinghai said, "Master, I was afraid of being beaten to death and the golden Buddha falling into the hands of the Japanese devils. So I let my wife and children take the golden Buddha away." Lin Fan shook his head. "Stupid. If you take the golden Buddha, those Yin-Yang masters are not your opponents." "Ah?" Qinghai was stunned. Lin Fan said, "The golden Buddha has been bathed in the blood of this master, and it is no longer a vulgar thing. Any demons and ghosts will be afraid of it. Do you think it will be useful if you take it with you?" Master Pudu on the side glanced at Qinghai. Although he didn't say anything, the meaning revealed in his eyes was very clear. "Looking at the good things you have done. If it weren't for the master who happened to appear, I would not forgive you even if I became a ghost. Master, I know I was wrong." Qinghai finally realized what kind of stupid thing he had done. "Qinghai. Master, I'm here. Are you willing to believe in this master?" Plop. Qinghai suddenly knelt down in front of the Heavenly Master and kowtowed. Qinghai is willing to believe in the Heavenly Master and worship the Heavenly Master forever. Lin Fan raised his hand and fell on his head. "From now on, you will have thunder, divine fire, and the body of diamond. The important task of slaying demons and eliminating evil will be handed over to you. In an instant, Qinghai felt that he had infinite power in his body. Lin Fan did not expect that Qinghai believed in it before he spread his faith in this world. In this case, he would find a spokesperson to avoid the saying that he did not trust the immortals and gods when he was in the main world of Blue Star, and the world passed too fast. Yes, Qinghai will take slaying demons and eliminating evil as his own responsibility in the future, Qinghai said excitedly. Master Pudu on the side was so envious that he wanted to cry. How much he wanted to say Heavenly Master. Do you think I can do it? I am also very serious. But he knew that he could not do it. As a senior monk of Lotus Temple, he would be laughed at if he said this. If he could get the consent of the Heavenly Master, it would be fine. If he was rejected, it would be too embarrassing. Okay, I should go too, Lin Fan said. Qinghai hurriedly said, Heavenly Master, where are you going? Lin Fan said, foreign enemies invaded and people suffered. This Heavenly Master did not want to see the scene. So he traveled around and swept away the foreign enemies. Heavenly Master, I will follow you. No need, Lin Fan replied, and then disappeared without a trace under the gaze of Qinghai and others. As the Heavenly Master left, Qinghai slowly stood up and said, the national crisis should end. The Heavenly Master took action, and those little devils had no way to survive. Brother Huang, please inform your organization that the Heavenly Master has been dispatched. Please don't worry too much. Okay, no problem. Huang Yi nodded heavily. The end of the war is what everyone wants. But when Huang Yi came back after contacting, his expression was very embarrassed. He was scolded. Promoting superstition. Where did the gods come from?